Chapter 1. Reversing the Heavenly Gang. I want to be the village chief. In the home of Lin Chongbua, the village chief of Linjia village in Feng Town, Xianxia County, Qianzhou, Lin Chongbua was looking at his son Lin Nan with a proud and content expression. The proudest achievement of his life was raising Lin Nan, a prestigious university student, in this mountainous area. Now that his son was about to graduate from university, his hard days were coming to an end. In the future, his son would find a decent job in the city and marry a daughter-in-law from the same workplace. He hoped to work a bit harder, digging more winter bamboo shoots in the winter, collecting more herbs in the autumn, catching more eels in the summer, and foraging for mushrooms in the spring to help his son with the down payment for a house. If everything went well, he would feel his life's mission was complete, with no regrets. Ideally, his daughter-in-law would bear him 2 more grandsons to hold, and that would be perfect. Lin Nan, how's your job search going? I suggest you take the civil service exam and don't go too far, just within our province. Lin Chongbua took a puff of his pipe and began discussing Lin Nan's job situation. Yes, don't apply too far away. It's best to stay within Qianzhou. That way, you can come back easily, and it will also be convenient if you want to buy a house in Qianzhou in the future. Lin Nan's mother, Xiao Honglian, chimed in. The city of Qianzhou is less than 100 kilometers away from the north of Xinxian, and now with the expressway, it only takes an hour to get there. Lin Nan was seriously devouring his food. Stir-fried winter bamboo shoots with cured meat, braised pork, bok choy, boiled chicken, and pickled spicy garlic sprouts. The winter bamboo shoots were dug by his father from the bamboo forest, and the cured meat was made from the pig his mother had raised for a year. The bok choy was grown in their own garden, and the boiled chicken was from their free-range chickens. Combined with his mother's superb cooking skills, Lin Nan finished 3 big bowls of rice in one go. After eating his fill, Lin Nan patted his belly, bent down to check his shoelaces, and then said very solemnly, "Dad, how do you feel about me coming back to our Linjia village to be the village chief?" What? Both Lin Chongbua and Xiao Honglian were taken aback, looking dumbfounded at their precious son. "Could you say that again? What do you mean?" Lin Chongbua asked Lin Nan seriously. Lin Nan slowly stood up, glanced towards the door, and said again, "Dad, I said I want to come back to be the village chief." Be the village chief? Lin Chongbua confirmed he hadn't misheard and was instantly furious, grabbing a stick from the side, ready to beat some sense into his foolish son. A good university student, and he wants to come back to be the village chief? Where am I supposed to put my face? Will I ever be able to go out again? He'll become the laughingstock of the surrounding area. What's so great about being the village chief of Linjia village? What kind of future can there be in this poor, remote, mountainous area? You little brat, they'll beat you to death. You want to come back to be village chief? Today, I'm going to beat you senseless. Lin Chongbua raised the stick to hit Lin Nan, only to find Lin Nan had already run to the door. "Dad!" Lin Nan shouted while running, trying to appeal to his father's paternal instincts. "Don't call me Dad. I don't have a son like you." Lin Chongbua was furious, chasing after Lin Nan with the stick, ready to give him a good beating. However, Lin Nan had long been prepared, sprinting away, stopping to look back after running a dozen meters. If Lin Chongbua didn't chase him, he would stop. If he did, he would keep running. "You little brat, stand still." "Dad, put down the stick first, you might kill someone." "You stand still first, and he'll put down the stick." "Dad, throw the stick away first, then he'll stop." "Don't run, he'll definitely beat you." Dad, can't you listen to me properly?" I want listen. Lin Nan kept walking while waiting for his father. He was getting older and became out of breath after a few minutes of running, unable to catch up with his son. "Haha, village chief, you can't catch Lin Nan. You haven't been able to catch him since he was 5. Just give up and come have a smoke." "Village chief, with that stick in your hand, he definitely won't dare to stop." "Village chief, what happened?" "That stick is too thick. One hit could kill someone." "Lin Nan, did you do something bad again?" Lin Nan isn't a child anymore. He was particularly mischievous when he was young. He may be mischievous, but he studies well. He's the first genuine university student in our village. The villagers of Linjia village watched Lin Chongbua chasing Lin Nan and couldn't help but laugh. With the new year approaching, most of the villagers who worked outside had returned home, making it the liveliest time of the year in Linjia village. Everyone enjoyed the spectacle and chatted as they watched. "You little brat, stop right there. I promise I won't hit you." Lin Chongbua gasped for breath, realizing he was truly getting old. When Lin Nan was young, he couldn't bear to hit him, so he pretended he couldn't catch him, but now he was genuinely old, and his son had grown up. "Dad, put down the stick and listen to me." Lin Nan pouted, quickly running a few more steps to keep his distance from Lin Chongbua. Lin Nan knew that his parents would find it difficult to accept his decision to return to the village. They had worked hard to raise him to leave the mountains so that he could succeed and escape the fate of generations tilling the land. But the reason he was determined to come back was that he had acquired a system. Yes, it was the kind of golden finger system that protagonists in online novels have. The reason protagonists are protagonists is entirely due to these systems. There are systems like the multiple offspring system, where the more children you have, the stronger you become. Just hearing about it makes people envious, and you don't have to do anything but breed to become powerful. Then there's the 10,000-fold return system, where spending 10,000 yuan can yield 100 million, instantly making you a billionaire, and within days, you could become the richest person in the world. There's even a system where just by breathing, you become stronger, surpassing other talented individuals who work hard. You could be playing around and still be better than them, just by breathing. There are all kinds of systems. There's no strongest, only stronger, no absurdity too great. The power of these systems is unquestionable without a system. A protagonist is unworthy of the title, merely an ordinary person, unknown and unnoticed. The system Lin Nan received is called the Super Mountain God System. Chapter 2. Mountain God System. The Mountain God System requires Lin Nan to bind to a mountain and, through the transformation and development of this mountain, make it more famous. The more people know about it and come to visit, the greater its fame, allowing him to upgrade and unlock more abilities. For example, he could control and change the landscape, influence the local weather and temperature within the bound mountain area, manage the growth of plants and animals, and, even if he reaches a certain level, unlock the ability to fold space, containing vast expanses within. He could also activate a redemption function to exchange for various special abilities, rare plants and animals, create spectacular scenic spots, and entertainment projects, and so on. In short, this system is powerful, vast, violent, and awesome. It's an essential artifact for a protagonist to turn the tables and show off. Since he needed to bind to a mountain that wasn't already famous, he decided to return to his hometown, Linjia Village. Linjia Village is located in the southern part of Qianzhou in Xianxia County. The entire county is in a hilly area, characterized by mid to low mountains and high hills, with many mountains belonging to the Nanling mountain range. Linjiakan is situated in a large mountainous area surrounded by mountains on all sides. There are many mountains around, but their names are quite arbitrary. Pan Mountain, Depend Mountain, Wild Boar Ridge, Bamboo Mountain, Widow Peak, Cowback Hill, Ghost Cry Ridge, Eagle Ridge, and so on. Only the highest mountain behind Linjiakan is properly named Qingyuan Mountain. It is called Qingyuan Mountain because there is a clear and sweet stream flowing from it. The villagers of Linjiakan have grown up drinking the water from this stream for generations, and the fields around Linjiakan are all irrigated by this stream, which is why Qingyuan Mountain has such an elegant name. To be associated with a mountain, one must be tied to Qingyuan Mountain of Linjiakan, not only because it's easier to get things done there, but also because it can gradually lead the villagers of Linjiakan to rely on the mountain for their livelihood, helping them to gradually escape poverty and achieve prosperity. This is also why Lin Nan told his father that he wanted to be the village chief. Although there is a sense of usurping power in his intentions, Lin Nan feels that he must become the village chief of Linjiakan to have the legitimacy to take action. You little brat, stop right there. I guarantee I won't kill you. You've gone too far. Everyone is going outside. And you, instead of studying, want to come back to be the village chief. Do you think being the village chief is that easy? Or do you think it has any future? Lin Chongbua gasped, but upon seeing Lin Nan, he became even angrier, pointing at Lin Nan with a stick and speaking furiously. Dad, I'm not coming back to take your position as village chief, and I know that being the village chief of Linjiakan isn't a good job and has no future. But I have a way to lead our Linjiakan out of poverty and towards prosperity. Just let me give it a try, okay? If it really doesn't work out, I'll listen to you and study hard for the civil service exam. Lin Nan clarified as he continued running. Do you think just because you've studied for a few years, you're really something special? Leading our Linjiakan out of poverty and towards prosperity? Gulme. All the old and young folks of Linjiakan come over. Lin Nan says he has a way to lead us out of poverty and towards prosperity. As soon as Lin Chongbua heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. If Linjiakan could really escape poverty and become wealthy, then everyone wouldn't be so eager to leave. Except during the new year, there are hardly any young people in Linjiakan, apart from the elderly and left-behind children. Hearing Lin Chongwa's words, the villagers of Linjiakan who were watching the excitement immediately gathered around, all looking at Lin Nan. Lin Nan, if you have any ideas, just say them boldly. You're the most educated among us. You must have more insight than everyone else. Yeah, if we could make money at home, who would want to go work outside? Relying on the mountains and rivers to make a living. Although we have mountains in Linjiakan, we are still extremely poor. These mountains can't make us rich. Lin Nan, have you discovered any minerals around Linjiakan? The villagers looked at Lin Nan, each speaking one after another. Lin Nan looked at the villagers of Linjiakan. Linjiakan is a relatively large village with more than 100 households and hundreds of people, all of whom share the surname Lin, descended from a common ancestor, all part of the same ancestral hall. With the new year approaching, the villagers who were working outside had mostly returned to the village, making it very lively. Dear folks of Linjiakan, Lin Nan knew that he would eventually have to pass this test with the villagers. To develop Linjiakan and Qingyuan Mountain, he definitely needed the support and help of the villagers. Looking at everyone, he mustered his courage to speak. Someone just asked me if I found any minerals in Linjiakan. I can tell you all right now. I have discovered mountains of gold and silver in our Linjiakan. As soon as Lin Nan finished speaking, everyone immediately perked up. Even those who were originally idle, smoking and watching the joke, became serious, throwing their cigarette butts to the ground and stepping on them, all looking at Lin Nan with earnest anticipation. Really? Lin Nan, do we have mountains of gold and silver in Linjiakan? Where are they? Some eager villagers quickly asked. Even Lin Chongwa couldn't help but exchange glances with a few older villagers. They knew best whether Linjiakan had mountains of gold and silver. Having lived here their entire lives, they were well aware of how many sellable fir trees there were on that mountain, how much tea oil could be produced from the tea trees on that hill, and how much grain could be harvested from that field. If there were mountains of gold and silver, how could the villagers of Linjiakan not know? Lin Nan, just tell us directly, don't beat around the bush. Lin Chongwa said with a frown. Yeah, did you discover some particularly valuable mine? Even if there's a mine, we common folks can't exploit it. The nearby counties have discovered rare earths, and they aren't allowed to mine them. There are no rare earths here years ago. Those who mined rare earths thoroughly surveyed our mountains. Even if there were rare earths, we wouldn't be allowed to mine them, which would be a waste. Exactly, if there were gold or silver mines, it would be even less likely that Linjiakan would benefit. Upon hearing this, everyone started to speak up. Xianxia has many rare earths, and many places have rare earth mines that in the past, quite a few people made a fortune by mining rare earths, but now the regulations are strict, and they're not allowed to mine because the environmental degradation is severe. Lin Nan, what exactly do we have in Linjiakan that resembles mountains of gold and silver? Chapter 3. The Gold and Silver Mountains of Linjia Village. Upon hearing about the gold and silver mountains, the men and women of Linjia Village perked up, all looking at Lin Nan and quietly waiting for him to continue. Lin Nan looked at the villagers and slowly said, the green mountains and clear waters of our Linjia village are our gold and silver mountains. Cut it out. Are you trying to make fun of us? Upon hearing this, everyone felt as if they had been played for fools. Lin Nan, you are a college student. How can you joke about this with us? Said the elderly Lin San, who was over 80 years old, looking at Lin Nan seriously. Exactly. These green mountains and clear waters are everywhere. If they could turn into gold and silver mountains, will we people of Qianzhou still need to go out to work? Lin Chongliang, who was of the same generation as Lin Chongwa, also chimed in. Grandpa San, uncles. I am not joking with everyone. I am very serious, Lin Nan said earnestly. Everyone knows the geographical location of our Qianzhou. To the south is Nanyue, the largest province in terms of economy and population. We are less than 400 kilometers from Yangcheng and Pengcheng, and it takes only 4 hours on the highway, right? Upon hearing Lin Nan's words, a villager said, 4 hours is enough. I usually take 3.5 hours. But what does this have to do with our Linjia village? Of course, it has a lot to do with us. Lin Nan replied. Now, various places are vigorously developing tourism and trying every means to attract visitors. Why? It's because tourism can bring tremendous economic benefits. A tourist comes to travel. They need to stay in hotels, eat, shop, relax, and entertain themselves. Casually, they can spend thousands of dollars. We're very close to Nanyue, and now with highways, it's very convenient to travel. If we can turn the green mountains and clear waters of Linjia village into a famous leisure and vacation area, not only will we not need to go out to work, but we can also become wealthy at home. Lin Nan said confidently. You all must have traveled to some famous tourist attractions, like Huangshan or Taishan. The locals don't need to work outside. They could just open a small shop at home and sell water every day without running out. Some scenic spots even give villagers dividends every year, and they can earn money just by lying down. Upon hearing Lin Nan's words, many young people nodded and said, "That's right. This year, I went to an ancient town where bottled water that cost 2 yuan outside was sold for 5, instant noodles that cost a few yuan were sold for 10, and those starch sausages for 5. And the business was booming. The key is that everyone said this price is considered a reasonable price. In a scenic area, this is indeed a reasonable price. This year, I went to some amusement park where the prices were even more outrageous. Instant noodles cost 30. Someone added, "It's no different from robbery, but the key is that it's legal, isn't it? Eating that boiled noodle, just blanching in hot water, adding some scallions and selling it for 30. The cost is less than 1 yuan, and you can't avoid eating it. Isn't that robbery? Selling bottled water for 5? Selling a little noodle for 30? Hearing this, the older generation, who had never gone out in their lives, immediately became angry and said, "It's almost like robbery, but who told them it's a scenic area? You can't avoid eating there." Exactly. In some domineering places, you can't even bring your own instant noodles or water. This is similar to the black shops we encountered when we took buses out to work 20 or 30 years ago. Better than those black shops back then. At least they won't release big dogs to force you to consume. So it seems that developing a tourism and leisure area is profitable. If we can get it going and have people come to spend, then it must be profitable. Those city folks go out to travel every year. It's normal for them to spend 10 to 20,000 casually. We are close to Nanyue, and if we can do something unique that makes people happy, then it's really feasible to attract tourists. The key is whether we can attract tourists and how much investment is needed. The villagers kept discussing back and forth. With modern networks developed and young people having received a certain level of education, plus having worked in big cities, they had somewhat seen the world. Listening to everyone's discussion, Lin Chongwa couldn't help but look at the surrounding mountains of Linjia village and said to the older folks like Lin San and Lin Chongliang, "Can our place really attract people to come for tourism and leisure? Aren't these just ordinary mountains? What is there to see or do? It's just being idle. Besides, there are mountains like this everywhere. Who would specifically come to play in Linjia village? I also think it's unrealistic. I've lived here my whole life and don't see what is worth looking at in these mountains. Developing a tourist area requires a lot of money. Where will our village get that much money? It's fine to ask everyone to contribute some effort, but if you ask everyone to contribute money, it's like cutting flesh from everyone. If it makes money, that's fine. If it doesn't, it might lead to conflicts." Yes, Lin Nan is still too young. The older generation in the village felt this was unreliable and unfeasible. On one hand, they felt that the mountains of Linjia village had no special features to attract tourists. And on the other hand, they were concerned about the initial investment and uncertain future profits. "Lin Nan, your idea is quite good. But our Linjia village's mountains and waters have no characteristics at all. They really can't attract people. Secondly, the initial investment is huge. Where will this money come from?" Among the young people, Lin Jia, who had done well outside and had been a small boss, stood up and said, "Yes. Where will the initial investment money come from? Additionally, how do we find a reason for people to be willing to spend money to come here? If there's nothing special, who would want to come? If they come and don't have fun, who would want to come again?" Other young people also chimed in. "I think the idea is pretty good, but it's unrealistic for us. The mountains and waters of Linjia village have no characteristics. Such mountains and waters are everywhere in Qinzhou. They're also not related to historical or cultural attractions. So who would want to spend money to come here? Those famous mountains and rivers have their fame, and they also have some unique attractions, like Huangshan's big pine tree in a long stone or Lushan's waterfall." Listening to everyone, Lin Nan said confidently, "We can start with farm stays and create some unique farm stay projects to attract tourists." Chapter 4. It's okay for young people to hit the wall. Agritourism? What kind of agritourism can make people willing to spend money? It's everywhere in the countryside, and we still need to spend money to play. Hearing Lin Nan's words, Lin Jia immediately laughed. Agritourism usually involves activities like picking strawberries, fruits, and vegetables, which city dwellers occasionally do on weekends with their kids. There are many such projects, and the competition is very fierce. If our Linjia village were near a big city, it would be fine, as there would still be people willing to come. However, our Linjia village is far from the city. Who would come here? Moreover, what agritourism projects do we have that could attract people? After Lin Jia finished speaking, he shook his head and left, muttering to himself. Ultimately, he's still too young. A person in an ivory tower who hasn't been beaten down by society and doesn't know how hard it is to make money. The many onlookers around also nodded in agreement. Agritourism? What can Linjia village do for agritourism? Initially, everyone thought Lin Nan, as a college student, might have some insights and come up with good ideas and projects, but now it seems to be just empty talk. Let's go. Just empty talk. Yes, it's too unrealistic. The investment in agritourism is substantial. There are many agritourism projects around the county, and almost every one that opens ends up failing. I know a classmate who opened a strawberry farm, investing hundreds of thousands, and ended up with nothing. I have a friend who runs a fishing ground, and his investment was also huge, but he lost everything and had to sell his car. Agritourism is not that easy to manage. Those without features are all doomed to fail. Unique features require huge investments, and we can't handle that. Lin Nan, you're still too young. Yes, our Linjia village is in a remote area. Who would want to come here to spend money on agritourism? Let's disperse. The crowd gradually dispersed, thinking Lin Nan was daydreaming and too idealistic. The idea of starting agritourism in Linjia village was indeed too simplistic. Lin Chongbua looked at the villagers who had already left and tossed aside the stick in his hand, smiling. You little rascal. You heard it. No one supports your agritourism idea. You should stop daydreaming and focus on preparing for the civil service exam. That's the real deal. If you can pass, eating the emperor's grain is better than anything else. Whether working or starting a business, nothing beats a stable job. Lin Nan, however, remained unconvinced. Dad, you don't believe in me either? I really have a way to help our Linjia village prosper. Believe. If you have the ability, go and make it happen. If you want land, I'll give you land. If you want mountains, I'll give you mountains. I'll also give you 10,000 yuan as startup capital. That counts as my support, right? Lin Chongbua's attitude had changed. Since he insisted on hitting the wall, let him do it once. When the agritourism project he worked hard to establish ends up with no visitors, he'll know that making money is not easy. Agritourism? What can Linjia village even offer? If it gets started, who would be willing to spend money to come here? Since it was certain he wouldn't succeed, they might as well let him hit the wall. Really? Lin Nan was overjoyed, thinking his dad would continue to strongly oppose him. But unexpectedly, he flipped and was willing to fully support him. Really? I'll transfer the money to you right now. Just wait and see. I believe you can lead our Linjia village out of poverty. Lin Chongbua solemnly nodded and directly transferred 10,000 yuan of startup capital to Lin Nan. Dad, why do I feel like something's off with you? Lin Nan looked at his dad and then at the stick lying on the ground, feeling something was not quite right. Opposing you is useless, so I simply support you. Work hard. Whether our Linjia village can escape poverty depends entirely on you. Lin Chongbua patted Lin Nan's shoulder, looking optimistic, then picked up the stick from the ground and went back. That is a bit off. Lin Nan scratched his head, feeling something was wrong. However, he quickly brushed it off and began to seriously think about what kind of agritourism project could attract people and enhance the reputation of Qingyuan Mountain. With that in mind, he silently summoned the mountain god system in his mind, and the topography and geographical map of Qingyuan Mountain appeared before him. Qingyuan Mountain, level 1 height, 324 meters range, 5 kilometers plant species, ginkgo, camphor, maple, banyan, waxberry, jujube, sour jujube, mangosteen, masan pine, huangshan pine, fir tea tree. Animal species, yellow deer, owl, civet, pangolin, giant salamander, wild boar, wild rabbit, wild chicken, weasel, red falcon, musk, cuckoo, sparrow. Products, polygonatum, ganoderma, mugwort leaves. Tea leaves, also known as pig ears, mountain plum, gold cherry, August fruit, sour jujube, chestnut, winter bamboo shoots, red mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms. White mushrooms, also known as stone mushrooms, dew mushrooms, southern wind fungus, field snails, loaches, yellow eels. Population, 239 visitors, 593 fame level, 0 stars rating, an unknown mountain, only known by people within a 10-mile radius. System functions, can change and control precipitation, temperature, topography, and terrain in the Qingyuan Mountain area, can control and influence the growth of plants and animals in the Qingyuan Mountain area. Lin Nan carefully examined the topography and product descriptions of Qingyuan Mountain, quickly pondering what kind of agritourism could attract people to visit. This season is perfect for digging winter bamboo shoots. I can control and influence the growth of winter bamboo shoots in the bamboo mountain, allowing more to grow. However, digging winter bamboo shoots isn't particularly unique or attractive. There are bamboo forests everywhere in rural areas, and no one would want to pay to dig them. Digging loaches is also a decent project, but it's winter now, too cold, and digging loaches is quite dirty. It can be done elsewhere too. With that thought, Lin Nan couldn't help but scratch his hair again, realizing that having a cheat system doesn't seem to make things easy. Lin Nan carefully looked at the topographical map of Qingyuan Mountain and examined the various products on the mountain, quickly thinking about what could be unique and attract people to come and play. Got it, this is it. Just in time for the season. Soon, Lin Nan's gaze locked onto a product unique to the Gannan region, and his mind quickly began a plan. Chapter 5. What does Lin Nan really want to do? With a clear goal in mind, Lin Nan quickly took action. Xiaopeng. Lin Nan first went to find his childhood friend Lin Feng. When he was young, Lin Feng was a chubby kid who loved to follow Lin Nan around. They played together since childhood and often got into trouble together. Lin Nan, are you really going to run a farm stay? Lin Feng asked eagerly when he saw Lin Nan. Yes, I've already thought about the project. Do you want to join me? Lin Nan nodded seriously. Before Lin Feng could respond, his father, Lin Changhua, immediately said, Lin Nan, Lin Feng is going to work after the new year. He is not like you, a university student with many future options. He has to work hard to earn money to marry a wife, so don't mislead him. If you need our help, just ask. I'm willing to help. But don't expect money from us. Dad, Lin Feng exclaimed, suddenly unhappy. Do you know your own worth? Can you compare yourself to Lin Nan? He is a student from a prestigious university with many paths ahead. And you? If you don't study well, you should work hard and learn a skill to support family. Save money to marry early and stop thinking about nonsense. Lin Changhua glared at Lin Feng. Lin Nan realized that Lin Changhua was worried he would trick Xiaopeng into investing in the farmstay project, fearing that Xiaopeng would end up losing everything. Ultimately, it was because he had not achieved anything yet, and the whole village did not believe he could accomplish anything. Uncle Changhua, I was just joking. I actually came to borrow a water pump from you. Lin Nan said with a smile. Borrow a water pump? No problem, no problem. Lin Changhua breathed a sigh of relief, and upon hearing that Lin Nan only wanted to borrow a water pump, he quickly smiled and brought out the pump along with a long bundle of electrical wires and a long hose. Lin Nan, check if these wires and hoses are long enough. If they're not, you'll have to figure it out yourself. They're enough, they're enough. Lin Nan looked at the materials, silently calculated the distance, and quickly said, Brother Nan, this water pump is pretty heavy. You, as a student, definitely can't carry it. Let me help you. Seeing Lin Nan struggling a bit, Lin Feng quickly fetched some rope and a stick to help carry the water pump. Thanks, Xiaopeng. Lin Nan said with a smile. Brother Nan, what do you need this water pump for? You're not thinking of raising fish, are you? While helping carry the equipment, Xiaopeng curiously asked. Lin Nan was heading towards Mopen Mountain next to Linjia Village. Mopen Mountain is right next to Linjia Village, not very high and very flat, resembling a big millstone, covering an area of several tens of thousands of square meters. There were many pine trees on Mopen Mountain, and it was also covered with a type of grass known as manki, also called iron wolf chi, and in some local dialects of Qianzhou called luji. I'm not raising fish. Fish don't make much money. If I do this well, I can make big money, Lin Nan said confidently. Carrying the water pump, Lin Nan and Lin Feng walked towards Mopen Mountain, naturally attracting the attention of the villagers of Linjia Village. Lin Nan, you're not really going to raise fish, are you? Raising fish won't work. Even if you raise 10 or 20 in a pond for a year, you won't make much money, and definitely, no one will come to our Linjia village to fish. Lin Nan, you should listen to your dad and study hard to take the civil service exam. If you can get a stable job, it will help all of us. You're heading to Mopen Mountain, right? The villagers laughed and joked about Lin Nan. Some even whispered that Lin Nan had read too much and lost his mind. A good university student, and yet he wanted to return to Linjia village to run a farm stay. Wasn't that a sign of insanity? I'm not raising fish. What I'm raising is worth much more than fish. You'll see in a couple of days, and I might even invite you to help. Lin Nan faced the ridicule without getting angry. It was normal for people not to believe him. All he needed to do was show results to prove his doubters wrong. Village chief, are you really going to let him mess around like this? Beside Lin Changhua, Lin Sanyi, Lin Chantai, and Lin Changshui looked at Lin Nan and Lin Feng and couldn't help but say, he is still a university student. Why not take the civil service exam for a stable job? Why is he always thinking about messing around in the countryside? If anything could be achieved in the countryside, we wouldn't need to go work outside. Let him mess around. I'm curious to see how long he can keep it up. Once he realizes how hard it is to make money, he'll understand. It's good for young people to face some hardships and setbacks. It prevents them from always dreaming unrealistic dreams. Farm stay? Who would want to spend money to come to our Linjia village for that? Lin Changhua said while smoking, his tone indifferent. Yes, it's good for young people to face some challenges and setbacks. Lin San nodded and then smiled. saying, Lin Nan has always been smart and quirky. He might actually come up with something. What can our Linjia village come up with? He just thinks too simply. Once he faces setbacks, he'll understand how tough it is. Lin Chongbua shook his head. Over here, Lin Nan and Lin Feng arrived at the foot of Mopen Mountain with a water pump. There happened to be a stream flowing at the foot of Mopen Mountain, and beside it, there was a small dam for water storage and irrigation. Xiaopeng, help me pull the electrical wires back home and find a plug to connect them. I'll take the hose up Mopen Mountain. After placing the water pump down, Lin Nan quickly got busy. Brother Nan, are you going to pump water up Mopen Mountain? Lin Feng realized what Lin Nan was doing, but was still confused as to why Lin Nan wanted to pump water up Mopen Mountain. Yes, I'm going to pump water up there. Oh, and I need you to go to the county town to ask someone to make some banners for advertising. Lin Nan nodded and then took out his phone to transfer 2,000 yuan to Xiaopeng. I'll think of the slogans and send them to you on WeChat. Help me make 100 of them first. If the money isn't enough, let me know. Brother Nan, why do you need so many banners? Lin Feng was even more confused, scratching his head, unable to understand what Lin Nan was really planning. We're going to do a live broadcast. We'll hang these banners on Mopen Mountain, and then we could do a live broadcast there. As long as the broadcast takes off, Linjia village will become famous, and people will definitely come to visit us. Lin Nan said confidently while busying himself. A live broadcast? Lin Nan wants to do a live broadcast on Mopen Mountain, and he is going to pump water up there? Lin Feng and the villagers watching were all puzzled, unable to understand what Lin Nan really wanted to do. Chapter 6 Lin Nan wants to live stream. Lin Nan wants to do live streaming at Mopanchen. Lin Nan has pumped water up to Mopanchen. Lin Nan wants to raise fish at Mopanchen. Have you heard? Lin Nan is going to do live streaming of fish farming at Mopanchen. The news that Lin Nan wants to live stream at Mopanchen quickly spread throughout Linjia village. In no time, the idle men and women in the village flocked to Mopanchen to see what Lin Nan was up to. Lin Zhangbo, Lin Sania, Lin Ye, Lin Kangguo, and others also came in a grand procession to Mopanchen. They saw Lin Nan holding a spray nozzle, constantly watering various places on Mopanchen. Lin Nan, do you think these luji, a local dialect term for a type of plant, are flowers and grass that need special watering? Someone couldn't help but laugh and whispered to the person next to them. This Lin Nan must really have read too much and gone silly. Actually pumping water up here to water these luji. Do they even need watering? Maybe he really has lost his mind from studying. I thought he was going to raise fish at Mopanchen, but it turns out he is here to water luji. Everyone looked at Lin Nan and couldn't help but laugh, privately thinking that he must have some issues. Lin Nan, these luji don't need watering. It's useless to water them. Lin Nan, are you planting luji? But no one wants luji. They aren't worth anything. Even if you grow them well, no one will come to collect them. What do you know? Lin Nan is going to do live streaming. Surely he will live stream cutting luji. Live streaming cutting luji? Is that for real? Haven't you seen live streams? Some women live stream carrying trees, massive wet fir trees, carrying 2 at a time. Isn't that fake? People have fought over it. They're hollow inside, just a bit of bark. It's fake, but people watch it, and if they tip, there's money to be made. Lin Nan can also live stream cutting luji. Who knows? Maybe someone will watch it. Lin Nan, you don't even need especially water for live streaming cutting luji. There are luji everywhere on this mountain. Just cut them casually. Everyone looked at Lin Nan, who was busy watering, and couldn't help but laugh and discuss. The sarcasm in their words was evident to all. This made Lin Zhonggua's face turn even uglier. He almost wanted to go over and slap Lin Nan, but remembering that he had promised Lin Nan, he could only endure it. I'm not watering luji. I'm not live streaming cutting luji. Lin Nan looked at the people of Linjia village and confidently said, Then what are you doing? Lin Jia asked curiously. You'll know tomorrow. Lin Nan said mysteriously. Lin Nan, that's not interesting. We're all from the same village. Why are you keeping us in suspense? Besides, you're just watering the mountain. Do you think it can grow gold? Someone's eyes lit up, and they immediately used a provocation tactic. You're right. After I water Mopanchen, it can grow gold. It just so happens that all the old and young folks from our village are here to watch the fun. So I'll first be a little person before gentlemen. Lin Nan immediately became very serious and said to the people of Linjia village, Folks of Linjia village, now that I've watered Mopanchen, if gold grows here later, don't be envious. I'm being a little person before gentlemen and telling everyone about this first. If anyone tries to snatch my treasure later, don't blame me for being rude. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be slightly stunned. They looked closely at Mopanchen, trying to find the gold Lin Nan mentioned, but after looking around, they could only see pine trees and luji, finding nothing. Moreover, Lin Nan's watering seemed very casual, He dragged the hose around without saying anything about washing soil to find gold. Is there really gold on Mopanchen? What a joke. If there were gold, it would have been dug up long ago. It wouldn't be Lin Nan's turn. But why does Lin Nan seem so certain that gold can grow? Who knows? Maybe it really can grow gold. Come on, do you think I haven't read? Gold can't just grow from watering. He can't be mining rare earths, right? I heard that people mine rare earths by washing soil with water and adding oxalic acid, sulfuric acid, etc. I've seen rare earth mining. It requires digging ponds, laying pipes, bulldozers, excavators, etc. Who have you seen mining rare earths with just a hose? So what is he really doing? The villagers of Xianxia village were even more confused, utterly baffled. Lin Nan spent the whole morning watering all over Mopanchen. In the afternoon, Lin Feng also returned from the county town, bringing back the banners Lin Nan needed. So Lin Nan and Lin Feng were busy setting up one banner after another around Mopanchen. As the banners were hung, the whole Mopanchen started to feel a bit different. From a distance, you could see tall pine trees with banners hanging down vertically. The banners read, Qingyuan Mountain Farmhouse welcomes you. Xianxia Village Farmhouse welcomes you. Qingyuan Mountain water is the best in the world. For only 66, you can come to Qingyuan Mountain Mopanchen to experience unprecedented fun and similar slogans. Mopanchen is right next to Xianxia Village and directly faces the cement road leading into the village. Once the banners were hung, everyone could see them clearly. Lin Nan really is going to do live streaming? Of course, he even hung up banners, and they're all over the place. It does look like something is going on. It has a bit of the feeling of a live streaming base. Is he really going to live stream cutting Luigi? TSK. Who would be willing to spend 66 yuan to come to Mopanchen to cut Luigi? Exactly, unless someone has water in their brain. Who would want to pay to come here to cut Luigi? Didn't Lin Nan say he wasn't live streaming cutting Luigi? If he is not live streaming cutting Luigi, then what is he live streaming? Or is it live streaming digging yellow mud? Who knows? Lin Nan is so mysterious. It's really hard to figure out. The villagers of Xianxia village all came to watch the fun, discussing as they went, and the more they discussed, the less they understood what Lin Nan was really up to. On Mopanchen, Lin Nan looked at the newly arranged Mopanchen and nodded in satisfaction. He summoned the mountain god system in his mind to start adjusting the humidity and temperature of Mopanchen. Accelerate growth. Chapter 7 Unique Mountain Delicacies of Qinzhou Lin Nan. What exactly are you up to? Can this Mopan Mountain really grow gold? In the evening, during dinner, Mother Xiao Honglian couldn't help but ask, Mom, you'll find out tomorrow. First, let's get our baskets ready. I have a use for them tomorrow, Lin Nan confidently replied while eating. What do you need the baskets for? You're not really planning to live stream, digging up yellow mud on Mopan Mountain, are you? Lin Zhongbo looked at Lin Nan and asked. Although he had agreed to let Lin Nan have some fun, he would definitely intervene if it turned into a ridiculous spectacle. I would never live stream digging up dirt. You'll see tomorrow. All right, you two need to get up early tomorrow and also call Uncle Air, Uncle San, Uncle Wu, and Uncle Lou's family to come help. Mom, you should go to the market early to secure a spot, buy an electronic scale, and some plastic bags. Bring Aunt Air along to help you sell things. Dad, please borrow Uncle San's tricycle to transport the goods. Lin Nan remained secretive and began planning for tomorrow. What are you actually planning to do? You're not thinking of digging up soil from Mopan Mountain to sell in town, are you? Lin Zhongbo was confused about what Lin Nan was up to. He needed baskets and wanted to bring the whole family to help, and it seemed like he had something to sell in town. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out what could possibly be transported from Mopan Mountain to town that required so many people. Yeah, what are you being so mysterious about? Xiao Honglian chimed in. You'll find out tomorrow. Just do as I say. Lin Nan insisted on keeping his plan under wraps. Little rascal, are you asking for a beating? Even now, you're still keeping us in suspense. Lin Zhongbo raised his chopsticks, ready to give Lin Nan a light hit. But Lin Nan was already prepared. He put down his bowl and chopsticks, saying, I'm full now. I'll go take a shower and sleep. Tomorrow is going to be tiring. After saying that, he quickly made his escape, leaving Lin Zhongbo and Xiao Honglian staring at each other, both puzzled about what Lin Nan was planning. The next day, on the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, Lin Nan woke up early. The first thing he did was quietly summon the mountain god system, and immediately a topographic map of Qingyuan Mountain appeared in his mind. With a thought, he locked onto Mopan Mountain, displaying the current temperature, humidity, and other information. The system is amazing. Just overnight, Mopan Mountain is fully covered. Now I can make a fortune. There is no need to worry about startup capital. Lin Nan looked at the densely packed small dots on Mopan Mountain, feeling excited. He quickly got out of bed, didn't even bother to eat breakfast, and hurriedly took his baskets and sickle toward Mopan Mountain. Lin Nan, you haven't even at breakfast. Xiao Honglian was making breakfast when she saw Lin Nan rushing out and called after him. I'm going to Mopen Mountain first. Once I'm done, you can bring it over. Remember to call Uncle Air, Uncle San, Uncle Wu, and Uncle Lu after breakfast to help, and bring more baskets. Lin Nan left the sentence and hurriedly walked toward Mopen Mountain. This child, even if he can make money, he should at least have breakfast. Xiao Honglian shook her head slightly and continued with her tasks. Lin Nan arrived at Mopen Mountain and quickly got busy. He set down the baskets, took out the sickle and basket, casually pushed aside the nearby wild ferns, and immediately saw clusters of Legiga mushrooms. Legiga mushrooms, scientifically known as Agaricus bisporus, are called Lujigu, Shizagong, and Songjin mushrooms in the local dialect of Qianzhou. They're a type of wild fungus that only grows in Qianzhou and the northern part of South Guangdong. Moreover, these mushrooms are only available around the Spring Festival. At other times, even if one has money, they cannot taste this delicious wild fungus. The Legiga mushroom has a round shape, a light brown cap, and a slender stem, looking very clean and tidy. Its flavor is fragrant and sweet, with a tender and juicy texture, making it perfect for stir-frying or stewing, as it can perfectly lock in the original flavor of the ingredients. It belongs to the family Agaricaceae and the genus Agaricus, scientifically known as Agaricus bisporus, and is a relative of matsutake mushrooms, both preferring to fruit in cooler seasons. Not only is it extremely tender, but it also has a high nutritional value, comparable to matsutake, rich in numerous nutrients beneficial to the human body, making it a true mountain delicacy and wild flavor. Because it only grows around the Spring Festival, is wild, and is very difficult to find with a low yield. Its price increases year by year. In years of low yield, its price can even reach over 100 yuan per pound, even in years of higher yield. The price of this wild fungus can reach 50 to 60 yuan per pound. Consequently, after the Spring Festival, a wave of mushroom picking sweeps across the entire Qianzhou region. Taking advantage of sunny weather and warming temperatures, families take their children to the mountains to walk around, picking mushrooms while also enjoying the spring outing, exercising, and having fun. If they manage to pick some mushrooms, they can enjoy a delicious meal of mountain delicacies at home. Haha, the system is just too amazing. The growth conditions for Legiga mushrooms are relatively harsh. On one hand, they need a certain low temperature to grow, but they also require adequate rainfall. If it's too dry, it won't work. Even more demanding is that when they begin to form, the temperature needs to be around 10 degrees Celsius. If it's too cold, they can't grow. It just so happens that Qianzhou meets these strict climate, temperature, and humidity conditions. Qianzhou is located near the Tropic of Cancer. During winter, when cold air moves south, temperatures can drop to around 0 degrees. But as soon as the south wind blows in, temperatures can rise quickly and bring rainfall, providing the right environment for Legigu mushroom growth. The system can directly adjust the temperature, humidity, and rainfall of the Qingyuan Mountain area, plus it can control the growth of various plants and animals. It only needs to raise the temperature a bit at Mopen Mountain, add some humidity, and accelerate the growth of Legiga mushrooms, and suddenly, the entire Mopen Mountain is filled with Legiga mushrooms. Now, I'm really going to make money. Everyone working outside has come home for the new year. It's the peak consumption season of the year, and these Legiga mushrooms will sell like hotcakes. Lin Nan quickly picked mushrooms while also feeling a sense of awe. The system is incredible. No wonder everyone wants to have a system. Lin Nan was busy, and in less than half an hour, he filled 2 large baskets to the brim. At that moment, Lin Zhangbua and Xiao Honglian also arrived at Mopen Mountain with breakfast, and upon seeing the 2 large baskets full of Legiga mushrooms, their eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 8. Have we really found golden mushrooms? How many Lingji mushrooms are there? These mushrooms are so beautiful. Lin Zhangbua and Xiao Honglian widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. As country folks, they were well aware of the price of Lingji mushrooms. Even after the Spring Festival, when young people went out to work, these mushrooms could sell for quite a hefty price, over 50 yuan per pound. Now, with the Spring Festival approaching, a basket full of Lingji mushrooms could easily fetch 100 yuan per pound in town, making them highly sought after. There were plenty of buyers. As soon as someone brought them to sell, they would be snatched up in no time. In previous years, when they had nothing to do, they would go to the mountains to look for Lingji mushrooms to sell in town for some cash. In good years, selling Lingji mushrooms could bring in thousands of yuan. With the rise of online shopping, some people even specialized in buying these mushrooms to sell online, and they sold quite well. How much could they sell for? 2 full baskets. Xiao Honglian looked closely at the 2 baskets of Lingji mushrooms, her eyes sparkling. This basket must weigh at least 20 to 30 pounds. Selling for 100 yuan per pound at this time is not a problem. These 2 baskets could be worth several thousand yuan. Lin Zhongbua lifted one basket and could roughly gauge its weight. After a quick calculation, he felt as if his breath had become heavier. Dad, hurry and call Uncle Air, Uncle San, Uncle Wu, and Uncle Lu to come help. The whole Mopen Mountain is full of Lingji mushrooms. I've only picked a small area. We need to take these Lingji mushrooms to town to sell while everyone is back for the new year. Not only can we get a good price, but they'll also sell quickly. Lin Nan, carrying a basket of Lingji mushrooms, walked over to catch his breath. The whole Mopen Mountain is full of Lingji mushrooms? Lin Zhongbua and Xiao Honglian exclaimed, their eyes widening. They rushed to push aside the nearby ferns, and as soon as they did, they spotted clusters and clusters of Lingji mushrooms. Even after living in the countryside their whole lives, they had never seen such a dense, large-scale growth of Lingji mushrooms. My God, how many Lingji mushrooms are there? We're going to get rich? We're really going to get rich. Lin Zhongbua excitedly pushed aside more ferns. Checking under the pine trees, and everywhere he looked, there were clusters of Lingji mushrooms, endless and abundant. His eyes sparkled with golden light. At that moment, these mushrooms were no longer just mushrooms to him. They were real gold and silver. He quickly took out his phone and started contacting his 4 younger brothers. Lin Nan's father had 7 siblings, Lin Zhongbua being the eldest, followed by 4 younger brothers, Lin Zhongzong, Lin Zhongji, Lin Zhongchuan, and Lin Xianxia, along with 2 sisters, Lin Zhongxiu and Lin Zhonghong. In Linjia village, they were considered quite a strong family. If cousins were included, there would be even more. Of course, the entire Linjia village shared the same surname and ancestral hall. If you really counted, they were all family, referred to in their dialect as Wujiazi, meaning people from the same ancestral hall. Second brother, hurry, bring your whole family to Mopen Mountain and bring more baskets. We're harvesting Lingji mushrooms here. Lin Nan has really grown gold here, all Lingji mushrooms. Hurry up, bring the car over so we can take them down to sell. Hey, third brother, bring your tools and come to Mopen Mountain with your whole family. Bring more baskets. Fifth brother, the whole family should come to Mopen Mountain to harvest Lingji mushrooms. The whole Mopen Mountain is full of them. Lin Nan grew them. Come quickly. Sixth brother, stop eating and hurry. Bring your whole family to Mopen Mountain to help. Lin Zhongbua excitedly made calls, and after hanging up, he looked around, and every time he saw a patch of Lingji mushrooms, his eyes shone even brighter. Dad, now you believe me, right? Isn't this like growing gold? Lin Nan smiled and asked his father. I believe. The whole Mopen Mountain is full of Lingji mushrooms. Even a small amount could yield over 10,000 pounds. Selling for over 1 million is not a problem. You little rascal, how did you do this? Can Lingji mushrooms really be cultivated? Lin Zhongbua nodded vigorously, looking at Lin Nan with newfound respect. Initially, he thought Lin Nan was just fooling around, but who knew he could actually grow gold? No, wait, it's knowledge. Yes, it's knowledge. As long as you grasp the growth patterns of Lingji mushrooms and provide the right temperature and humidity, they will naturally grow. I noticed the recent temperatures were adequate, but it was too dry and hadn't rained, so yesterday I irrigated the entire Mopen Mountain to increase the humidity. With the right temperature, Lingji mushrooms will naturally grow. Lin Nan smiled and said, Big brother, we're here. At this moment, Lin Nan's second uncle, third uncle, fifth uncle, and sixth uncle, along with their families, had all arrived, each hurriedly bringing many baskets. When they saw the 2 full baskets of Lingji mushrooms in front of Lin Nan and Lin Zhongbua, they were all equally wide-eyed. Then, just like Lin Zhongbua and Xiao Honglian, they began to push aside the ferns, and upon seeing the endless patches of Lingji mushrooms, they gasped in astonishment. Heavens! We're rich. There are patches of Lingji mushrooms everywhere. We can't pick them all. What on earth is going on? Why are there Lingji mushrooms everywhere? Did Lin Nan really grow all these? Everyone, don't rush. Come here first. I'll make arrangements. Lin Zhongbua didn't rush to let everyone start picking mushrooms, but called everyone together and said, I'll make arrangements. Second brother, third brother, you 2 stay at the mountain entrance. Collect mushrooms while guarding the road. Don't let villagers come and steal our mushrooms. Second brother's wife and your sister-in-law. Go to town to sell the mushrooms for 50 yuan per pound. Don't haggle. Sell them quickly. Everyone else, pick mushrooms as fast as you can. Okay. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly agreed and began to act swiftly. Even Lin Nan's cousins joined in, continuously harvesting mushrooms. With so many people, they worked efficiently, and within a few minutes, they had gathered 2 more baskets of mushrooms. Xiao Honglian and second Aunt Li Sanxio quickly took a load of mushrooms down the mountain. skipping the village entirely, and hopped onto a tricycle heading straight to town to sell the mushrooms. Lin Nan's family was busy on Mopen Mountain. Picking mushrooms felt like picking up money. Everyone became more energetic as they saw one basket of mushrooms quickly accumulate into a full basket after another, their eyes sparkling with excitement. However, the news couldn't be kept secret for long. Soon, someone in the village noticed the unusual activity on Mopen Mountain. Chapter 9. Envious and wanted to steal mushrooms. What are those people doing on Mopen Mountain? I don't know, it seems like they are cutting the wild ferns. Who goes to cut wild ferns early in the morning? The humidity is so heavy. It looks like they are picking mushrooms. Picking mushrooms? Is it the season for mushroom picking now? The wild mushrooms are in season, but this winter has been too dry, so there probably aren't many wild mushrooms. Besides, wild mushrooms usually don't appear until after the new year when the weather starts to warm up. The villagers gathered together, watching the busy people on Mopen Mountain from a distance, constantly discussing. Let's go take a look and we'll know. Yeah, let's go see. Soon, some curious villagers began to walk towards Mopen Mountain. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they happened to meet Lin Nan, who was carrying 2 full baskets of wild mushrooms down the mountain. They instantly widened their eyes and looked at each other, quickly approaching to check. My God, village chief, you picked 2 baskets of wild mushrooms? You're going to get rich. Lin Nan carefully looked at the mushrooms in the baskets, and his eyes instantly turned red. 2 large baskets full of wild mushrooms are worth at least 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Heavens, there's so many wild mushrooms on Mopen Mountain. You picked 2 full baskets? This is a great find. Selling for dozens of yuan per pound is no problem. These 2 large baskets weigh at least 40 to 50 pounds, which adds up to 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. I was wondering why your family rushed to Mopen Mountain so early. It turns out there's money to be made here. Let's go. We want to see too. Several people nearby were also envious and were ready to head up the mountain to see if there were more mushrooms. At this moment, Lin Nan's second uncle, Lin Changzong, happened to come down with another basket of wild mushrooms. Wow, another load? Are there really that many wild mushrooms? Lin Changliang and the others were stunned. They had all picked mushrooms before. In good years, there are indeed many mushrooms. And it's possible to casually pick a basket or a shovel full, especially for those who have been picking mushrooms for years and know where to find them. But to say that someone like Lin Changbua or Lin Changzong directly filled baskets with them, that had never happened before. In my lifetime, I have never seen anyone use a basket to collect wild mushrooms. I haven't seen it either. I've lived for 50 years and have never witnessed such a scene. Let's go. Hurry up and take a look. The eyes of the few people were red with excitement, and just as they were about to head up the mountain, they were stopped by their second uncle, Lu Changzong. What are you doing? We're going up the mountain to see if there are mushrooms. Yeah, look at your baskets. We also want to pick some to take home to eat. The few quickly replied. You're not allowed to go. The mushrooms on Mopen Mountain are all grown by Lin Nan. If you're here to help, we welcome you. But if you are here to cause trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Changzong moved the baskets of mushrooms aside, standing with his shoulder pole upright in the narrow path up the mountain, exuding a formidable presence. Lin Changzong, you are being unreasonable. Lin Changliang became angry upon hearing this. These wild mushrooms are naturally grown. Whoever sees them owns them. Why do you have a right to stop us from going up the mountain to pick mushrooms? Yeah, I've never heard of anyone planting wild mushrooms. Are you trying to monopolize the mushrooms on Mopen Mountain? Our village has never had such a rule. No, the mushrooms have always belonged to whoever finds them first. Step aside. Others echoed their sentiments. At this moment, more villagers arrived at the foot of Mopen Mountain, seeing Lin Changbua surrounded by 4 full baskets of mushrooms. Their eyes widened in disbelief, quickly turning red. Everyone come over and judge. These mushrooms are naturally grown, and whoever finds them owns them. Now Lin Changzong won't let us go up the mountain to pick mushrooms. What kind of reasoning is that? Someone shouted loudly, and soon the villagers gathered along the small path up the mountain. Village chief, you can't do this. Call Grandpa San, Grandpa Wu, and Grandpa Ba to come and mediate. Why can't we go up the mountain to pick mushrooms? Yeah, just because you're the village chief, you think you can bully us with your numbers? Together, we can overturn your family. This is too unreasonable. The mushrooms are up on the mountain. Why can't we go up to pick them? The crowd looked at Lin Changbua and Lin Changzong, all appearing furious. In previous years, when mushrooms were in season, the mushrooms on the mountain were free for anyone to pick, and whoever found them owned them. Now, being blocked from going up the mountain, especially with 2 full baskets of mushrooms nearby, their eyes were bloodshot with envy. In rural areas like this, people are quick to resent the rich and covet the opportunities in front of them. This visible opportunity to make money especially one that everyone could participate in, made their eyes turn red with greed, and being blocked from the mountain made them anxious, with some even rolling up their sleeves, ready to confront Lin Changzhou. At the same time, some hurried back to the village, and upon arriving, they immediately started shouting. Soon men, women, and children from Linjia village were alerted and quickly rushed towards Mopen Mountain, some already carrying sickles, baskets, and sticks. What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Seeing the crowd, Lin Changzhou stood high on the path and shouted loudly. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. After all, Lin Changzhou was the village chief, and with 5 brothers. They had always held significant influence in the village. First of all, we are not stopping everyone from going up the mountain to pick mushrooms. It's just that yesterday, everyone saw how hard Lin Nan worked to bring water to Mopen Mountain to irrigate it. Plus, he learned how to grow mushrooms in college, which is why he was able to cultivate mushrooms on Mopen Mountain. If you want to pick mushrooms, you can, but go to another mountain. It doesn't matter where else you go, just not Mopen Mountain. Secondly, Mopen Mountain is a live streaming base that Lin Nan is preparing to build. It will also be one of the future projects of our Lin family's agritourism. If everyone rushes up the mountain now and makes a mess, how will Lin Nan be able to live stream later? Lin Changzhou's reasoning was sound, but the villagers, already blinded by greed, were no longer willing to listen. Village chief, you are being unreasonable. These wild mushrooms are not the common mushrooms found everywhere. I've never heard of anyone being able to cultivate wild mushrooms. If wild mushrooms could be grown, they wouldn't be worth much. And who would be willing to spend dozens or even hundreds of yuan to buy a pound of wild mushrooms? The already envious Lin Changzhou spoke to those around him. Isn't that right, everyone? Yes. I've never heard of anyone being able to cultivate such wild mushrooms. I haven't heard of it either. Village chief, you can't justify this. Mopen Mountain has had mushrooms in previous years. Were they also grown by your Lin Nan? Others began to shout. Everyone, charge with me. We can't let them monopolize Mopen Mountain. Each load of mushrooms is worth thousands of yuan. Lin Changzhou took the lead and was about to rush up the mountain. Whoever dares to come up, I will knock them down. Uncle Lin Changzhou looked at the situation and immediately waved the carrying pole in his hand fiercely, saying, Lin Changzhou, do you think we are easily scared? When it comes to fighting, who is afraid of you? Upon seeing this, Lin Changzhou quickly grabbed a long stick from someone nearby, ready to lead the charge and have a good fight with Uncle Lin Changzhou. At this moment, Lin Nan hurriedly came down from Mopen Mountain and, seeing the explosive scene, quickly spoke up. Chapter 10. Do you want small gains now or big profits later? Upon hearing Lin Nan's voice, the previously tense crowd gradually stopped, all turning to look at him in unison. Everyone from Linjia village. We all share the same surname, Lin. Our ancestors are the same. We are all from the same family. So is it really necessary to fight over a bit of trivial gain? Lin Nan said loudly to the crowd. Growing up in the countryside, Lin Nan had seen many quarrels over trivial matters in the village. For instance, if Zhang San's chickens ate a bit of grain from Li Si's family, Zhang San's wife could stand at Li Si's doorstep and scold them for hours. Li Si's wife, not to be outdone, would come out and bring up old grievances. When the arguments reached a boiling point, the 2 rural women would inevitably end up pulling each other's hair and slapping each other's faces. 2 brothers could fight to the point of bloodshed over a small piece of land, refusing to back down and ending their relationship. Quarrels over trivial gains were even more common. Lin Nan's father was the village chief, and whenever conflict arose, it was usually Lin Nan's father who played the peacemaker, mediating the disputes. He had seen so many such incidents that he had long anticipated the current scene. There were plenty of matsutake mushrooms growing on Mopen Mountain, and they were expensive, priced at dozens of yuan per pound. The mountain could yield 20 to 30,000 pounds, potentially amounting to millions. The villagers were sure to be envious, which was exactly the effect Lin Nan wanted. He wanted them to be envious, so they would believe he could lead Linjia village out of poverty and towards prosperity. Only then could he continue to raise the profile of Qingyuan Mountain, enhance the mountain god system's level, and unlock more functions. Lin Nan, you talk a good game, but your family is monopolizing Mopen Mountain. This mountain and its mushrooms are real gold and silver. This mountain belongs to all of us in Linjia village. Why should your family have exclusive rights? Lin Changzhou sneered. Exactly. Mopen Mountain belongs to all of us in Linjia village, and the mushrooms on it should rightfully belong to everyone. A load of mushrooms can sell for thousands of yuan. This is no small matter, others chimed in. These mushrooms are a natural resource. Why should you monopolize them? Yesterday, when I was watering Mopen Mountain, everyone saw it, right? I bet many of you were laughing at me. I told everyone that I could make this mountain grow gold. What it grows is not something else, but these expensive mushrooms. If you think these mushrooms are naturally grown, you can go to other mountains and see for yourselves. As long as you can find mushrooms, it proves they're indeed naturally grown. I will clear a path for you to come harvest mushrooms from Open Mountain, Lin Nan confidently addressed the crowd. Upon hearing Lin Nan, the crowd became uncertain. I mentioned yesterday that I have a way to lead Xianxia village out of poverty and towards prosperity. You all didn't believe me, saying I was too young and too naive. Especially when I proposed starting a farmstay in Xianxia village, you all laughed at me. Thinking I must be foolish from studying too much, Lin Nan continued as the crowd remained silent. What I want to tell you now is that I have preliminary understanding of the growth habits of matsutake mushrooms and can cultivate them in the right season. This Open Mountain is the start of our farmstay in Xianxia village. I will create a farmstay themed around mushroom harvesting. Do you think I'm just bragging? Am I being unrealistic? Hearing Lin Nan's words, the villagers of Xianxia village fell silent, especially those who had mocked him yesterday. If it's a farmstay focused on mushroom harvesting, it could be viable, Lin Jie said after thinking for a moment. On one hand, mushroom harvesting could be a physical workout, like hiking and enjoying the outdoors. On the other hand, it's quite entertaining. Both adults and children can participate. Children especially will love it. We all grew up harvesting mushrooms, and it becomes increasingly addictive. Thirdly, there's scarcity. If the mushrooms on Open Mountain are indeed cultivated by you, and this model could be expanded to other mountains, the scale could be significant, accommodating more visitors. Yes, that makes sense. After hearing Lin Jie's analysis, the young people in the village nodded in agreement, but the middle-aged and older villagers failed to see this. Those fixated on immediate trivial gains couldn't comprehend it either. I don't care about your farmstay. All I know is that Open Mountain belongs to all of us in Xianxia village, not just your family. The mushrooms on this mountain naturally belong to everyone. Step aside. Don't get in my way as I pick mushrooms to sell, Lin Xianxia declared, stubbornly trying to push up the mountain. He didn't understand what a farmstay was or how it could benefit Xianxia village. All he saw was the immediate load of mushrooms he could sell for cash. Exactly. You say you cultivated them? I've never heard of anyone successfully growing matsutake mushrooms. You just want to monopolize the mushrooms of Open Mountain. Who knows how many mushrooms are on that big mountain? It could sell for tens of thousands, Lin Xianxia's companion, Lin Changdo, added. Hearing the two of them, others in the crowd began to waver. The concept of a farmstay was too distant and unfamiliar for the villagers, who had no idea how to implement it or how it could bring them benefits. But the mushrooms they could harvest and sell at the town market were tangible and immediate. All right, if everyone wants to go up the mountain to pick mushrooms, I won't stop you. There are indeed many mushrooms on Open Mountain, and if every household goes to pick, they can sell some at the town market. However, in the future, let's keep our paths separate. If I lead others in establishing a farmstay or amusement park and make a fortune, don't be envious and then say we're all from the same village, Lin Nan said, stepping aside and speaking loudly. Seeing Lin Nan's actions, Lin Xianxia, Lin Changdo, and the others immediately halted. Some tried to move forward, but were stopped by Lin Jie. Lin Jie smiled and said Lin Nan is right. Even if there are a lot of mushrooms on Open Mountain, a few tens of thousands of pounds is just the maximum. Even if we sell them all, it would only be around 1,000,000 yuan. If the whole village competes for them, we risk wasting a lot, and the prices won't be good. Each household would only make a little money, not enough to get rich. I'm curious to hear how you plan to attract everyone to our Xianxia village for this mushroom harvesting farmstay. Without hesitation, Lin Nan responded by live streaming. Chapter 11, you have the ability to grow mushrooms and do live streaming by yourself? Upon hearing this, everyone began to ponder. The elderly in the village looked at each other, confused by the idea. However, the young people nodded in agreement, saying live streaming is indeed a good way. Once live streaming is up and running, it can definitely make money. If we stream the mushroom picking process, it could attract a certain audience. As long as there are enough mushrooms, we might really draw people to our Xianxia village to experience this agritourism. I think it's feasible. Mushroom picking is different from regular agritourism, and the experience is quite nice, suitable for both adults and children to participate together. I think it's good. But once the mushroom picking season arrives and mushrooms are everywhere, people might not come here anymore. The key to whether they come or not is whether we have mushrooms here. As long as there are mushrooms, people will definitely come. After all, everyone has picked mushrooms before. Picking mushrooms isn't easy. You might spend hours running around the mountain and still not find many. But as long as you come to our Xianxia village with Lin Nan's mushroom cultivation skills, everyone will definitely not return empty-handed. I think it's a good idea. The young people all felt that this plan was pretty good and the project was quite promising. Can that live streaming thing really work? Hearing this, The village elders also started pulling their children to ask questions. Live streaming is very popular now. It might really work. We can give it a try. It might really lead our Xianxia village to poverty alleviation and a better life. We can give it a shot. The young people also expressed their approval. I don't care about any live streaming or whatever algorithm. I only know that Mopen Mountain belongs to our Xianxia village, and the mushrooms on it belong to all of us in Xianxia village. Move aside, I'm going up the mountain to pick mushrooms and make money. However, Lin Xianxia and Lin Changdo, two unruly fellows, were still stubbornly insisting on going up the mountain to pick mushrooms. Their eyes were bloodshot, truly bloodshot. In rural areas, after a whole year of hard work on an acre of land, they barely earn a few bucks. But right now, there were baskets full of mushrooms, and each basket was worth over 1,000. It was like picking money. They weren't thinking about the future. They just wanted to grab the money in front of them first. Lin Xianxia, Lin Changdo, come down here, stop being foolish. If Lin and isn't willing to help our Xianxia village prosper, we'll beat you up later. Seeing this, Lin Jie directly pulled the two of them and said fiercely. He was a small boss outside and considered to be knowledgeable and visionary. Knowing that the mushrooms on Mopen Mountain were nothing compared to what Lin Nan said about gradually turning the entire Xianxia village into an agritourism spot, an amusement park, or even a scenic area that could continuously attract tourists to Xianxia village every year. That was the real way to help Xianxia village achieve poverty alleviation and a better life. Lin Jie, you're asking for trouble, daring to pull me. Once Lin Jie pulled him, Lin Xianxia immediately started to act up, rolling up his sleeves and getting ready to fight. At this moment, the villagers of Xianxia village stood up one by one to block Lin Jie, saying, Lin Xianxia, stop being foolish. If you affect our chance to get rich, don't blame us for dealing with you together. Yes, if you don't have the ability, just listen to everyone and stop causing trouble. Seeing the situation, Lin Xianxia pouted and said, the village chief's family just wants to monopolize the mushrooms on Mopen Mountain. Don't you all have eyes? These baskets full of mushrooms are worth over 1,000 each. Who knows how many baskets we can harvest from the entire Mopen Mountain? That's all money. It's money, but it's Lin Nan's mushrooms grown through his own efforts. If you have the ability, go grow mushrooms on Daben Mountain next door. If we end up stealing your mushrooms, then we're not good people. Lin Jie looked at Lin Xianxia and said, all right, I don't believe it. Lin Nan just used a pump to water Mopen Mountain. Who can't do that? Today I'll go water Daben Mountain, and if mushrooms grow there, whoever dares to come steal them, I'll fight them. Lin Xianxia readily agreed, and then said to everyone, who wants to go with me to water Daben Mountain? When mushrooms grow, we'll share them equally. Lin Changdo quickly chimed in. A few villagers who were friendly with Lin Xianxia and Lin Changdo also followed them back to the village to prepare tools for watering Daben Mountain, hoping to grow mushrooms like Lin Nan. Lin Nan, can we all go up the mountain to see how many mushrooms are on Mopen Mountain? This way, we'll have some confidence. Don't worry, we won't steal your mushrooms. If you need help, just say the word. We're all willing to help. With Lin Xianxia and Lin Changdo gone, the atmosphere relaxed, and Lin Jie smiled, saying, of course, everyone come up. I was very confident in my skills before, but after seeing Mopen Mountain today, I felt reassured. I was thinking about how to plant mushrooms on the surrounding mountains of Xianxia village. Even if we can't attract tourists to enjoy agritourism, Xianxia village can still make a profit from selling mushrooms. Lin Nan nodded and led everyone up Mopen Mountain. My God, there are mushrooms here, a whole area of them. I've never seen so many before. I've got some here too, a whole bunch. Turning over the ferns, they're all mushrooms. I got some too, so many. We're really going to get rich. As soon as the villagers arrived at Mopen Mountain, they immediately began searching, flipping over ferns and pine needles to find one patch of mushrooms after another. Suddenly, the entire Mopen Mountain was filled with the excited exclamations of the villagers from Xianxia village. Listen to me. Today we'll help Lin Nan pick mushrooms first, trying to gather as many mushrooms from Mopen Mountain as possible. Additionally, after collecting the mushrooms, some villagers can drive to deliver these mushrooms to nearby towns, the county, or even to Qianzhou to sell. The new year is coming soon, and everyone is back. These mushrooms will definitely sell well. Lin Jie, seeing patch after patch of mushrooms, was both shocked by Lin Nan's skills and quickly instructed the villagers to help out and gather the mushrooms as soon as possible to sell them. Chapter 12. The whole village joins in. Mushrooms sell like hotcakes on the top of Mopen Mountain. The villagers of Xianxia village, under the guidance of Lin Zhongbua, Lin Zhongzong, Lin Jie, Lin Nan, and others, began to line up in an orderly fashion to harvest mushrooms. With many hands, the efficiency of harvesting was extremely high. Baskets of mushrooms were quickly filled and then carried down the mountain by the villagers. At the foot of the mountain, vehicles were waiting, and once the vehicles were filled, they immediately took these freshly harvested mushrooms to various places for sale. There was no way the market in Feng Town could absorb such a large quantity of mushrooms. And if too many types of mushrooms appeared in one place, the prices would be affected. Distributing the mushrooms to various towns and counties not only allowed for quicker sales, but also better prices. People across the entire Qianzhou region loved eating these mushrooms, and they could be sold everywhere. Lin Nan, you're going to make a fortune this time. I estimate that once all the mushrooms on Mopen Mountain are harvested, we'll have at least 20 to 30,000 gene. Even if each gene sells for just 50 yuan, that's over $1 million. Lin Jia looked at the bustling scene before him, watching baskets of mushrooms being continuously carried down the mountain, and couldn't he help but marvel. You scholars are impressive. You actually figured out how to cultivate mushrooms. If every mountain in Linjia village could yield like Mopen Mountain, our village would be rich. Absolutely. If it weren't for Lin Nan being a university graduate, his skills are remarkable. He actually managed to develop the technology for artificially cultivating dew mushrooms. Harvesting these mushrooms feels almost like picking up money. These clusters of mushrooms are like piles of red bills. If I had known, I would have let my son Lin Feng study for a few more years. Lin Changhua, busy harvesting mushrooms, laughed as he said this. Come on. I remember you once said it didn't matter if you could read or not, as long as you could earn money. A villager quickly responded. No, it's still important to study more. Lin Changhua denied it repeatedly. Ha! The villagers laughed, although they were all envious of Lin Nan's family. Everyone knew that as long as Lin Nan was willing to help them get rich with the technology he had, it wouldn't be a dream for Linjia village to lift itself out of poverty and achieve a moderately prosperous society. As long as Linjia village could develop, everyone would not only avoid going out to work, but could also make a lot of money at home. Thinking of this, they suddenly felt less envious, and their work became more vigorous, especially when they looked at the clusters of mushrooms. Their hands couldn't stop moving, feeling like they were picking up money. The villagers of Linjia village on Mopen Mountain were joyfully harvesting mushrooms. On the other side at Feng Town Market, Lin Nan's mother, Xiao Honglian, and second aunt, Li Xianxia, brought 4 baskets of mushrooms to the market. As soon as they set down the 4 baskets, they immediately attracted a large crowd. Wow, these are rare. We usually only see them after the new year, and it's rare to see them before the new year. I didn't expect there to be 4 baskets at once this year. It seems there are particularly many mushrooms. These are good stuff. They're delicious. How much? I'll take 2 gene. My goodness, how did you manage to harvest so many dew mushrooms? 4 baskets. You must have dug up the mushroom den. Good stuff. I haven't eaten these mushrooms in years. There weren't any during the new year, and after the holiday, we didn't see them sold outside. I'll take 3 gene. Oh my, where did you find so many dew mushrooms? These mushrooms are really great, very fresh, and they look fantastic. They are indeed excellent and very fresh, still have dew on them. They must have just been harvested. How come I've lived for decades and never seen so many dew mushrooms? This is incredible. I'll take 5 gene. I'm holding a banquet and need a high-end dish. Give me 30 gene. The crowd started buzzing with excitement at the sight of the 4 baskets of freshly harvested dew mushrooms. For the people of Qianzhou, they had all seen and eaten these mushrooms, but even during the best years, they had never seen such a scene. 4 whole baskets of mushrooms. While they were discussing, they couldn't resist rushing to buy this mushroom variety. In Qianzhou, when it comes to mountain delicacies, dew mushrooms are definitely the top choice. These mushrooms only grow around the Chinese New Year and are delicious and tender, with high nutritional value, loved by people of all ages in Qianzhou. Even if they are expensive, everyone is willing to pay for them. Especially now, with the new year approaching, locals returning from working outside are ready to enjoy them. For these hometown folks in Qianzhou, nothing is more nostalgic than a stir-fried mushroom and lean meat dish, absolutely the taste of their childhood. How much is it per gene? I'll take 5 gene. I'll take 3 gene. The crowd hurriedly competed to buy this rare mountain delicacy. Everyone, please don't rush. Please line up if you want to buy mushrooms. It's 50 yuan per gene, no bargaining. Xiao Honglian and Li Sanxio quickly shouted, as they were a bit flustered due to being unprepared. Annie, I'll take 3 gene. All right, what about the WeChat QR code? Here. Xiao Honglian quickly took out her phone and opened the payment QR code. Meanwhile, Li Sanxio was busy taking out bags for people to pack their purchases and weighing them. The two were bustling with activity, and the long line that formed attracted even more attention. Passers-by turned to look, and when they saw the 4 baskets filled with mushrooms, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise and immediately joined the line, especially the young people returning from work. They were willing to spend 50 yuan per gene on mushrooms during the new year. The older folks couldn't help but exclaim as well. We hit the jackpot. For large baskets of mushrooms can definitely sell for thousands. Isn't that right? It's just that mushrooms are delicate and can't be packed too tightly. Otherwise, each basket could easily hold 50 to 60 gene. Otherwise, the mushrooms would get crushed. I wonder where they found so many. It must be a mushroom den. How else could they harvest so many? 50 yuan per gene is really expensive. I'm hesitant to buy. 50 yuan is actually cheap. In the past, there were plenty of people buying at over 100 yuan per gene. Not to mention it's before the new year now. 50 yuan per gene isn't expensive. The crowd kept discussing, while Xiao Honglian and Li Xianxia were busy beyond measure. Xiao Honglian was busy, but kept glancing at the rapidly increasing numbers on her WeChat, smiling from ear to ear. We are from Linjia village. These mushrooms were all harvested from Qingyuan Mountain in our village. We have a mushroom picking agritourism business. If anyone wants to pick mushrooms, you can come to Qingyuan Mountain in Linjia village. They were busy while also promoting Linjia village and Qingyuan Mountain as per Lin Nan's request. Chapter 13 First live stream in a corner of Mo Pansion in Linjia village. Lin Nan, Lin Feng, Lin Zhang, and others were setting up the live streaming venue, installing cameras, and hanging mini banners around. This area had been specifically reserved by Lin Nan for live streaming, so no one was coming to pick mushrooms here. Well, it started to look like a real live stream. Lin Nan carefully looked around, pursuing perfection, as this was his first live stream, and it was a significant matter that could impact the reputation of Qingyuan Mountain. If the live stream became popular, it would naturally attract more people to Linjia village to experience mushroom picking and the rural tourism, which would help make Qingyuan Mountain more famous, allowing the mountain god system to be upgraded and unlock more functions. Lin Nan silently summoned the mountain god system in his mind. Qingyuan Mountain, level 1 height, 324 meters range, 5 kilometers in diameter plant species, ginkgo, camphor, maple, banyan, waxberry, Chinese juju. Animal species, Chinese muntjac, Eurasian eagle owl, civet, pangolin, giant salamander, wild boar, wild rabbit, wild chicken. Products, polygonatum, Ganoderma lucidum, mugwort, tea leaves, mountain plum, gold cherry, August fruit, white-brown mushroom. Number of people aware, 5,699, increased by 2460. Number of visitors, 1593 fame level, 0 stars evaluation, a nameless mountain, known only to the people within a 10-mile radius. System functions, can change and control precipitation, temperature, terrain, and topography in the Qingyuan Mountain area. Can control and influence the growth of plants and animals in the Qingyuan Mountain area. Not bad, not bad. The number of people who know about Qingyuan Mountain has suddenly increased by nearly 2,500, probably due to the fame brought by selling mushrooms. I don't know what conditions are needed to raise the fame level to 1 star, only that the number of people and visitors to Qingyuan Mountain probably needs to exceed 10,000 to possibly reach 1 star. Lin Nan quickly pondered in his mind, and when he looked at the time, it was already 9 a.m. At this time, everyone should have basically woken up and be scrolling through their phones in bed, so they could start the live stream. Xiaopeng, are you ready? Ready. Lin Feng became Lin Nan's cameraman, responsible for filming the live stream, while several young people helped with some behind-the-scenes work, and others were filming videos to be posted online later to attract more attention. Let us start the live stream. Lin Nan nodded, holding a sickle and a vegetable basket, standing in front of the camera. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Lin from Qingyuan Mountain. Today is the 28th of the 12th lunar month. In our Qianzhou, there is a rare mountain delicacy in this season. This delicacy is only available during the spring festival each year, and it is extremely rare, incredibly delicious, and highly nutritious. People of all ages in Qianzhou love it very much. Seeing the tools in my hand, you must be able to guess what delicacy I am looking for. Lin Nan had already registered a new account named Xiao Lin from Qingyuan Mountain in advance, which he would use specifically for making various videos and live streams to promote and publicize various projects in Qingyuan Mountain. This delicacy is hidden in the mountains, under these bracken and also under these pine needles. It is the most representative mountain delicacy of our Qianzhou, the Luji mushroom. Luji mushroom, scientifically known as the white-brown mushroom, is a close relative of the famous matsutake, with a delicious and tender taste, and its nutritional value rivals that of matsutake. The reason it is not as famous as matsutake, in my opinion, is mainly due to its extremely low production. It can only be found in our Qianzhou area, and only during the brief period of less than half a month during the spring festival. Additionally, it is very difficult to find, hidden in dense bracken. and its surface color is brown, making it very hard to spot, requiring keen eyesight. Many friends who have gone mushroom picking for Lv.5 mushrooms must have had the experience of finding the mushroom right under their feet, but often failing to notice it. As the live stream began, a few people gradually entered the stream, all locals from Qianzhou. Seeing Lin Nan live streaming about mushroom picking, they couldn't help but comment. It's not time for Lv.5 mushrooms yet. The weather is too cold. We need to wait for the weather to warm up, and then have some rain to pick Lv.5 mushrooms. Rural coward. Exactly. It has been too dry this year before the new year, and there hasn't been much rain. I estimate that there will be very few mushrooms this year. Nani worker. I really miss it. When I was a child, there were mushrooms, and we would go up the mountain in groups to pick them. Back then, like the streamer, I would carry a basket and a sickle. Hard at home while in South Guangdong. That's right. When I was a child, I could fill a basket in one go, but now I can't even see a mushroom at my feet. Rural coward. I dare say, even if you run around, you won't find a single mushroom. Lv.5 mushrooms are not so easy to find. Nani worker. Welcome, rural cowherd. Nani worker, hard at home while in South Guangdong. Our Qingyuan Mountain Linjia village is different. We have a lot of mushrooms here. Maybe today, I can pick a lot. Lin Nan looked at the number of people in the live stream. There were only 3 people, which is a common occurrence for ordinary streamers. So he winked at Lin Feng, who immediately understood and decisively started buying traffic. Soon, the power of money began to show, and the number of people in the live stream started to soar rapidly from a few to dozens and quickly reach hundreds, then rapidly climb to thousands. At this moment, Lin Nan casually found a relatively low patch of bracken and said, Lv.5 mushrooms really like to grow in such bracken thickets. Let us see how our luck is. Wow. Is this a live stream for picking straw mushrooms? We call it stone mushrooms here. I call it pine needle mushrooms. This is a good thing, very delicious, but very hard to find. That's right. Last year my family and I worked hard for an afternoon on a mountain and only found 2. Streamer. If you find any, can you sell them to me? I haven't eaten Lv.5 mushrooms for many years. I really miss them. When I was a child, my favorite thing was to go mushroom picking because I could sell the mushrooms for pocket money. If you can find mushrooms so easily during the live stream, that wouldn't be Lv.5 mushrooms. They're very rare and not so easy to find. Exactly, in some places, you can find a patch of them, while in others, you can search several mountains without finding a single one. As the number of viewers surged, the live stream became lively. Lin Nan knew that he needed to find a way to quickly retain these viewers. If they didn't see what they wanted, they would immediately scroll away, and his traffic would be wasted. So Lin Nan didn't waste any words and gently pushed aside the bracken, revealing a bunch of Lv.5 mushrooms. Wow, there really are mushrooms. They're actually Lv.5 mushrooms. Streamer, please share the location. Wow, streamer, your luck is unbelievable. You found a large patch of mushrooms just like that. Unbelievable, you found so many at once. As a bunch of Lv.5 mushrooms appeared, the live stream room exploded, and those who were about to scroll away all stopped. Chapter 14. The booming live stream. Unbelievable, unbelievable. What luck does this streamer have? Just casually moving aside a cluster of ferns and finding mushrooms. The streamer is truly the child of fortune, being able to find mushrooms so easily. If I had that luck, I wouldn't have to come back empty-handed every time. Hurry up and share the link. I want those mushrooms. Please share the location. Please share the location. I just happen to be free. Yes, please share the location. Where's it in Xianxia? I'll drive over right away. Seeing those clusters of mushrooms reminds me of the feeling I had as a child when I found a patch of mushrooms while picking them in the mountains. I just want to shout with joy. The childhood feeling has come back to me, and I can't believe there are mushrooms at this time. Streamer, wait for me half an hour. If I don't find any mushrooms, I'll come directly to you. In the live chat, as the camera shows more and more mushrooms, the whole room becomes lively. Many people who initially wanted to leave stop and start watching. Lin Nan carefully picks the mushrooms and places them in a basket, while also holding up a few to the camera, saying, what good luck. Just went up the mountain and found mushrooms. Everyone, take a look. This mushroom is unique to our Qianzhou region, scientifically named Agaricus bisporus. We locals call it Lv.5 mushroom, straw mushroom, stone mushroom, pine needle mushroom, etc. It tastes really delicious and has a very high nutritional value. After showcasing the mushrooms, Lin Nan quickly continues to harvest them. Streamer, you should search carefully around. Where there's one mushroom, there will be another, and there might even be a patch nearby. Yes, the person upstairs is experienced. That is how straw mushrooms are. If you find one, there is often a whole bunch. I'm drooling. These mushrooms are really good, very fresh, and look great. Stir-fry them with some lean meat, and I could easily finish 3 big bowls of rice. Wow, this is a real treasure trove. Look at this large patch of mushrooms. Streamer, Please share the address. I also want to come and pick mushrooms. Just find any mountain to check out. If the streamer can find mushrooms, it means there are indeed mushrooms around. It's not that easy to find. Mushrooms have their spots. If you don't know where they grow, it's hard to find them. Yes, it's better to have someone experienced to guide you. Otherwise, running all over the mountains might not yield any results. The reason these mushrooms are expensive is that they're hard to harvest. Someone sold them for 80 a pound last year. 80? Here, they usually sell for over 100 pound. It depends on the season. When there are many mushrooms, they can be cheaper, around 50 or 60, or even 30 or 40. When a season is bad and mushrooms are scarce, over 100 is normal. The key is that there are few of these mushrooms. So sellers can set their prices, but you can still bargain. My fellow villagers in Xianxia may be poor, but they're willing to spend on these mushrooms. The chat room is buzzing as most participants are from Qingyuan. Lin Nan quickly fills a basket with mushrooms. A bountiful harvest, a bountiful harvest, a full basket of mushrooms. Lin Nan shows off his haul to the camera and then points to the ferns in front of him, saying, "There are still many left to pick." Many villagers were just asking for the location. I'm in Qingyuan Mountain, Linjia Village, Feng Town, Xianxia. Everyone who wants to experience mushroom picking can come to our Linjia Village in Qingyuan Mountain. I guarantee you won't return empty-handed. Feng Town, fellow villager, I know Linjia Village. It's not far from me. Streamer, wait for me. I'll be there soon. Streamer, can you share the link? I want to eat mushrooms. Yes, share the link, share the link. I haven't eaten this mushroom in many years. It's really nostalgic. The live stream is lively. And some people have even started sending gifts to Lin Nan. Everyone knows that Luigi mushrooms don't stay fresh for long. During the new year, deliveries basically stop. So there's no way to share the link. If you really want to eat them, you can come to our Linjia village to buy them. While picking mushrooms, Lin Nan also interacts with everyone and answers their questions. Streamer, is that basket of mushrooms enough for anyone? It's barely enough to fill a gap. Exactly. If you had a few hundred or a few thousand pounds, that would be different. Are these mushrooms really delicious? I'm an outsider who married into Qingyuan. Of course they're delicious. These mushrooms are wild and only available for a short time each year. They're very nutritious, fresh, and tender. Truly a mountain delicacy. Once you've tasted them, you'll never forget their flavor. Linjia Village, right? I'll drive over right now. I want to buy them all. Wow, streamer. This is a treasure trove. There's so many mushrooms, it's impossible to pick them all. Seeing these clusters of mushrooms is delightful. I can't help but want to jump into the screen to help the streamer pick mushrooms. I can't hold back. I also want to go pick mushrooms. Lin Nan's live stream is booming, with the number of viewers quickly rising to over 10,000 and a large number of people starting to follow Lin Nan. Lin Feng and Lin Zhang are also busy, with some helping with the live stream, while others continuously post videos from Lin Nan's account to promote Qingyuan Mountain and Linjia Village. Brother Nan, the live stream is on fire. The number of viewers has exceeded 10,000. Lin Feng, who has been closely monitoring the live stream, couldn't help but say excitedly. Lin Nan smiled and continued to move aside clusters of ferns, revealing patch after patch of mushrooms. Sometimes he would also clear away some pine needles, and, as he did, more and more mushrooms appeared. What a treasure trove. There are so many mushrooms. It's truly a sight to behold. The girl picking mushrooms, no. I mean the mushroom picking streamer. Wow, there are just too many mushrooms. They're so beautiful. Lying in bed, watching videos. Seeing your live stream makes me want to go for a walk in the mountains. Me too. Suddenly, sleeping feels pointless. Picking mushrooms in the mountains seems much more enjoyable. The number of viewers in the live stream is rapidly increasing. Although it's just mushroom picking, it might not seem as appealing as those beautiful women dancing and showing off their legs. However, the villagers from Qianzhou really enjoy watching, especially when they see patch after patch of mushrooms. It gives them an urge to go pick mushrooms right away. Everyone chats in a live stream while watching, finding fellow villagers, and some even start advertising for matchmaking in the chat. The whole live stream is very lively. Moreover, as time goes by, more and more people learn about it, and the number of villagers joining the live stream to watch mushroom picking continues to grow rapidly. Chapter 15. Earning $1 million a day on Mopen Mountain, the entire Linjia village joined forces. In less than 2 hours, the mushrooms on Mopen Mountain were almost all harvested. Baskets of mushrooms were continuously carried down the mountain, and trucks quickly transported them to various places for sale. It was the spring festival, and mushrooms were particularly in demand. The mushrooms that had been sent to various towns were almost sold out, often snatched up by villagers as soon as they were displayed. Even at 50 yuan per gene, villagers couldn't resist their appeal. After finishing the mushroom harvest, everyone gathered to watch Lin Nan's live stream. discussing the mushrooms they had collected today. Lin Nan made a fortune today. Of course, we used up all the baskets in the village, and I estimate we have at least 30,000 gene. Not just 30,000, definitely more than 30,000. It could be said that Mopen Mountain is teeming with mushrooms. All of us in the village were busy for these 2 hours. Even if it's 30,000 gene, selling at 50 a gene, that's a whopping 5 million. Do you think we can sell these 30,000 gene of mushrooms? 50 yuan a gene, they could grant immortality. 30,000 gene is nothing. Haven't you heard that once the mushrooms are harvested, everyone fights to grab them? They sell out immediately. There's simply not enough to go around. During the new year, people aren't worried about a few extra jiao. They mainly want to taste something fresh. Now that the mushrooms have been harvested, Lin Nan is still live streaming, inviting everyone to come to Linjia village to pick mushrooms. There are no mushrooms on other mountains. Have you been to other mountains? I just strolled around, and there wasn't a single mushroom. Only Mopen Mountain has them. Didn't I tell you that Mopen Mountain's mushrooms are cultivated by Lin Nan's expertise? Otherwise, how could there be so many mushrooms here? That's not what I meant. I was saying, what if everyone comes to Linjia village and we run out of mushrooms? Will we still be able to run the agritainment business? Don't worry, since Lin Nan can grow mushrooms on Mopen Mountain. He can also grow them on other mountains. Just relax. Even if no one comes to enjoy agritainment, our Linjia village can still prosper just by growing these mushrooms. Mopen Mountain can yield tens of thousands of gene of mushrooms overnight. Just imagine how much we could get from all the mountains around Qingyuan Mountain. Selling mushrooms will make Linjia village rich. Exactly. As everyone watched the live stream, they took a moment to rest. After a while, Lin Chambua, the village head, called everyone together. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around. Thank you all for coming to help today. If it weren't for your assistance, we wouldn't know when we could finish harvesting these tens of thousands of gene of mushrooms, and they might end up rotting on a mountain. Thank you all. Lin Chambua expressed his gratitude, then continued. I've set aside some mushrooms. When you go back, each family can take a few gene home to taste. The most important thing is that this afternoon, all the young laborers in our village need to pitch in. Today, we will water all the mountains surrounding Linjia village so that Lin Nan can grow mushrooms on those mountains as well. By tomorrow, our village can start large-scale mushroom harvesting for sale. The live stream today was incredibly popular. I estimate that starting tomorrow, many people will come to Linjia village to experience mushroom picking. So after everyone finishes in the afternoon, eat quickly. And tonight, everyone from Linjia village will meet at the ancestral hall to discuss our money-making plans. With Lin Chambua's words, the villagers of Linjia village erupted in cheers. Everyone worked hard to help Lin Nan harvest mushrooms, not just to see Lin Nan become rich. Their eyes were still red, like rabbit eyes. Especially when someone mentioned that Lin Nan's family earned $1 million today, many people's eyes turned bloodshot. If they weren't hopeful that Lin Nan could lead them to wealth, they would have insisted that Lin Nan distribute the money to everyone today. Now, hearing Lin Chambua's words, everyone's worries were put to rest. As long as Lin Nan can help everyone get rich, this is all worth it. If Lin Nan can make Mopen Mountain full of mushrooms, he can make every mountain on Qingyuan Mountain full of mushrooms too. Today, Mopen Mountain made Lin Nan's family earn $1 million. Tomorrow, Qingyuan Mountain can make the entire Linjia village prosperous. Villagers took a few gene of mushrooms each and headed down the mountain, planning to go home for a good meal and then rest, so they would have the energy to water the mountaintops of Qingyuan Mountain in the afternoon. Lin Chambua watched the departing villagers and let out a heavy sigh of relief, then took out his phone to quickly calculate the accounts. He remembered clearly how many mushrooms were harvested and approximately how much they could sell for. He had a clear idea in his mind. It should be around 7 million. Lin Nan's mother and the second, third, fifth, and sixth brothers, as well as Lu Shi, Liu Bei, and Lu Zhong, all reported their estimates, and the rest was cash, which they would tally later. If only they had listened to Lin Nan last night, they could have prepared more thoroughly. This kid, I don't know how he did it, but he managed to make Mopen Mountain full of mushrooms. Lin Chambua silently calculated again and again. Over $1 million is no small sum. He was more concerned than Lin Nan, calculating meticulously, afraid of making a mistake. This was Lin Nan's starting capital for buying a house, marrying a wife, and starting a career. The money he earned in his entire life didn't compare to what he made today. If he didn't calculate it correctly, he wouldn't sleep well at night. If anyone wants to experience mushroom picking agritainment, come to Qingyuan Mountain in Linjia village. Everyone, remember it's Qingyuan Mountain. The address is Qingyuan Mountain, Linjia village, Feng Town, Xianxia County. If you come, you will definitely not leave empty-handed. As you saw today, We have mushrooms everywhere. Many people say it's not real here, that there can't be so many mushrooms, whether it's real or not. Come and see for yourself, and you can also experience it. If you come to experience mushroom picking in Qingyuan Mountain, Linjia Village, and don't find any mushrooms, yes, even just a few, you can directly ask me for a refund. Remember, it's Qingyuan Mountain, Linjia Village. Qingyuan Mountain, Linjia Village. Today's live stream ends here. I will continue to live stream at the same time tomorrow. Please remember to follow, and tomorrow we will continue to live stream mushroom picking. After live streaming all morning, Lin Nan was parched and exhausted. Seeing that it was almost noon, he had to end the stream, and at that moment, the number of viewers in the live stream room had exceeded 100,000. Lin Nan had completely become a sensation. In Qingyuan Mountain and Linjia Village quickly spread throughout the entire Qianzhou region. Chapter 16, Everyone is in a hurry. I am exhausted. After finishing the live stream, Lin Nan gulped down several mouthfuls of water and immediately felt that his burning throat was much more comfortable. The live stream seemed simple and something everyone could do, but making it successful was not easy at all, not to mention the continuous hours of streaming, which would wear out anyone's throat. He didn't know how many people knew about Qingyuan Mountain now. Lin Nan silently summoned the mountain god system in his mind. Qingyuan Mountain, level 1 height, 324 meters range, 5 kilometers in diameter plant species, ginkgo, camphor, maple, banyan, waxberry, jujube, etc. Animal species, Chinese water deer, owl-faced monkey, civet, pangolin, giant salamander, wild boar, wild rabbit, pheasant. Products, huangjing, ganoderma, mugwort leaves, tea slices also known as pig's ears, mountain plum, golden cherry, August fruit, white palm mushrooms, also known as stone mushrooms, dew mushrooms. Number of people aware, 233, 695, an increase of 227, 996. Number of visitors, 1, 593, fame level, 0 stars rating, slightly known, recognized within 100 miles. System functions, can change and control precipitation, temperature, terrain, and topography in the Qingyuan Mountain area. Can control and influence the growth of plants and animals in the Qingyuan Mountain area. Not bad, not bad. The number of people who know about Qingyuan Mountain has suddenly increased by over 220,000, and even the rating has changed. It is estimated that as long as the number of visitors continues to grow, reaching 1 star should be no problem. He wondered what new functions the system would add after reaching 1 star. Lin Nan was very satisfied with the results of his first live stream. The fame of Qingyuan Mountain had significantly increased. Originally, only a few miles around knew about it, but now it was known by people within 100 miles, with over 200,000 people aware of Qingyuan Mountain's name. Brother Nan, impressive. Lin Feng came to Lin Nan's side and gave him a thumbs up. It's all thanks to everyone's help, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have managed on my own. Come on, let's go to my house for drinks. Lin Nan said with a smile to Lin Feng, Lin Zhang, and the others. That is a must. Brother Nan, you've struck it rich today. You must treat us well today, as you made a fortune today. A daily income of 1 million is nothing. With Brother Nan around, every household in Linjia Village can become millionaires and even billionaires in the future. Let us go, let us drink. Lin Nan, Lin Feng, Lin Zhang, and the others went down from Mopin Mountain, and when they returned to the village, the villagers also greeted Lin Nan one after another. Lin Nan could clearly feel that the way everyone looked at him had changed. Yesterday, everyone looked at him like he was an idiot, probably laughing at him behind his back. But today, there was admiration and respect in their eyes, and they greeted him with great enthusiasm. One by one, they warmly invited Lin Nan to their homes for meals and drinks. Lin Nan naturally smiled and thanked them, while also noticing that every household in Linjia Village was busy eating, all in a rush, as if they were afraid of missing some important event. Some were so anxious that they rushed to finish a few bites before coming out, first checking with neighbors and chatting, occasionally going to see if old Uncle Lin had finished his meal and how to arrange the afternoon's activities. It was obvious that after seeing Lin Nan's daily income of 1 million, everyone couldn't sit still. They were eager to immediately water all the mountains around Qingyuan Mountain, so that every mountain would be filled with mushrooms. Then everyone would be able to earn 1 million a day, just like Lin Nan's family, and become wealthy. This anxious and restless mood spread throughout Linjia Village, and the villagers were all in a frenzy. In the past, many people played cards during the new year, but now everyone was too preoccupied to play. They were all waiting for Uncle Lin and Lin Nan to help them get rich. When Lin Nan returned home, the atmosphere was already lively. His second uncle, third uncle, fifth uncle, and sixth uncle's families were all at Lin Nan's house for dinner, and his sisters-in-law, Xianxia, Xianxia, and others were busy and full of energy. Today, they were mainly responsible for selling mushrooms and collecting money, truly experiencing the charm of making money hand over fist, and they were completely convinced that as long as they followed Lin Nan, they would have no worries about making money in the future. Old Uncle Lin and his brothers were eating, drinking, and enjoying the food, feeling quite pleased. But soon the heads of every household in Xianxia village rushed to Lin Nan's house, all looking very anxious. Old Uncle Lin and his brothers knew that there was no way they could enjoy this lunch peacefully. Everyone was in a hurry. So the four brothers quickly ate a few bites before leading the villagers of Xianxia village to get busy. According to Lin Nan's request, everyone needed to find a way to pump water to irrigate the mountains surrounding Xianxia village, which would be beneficial for the growth of mushrooms. This was not an easy task, as there were simply too many mountains around Xianxia village, one connected to another. Even with modern pumping equipment, it would keep the entire village busy for half a day. But now, the villagers of Xianxia village were all full of energy, with Old Uncle Lin, and Lin Jia each taking charge as team leaders, leading a portion of the villagers to be responsible for different areas of work. Everyone had clear divisions of labor. Those buying water pumps went to buy water pumps, those digging ponds for water storage went to dig ponds, those repairing roads went to repair roads, all busy and lively. Each was working hard, eager for every mountain in Qingyuan Mountain to be filled with mushrooms, so that everyone could make big money right away. I don't believe Lin Nan has any mushroom growing techniques. It's just about pumping water to wet it. There's no difference. On Daping Mountain, Lin Xianxia, who was busy watering Daping Mountain, looked at the busy villagers of Xianxia village on a mountain and said disdainfully, "Exactly, it's just watering a bit to make the mountain wetter, which is beneficial for mushroom growth. What's so difficult about that? When Daping Mountain is filled with mushrooms tomorrow, they'll realize they were fooled by Lin Nan." Lin Changdo also chimed in, "Let's not worry about them. Let us hurry up and finish our work. I heard there's a meeting at the Ancestral Hall tonight to discuss starting a farmstay business in Xianxia village. I want to see how Lin Nan and his family plan to fool everyone. Who would spend money to experience a farmstay? It's just wishful thinking." Lin Xianxia still didn't believe Lin Nan, nor did he think Xianxia village could start a farmstay business. The entire Xianxia village was bustling with activity as the sun slowly set. After the villagers hurriedly finished their dinner, they gathered at the Ancestral Hall of Xianxia village, preparing to hold a meeting to discuss the village's plans for wealth. Chapter 17, establishing the Xianxia Village Company. The Xianxia Village Ancestral Hall is usually not open to the public. Only on special occasions does it open its doors. While it was still light outside, the villagers of Xianxia village, having eaten dinner early, brought their families along, each carrying their own stools. The men of the household entered the Ancestral Hall, while the women and children gathered outside in small groups, chatting and snacking on sunflower seeds. How much do you think the village head's family made today? At least several 100,000, right? Several 100,000? Wow, the village head must be getting rich. I'm telling you, someone calculated it. The village head's family brought in at least 1 million today, with tens of thousands of pounds of mushrooms. You can do the math yourselves. Is it really that much? It's not less, and the mushrooms sell really well. Once they're out, whether in town or in the county, they're in high demand. They're fighting to buy them at 50 yuan a pound. There must be over 1 million for sure. The key now is whether Lin Nan can lead everyone in our village to wealth. If he can't help us all get rich, then the money they made today should be shared with the whole village. Keep it down. Don't let anyone hear you. Keep it down. I'm just speaking the truth. Everyone thinks the same. We all want to get rich together. It can't just be their family getting rich. Outside, the women chattered in small groups, while inside the Ancestral Hall, the heads of households quietly calculated and patiently waited, each one smoking a cigarette. Soon, with the arrival of Lin Changbua, Lin Changzong, Lin Nan, Lin Jia, and others, everyone turned their attention to them. Everyone's here. Let us get started. As the village head, Lin Changbua took a careful look around the Ancestral Hall and immediately knew that all the heads of households had arrived. It was also just the right time, being the spring festival when everyone was back home. Calling everyone together for a meeting on a regular day would not be easy. Today, everyone was gathered in the Ancestral Hall to discuss the important matter of how Xianxia village could escape poverty and achieve prosperity. As everyone had witnessed everything on Mopen Mountain today, they presumably believed that Lin Nan could lead Xianxia village to prosperity, which was why they had come to the Ancestral Hall for the meeting. Now, let us invite Lin Nan to share his plans and how we can implement them. Lin Changbua said, throwing the ball to Lin Nan, who began to clap, leading everyone in applause. Initially, the crowd was a bit hesitant, but they soon joined in clapping as well. Lin Nan stood up and walked forward, looking at everyone. Dear elders and young folks of Xianxia village, our village has always been the poorest in the surrounding 10 miles, a poverty-stricken village and a bachelor village, with dozens of young men over 30 still unmarried. Why is that? In the end, it's because of poverty. Our Xianxia village is deep in the mountains. When people hear Xianxia village, they run away. Who would want to marry into it? Hearing Lin Nan's words, the ancestral hall fell silent. And the young men in their 20s and 30s standing around felt so embarrassed that they wished they could find a hole to hide in. Lin Nan, cut the nonsense and just tell us what to do, Lin Xianxia said, visibly unhappy. He had 3 sons, the oldest in his 30s, and the youngest also just over 30, yet none had married. This had become a source of distress for him, and he hated it when anyone mentioned bachelor, unable to marry, or bride price in front of him. Yes, why say such useless things? Just tell us what to do. Lin Chongdo chimed in, having 2 sons, both over 30, who were also unmarried, which had turned his hair gray from worry. All right, Lin Nan nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, my idea is this. We, the whole Xianxia village, should pool our resources to start a company. The company's main business will be divided into 2 parts. One part will be the cultivation of cash crops, like the mushrooms we harvested together today. In the future, we can also grow other profitable crops, such as tea trees, tea leaves, mountain plums, and medicinal herbs. This is my area of expertise from university, and I have the technical knowledge for it. The second part will be to develop a cultural and tourism industry that combines leisure, entertainment, and sightseeing. We will start with agritourism, and once the company makes money, we can gradually renovate our Xianxia village and the surrounding mountains, creating more agritourism, leisure vacation projects, and scenic spots. Lin Nan had not done anything else that afternoon but think about the future development path of Xianxia village, and he had detailed plans and proposals. As Lin Nan began to explain in detail, everyone listened carefully, frowning as they considered whether Lin Nan's ideas were feasible and if they could truly lead everyone out of poverty and toward prosperity. Lin Nan, your ideas are great. If they can be realized, there is hope for Xianxia village to escape poverty and achieve prosperity. But why do we need to start a company? Lin Chong listened intently. Although he didn't fully understand and didn't really think it was feasible. Everything he had witnessed on Mopan Mountain today proved that Lin Nan had the ability to help everyone make money, and he should believe in him, believe in this educated person. However, he couldn't understand why they needed to start a company. Yeah, why start a company? We're just farmers, and we don't know anything about running a company. Others chimed in. I've heard that if you become a shareholder and the company loses money or goes bankrupt, then you're in big trouble. Hearing this, others also began to express their concerns. Starting a company definitely has its reasons, Lin Nan said. Now, those famous tourism projects and scenic spots operate in the form of companies. Some have even gone public. Starting a company allows us to operate in a regulated manner. The most important point is that it standardizes everyone's interests. How many shares each person holds will determine how the profits are distributed. Otherwise, when it comes time for profit sharing, various problems will arise. Some will say it should be divided by population, others will say by household, and some will feel they should get more because they worked harder. Once such situations arise, how can we grow and strengthen our village? We might even end up causing chaos among neighbors, damaging relationships. Only by using a company model for standardized operation and management can we ensure fairness and justice, which will make everyone satisfied. Don't you all agree? Chapter 18. Qingyuan Mountain Tourism Company. Hearing Lin Nan's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Without rules, there can be no order. What we are about to do is a significant matter that concerns the prosperity of our entire Xianxia village. And it certainly cannot be done haphazardly. There needs to be a set of regulations. Otherwise, various disputes are bound to arise later. Lin Jia, being a small business owner, had the most say in this matter, and he was the first to stand up and express his support. Although we may lack education, we have seen countless arguments and even violent fights over trivial matters in the countryside. Lin Nan was right. Things must be done according to the rules, and establishing a company is necessary. Elder Lin Nan also stood up and nodded. Although he was older and did not understand much about companies, he was very knowledgeable about human nature. In rural areas, people can argue and fight over minor issues. So when it comes to matters involving tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions, it is even more crucial to establish rules. Otherwise, chaos will inevitably ensue. Lin Nan, could you elaborate on how this company will be set up? Someone asked after thinking for a moment. Yes. Please clarify how this company will work so that we can decide whether to participate. Others chimed in. All right. Lin Nan nodded and took out the plan he had already drafted. We, Linjia Village, will jointly establish a company called Qingyuan Mountain Tourism Company. The name Qingyuan Mountain Tourism Company was something Lin Nan had already thought of. Once the company grew larger, advertisements would be needed to let more people know about Qingyuan Mountain, which would also aid in upgrading the mountain god system. All the land in Linjia Village, including farmland, vegetable patches, and mountains, will be invested in Qingyuan Mountain Tourism Company. Since this land belongs to the entire village, we will calculate the shares based on the number of people in the village. Each person will count as one share. Currently, our village has over 100 households and a total of 750 people, which means there will be 750 shares. This portion of shares will account for 40 of the total equity of Qingyuan Mountain Tourism Company. I will invest in the company with my technology, which will account for 20 of the total equity. The remaining 40 will require everyone to contribute funds. I plan to raise 2 million. Each household in our village will contribute at least 10,000, and I will cover any shortfall. As Lin Nan finished speaking, a flurry of numbers flashed through everyone's minds. They frowned and quickly started calculating with their fingers. Lin Nan, why should your technological investment account for 20? According to your calculations, if we collectively invest 2 million, we would only hold 40 of the shares. Yet you want to take 20 without contributing anything? How can you be so shameless? Lin Xianxia couldn't calculate clearly, but he immediately focused on Lin Nan's claim of taking shares based on technology. Upon hearing Lin Xianxia's words, everyone turned to Lin Nan. Although they didn't speak, their thoughts were similar to Lin Xianxia's. If we are collectively investing 2 million for only 40 of the shares, how can Lin Nan take 20 without contributing anything? This was hard for them to accept, especially since rural people generally lack an understanding of intellectual property and the value of knowledge. They only see the small amount of money involved. Lin Xianxia, you shouldn't speak out of turn without knowledge, Lin Jie said sternly at that moment. Lin Nan's technology share of 20 is actually a concession. Everyone can see clearly today that the mushrooms from Mopin Mountain alone sold for over 1 million in a day. How much is that technology worth? If it were sold, wouldn't it fetch tens of millions? Don't just focus on the small amount of money in your hands. Often, the value of intellectual property is immense. When we do business outside, there are times when others won't invest a penny but still receive shares, even substantial ones. And you have to agree, otherwise, your project won't go anywhere. Lin Nan has this technology and could easily make a fortune on his own, but now he wants to help our entire village prosper, and you're still making a fuss. If you don't understand, just sit quietly and don't be the rat droppings that spoil the broth. Lin Jie's words were quite direct, almost pointing out Lin Xianxia as the rat droppings. Ling Ye, you. Lin Xianxia stood up in anger, rolling up his sleeves and ready to confront Lin Jie. The people nearby quickly held him back. What Lin Jie said is correct. Lin Nan is essentially getting shares based on his technology, and a 20 share is indeed not excessive. Exactly, it's just 20. Honestly, Lin Nan could rent some land and start his own business, but he wants to help our village. Just keep quiet. If you don't understand, listen to others. The people around urged Lin Xianxia, try to calm him down. Lin Xianxia angrily sat back down. Why should my technological investment account for 20? Lin Nan looked at everyone and said, just based on the fact that I can make Mopin Mountain grow mushrooms in a single day, which sold for over 1 million. Do you think 20 is excessive? Not excessive, not excessive. They responded, 20 is not much. It's actually us taking advantage of you. After Lin Jie's explanation, everyone understood and started to agree. Since there are no objections, let's discuss the fundraising. Starting a company certainly requires initial capital. The remaining 40 of the value, which is 2 million, will be based on a voluntary principle, with shares at 10,000 each for voluntary subscription. Lin Nan nodded and continued discussing the fundraising. Lin Nan, I just calculated based on what you said. The land and mountains in our village account for 40 of the company's shares, which totals 750 shares, meaning each person in our village holds 0.0533 of the total company shares. If I invest 10,000, I would hold 0.2 of the total shares. In that case, I will invest 100,000. Lin Jie was the first to stand up, and after calculating carefully, he felt that investing money was a very worthwhile thing. Pulling out 100,000 immediately. I'll invest 50,000. Lin Nan's second uncle Lin Changzong was the second to speak. I'll also invest 50,000. Third uncle Lin Changji followed suit. With someone leading the way, others quickly became anxious about losing out and were also afraid to spend money. For rural people, getting them to put out 10,000 is not an easy task. especially since it involves such a complicated issue of company shares. And whether it would be profitable was still a question. I won't invest a penny. 10,000 only gets you 0. 2 of the shares, while Lin Nan gets 20 without contributing anything. I would be a fool to invest that money. Lin Xianxia immediately jumped out, as expected. Chapter 19 I, Lin Xianxia. Have no regrets. I would be foolish to spend this money. Lin Xianxia's voice echoed in the ancestral hall, causing many who were preparing to pledge money to start thinking. Isn't this a bit unfair? Lin Nan doesn't contribute a single cent, yet holds 20 of the shares, while we only contribute 10,000 yuan for a mere 0. 2. Calculating it. Isn't Lin Nan's technology worth millions? Lin Changdo also chimed in. Yes, we're all from the same village. If you have the technology, you should share it to help everyone get rich. How can you take such a large stake? And directly 20? That's too much. We're all from the same village. You're taking too much advantage, aren't you? Several others also began to voice their opinions. Lin Jie frowned and looked at the group, saying, you people have no skills and no abilities. Lin Nan has the technology that can help our village get rich. And yet you all say he's taking advantage of you just because he's from the same village. With your meager contributions, you'll never get rich. Lin Nan can earn millions in a single day, more than you'll earn in your entire life. And yet here you are, claiming someone else is taking advantage of you. Holding 20 of the shares is already us taking advantage of Lin Nan. If he were to do it himself, he could easily make billions in a year. Understand this. Lin Nan is bringing his technology to help our village prosper. It's us who are benefiting from him, sharing in his fortune. Lin Jie's voice was loud and echoed throughout the ancestral hall, reaching the outside as well. Well said, I, Lin Xianxia. May not have much education, but I understand some principles. Lin Nan is educated and has the skills to make money on his own. Now he is willing to help us all get rich. That's our luck. It's because we're all from Linjia village. I'll contribute 30,000 yuan. Lin Changwa stood up and said, today, I've witnessed the power of knowledge. An overnight growth of mushrooms on Mopan Mountain can earn over 1 million in a day. Far more than what I could earn through a lifetime of hard work. I'll contribute 10,000. Lin Nan's technology, holding 20, is not excessive. And if you calculate it, we're the ones benefiting. I'll also contribute 10,000. We're all from the same village. And it's precisely because we're from the same village that Lin Nan is willing to help everyone get rich. I'll contribute 20,000. Anyway, whether I have this 20,000 or not, I 1T starve. Who knows, following Lin Nan might really lead to wealth. As someone spoke up, others also began to express their willingness, and then they proceeded in order to sign their names clearly. Soon, only Lin Xianxia, Lin Changdo, and 7 or 8 people beside them remained indifferent. Are we really not going to contribute? Lin Xianxia looked at the busy villagers signing up for shares in front of him, and then at the unmoving Lin Xianxia and Lin Changdo beside him. Shouldn't we at least put in something? If this company really grows big and strong and makes a lot of money, won't we regret it? Lin Xianxia pondered and said, I'll contribute 10,000. It's just 10,000 yuan, and even if I lose it, I 1T starve. Lin Xianlian thought for a moment and was about to go sign. Lin Xianxia directly pulled him back, saying, don't go, 10,000 yuan, I sent too much. But isn't it better to spend it on food and drink? Who knows if this investment will make money? Besides, Lin Nan is clearly taking advantage of everyone. He holds 20 without contributing anything, while we contribute 10,000 for just 0. 2. Are you foolish? Exactly. We're all from the same village. What is the big deal about his skills? Once everyone learns this technology, it won't be useful anymore. And he talks about agri-tainment and whatnot. I doubt it. We should invest this money. In fact, I don't even want the shares under my name. Who knows if the company will end up in debt? And we shareholders will be the ones to pay. Lin Changdo also added, well, you make some valid points, so I'll pass. Lin Changlian immediately gave up the idea upon hearing this. Don't worry. You'll see tomorrow. Mopan Mountain will definitely be full of mushrooms. And then everyone will know Lin Nan is a fraud. What technology? Nonsense. He's just sprinkling some water on the mountain, right? Lin Xianxia said confidently. An hour later, everyone had finished signing up, leaving only Lin Xianxia, Lin Changdo, Lin Changlian, Lin Changzhu, and Lin Changhua. Are you all really not going to invest anything? Lin Ye, who was in charge of the subscriptions, asked them seriously. No. 10,000 yuan 1T buy food or drink, right? Even if I throw it in water, at least I'll hear a splash. Investing in some nonsense travel company, who knows how much it'll lose in the end. Also, Lin Nan wants to take advantage of everyone without investing anything. Only you fools would fall for it. Just wait. Tomorrow I'll have mushrooms on David, and you'll see he has no real technology. Lin Xianxia shook his head repeatedly. What about you guys? Lin Jie was quite speechless at Lin Xianxia and didn't he bother to ask him further, turning to the others. I don't want it either. Lin Changdo decisively said. I'll pass too. Lin Changlian and the others exchanged glances and also followed suit. Good. Lin Jie nodded and then pulled out the statistics, saying, our village collectively subscribed for 130 shares, most of which were subscribed for 1 share, which means contributing 10,000 yuan. The remaining 700,000 is all funded by Lin Nan. You can calculate how many people are in your household. Each person holds 0.0533 of shares. Multiply this number by the number of people in your household. Those who contributed 10,000 will hold 0.2 of the shares. Calculate how many shares your family has. Now I announce that the Linjia Village Qingyuan Mountain Tourism Company is officially established. Chapter 20. The makeshift team now. I hereby announce the official establishment of the Qingyuan Mountain Tourism Company in Linjia Village. With Lin Nan's words, Lin Jie took the lead in applauding, and others followed suit. The applause was not very enthusiastic. After all, for many villagers in Linjia, it was their first time attending such a formal meeting and applauding at one. Thank you all for your support. Our Linjia village now has its own company, and every person in the village is a shareholder, with every household holding shares in the company. As long as we in Linjia village work together and unite, I believe the Qingyuan Mountain Tourism Company can grow strong and help our village escape poverty and achieve prosperity. Lin Nan looked at everyone and smiled, saying, of course. Since it is the spring festival period now, the Industrial and Commercial Bureau is on holiday. So the official registration of the company will have to wait until after the new year when they officially return to work. But we in Linjia village cannot wait that long. Everyone cannot wait that long. So, although the company is not officially registered yet, we will still operate according to the company's model. I will take on the role of chairman and president, responsible for the overall planning and construction of the company. Lin Jie will temporarily serve as the general manager, responsible for the daily management and operations of the company. Lin Changbua will temporarily be the personnel manager, responsible for human resources arrangements and coordination. Lin Changzong will temporarily take on the role of financial manager, responsible for the company's financial work. As Lin Nan finished speaking, unexpectedly, Lin Changshi, the troublemaker, spoke up. I oppose. I won't say anything about you being chairman and president since you hold the most shares. But why should Lin Jie be the general manager? And your dad and your second uncle are also managers. Why is that? Doesn't this company just belong to your family? As soon as Lin Changshi's words fell, others immediately nodded and voiced their support. Yes, the main positions in this company are all taken by your family. Lin Nan, isn't this unfair? This is a bit excessive. This company belongs to the whole village, not just your family. Hearing this, Lin Changbua and Lin Changzong frowned. Lin Changshi is truly a troublemaker. No matter what is done, he has to stand up and oppose it. The reason is simple. Lin Nan looked at everyone and said, Lin Jie is the general manager because he has run a company before and has experience as a boss. If it were you, Uncle Changshi, would you dare to take on this role? Could you handle it? Lin Nan's words made Lin Changshi curl his lips. He couldn't even read a word and didn't finish elementary school, still using an old phone. Although he always liked to stir trouble. When it came to standing on stage to say a few words in front of everyone, he couldn't even utter a word. I can't be a general manager, but I could be a manager in another area, right? Aren't your dad and your second uncle also farmers? Lin Changshi retorted. My dad is the village head, familiar with the village and can talk to everyone. Can you? Can you write materials? How many people would listen to you? Lin Nan looked at him and raised several rhetorical questions. Lin Changshi was immediately left speechless. He was selfish and petty, often unreasonable, and had poor relationships in the village, with many people disliking him. My second uncle is a proper high school graduate and has worked as an accountant outside. What is wrong with him being the financial manager? Do you know how to manage finances? Can you count accurately? If you can't manage the financial data, you could end up in jail. Can you reassure everyone? Then Lin Nan raised several more rhetorical questions. Lin Changshi was left dejected and speechless. Upon hearing this, others nodded in agreement, realizing that if it were them, they surely couldn't manage it either. Most of the older generation had little education, with most not having much culture. They hadn't held even a small leadership position in their lives. As for the younger generation, some had received some education and had worked as team leaders outside. but they were still young and lacked the experience to handle significant responsibilities. Everyone, I already mentioned that this is temporary. If they do not perform well, everyone can point it out, and we can vote for their appointments and dismissals in future meetings. Of course, if anyone has good candidates to recommend, please let me know. If you believe you have the ability and are willing to contribute to the village company, you can also volunteer. We are open to suggestions. After all, this makeshift team needs to be established, and the ultimate goal is to manage the company well and make it grow stronger. Hearing Lin Nan say this, everyone nodded in agreement. No matter what, a leader is needed, and beneath the leader, there must be elites and backbones. Only by selecting the backbone, elite, and leader can a flock be led down the right path. Next, let us discuss several major tasks for our village company. The first task is about tomorrow's mushroom harvesting. We will prepare in advance tonight, dividing into small groups, with group leaders responsible for leading the villagers to their assigned mountains to collect mushrooms. Additionally, we need to arrange a sales group, responsible for transporting the mushrooms to various places in Xianxia for sale, striving to sell all the mushrooms as quickly as possible. The second task is about receiving tourists for the farmhouse experience. I will go live on Douyin. Today's session was quite popular, and many people have privately messaged me for inquiries. I estimate that starting tomorrow, many people will come to Linjia village to experience the fun of mushroom picking. We will clear out Mopen Mountain for these farmhouse tourists. We need to form a special group to handle this matter. Anyone who wants to be a group leader can volunteer. Inside the ancestral hall of Linjia village, the villagers held their meeting until 10 o'clock at night, dividing the whole village into 10 groups, each with dozens of people. And only after arranging everything for tomorrow did the first meeting of the village company come to an end. Lin Nan hurried home, took a quick shower, and collapsed onto the bed, feeling utterly exhausted. Before sleeping, he silently summoned the mountain god system, starting to adjust the temperature and humidity of the entire Qingyuan Mountain area. Except for Dapen Mountain, all other places would accelerate growth. As Lin Nan's command was issued, the entire Qingyuan Mountain area began to change. The temperature and humidity started to rise, while the mushroom seeds sleeping in the earth began to grow rapidly. The next morning, as the eastern sky began to show a hint of red, many villagers had already risen early. One by one, they hurried towards the mountains of Qingyuan, all eager to know if the mountains were filled with mushrooms like Mopen Mountain the day before. After all, this was a significant matter that could determine whether Linjia village could prosper and become wealthy. If the mountains were filled with mushrooms like Mopen Mountain, Linjia village would not even need to consider developing farmhouse tourism. Simply selling mushrooms could lead to great wealth. Chapter 21. We got rich. Our Lin family village got rich. Lin Xianxia woke up early, before 6 o'clock. After getting up, he habitually checked his two sons' rooms and found they were still asleep, which immediately made him furious. All they did was sleep all day like pigs. They were in their 30s and still couldn't find a wife. They worked outside the whole year, but the money never came home. They didn't even think to get up early to help. I've raised you for over 30 years. Do I have to support you until you're old? Get up, get up. Come with me to Dapen Mountain to collect mushrooms. If you delay, I'll beat you. Lin Xianxia's voice was loud, completely disregarding that his two sons were already in their 30s. He had always scolded and hit them whenever he felt like it since they were young. Lin Wen and Lin Wu were raised under this kind of education, making them timid and cautious, afraid to do anything for fear of making mistakes and getting scolded. Moreover, Lin Xianxia was notoriously harsh, stingy, and miserly, even towards his own sons. It was incredibly difficult for the brothers to ask for money when they were in school. They were often criticized by teachers for not being able to pay tuition on time and felt inferior because they couldn't afford food and clothing, resulting in poor academic performance. Seeing that they weren't doing well in school and believing that studying was useless, Lin Xianxia allowed the brothers to drop out of school before finishing middle school and go work in the south. Time passed, and both brothers were now over 30. With no education and no skills, timid and insecure, unable to earn big money or find a wife. Lin Xianxia increasingly found them unsatisfactory, even scolding them harshly during the New Year celebrations. Both brothers, now in their 30s, were immediately like quails when he shouted at them, hurriedly getting up, each carrying a basket to follow Lin Xianxia to Dapen Mountain. Lin Xianxia, do you really think that just watering Dapen Mountain casually will yield mushrooms? Lin Xianxia also woke up early, having not slept well the night before. He needed to confirm that Lin Nan could indeed make the mountains around Lin family village full of mushrooms. Seeing Lin Xianxia take his two sons to Dapen Mountain, he chuckled and said, Only you would believe Lin Nan's nonsense. Isn't it just watering Mopen Mountain for the mushrooms to grow? If he can do it, why can't I? Yes, if Lin Nan can do it, so can we. At this time, Lin Changdo also brought his whole family over, each carrying baskets, preparing to go to Dapan Mountain to collect mushrooms. Lin Nan can get into college and earn millions in a day. Can you? Lin Changwa smiled and said, today we can also earn millions in a day. Dapan Mountain must be full of mushrooms now. Once we bring back a load of mushrooms, you'll know Lin Nan is definitely lying. What skills? Didn't he even check the surrounding mountains yesterday? Lin Xianxia confidently declared as he led his family to Dapan Mountain. Lin Changwa couldn't help but shake his head at Lin Xianxia's family, decisively heading towards Nabation, which had already been designated for mushroom picking the night before. He was now a group leader responsible for collecting mushrooms on several hills around Nabation. Oof. A bunch of fools. They were deceived by Lin Nan and still say he's a good person. Dapan Mountain was right next to Mopen Mountain, located at the entrance of the village, not far from Lin family village. As Lin Xianxia walked, he chatted with Lin Changdo. Isn't it true? Lin Nan can hold a 20 stake without spending a dime, while everyone else puts in 10,000 yuan for only 0. 2. What a black-hearted scheme. And we're all from the same village, Lin Changdo chimed in. The two families moved quickly, and as they approached Dapan Mountain, they hurried even more, eager to start collecting mushrooms. They split up to gather mushrooms as fast as possible, hoping to sell them at the market soon. Lin Xianxia hurriedly reached a patch of bracken and used his sickle to clear it. Why isn't there anything? After clearing the bracken, he found nothing, and the scene he expected from Mopen Mountain yesterday did not appear. Not here either. Lin Changdo was the same. He anxiously used his sickle to cut through the bracken, searching carefully but still found no trace of mushrooms. He was not discouraged and continued searching under various patches of bracken and pine trees. But there was still no sign of mushrooms. I don't have any here either. Others were also continuously searching but found not even a single mushroom. What's going on? Yesterday, there were mushrooms everywhere on Mopen Mountain, but now Dapan Mountain has not a single one. Could it be that Lin Nan really has the ability to grow mushrooms? Lin Changdo kept searching and, after not finding mushrooms in several places, came to Lin Xianxia's side and said, he just watered Mopen Mountain. What skills does he really have? Lin Xianxia frowned, thought for a moment, and said, let us go back. I refuse to believe he really has any skills. Before leaving, Lin Xianxia unwillingly cleared a few more patches of bracken, but still came up empty-handed. As Lin Xianxia and Lin Changdo returned to the village, they suddenly heard someone excitedly shouting in the village. We got rich. We got rich. Our Lin family village got rich. Everyone get up. Hurry up. Our Lin family village got rich. The mountains are full of mushrooms. Everyone hurry up and collect them. As the voices echoed, the villagers of Lin family village were instantly excited. Some ran out in their pajamas, while others rushed out with toothbrushes still in their mouths. Really? Is it true? Everyone eagerly asked. Yes, my family head went to check the mountains early this morning, and he just called to say the mountains are full of mushrooms, telling us to get up early to collect them. My husband did the same. He got up early and just called to tell us to hurry and collect mushrooms. My child's grandfather just called back, saying there are mushrooms everywhere, just like yesterday on Mopen Mountain. Our Lin family village is going to get rich. Great. Everyone hurry up, wake those who are still sleeping, and let us go up the mountain to collect mushrooms. Yes, yes. Everyone hurry up and collect mushrooms according to what was arranged last night. Now we're going to get rich. Chapter 22, this is just like picking up money. How we struck it rich? The mountains are full of mushrooms. Lin Xianxia and Lin Changdo looked at each other. They had just come down from Dapan Mountain, where there wasn't a single mushroom to be found. This is strange. Could Lin Nan really grow mushrooms? Lin Changdo thought for a moment and said, I don't know. Lin Xianxia replied irritably. Originally, he wanted to monopolize the mushrooms from Dapan Mountain to show the whole village that Lin Nan didn't have any real mushroom-growing skills, to let everyone see Lin Nan's true colors. Who would have thought that the slap in the face would come so quickly? Aside from Dapan Mountain, mushrooms were growing all over every other mountain. Let us go pick mushrooms, call everyone in the village, and let us all go to the mountains to pick mushrooms. We need to harvest them as soon as possible and sell them everywhere. It's the New Year's season, and mushrooms sell well and can fetch a good price. Let us go, let us go. I want to even eat. Get up, get up. The villagers of Linjia village were all extremely excited, rushing to the mountains. Someone saw Lin Xianxia and Lin Changdo and quickly asked, Lin Xianxia, I saw you go to Dapan Mountain early this morning. How is it? Are there mushrooms on Dapan Mountain? Yes, you said you watered Dapan Mountain, and if mushrooms grow there, they belong to you alone, right? Are there mushrooms or not? Ha! Is there even a need to ask? Just look at them coming back empty-handed. They definitely didn't find a single mushroom. I told you Lin Nan has the skills. But you just wouldn't believe it. Yesterday, Qingyuan Mountain already proved it, and you still don't believe it. The villagers all laughed. These two had always been like a flying good soup, always trying to ruin things. Now, seeing their expressions, everyone wanted to laugh. Just because there are no mushrooms on Japan Mountain doesn't prove that the mushrooms on other mountains are grown by Lin Nan. How many mountains did he go to yesterday? Can he really cast spells? Lin Xianxia still refused to accept it. Maybe Lin Nan really does know magic. Exactly. No matter what method Lin Nan uses, as long as he can help our Xianxia village get rid of poverty and become prosperous, that's all that matters. He must keep his technology a secret. Otherwise, if everyone knows how to grow mushrooms, the mushroom seeds won't be worth anything. Just telling you, Lin Xianxia, you can't grow mushrooms either. Seeing that he still wouldn't accept it, everyone took turns to retort him. All right, everyone, let us hurry up and go to the mountains to collect mushrooms. According to last night's division of labor, let us go to our respective mountains in groups. At this moment, the village chief, Lin Xianxia, came over and said, yes, collecting mushrooms is urgent. Mushrooms are money. Picking mushrooms is like picking up money. Let us go, it's time to pick mushrooms. The villagers quickly formed small groups and rushed toward the mountains surrounding Xianxia village. Lin Changdo and Lin Xianxia looked at each other and could only follow their families with the main group up the mountain. Soon, the villagers of Xianxia village arrived at the mountains, and just by pushing aside the bracken, they could see patches of mushrooms, instantly bringing smiles to their faces. When they started working, they were faster than each other, one quicker than the next. While working, they also chatted. This is just like picking money. Mushrooms at 50 yuan a pound, and they are wet mushrooms with plenty of moisture. About 20 mushrooms make up a pound, so each mushroom is about 2 yuan. ISNT that, right? It's just like picking money, and there are heaps of them. Do you think we can sell our mushrooms? I'm a bit worried too. After all, the yield is too large. The mountains are filled with mushrooms. Yesterday, Qingyuan Mountain produced over 30,000 pounds of mushrooms. Who knows how many mushrooms will grow on Qingyuan Mountain? Everyone, don't worry. It's the New Year's season. Everyone is back and willing to spend. Besides, the village chief has already organized it, and there are people specifically sending them to various places in Xianzhou to sell. If it weren't for the logistics being halted now, we could even sell these mushrooms online nationwide. Exactly. Let's not worry about selling the mushrooms. Let us quickly collect them and see how much money our Xianxia village can earn today. We're picking up money, one by one in the mountains. The villagers of Xianxia village were busy, picking mushrooms as if they were picking money. At the threshing floor in front of the Xianxia village ancestral hall, Lin Changzong brought the village company's 3 accountants who had already prepared early, moving tables, chairs, and bringing pens and paper and set up a large electronic scale nearby. It wasn't too long before people started coming down the mountain one after another, carrying loads of mushrooms to the threshing floor. A load of mushrooms weighs 52 pounds. Sales Group 1, Lin Feng and Lin Yin came over to confirm. With a shout from Lin Changzong, Lin Feng and Lin Yin walked over to carefully check the weight, then loaded the mushrooms onto the truck and proceeded to sign the registration form and leave their fingerprints. According to the rules, however many mushrooms they took to sell, they had to return with the corresponding money to the finance department to prevent anyone from selling mushrooms and pocketing the money for themselves. A load of mushrooms weighs 53 pounds. Sales Group 1, Lin Feng and Lin Yin came over to confirm. A load of mushrooms weighs 55 pounds. As one load after another of mushrooms continued to gather at the threshing floor. Soon vehicles filled with mushrooms quickly left Xianxia village, according to the plan, to sell them in various places in Qianzhou, especially focusing on the major county towns and the urban area of Qianzhou. Village Chief, we're out of baskets. Village Chief, we're out of baskets over here in Group 2. Everyone think of a way. Use whatever you can. Will nylon bags work? That 1T work. They LL crush the mushrooms, and if they're crushed, they 1T sell well. Let us use plastic bags. They 1T crush them. Who is going to town to buy some plastic bags? Buy a lot, and we'll get reimbursed later from finance. General Manager Lin. Sales Group 2 called back and said there aren't enough mushrooms to sell in the county town. We need to hurry and send a few more loads over. The entire Xianxia village was unusually busy, with villagers busy picking mushrooms, while Lin Jia, Lin Chambua, and Lin Jia were busy coordinating and handling various matters. When things get really busy, there are always unforeseen issues, and being in a rural area means having to go to town to buy even the smallest things. Huff! Lin Nan had just taken a breather when Lin Feng hurried over and said, Lin Nan, Someone came to our Linjia village saying they want to experience the mushroom picking agritourism project. Chapter 23, the first batch of tourists at the farm stay, an open space at the entrance of Linjia village, 3 cars parked in sequence. After Lu Bin got out of the car, he carefully looked at Linjia village in front of him, which was very typical and ordinary for a small mountain village in Qianzhou. It was quite similar to his hometown, Lijiakan, with no discernible differences. Liu Bin, who was over 30 years old and a manager at a company, had grown up in the countryside as a left-behind child. His favorite activities as a child were picking mushrooms, catching loaches, and catching eels. After getting married and having children, he often shared stories of his childhood with his kids, who were curious about mushroom picking and catching loaches, constantly asking Lu Bin to take them to pick mushrooms. However, picking mushrooms in the mountains was not an easy task. Even during good seasons with plenty of mushrooms, only experienced pickers could find some. It required going back and forth across various mountains, which was quite challenging. Therefore, he had never taken his children to experience the joy of picking mushrooms. Yesterday, while scrolling through Douyin, he happened to see Lin Nan's live stream and was immediately shocked by the abundance of mushrooms shown in the stream. When he found out that Linjia village offered a farm stay experience for mushroom picking, he decisively invited 2 friends, each bringing their wives and children, to drive to Linjia village today, ready to let their families experience the fun of mushroom picking. Lu Bin, are there really mushrooms here? Liao Hui looked at Linjia village and then at the surrounding mountains, expressing doubt. Yeah, I think this place is just ordinary. The live stream yesterday felt too fake. Hu Yong added, we're already here. We'll know if we take a look, Lu Bin said, feeling a bit doubtful himself. After all, the village did look quite ordinary, and there were just a lot of banners hanging from a nearby mountain, which he guessed was the one for mushroom picking. Dad, are there really mushrooms here? Lu Bin's daughter and son were very excited, thrilled at the thought of picking mushrooms. There should be, Lu Bin replied, not very sure. At that moment, Lin Nan and Lin Feng came out and immediately spotted Lu Bin, Liao Hui, Hu Yong, and others. Welcome to our Linjia village at Qingyuan Mountain. I am Lin Nan, Lin Nan said with a big smile and enthusiasm. You're the streamer from yesterday, Lin Nan? Lu Bin looked closely at Lin Nan to confirm. Absolutely. What's your name? Lin Nan replied with a smile. My name is Lu Bin, and these 2 are Liao Hui and Hu Yong. We watched your live stream yesterday and heard that you can experience mushroom picking here in Linjia village. Is that true? Lu Bin briefly introduced himself and then asked. Yes. Our Linjia village is rich in mushrooms, especially the local specialty, Lijigu. There are many mushrooms on the nearby Mopen Mountain, which is specifically designated for tourists to experience mushroom picking, Lin Nan said earnestly, pointing to Mopen Mountain. How much does it cost? Lu Bin asked, nodding. Adults are 66 each, and children are free. The mushrooms you pick can either be given to us or taken away for 40 per pound. There's no time limit. You can play as long as you want, but the only requirement is not to litter, Lin Nan quickly explained. 66 is not cheap. What if we don't find any mushrooms? Hu Yong pondered and asked. If you don't find any mushrooms, not only will we refund you in full, but I will also cover your gas expenses, Lin Nan said confidently. All right, Lu Bin, Hu Yong, and Liao Hui immediately agreed and quickly transferred the money. The 3 families consisted of 6 adults and 5 children, and they paid a total of 396 yuan. After paying, the 3 families happily went up Mopen Mountain, ready to fully experience the fun of mushroom picking. Lin Feng, some more people are coming to experience the farm stay. You handle this area. Lin Nan instructed Lin Feng beside him. Okay, Brother Nan. Lin Feng quickly agreed. Just as he finished speaking, a few more cars drove up to the village entrance, and it was clear these cars did not belong to Linjia village. Sure enough, when these cars stopped, a group of people got out, curiously looking at Linjia village. Lin Feng quickly approached to inquire and found out they were also there to experience the farm stay for mushroom picking. On Mopa Mountain, Lu Bin, Hu Yong, and Liao Hui happily arrived at the top, holding plastic bags. Dad, where will we find mushrooms? Lu Hui's daughter, Lu Yu, was very excited, as she finally got to experience picking mushrooms just like her father had described. Mushrooms are usually found under pine trees. If you clear away the pine needles, you might find some. Some mushrooms are also found in the elephant grass, and you need to clear the grass to find them. Lu Hui explained while looking at Mopen Mountain, which was adorned with many banners. He noticed the elephant grass had clear signs of being disturbed. Even if there are mushrooms here, they were probably all picked yesterday, right? We want to be taken for a ride, will we? Hu Yong felt he might have been deceived. It's possible. There might have been mushrooms yesterday, but they were probably all harvested clean, Liao Hui agreed with concern. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yu excitedly shouted, Dad, is this a mushroom? I found a mushroom. With her shout, Lu Bin quickly ran over to take a look. Wow, under some pine needles, there's actually a patch of mushrooms, and they're quite big and connected. Yes, these are mushrooms. You're amazing. You found mushrooms right away. Lu Bin couldn't help but give his daughter a thumbs up. Then he squatted down and said, when picking mushrooms, you should pick them from the base, not just pluck the cap, or you might damage them. Dad, I found mushrooms too. At that moment, Lu Bin's son also shouted excitedly, I have mushrooms here. I found mushrooms, so many of them, a whole patch. I have mushrooms too. Others began to shout excitedly one after another. Originally thinking that finding mushrooms would be difficult, they were surprised to discover that simply clearing away some elephant grass could reveal mushrooms. This excitement made everyone, especially the children, shout with joy when they found mushrooms. They quickly discovered the fun of mushroom picking and were soon immersed in it, their bags rapidly filling up. Lu Bin, Hu Yong, and Liao Hui also became engrossed, unknowingly filling several large bags in no time. Chapter 24. The booming mushroom picking farm. Stay here are the mushrooms. Dad, I have mushrooms here too. So many mushrooms. So many mushrooms. Picking mushrooms is really fun. La la la. I'm a little girl picking mushrooms. I'm a little girl picking mushrooms. The laughter and joy on Mopen Mountain never cease. The charm of mushroom picking, hailed as one of the 3 great joys of the new era, is undeniable. Compared to beachcombing, it is equally thrilling, combining elements of treasure hunting, exploration, food, hiking, and parent-child activities. Lu Bin, Hu Hui, and Liao Yong's families are having a great time. There are indeed so many mushrooms here. It hasn't even been an hour, and we've already filled several big bags. Lu Bin wiped the sweat from his forehead as he looked at the several large plastic bags filled to the brim beside him. Usually sitting in front of a computer and not exercising much, after walking around the mountain today and sweating a bit, he felt completely refreshed. Looking at the kids, they're all having a blast, searching for mushrooms, shouting excitedly when they find them, very thrilled and happy. There are indeed many, everywhere you look. Moreover, it seems that this place had already been picked over yesterday, yet there are still so many left. We looked at the several large bags of mushrooms and said, that should be enough. There are at least 12 pounds of mushrooms here. I think it's about time to head back. We can taste some fresh mushrooms for lunch. Liao Yong chimed in. Kids, it's time to go home. They called out to the children who were happily picking mushrooms in the distance. No, we want to play a little longer. No, I want to pick more mushrooms to take back. We just got here. I haven't had enough fun yet. The 5 kids all shook their heads, unwilling to leave, still not satisfied with their playtime. Just a little longer. The ticket isn't cheap either. Lu Bin's wife, Xialan, smiled and said, these mushrooms are really expensive, 40 yuan a pound. Lu Bin remarked. Anyway, it's the new year. We could take some back to share with relatives and friends. Besides, didn't they say we could just give them our mushrooms? That works. After all, we spent 66 on the tickets, so what's a little more? If we pick fewer mushrooms, it won't be worth it. Lu Bin thought for a moment and nodded, deciding to continue for another hour or two. At this moment, more people started coming up from the foot of the mountain and immediately spotted the bags full of mushrooms Lu Bin and the others had. They quickly approached. Brother, did you guys pick all these mushrooms? The leading middle-aged man asked with a smile as he offered cigarettes to Lu Bin, Hu Hui, and Liao Yo. Yes, we just got here less than an hour ago and filled these bags. There are mushrooms everywhere. Looks like you're not lying. I didn't expect there to be so many mushrooms here. Back in my hometown, I searched for a long time and couldn't find a single one. It's the same for me. We couldn't find any mushrooms back home, so we came here to experience it. After a brief chat, the other party quickly got busy, and soon cheers began to erupt. Although Lin Nan had his first live stream yesterday, quite a few people already knew about Qingyuan Mountain, and many were continuously coming to Linjia village to experience the farm stay. Some came with children to enjoy mushroom picking. Some came as couples to pick mushrooms and flirt. And even some brought blind date partners as there was a chance to hold hands while hiking up the mountain. Park your cars inside. Buy tickets here. Adults 66 each, children free. The mushrooms you pick can be given to us or taken away at 40 yuan a pound. Please be careful while going up the mountain. Supervise your children and don't cause a ruckus on the mountain. Lin Feng was busy sweating profusely and had to urgently request Lin Jia to send more staff over. The most troublesome issue was parking. Normally, during holidays, the village was filled with cars, and now, with wave after wave of customers coming to experience mushroom picking, parking had become a headache. He silently noted this issue and planned to suggest to Lin Jia and Lin Nan to find a place to build a parking lot in the village. Otherwise, as the popularity increased, parking would truly become a problem. At this time, Lin Nan was also extremely busy. Like yesterday, He continued live streaming mushroom picking to raise the profile of Qingyuan Mountain and attract more people to come and pick mushrooms. Hello everyone, I'm Lin from Qingyuan Mountain. Today I'm back on a mountain to pick mushrooms. With the start of Lin Nan's live stream and a bit of cashability, the number of viewers in the stream quickly soared, soon exceeding 1,000. You are a big liar, streamer. After watching your video yesterday, I immediately went up the mountain to pick mushrooms, searched for half a day, and came back empty-handed. Me too, streamer. If you're so capable, why don't you tell us your address and see if I come to find you? This must be fake. There's not a single mushroom on my mountain. I spent hours and just encountered a couple fighting up there. Is the fighting upstairs serious? Who goes up the mountain to fight? Kids, don't pry into adult matters. Hurry back and do your homework. There are no mushrooms now. There might be some after the new year. The streamer is just lying. In a live stream, many people were calling Lin Nan a liar because many viewers who watched the live stream yesterday rushed up the mountain to find mushrooms, but ended up finding nothing. I absolutely did not deceive everyone. If you don't believe me, I can randomly cut open a patch of reeds for you to see. Lin Nan looked at the discussions in the live stream and interacted with the audience, using a sickle to cut open a patch of reeds, revealing clusters of mushrooms inside. Look, aren't these mushrooms? If you don't believe it, come to our Xianxia village in Qingyuan Mountain to experience the fun of mushroom picking. I've already posted the address in the comment section of the video. You can come find me and experience the joy of mushroom picking together. Streamer, you're quite handsome. Do you have any unmarried sisters or younger sisters? Brother, I'm live streaming mushroom picking, not live streaming for matchmaking. Do I have a girlfriend? I don't have a girlfriend. I'm currently live streaming picking mushrooms, not looking for a girlfriend. Do you need me to introduce a girlfriend to you? No need, no need. Thank you, thank you. Streamer, can you send me a few pounds of mushrooms to try? That's no problem, but the logistics are currently down. You can come to Xianxia village in Qingyuan Mountain to find me. I'll treat you to a feast. Streamer, the mushrooms are so cute. Can we not pick them? They will feel pain. These mushrooms will also wither away if not picked, and they don't feel pain. Will eating mushrooms make you pregnant? Eating mushrooms has no causal relationship with pregnancy. You can eat them with peace of mind. Chapter 25, 30 million in one day few. I'm exhausted. Today has really worn me out. Lin Xianxia put down a load of mushrooms, feeling so tired that he couldn't even straighten his back. He had been busy all day, aside from a few minutes for meals, working from around 6 in the morning until after 6 in the evening. The sky was getting dark, and the villagers of Xianxia village were still lighting lamps, trying to finish harvesting all the mushrooms. Of course, my back feels like it's going to break. Bending down to pick mushrooms all day has really taken a toll on me. There's just one little hill left, but it's getting too late to see, so we'll have to leave it for tomorrow. After sitting overnight, the mushrooms will be different. Many will probably wilt by tomorrow. Yeah, but there's nothing we can do. I'm just too tired to keep going today. I've been busy since morning and just can't take it anymore. But the exhaustion is worth it. Harvesting mushrooms is like picking up money, 50 yuan per pound, and about 2 yuan for each mushroom. Who would complain about the hard work when it feels like picking money? Haha, that's right. The villagers of Xianxia village sat together in small groups, resting and discussing. How much do you think our village will earn today? At least 20 million. I heard the finance team roughly calculated it during lunch, and by then, it had already exceeded 15 million. Really? Wow. Earning 15 million in one day. Our village will surely get rich. Not just 15 million. I estimate it might even hit 30 million. I think so too. You should have seen it. The finance team was so busy today that Lu Changzong didn't even have time to eat. The trucks hauling mushrooms came one after another. We had to get a few big trucks just to carry all the mushrooms. Besides selling mushrooms, I heard many people came to our Xianxia village for the mushroom picking agritourism experience. There were a lot of them. I've heard there were hundreds. The ticket price is 66 yuan for adults and free for children. I heard just from ticket sales alone, we made over 20,000 yuan. Produce. The mushrooms those tourists picked, they basically all took home, selling for 40 yuan a pound. Oh my gosh. There are really people willing to spend 66 yuan to enjoy this agritourism experience? Isn't that just a waste of money? If it were me, I wouldn't spend 66 yuan to go pick mushrooms in the mountains. There are mountains everywhere. Why spend that unnecessary money? Wouldn't it be better to buy a few pounds of meat with that money? Is this agritourism just making money off us old folks? It's actually making money off the younger generation, off those city folks who have never experienced this. Spending a few dozen yuan for some fun doesn't matter to them. Moreover, mushrooms outside are 50 yuan a pound. If they pay the ticket price to come pick mushrooms and take a few pounds home at 40 yuan a pound, it's almost like they didn't spend anything on the ticket. That said, if you really asked me to spend money on this, I wouldn't be willing. Haha, I wouldn't either. So I think this agritourism isn't realistic. But Lin Nan has managed to set it up, and as our reputation grows, even more people will come to pick mushrooms. By then, we can save the effort of picking mushrooms and easily sell them off. That's the most brilliant part. Oh, hearing you say that makes it clear to me. That's how it is. The villagers kept discussing while occasionally glancing over at Lin Changzong, who was sweating as he quickly calculated today's income. Around him, many villagers had gathered. Some hadn't even returned home for meals, instead holding large bowls filled with food, chatting while they ate and patiently waiting for the finance team to announce today's income. There are still 50,000 pounds of mushrooms that we couldn't sell today. I wonder if they'll go bad overnight. As the general manager, Lin Jia looked at the piles of mushrooms stacked in the drying yard, feeling quite worried. Today was a bountiful harvest, and the village company had to rush to Qianzhou City and Xianxia County to buy many plastic baskets just to manage. If we leave them overnight, it should be fine. We can spray some water to keep them moist and sell them early tomorrow morning. Lin Changwa said while smoking, feeling exhausted himself, his voice a bit hoarse after a day filled with various tasks. Finally, he had a moment to rest, but he needed to start planning for tomorrow. Moreover, since it's a New Year period, there are many social obligations. Everyone is trying to postpone as many as possible. For those that can't be postponed, we need to explain clearly, rush to attend, and then hurry back. Lin Changzong, can you even manage the accounts? Why hasn't it been calculated yet? At this moment, Lin Changshi's voice rang out, and Lin Changwa slightly frowned, quickly looking over. When Lin Changshi needed to spend money, it felt like he was cutting into his flesh. Now that the village company is making money, he is the most impatient, fidgeting and pacing around Lin Changzong, waiting with great impatience. Hurry up and get out of the way. Stop wandering around in front of me, distracting me from my calculations. If I make a mistake, I'll have to start over. Lin Changzong continued to calculate without looking up, his abacus clicking away. Hearing this, Lin Changshi pouted, saying, "Haven't we all been waiting a long time?" Lin Changshi, get to the side. Don't disturb the finance team while they're calculating. They haven't rested all day, and it's not easy to sort out these accounts. They have to be accurate. Exactly, move aside, don't hinder their calculations. What does it matter if we wait a little longer? We're just sitting around doing nothing anyway. Upon hearing this, the nearby villagers chimed in one after another. It's done. At that moment, Lin Changzong stopped his hand that was moving the beads, quickly grabbing a pen to write down the results. How much? How much did we earn today? Did we hit 30 million? Upon hearing this, the villagers of Linjia village perked up, immediately stopping their chatter and gathering around. Everyone, after our finance team's detailed calculations and confirmations, today, our Linjia village company, Qingyuan Mountain Tourism Company, has an income of 32,680,000. Lin Changwa stood up, extremely excited, announcing loudly to everyone. Over 32 million. My goodness. We earned over 30 million in one day. Our Linjia village is really going to get rich. Haha, we've struck it rich. All the hard work today was worth it. Oh my gosh. Our Linjia village is going to prosper. Chapter 26 Lin Changshi regrets haha. We've struck it rich. Over 30 million in just one day. And our village has a total of 750 people. So if we average it out, each person has about 40,000. It seems right when calculated simply. But our village company doesn't distribute shares equally. It's based on the amount of shares owned. One person has 0.0533 of the shares. And if you invest 10,000, you get 0. 2. Everyone, take out your calculators and do the math. My family has 6 members. And we invested 10,000, which gives us about 0.52 of the shares. Doesn't that mean we have 170,000? Someone quickly took out their phone to calculate and instantly widened their eyes in disbelief. In just one day, my whole family could make 170,000. That can't be right. Just one day, and you're saying your family made 170,000? Did you make a mistake? Let us calculate again. Let us calculate again. The villagers eagerly chimed in, each pulling out their calculators for quick computations. No mistake, it really comes out to about 170,000. I didn't make a mistake. My family of 5 also invested 10,000, and I calculated we have over 150,000. My goodness, I calculated that according to the shares, my family has almost 200,000. My family also has nearly 200,000. The villagers repeatedly calculated, and seeing the numbers they came up with, they were instantly thrilled. All the fatigue from the day vanished completely. Earning over 100,000 in a day was something they had never even dared to imagine. But now it seemed to be true. Lin Changshi, Lin Changdo, Lin Changlian, and Lin Changzhu were also quickly calculating. My family has 4 members, each with 0.0533 of the shares, totaling 0.213 of the shares. We didn't invest any money, so we only have that small amount of shares, which comes out to less than 70,000. When Lin Changshi calculated this number, he couldn't believe it. He quickly recalculated several times, and after confirming it was correct, his face turned extremely ugly. Every household was making over 100,000, and some who invested more were even making several 100,000. Meanwhile, his own family only had around 70,000. This was something he couldn't accept at all. Of course, it was just Lin Changshi whose face was grim. Lin Changdo, Lin Changlian, and Lin Changzhu also looked bad. Seeing everyone around them smiling and excited, their faces fell dark in comparison. This is unfair to us. We are all from the same village and work together. Why is it that every household is making over 100,000, while we only get less than 100,000? Lin Changshi said with a gloomy face to the others beside him. Yes, this is unfair. Lin Changdo quickly replied, while Lin Changlian and Lin Changzhu looked at Lin Changshi with dark faces and bloodshot eyes, staring him down. Lin Changlian, what are you looking at me for? Lin Changshi felt the gazes and saw their expressions that looked ready to eat him alive, and he frowned, asking, I was ready to invest money last night, but you dragged me away. What do we do now? Lin Changlian had just carefully calculated that investing 10,000 would give him 0.2 of the shares, which is roughly equivalent to 4 people's shares, totaling over 60,000. This was just the income for one day. If it continued like this for years, the gap would be enormous. Thinking of this, he felt a murderous intent towards Lin Changshi. What can I say? Who doesn't want more shares? Lin Changshi said helplessly, this is clearly unfair. Lin Nan alone holds 20 of the shares and invested 700,000, which means his personal share is 34. If you think your shares are too few, why don't you go find Lin Nan instead of coming to me? After saying this, he didn't wait for Lin Changlian to respond and directly walked toward Lin Nan, Lin Jie, and Lin Changbua, loudly declaring, Lin Nan, I want to invest. I'm willing to pay to invest. I'll put in 100,000. No, I'll put in 200,000. His voice was loud, immediately attracting everyone's attention as they looked over. Lin Changshi, didn't you say last night that you would absolutely not regret it? What's going on? Just a day later and you regret it? Lin Changbua laughed. Exactly. You said yesterday you wouldn't regret it, and even said you could eat and drink well with 10,000. Just one day and you regret it? Regret doesn't matter now. Who doesn't regret? I also regret that I didn't invest more money yesterday. Exactly. If I could, I'd also want to invest 200,000 now. 200,000? That's nothing. I do want to hold more shares, even if I had to borrow money. Others immediately laughed in agreement. Lin Changshi, what are you trying to invest in now? Everyone was present last night. I repeatedly urged you to put in at least 10,000 to invest. Lin Jie said to Lin Changshi with a smile. Last night was last night. Today is today. I regret it now. I want to invest now. I'll put in 200,000 to invest. Lin Changshi had thick skin, treating his previous words as if they were nothing. Lin Changshi, do you think this is child's play? Wanting to invest just like that, and then regretting it? If you want to invest, ask the villagers from our village. Who doesn't want more shares? Lin Jie addressed the villagers of Lin Family Village. Exactly. Who doesn't want to invest more? If I could, I'd also put in 200,000 right now. There is no such thing as a regret pill. Regretting now doesn't matter. You know, yesterday was yesterday, and today is today. Haha, regretting now serves you right. Yesterday I asked you to invest, and you wouldn't listen. Now you regret it, huh? The villagers around all chimed in. Why can't it be done? Isn't it just a day difference? Lin Changshi said with a dark face. Yesterday was yesterday, today is today. If one could freely regret, what we need laws for? Everyone in our village signed contracts last night with signatures and seals which have legal effect. The company was established yesterday, and the changes in company shares cannot be changed casually. If you want to invest, I said it doesn't count. It must be agreed upon by all the shareholders in our village. Moreover, investing now means you have to calculate based on the current price. Lin Jie smiled and said, I don't understand this. I just want to invest. Why is that? We are all from the same village. Your families can calculate to receive over 100,000, while my family only gets a few thousand, and Lin Nan alone holds 34 of the shares. Isn't this too unfair? I must get some shares, otherwise, no one can have a good life or expect to get rich. Lin Xianxia started to act unreasonable and create a ruckus. Chapter 27. Whoever delays the village's wealth is everyone's enemy. Yes, we must get some shares, or none of us will have a good time. And don't even think about getting rich. Lin Chando looked on and started to cause a ruckus as well. Haha, Lin Nan hadn't even spoken yet. But Lin Jie beside him burst out laughing first. This is really funny. You two think starting a company is like playing house? You think you could just invest whenever you want? Who do you think you are? After laughing, Lin Jie's expression turned cold as he said, "You've been nothing but a worthless bully in your own little corner your whole life. Yesterday, when we asked you to invest, you refused to spend a penny. Now that you see the company can make big money, you come here to act like a rogue and cause trouble. Share some of the stock with you? We gave you a chance yesterday. Did you seize it? Asking you for 10,000 yuan was like cutting off your flesh. Ask the elders in Linjia village around you. Who doesn't regret it? Who doesn't want more shares now? Our village has finally produced a Lin Nan willing to help us all get rich. And you? All you do is stir the pot here, short-sighted and useless, and yet you're still greedy. If you had the ability to help everyone in the village earn tens of millions a day, ideally you take half the shares. But do you have that ability?" Lin Jie's words made Lin Xianxia curl his lips, unsure how to respond. "Let me tell you, our Linjia village has finally found a profitable project, and we all have a glimmer of hope for poverty alleviation and a better life. Whoever dares to delay our village's wealth is our enemy. Don't you all agree?" With Lin Jie's words, the villagers around immediately echoed loudly. "Yes. If anyone delays my wealth, I'll kill him. It's hard to find a profitable project. If anyone stops me from making money, I'll fight them to the death. Lin Xianxia, others may be afraid of you, but I'm not. If you delay my wealth, I'll kill you. Damn it, Lin Xianxia. Who doesn't regret not investing more money yesterday, taking more shares? If everyone behaved like you, how could our village company continue operating?" He had always been this type of person. When the road was being built before, he occupied a bit of land from his family and made a fuss for a long time to stop the construction. If it weren't for the village chief swapping land with him, we might not have even finished building the cement road. Lin Xianxia, Lin Chando. If you delay my wealth, I'll hit you every time I see you. Although everyone usually didn't bother with Lin Xianxia and Lin Chando, that was because it didn't affect their own interests. Now that he was shouting about delaying everyone's wealth, that wouldn't do. Even the normally honest people were glaring at the two of them with bloodshot eyes, looking as if they wanted to kill them. Lin Jie and Lin Nan looked at the angry crowd and smiled. People like Lin Xianxia really lacked sense. Blocking others' paths to wealth is like killing their parents. If he dared to cause trouble and made everyone unable to earn money, he could really get killed. Rural folks don't earn much money as it is. It's hard to find someone leading everyone towards a better future. Blocking their path to wealth is just asking for death. What is wrong with me wanting some shares? Every household has more shares than I do. How does it matter if I join in now? Isn't it just a matter of one day's difference? What's the difference? Lin Xianxia looked at the crowd, his face darkening, knowing he had incurred everyone's wrath, but he still wouldn't give up easily. The difference is huge. Who doesn't want more shares? I regret not taking out a few more thousand yesterday too. Exactly. Who doesn't want more shares? Yesterday, we asked you repeatedly, and you stubbornly refused to invest. So who can you blame for regretting it? Yesterday, asking you for money was like cutting flesh. And now you see the profits and regret it. Coming here to cause trouble? Huh. Has everyone heard this? They all pointed at Lin Xianxia and spoke up one after another. I want to talk to you. I'll talk to Lin Nan. Lin Nan, tell me, am I allowed to invest now? Seeing he couldn't convince the crowd, Lin Xianxia turned to Lin Nan. Thinking that he was older and considered an elder to Lin Nan, and believed Lin Nan, being a college student, had no experience. Uncle Xianxia, yesterday, we asked you repeatedly to invest at least 10,000 yuan. You were the one who said no, and you also said you wouldn't regret it. Now that the company's shares have been confirmed, if you want to invest, we need to hold a new shareholders meeting. And more than half the people must agree before you can invest. Moreover, share value must be calculated based on the company's valuation. It's not up to me to decide. It's also not something you can just casually demand, Lin Nan said to Lin Xianxia very seriously. I don't understand any of this, and I don't care. All I know is you hold so many shares. Can't you let me have a little? Lin Xianxia said, acting unreasonable. You don't understand. We've explained it to you. Second, I hold many shares because I'm the core of the company. Without my technology, how can everyone get rich? Also, I invested the most money last night. I put in 700,000 yuan. Shouldn't I have the most shares? Third, why should I give you my shares? Shares are money. Fourth, everyone wants more shares. If I give you some, what about the others? If everyone behaves like you, causing trouble and making a fuss, how can our Linjia village get rich? Lin Nan's reasoning made Lin Changbua, Lin Jia, and others nod slightly in agreement. Yes, well said. Stop causing trouble here. Don't delay our wealth, or we'll beat you to death. It's already generous to give you some shares. If Lin Nan weren't leading us to make money, your family wouldn't even have a hair. Upon hearing this, everyone started to speak up. Lin Xianxia still wanted to say something. At that moment, Lin Changlian, Lin Changzhu, and Lin Changhua, who had been clenching their fists with red eyes, exchanged glances and directly exploded, grabbing Lin Xianxia from behind and repeatedly punching him, while cursing, "Bastard, yesterday I was ready to invest, and you held me back. I'll kill you. It's all your fault. I could have been like everyone else, and I've lost so much money because of you. I should have listened to you." As they beat him, they expressed their immense anger. It hurts. Lin Xianxia cried out in pain, holding his head and unable to tell east from west, only feeling fists and feet raining down on him like a storm. Chapter 28. What New Year to Celebrate? Earning money comes first. It hurts. Who hit me? It hurts. Lin Xianxia rolled on the ground, holding his head and shouting in pain. The villagers of Linjia village around him looked on with smiles, showing no intention of stepping in to help. Lin Xianxia usually did not get along well with the villagers, and after he had just shouted about blocking everyone's financial path, naturally, no one wanted to pull Lin Changlian and Lin Changzhu away from him. You want to block my financial path? I shouldn't have listened to you, you bastard. If I get beaten to death, I'll lose tens of thousands in a day. How much is that over time? Let you be a troublemaker every day. I'll let you off. The more Lin Changlian and Lin Changzhu hit him, the angrier they became, especially when they thought about how their families would earn much less than others in the future, making them even more furious as they kept punching Lin Xianxia. All right, stop hitting. You'll really hurt someone, and you'll all get arrested. After a few minutes, Lin Changhua finally spoke up to stop them. It was necessary to teach Lin Xianxia a lesson, and it would show the whole village that no one should act like Lin Xianxia in the future. Hearing the village head, Lin Changhua, speak, Lin Changlian and the others stopped, but continued to glare at Lin Xianxia with bloodshot eyes, looking as if they wished they could kill him. Lin Changlian, Lin Changzhu, you dare to hit me? I want to let this go. Lin Xianxia got up awkwardly, his face swollen and bruised, glaring fiercely at the others. Not letting it go. We want to let it go with you. Upon hearing this, Lin Changlian was instantly enraged, grabbing Lin Xianxia by the collar and raising his fist to hit him. Enough. Stop it. Lin Changhua stepped forward to separate the two and continued, saying, "It's the new year. Let us not make a fuss. Everyone has worked hard today. Let's all go home and rest." Hearing Lin Changhua's words, the crowd surprisingly did not rush to leave. Someone thought for a moment and asked, "Are we continuing tomorrow?" "Tomorrow, my brother-in-law is having a wedding banquet. I need to go eat." "Yes. Should we arrange tomorrow's matters in advance to avoid being rushed like today? I also need to go to the banquet tomorrow. I want to prepare New Year's goods. After all, the New Year is coming soon. Whether to celebrate the New Year or not doesn't matter. Right now is the time to make money, tens of millions a day. Who has the time to think about celebrating the New Year?" Others chimed in, saying, "What New Year? Earning money comes first. Our village earns over 30 million a day. If we work hard during this New Year period for 10 days, our village could earn billions." Lin Nan looked at everyone as he spoke. As soon as Lin Nan's words came out, the villagers nodded in agreement. Right? What New Year? Earning money comes first. This mushroom season only lasts for 10 days or so. Once everyone goes out to work, our mushrooms won't sell well anymore, and prices will drop. We must seize the time to earn money now. Well said. Earning money comes first. Only by earning money can we celebrate the New Year. Without earning money, what is there to celebrate? Everyone deeply agreed with Lin Nan's words. As long as there is money to be made, celebrating the New Year or not is irrelevant. The world is vast, but making money is the biggest priority. With money, every day is a celebration. Without money, even celebrating the New Year means eating plain rice. Of course, considering that some people need to visit relatives or attend banquets. If everyone comes to work at the village company every day, we'll pay according to our local wage plus a holiday bonus, making it 200 yuan a day during the New Year period. This means the village company is hiring everyone to work and will calculate wages at the end of each month, distributing them at the beginning of the next month. This way, it's fairer. Those who come to work can earn wages, and those who have things to do need not worry. They can visit relatives or attend banquets as needed. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Lin Nan added, public and private matters must be clearly distinguished. And we can't just have a communal pot. Some people are diligent, some are lazy, some are honest, and some cheat. We must calculate wages to be fair and reasonable. This plan is good. It should be like this. Yes, although this company belongs to all of us, we still need to distinguish between those who contribute and those who don't. Otherwise, if everyone starts to cheat, the company won't be able to continue operating. That's right. With this approach, those willing to work can earn wages, which means they are hired by the company to work. I'd say the head of a college student is still useful. Everyone nodded in support. Since everyone has no objections, let us settle it like this. Those with matters tomorrow should inform their group leaders in advance. If there's nothing to do, we'll work in groups like today. And let us aim to earn another 30 million tomorrow, Lin Nan said loudly, seeing that everyone had no objections. When the villagers heard the 30 million figure, they instantly became as energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Despite being exhausted from the day, they were still spirited and not in a hurry to go home to rest. Instead, they gathered in small groups, constantly calculating how much money their families could earn based on their shares for the day. The more they calculated, the more energized and excited they became. Oh my, if I'm not mistaken, our family earned about 200,000 today. If we can keep this up for 10 days, we'll have 2 million. Enough for the wedding gifts, buying a house, and a car. Lin Changfeng calculated over and over, getting more and more excited. Lin Yan, check if I calculated wrong? Dad, I've counted it over a dozen times. It's definitely not wrong, Lin Yan said helplessly again. As long as it's not wrong, that's good. Let us go home, take a shower, and sleep early. We need to get up early tomorrow to continue working. Lin Changfeng grinned. Tomorrow, my sister's family is marrying off their daughter. We have to go. Lin Changfeng's wife, Zhou Ronghong, reminded him from the side. We definitely have to go. When it's time to eat, we'll give a gift and have a meal. Do we really want to waste a whole day? Working for a day earns 200 yuan. With 5 people in our family, that's 1,000 yuan. Besides, if everyone goes to visit relatives, what will happen to the mushrooms? The whole village earns over 30 million a day, and our family earns over 200,000. As long as the gift is delivered. Earning money comes first. Chapter 29. Surge of tourists. Rising fame of Qingyuan Mountain on Mopanchen. Can this mushroom be eaten raw? No, this mushroom cannot be eaten raw. Lin Nan was live streaming, collecting mushrooms while interacting with the audience in the chat. What happens if you eat it raw? I don't know what would happen if you eat it raw, because I've never eaten it raw. Can the streamer eat a mushroom raw? I'll send you a big rocket. Brother, even if you send me 10 big rockets, I wouldn't dare to eat it raw. I'm afraid of meeting little people. I hope everyone can come to our Qingyuan Mountain to experience mushroom picking in a rural homestay. You can see around. These are all friends who came here after watching my live stream to experience mushroom picking. The weather is nice now. Everyone can bring their kids to the mountain to pick mushrooms, letting the kids experience the joy of mushroom picking, while also enjoying the outdoors, climbing, and getting some exercise. Please rest assured, at our Qingyuan Mountain, you are guaranteed to pick mushrooms, and if you don't, you can get a refund. The ticket price for adults is 66 yuan each, and children are free. The mushrooms you pick can be taken home for just 40 yuan per pound. If you don't want to take them home, you can give them to us. It's fine. Lin Nan continued to stream, with 50,000 viewers in the chat. Almost all from Xianxia. Streamer, can I take a photo with you? At this moment, a beautiful woman carrying a basket of mushrooms approached. Of course. Lin Nan replied with a smile. The woman held the basket in one hand and opened the camera with the other to take a photo with Lin Nan, then quickly posted it on her social media. The streamer didn't lie. There are really a lot of mushrooms in Qingyuan Mountain. You can't pick them all. It's a great harvest today. I had so much fun. I finally experienced the joy of picking mushrooms like I did in childhood again. After posting, she sent a screenshot of her social media post to Lin Feng. Is this okay? Yes. Lin Feng quickly replied and sent her 10 yuan. This was one of the promotional methods devised by Lin Nan, Lin Feng, Lin Shi, and other young people to boost the fame of Qingyuan Mountain. The effect was obvious. The number of tourists coming to Linjiakan in Qingyuan Mountain began to surge rapidly. Starting from the first day of the Lunar New Year, the number of visitors to Qingyuan Mountain exceeded 1,000, and on the second day, it skyrocketed to 2,000, doubling in number. Today is the third day of the Lunar New Year, and the number of visitors surged again. Tourists were everywhere on the several open peaks, with laughter and joy filling the mountains. They had to accommodate thousands of tourists in a day, and with mushroom picking and selling, the entire village of Linjiakan was bustling with activity. There were so many visitors that there was no place to park. So they had to hurriedly hire excavators and bulldozers to build a few large parking lots. After the tourists arrived, they needed to buy water and drinks. So a small shop was quickly opened in the village for convenience. With traffic congestion, they had to organize villagers to clear the roads to prevent blockages. Hundreds of people in the village were busy and dizzy. Even the children might be temporarily assigned some tasks. But everyone was energized, full of drive, because it was all about money. The production and sale of mushrooms remained very robust. The entire Qingyuan Mountain area could still produce over 30 million mushrooms daily. And the mushrooms were already being sold throughout the Qianzhou region. Due to the increased fame, even some vendors from other counties came to Linjiaken to wholesale mushrooms for resale, which greatly alleviated the sales pressure on Linjiaken. In addition to the income from mushrooms, the income brought by tourists also surged rapidly. Ticket sales, shop revenues, and even the village's young people planned to open a milk tea shop, with some suggesting a restaurant. This would not only provide services to tourists, but also increase the village company's revenue. However, it was just too busy at the moment, and since it was still the spring festival holiday, these plans could only be postponed. The village company was profitable, and the profits meant that the villagers of Linjiaken were making money, so everyone was naturally full of energy and motivation every day. Today's live stream was about to come to an end. If you also want to experience the fun of mushroom picking, you can come to Linjiaken in Qingyuan Mountain. I guarantee you will definitely be able to pick mushrooms. Remember, it's Linjiaken in Qingyuan Mountain, located in Feng Town, Xianxia. After shutting down the live stream, Lin Nan immediately grabbed a bottle of mineral water and took a big gulp. Live streaming was really tiring, leaving him parched. After a brief rest, Lin Nan began to stroll around the mountain, carefully observing the situation of the tourists, listening to their discussions, and considering what could be improved in the future. Mushroom picking is quite fun. I picked a lot of mushrooms. It is fun. When we were kids, we would go up the mountain to pick mushrooms at this time, but now there are fewer mushrooms. I didn't expect there to be so many varieties in Qingyuan Mountain. It's finally satisfying. It's fun, but it's a bit inconvenient if you want to go to the toilet. You have to go back to the village to borrow. It is inconvenient. There are people everywhere on the mountain. Besides picking mushrooms, there isn't much else to do. You can climb Qingyuan Mountain. The view from the top is pretty good. I didn't expect to find such a beautiful place like Qingyuan Mountain in Xianxia. I want to come back to Linjiaken next time. The hygiene isn't great. And there is trash everywhere on the mountain with no one cleaning it up. How can you have an amusement area without paying attention to hygiene? They're just starting, and there are many areas that need improvement, but picking mushrooms is indeed fun. I had a great time, and the mushrooms are delicious. Lin Nan listened carefully, silently noting down the negative points mentioned by the tourists, knowing he would need to find ways to improve. Just as Lin Nan was deep in thought, the voice of the mountain god system echoed in his mind. Ding! Qingyuan Mountain level upgraded to level 2. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan immediately became excited. It's not easy. I finally reached level 2. I wonder what new functions and abilities the mountain god system will provide. Lin Nan was filled with anticipation for the mountain god system. He had been working hard on live streaming, continuously raising the fame of Qingyuan Mountain, letting more people know about its name, even spending money on ads to buy traffic, all for the purpose of increasing Qingyuan Mountain's visibility and gaining more functions by leveling up. Chapter 30. New features of the Level 2 system. Lin Nan activated the Mountain God System panel with a thought. Qingshan, Level 2 height, 324 meters range, 5 kilometers in radius. Plant species: ginkgo, camphor tree, maple, banyan, waxberry, jujube, etc. Animal species: yellow muntjac, owl monkey, civet pangolin, giant salamander, wild boar, wild rabbit, wild chicken. Resources: huangjing, ganoderma, mugwort, mountain plum, gold cherry, August fruit, white palm mushrooms. Population awareness: 1, 439. 873 people. Visitors: 10, 0, 83 people. Fame level: 1-star. Evaluation: somewhat known, recognized within 100 miles. System functions: can change and control precipitation, temperature, terrain, and topography in the Qingshan area. Can control and influence the growth of plants and animals in the Qingshan area. Can improve plant varieties in the Qingshan area, significantly accelerating plant growth in the Qingshan area. More than 1 million people now know about Qingshan, and the number of visitors has also exceeded 10,000. The system has added 2 features. One is the ability to improve plant varieties in the Qingshan area, and the other is to significantly accelerate plant growth in the Qingshan area. Lin Nan immediately began to study these 2 new functions carefully. The feature of significantly accelerating plant growth in the Qingyuan area was easy to understand, but the key was this improvement of plant varieties. With another thought, a topographical map of the entire Qingyuan area appeared in his mind, along with various distribution maps of plants and animals. He casually chose the ubiquitous pine trees. In the Qinzhou area, there are mainly two species of pine trees, the Masan pine and the yellow mountain pine. The Qingyuan area only has the Masan pine. The Masan pine is a common pine species widely found in the southern regions. As Lin Nan selected the Masan pine, the mountain god system immediately suggested possible directions for improvement. There are roughly 3 directions for improving the Masan pine. One is to improve the seeds of the Masan pine, transforming it into varieties similar to the red pine and Brazilian pine found in northeastern China, making the pine cones and seeds larger and richer in oil, thus possessing higher economic or medicinal value. The second is to improve it for ornamental purposes, making it resemble ornamental pines like the rowan pine, black pine, red pine, or yellow pine, giving it higher ornamental value. The third direction is to improve it towards giant pine varieties, making the trees tall and straight. Not bad, not bad. This function is very practical. The pine trees all over Qingyuan are not worth much and cannot generate economic benefits. But if they can be gradually improved to red pines or Brazilian pines, selling pine nuts in the future could be very profitable. He could also improve some pines to create beautifully shaped trees on cliffs or beside large rocks. After reading the system's introduction, Lin Nan couldn't help but smile, and a thought quickly formed in his mind. Should he ride the wave of popularity and traffic from the Huangshan guest pine? He could choose a cliff in Qingyuan to create a pine tree similar in shape and size to the guest pine. It seemed feasible. After all, traffic is still traffic. If he could combine the Huangshan guest pine and the Brazilian pine, allowing the guest pine to produce massive pine cones, it could definitely become a calling card for Qingyuan. Selling a single pine cone for $999 shouldn't be too much to ask, right? It would be like the Da Hong Pao tea from Wui Mountain. By the way, he could also find a mountain in Qingyuan to build a tea plantation, improving the varieties of tea trees to create a unique tea variety exclusive to Qingyuan. And the mushrooms. The Lujia mushrooms only appear for about half a month around the Spring Festival. And once that time passes, even with the mountain god system, he wouldn't be able to control their growth anymore. But he could improve the varieties of these mushrooms to create some that can be harvested year-round, allowing visitors to enjoy the fun of mushroom picking whenever they come. He could also enhance the mushrooms to make them more delicious with unique culinary or medicinal value, developing mushroom varieties exclusive to Qingyuan. The more Lin Nan thought about it, the more he felt this new feature was incredibly powerful and practical. There are hundreds of plant species in Qingyuan, and each species can be improved, creating unique varieties exclusive to the Qingyuan area. Lin Nan believed that if he could develop some unique varieties, these alone could attract a large number of tourists and make Qingyuan famous nationwide. Of course, more importantly, by improving various plant species, Linjiakan could gain substantial economic benefits. Mushroom picking could only last for another 10 days to half a month. Once the season passed, there would be no mushrooms left. If Linjiakan wanted to continue attracting people to visit, they would have to come up with new projects. The farmhouse business definitely couldn't stop, and they also needed to create some scenic spots. Improving pines to ride the wave of traffic was necessary, and they could also plant flowers and plants to increase the aesthetic appeal. For instance, when spring arrives, the azaleas will bloom. If they could plant several mountains of azaleas, that would attract quite a few tourists. As for the farmhouse business, like mushroom picking, it must have its unique features. What kind of projects would have unique characteristics? Lin Nan was quickly pondering in his mind, and various plans from the Qingyuan area and happy memories from his childhood came to mind. Just as Lin Nan was deep in thought, Lin Chongfeng arrived with his son Lin Dian. Uncle Chongfeng, Lin Dian, is there something you need from me? Lin Nan smiled as he asked. Lin Chongfeng hesitated, not knowing how to start. After thinking for a moment, he said, Lin Dian is already 28 years old after the new year. It's time for him to get married. In the past, my family was poor, and Linjiakan is in the mountains, so he hasn't been able to find a wife. Today, someone introduced a girl who seems good, and she agrees. But she requests a house in the city and a bride price of 288,000 yuan. It's hard to come up with so much money all at once. So, I wanted to ask when our village company might distribute some dividends, so we could get some money to help Lin Dian with his lifelong affair. Lin Chongfeng spoke a bit shyly, but also with a sense of helplessness. The reason this time could be successful was that Qingyuan is now very famous in Xianxia, and the villagers of Linjiakan have benefited from this fame. Chapter 31 previously, When people said that Linjia village was poor, I didn't pay much attention to it. But now things are different. Let's rewind a few hours back. Early this morning, Lin Changfeng got up early and asked his group leader for leave. He couldn't go mushroom picking today because he had to take his son Lin Dian on a blind date. For rural people, nothing is more important than a son marrying a daughter-in-law, especially in this era where there are more women than men in rural areas. There are many bachelors struggling to find wives. Not to mention, in Linjia village alone, there are quite a few bachelors over 30, totaling around 20 to 30, which has worried their parents greatly. Lin Dian is already 28 years old, and Lin Changfeng is quite anxious about it. Since Lin Dian was in his early 20s, he has been arranging blind dates for him, and there have been dozens of them. Each time, it was due to their family's poverty, inability to afford a house in the city, the high bride price, or the fact that the other party would lose interest upon hearing about Linjia village. Time flies, and now Lin Dian is already 28 years old. If he doesn't marry soon, he'll be 30. Once he reaches 30, it will be even harder to find a wife, and he will be labeled a bachelor. Therefore, Lin Changfeng takes his son's lifelong affairs very seriously. He got up early to take a stroll around the mountains of Qingyuan Mountain, checking on the mushrooms to see how they were growing. Only when he saw mushrooms sprawling across the mountains did he feel at ease about today's blind date. After the family had breakfast, Lin Dian drove Lin Changfeng and Zhou Ronghong to the house of the girl they were meeting. In Qianzhou, blind dates are usually arranged in the morning. If both parties find each other agreeable, they can spend the afternoon together to get to know each other better. According to the customs and etiquette in Qianzhou, Lin Dian's family prepared 2 gifts, one for the intermediary and one for the girl's family. The intermediary is usually someone who knows both families and helps facilitate the meeting. There are also professional matchmakers, but most of them are scams, primarily to make money, and people generally ignore them now. This time, the intermediary was Lin Changfeng's friend, Xianxia, who also knew the girl's father. After learning about the situation, he helped make the connection, and whether it would work out depended on the chemistry between the two. Lin Dian and Lin Changfeng first went to Xianxia's house to sit for a while before he accompanied them directly to the girl's house. The girl's father is called Lai Tianbao, and the girl is Lai Fangfang, who is already 25 years old. The girl's family is in a better financial situation than Lin Dian's, as they own a house in Fengjin Town. Since it was a friend facilitating the meeting, Lai Tianbao's family welcomed Xianxia, Lin Changfeng, and Lin Dian very warmly. The adults sat together chatting while also letting the 2 young people, Lai Fangfang and Lin Dian, sit together to see if they hit it off. Lin Dian has average looks and isn't very good at conversation. He seemed a bit awkward sitting next to Lai Fangfang and didn't know what to say. The main focus was on the parents getting to know each other's family situations. After chatting for about an hour, it became apparent that Lai Tianbao and his family were not very satisfied with Lin Dian and his family's situation. Lai Tianbao thought for a moment and said tactfully, "To be honest, as parents, we don't have too many demands for our children. As long as my daughter agrees, we can discuss it. However, Linjia village is quite remote and is in the mountains, which makes visiting rather inconvenient." This was a polite way of expressing their disagreement, while also implying that Linjia village is quite poor, as everyone in the surrounding areas knows the situation there. Hearing this, before Lin Changfeng could respond, the intermediary, Xianxia, smiled and said, "In the past, if you said Linjia village was poor, I wouldn't have argued with you. But now, Linjia village is different. Times have changed." The news of Linjia village and Qingyuan Mountain has spread throughout Qianzhou. During the new year, there are thousands of visitors every day to Linjia village. The news about making big money from selling mushrooms has long spread throughout our county. Do you know how much money they make selling mushrooms each day? 30 million. Xianxiaodong raised 3 fingers when he mentioned 30 million. 30 million? Lai Tianbao and Lai Fangfang's eyes widened in surprise. I've heard that people in Linjia village grow mushrooms and have made a fortune. But is that true? Lai Tianbao asked thoughtfully. Yes, it's true. Our village sells over 30 million just from mushroom sales every day. Plus, we're developing agritourism, with thousands of visitors coming every day. The village company is indeed making a lot of money. Lin Changfeng nodded and replied. Lin Dian's family holds about 0.6 of the shares, which translates to an income of 200,000 every day. And this is just the beginning. Linjia village will be developed into a tourist destination, becoming busier and more beautiful, with profits increasing. Moreover, if Fangfang marries into the family, she won't need to work outside anymore. She can work at the village company instead. Working at the village company provides a salary, and once the company makes profits, there will be regular dividends, which is far better than working elsewhere. Xiong Xiaodong as persuasive words made Lai Tianbao and Lai Fongfong very interested. Although Lin Chongfeng's family doesn't have much money now, they have shares in the village company, which is very profitable, so their 1TB worries about money in the future. Furthermore, there will be no issues with jobs. She can directly work in a village company, making money right at her doorstep, which is much better than working outside. Additionally, Lin Dian is someone I've watched grow up. He's an honest person, perfect for a stable life, quite different from those who enjoy indulging in pleasures. Marrying him would mean a secure and stable life. If they need to buy a house, that's also not a problem. Once the village company pays dividends, they can buy a house in the city. And now, with the highway, traveling back and forth is very convenient. If you don't believe me, you can go to Linjia village and see for yourself. There are indeed a lot of people. It's very lively, Xiong Xiaodong said enthusiastically. After his persuasive talk, Lai Fongfong and Lai Tianbao surprisingly agreed, which thrilled Lin Chongfeng's family. Oh God! Finally, Lin Dian's lifelong matter is settled. It has been so difficult. Chapter 32 Good things come in twos. Lin Dian, congratulations. You must treat me to a drink at your wedding. Lin Nan smiled and said to Lin Dian, Definitely, definitely. If it weren't for you, Lin Nan, leading our Linjia village, I might not have succeeded. Although Lin Dian is introverted and a bit dull, he is not foolish. The reason Lai Fongfong agreed this time is precisely because she sees Linjia village as a potential asset. Not only can she make money, but after marrying in, she can also work in a village company without having to toil outside. So deep down, he is grateful to Lin Nan. One could say that Lin Nan changed his fate. Lin Nan, you must sit at the main table when the time comes. If it weren't for you leading us to make money, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly for Lin Dian. When he gets engaged, you must come and drink. Lin Chongfeng also smiled broadly. If his son marries, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Sure, sure. Lin Nan nodded and then thought for a moment and said, After everyone finishes this busy period, after the mushroom season, our village will distribute dividends. And everyone will have money to take care of proper matters. That sounds good. Lin Chongfeng and Lin Dian immediately nodded with smiles upon hearing this. The mushroom season is very short, about half a month around the spring festival. By the Lantern Festival at the latest, there will basically be no mushrooms left. Just as Lin Chongfeng and Lin Dian were about to leave with smiles on their faces, someone excitedly approached them. Lin Nan! Lin Nan! Lin Chongfeng quickly looked over. It turned out to be Lin Chonglian and his eldest son, Lin Shi. Lin Chonglian is one of the older members of the Chong generation, and his eldest son, Lin Shi, is already 36 this year. He has never married, due to the family's poverty and his introverted personality. Uncle, brother Lin Shi. Lin Nan greeted with a smile. Lin Nan, come on, let us go to my house for a meal and drinks. Lin Chonglian eagerly pulled Lin Nan down the mountain. He and Lin Shi had come specifically to invite Lin Nan to their home for drinks. Seeing Lin Chongfeng and Lin Dian nearby, he also pulled them along, saying, Chafeng. Dian, come, let us all go drink at my house together. Chonglian, what good news do you have at home? Lin Chongfeng quickly asked upon seeing his excited expression. Haha, Lin Shi has found a match. Lin Chonglian grinned and said, This is all thanks to Lin Nan leading our Linjia village to prosperity, raising our village's reputation. Otherwise, Lin, she might have been single for life. Do you think I should invite Lin Nan for a good drink? Oh, congratulations, congratulations. This year, I'm waiting to hold my grandson. Upon hearing this, Lin Chongfeng immediately smiled and said, We must invite Lin Nan for a good drink then. If it weren't for Lin Nan, others would still be afraid when they hear about our Linjia village. Our Lin Dian also successfully set up a blind date today. He will officially get engaged on the 6th day. Congratulations, congratulations. Our Lin, she is also set for the 6th. Lin Chonglian smiled and offered his blessings. Then sighed, To be honest, my Lin Shi being able to talk about this match is really thanks to Lin Nan. Now our Linjia village is famous. And Qingyuan Mountain has a reputation too. Everyone knows our village company is making money and that every household in our village has shares. Otherwise, this match would definitely have fallen through. Lin Shi is good in many ways, but he doesn't speak much. Nowadays, girls like those who are smooth-tongued and can take them out for fun. Plus, our family is poor, and he doesn't have a decent job. At 36, he still hasn't married, which has made him the subject of ridicule. Now that he finally has a match, I am truly happy and very grateful to Lin Nan. Lin Nan, you must drink this wine. If you don't, I won't feel right. You led us to wealth. And I didn't believe you, but instead listened to Lin Chongshi and Lin Chongdo's nonsense. I really regret it. After saying this, he couldn't help but slap himself hard. If there is one thing he regrets most in life, it is not investing 10,000 yuan in the village company when he listened to Lin Chongshi. Every time he thinks about it, He feels sick with regret and wishes he could beat Lin Xianxia to death. He now understands that one should never listen to those who are struggling, but should listen more to those who are doing well, to those with knowledge and culture. Lin Jia was once a small boss, and he believed in Lin Nan, even taking out 100,000 yuan to invest. That vision and courage are something Lin Xianxia cannot compare to. You should learn from capable people and follow those who have skills and abilities. Enough of that bastard Lin Xianxia. Come on, let us go. Everyone, let us go to my house for drinks. Lin Chonglian smiled as he pulled Lin Nan and Lin Chongfeng to his house. As they just came down the mountain into the village, someone saw Lin Nan and hurriedly approached him, excitedly pulling him towards his house. While walking, he said, "Lin Nan, come on, let us go to my house for drinks." "Uncle Jean, can you tell me if there is good news, or I'm just confused?" Seeing his expression, Lin Nan guessed he was similar to Lin Chongfeng and Lin Chonglian. Lin Chongjin has 3 sons. The eldest, Lin Tian, is 35. The second, Lin Di, is 33. And the youngest, Lin Run, is 31. None of the 3 sons have married yet. Because of this, he has felt ashamed and laughed at many times. My eldest son, Lin Tian, successfully set up a blind date today and will get engaged on the 6th. This is all thanks to Lin Nan for leading us to make money, making our Linjia village famous. Otherwise, he might not have been able to marry. So you must drink this wine. You can't refuse. Just as Lin Chongjin finished speaking, Lin Chongfeng and Lin Chonglian both exclaimed, "Your family is also set for the 6th? Now, they all coincide. You too?" Lin Chongjin. Upon hearing this and looking at the 2 of them and their companions Lin Dian and Lin Shi, instantly understood. Haha, this is indeed a series of good news. Congratulations. Congratulations. Haha, congratulations to all. But Lin Nan must go to my house for drinks today, since I invited him first. No. Lin Nan must go to my house for drinks. Lin Chonglian and Lin Chongjin argued, both pulling Lin Nan towards their own homes. There are opportunities for everyone. Today, it was Uncle Chonglian who invited first. When rural people get enthusiastic, they really get enthusiastic, often pulling and tugging over a small matter for a long time. For young people like Lin Nan, they don't particularly enjoy this kind of tugging. Just then, a BMW drove up to them and parked elegantly by the side. The car door opened, and 2 middle-aged men got out. Lin Chongwang, Lin Chongrong, Lin Chonglian, and Lin Chongjin recognized them immediately. Chapter 33. We are city people. These 2 men were dressed in suits and leather shoes, their hair neatly combed, holding a bag in hand, looking like successful individuals or big bosses. "Oh, isn't this Chonglian, Chongjin, and Chongfeng? Long time no see." Lin Chongwang greeted them with a smile upon seeing the group. Although it was a greeting, their demeanor was arrogant, as if they were looking down from a high pedestal, noses in the air, completely dismissive of others. Sigh, Linjia village is still the same as it was decades ago, with no changes at all. Can people even live in these houses anymore? Lin Chongrong remarked lazily, glancing around Linjia village and shaking his head repeatedly. "What are you 2 city folks doing in our Linjia village?" Lin Chongfeng asked, sneering at the 2 brothers. Lin Chongwang and Lin Chongrong were actually from Linjia village as well. They used to be very poor, but after working on construction sites, they gradually became contractors and eventually made a fortune. Once they had money, they looked down on their fellow villagers from Linjia village. They bought houses in the city and moved their household registrations there, even selling their ancestral land and old houses in Linjia village. In their words, they wanted to completely sever ties with the impoverished Linjia village. Although they occasionally returned to Linjia village, they always acted superior, speaking condescendingly about Linjia village and its residents. Interestingly, Lin Chongfeng was actually their cousin. In the past, when they visited Linjia village, Lin Chongfeng would treat them generously with good food and wine, even giving them some free-range chickens and eggs when they left. However, these 2 brothers were stingy and never contributed anything, not even a kind word, constantly looking down on the villagers. Due to this, Lin Chongfeng no longer treated them kindly. Lin Nan observed the 2 brothers and recalled hearing about them before. He couldn't believe they had returned to Linjia village today. Could it be for the village company's matters? Indeed, you city folks come to our poor Linjia village and might catch some of its poverty, Lin Chonglian added, also showing a displeased expression. Although the brothers were wealthy, they were known for being stingy. Even though they had moved to the city, everyone still considered them part of Linjia village and would inform them about village matters. Whenever the village needed funds for repairing ancestral halls or genealogies, they would notify the 2 brothers, expecting them to contribute. But the brothers, being so stingy, would directly say that they were no longer part of Linjia village and that matters like repairing genealogies or ancestral halls had nothing to do with them. They claimed to be city people now, no longer the muddy-legged villagers of Linjia. This infuriated the villagers. Although Lin Changshi and Lin Changdo were disliked, at least they were still treated as part of Linjia village. They contributed money and effort for village projects, and at least still considered themselves villagers. Additionally, whenever there were weddings or funerals in Linjia village, the villagers would inform the two brothers. However, they never showed up, didn't send gifts, and pretended as if they were unaware, acting as if they had no connection to Linjia village at all. Whenever Lin Changfeng and the other cousins faced difficulties and sought help or loans from them in the city, they would never even get to see their faces. Over time, everyone stopped interacting with the two brothers and no longer treated them as part of Linjia village. For many years, the brothers had not returned to Linjia village and had completely cut ties. What you're saying is unfounded. Although we've moved to the city, we are still people from Linjia village. We came from Linjia village, Lin Changwang said, thick-skinned, showing no embarrassment at all. He then pulled out a stack of red invitation cards from his bag, preparing to distribute them. Naturally, the first one went to his cousin Lin Changfeng. Changfeng, next month my daughter Lin Yu is getting married. You're her cousin, you must come, he said with a big smile, completely forgetting how he ignored Lin Changfeng when he needed help. What does your daughter's marriage have to do with us? We're not related. Don't try to create connections out of nowhere, Lin Changfeng said seriously, not even bothering to take the invitation card. Changfeng, you shouldn't say that. We share the same last name. Lin Yu's grown up under your watch. We have the same grandfather, Lin Changwang replied, visibly displeased. No, I have nothing to do with you. I can eat any food, but I can't eat your city people's banquet, Lin Changfeng stated earnestly. Lin Changfeng, we invited you to Lin Yu's wedding because we think highly of you. What do you mean by that? Lin Changrong said angrily from the side. What do I mean? It's very simple. I have no relation to you. Whether you get married or have any grand events, they have nothing to do with me. I don't have any relatives or friends in the city. Furthermore, I don't need your approval. I don't eat your food, Lin Changfeng replied, looking directly at Lin Changrong without holding back. Yes, you are city people, and we're just poor rural folks, completely unrelated to you. Don't bother us with that invitation. If you bring it over, I'll just throw it on the ground and step on it, Lin Changlian chimed in. Let us go drink, Lin Nan said. Yes, let us go drink. They pulled Lin Nan away towards Lin Changlian's house, ignoring the two brothers. Puffed. What a joke. Whenever we needed them, they never came. Now that they're hosting a banquet, they shamelessly come over, thinking they can exchange a piece of paper for hundreds of dollars. What a good calculation. No wonder they became wealthy city people. Ugh, I look down on such wealthy city folks the most. I look down on them too. Let us go drink. Lin Changwang and Lin Changrong's faces darkened as they listened to the group's conversation. Chapter 34. We are from Linjia village, and we should have our shares in the village company. The home of Lin Changlian was bustling with excitement. Today, his son Lin Shi successfully went on a blind date, and the date for the engagement has already been set, which made Lin Changlian and his wife very happy. They immediately set up several tables at home, inviting several cousins as well as Lin Zhonghua, Lin Nan, Lin Jia, and others to enjoy a feast together. There were more than 10 dishes on the table, all arranged according to local banquet standards, which clearly reflected Lin Changlian's mood at that moment. Lin Nan, I toast you with this cup. If it weren't for you leading us to wealth, to be honest, Lin Shi wouldn't even know when he could marry, Lin Changlian said as he brought Lin Shi to toast Lin Nan, sincerely thanking him. You are the elder. I respect you. Lin Nan quickly stood up and said, let's all come together. Lin Jia also raised his glass with a smile. I believe that under Lin Nan's leadership, our Linjia village will definitely become better and richer. Yes, everyone come together. If we all follow Lin Nan, we can surely get rich. Everyone immediately raised their glasses, and the atmosphere was very lively. Lin Nan has proven through his actions that he can lead Linjia village out of poverty and towards prosperity, and his prestige in the village has risen significantly. Just as everyone was drinking and discussing the future development plans of Linjia village, Lin Changwang and Lin Changrong hurriedly arrived at Lin Changlian's home. Seeing Lin Nan, Lin Zhonghua, and Lin Jia there, they angrily said to Lin Zhonghua, village chief, do you not consider us brothers as part of Linjia village? You didn't even inform us about such an important matter as the village company. We are also from Linjia village. Shouldn't we have a share in the village company? The two spoke with evident anger. They had just learned that the Linjia village company, Qingyuan Mountain tourism company, was making over 30 million a day just selling mushrooms. In just a few days, the company's account had already reached over 100 million. Upon hearing this news, the brothers were furious. feeling that village chief Lin Zhongbua had wronged them by not informing them about such a big matter, leaving their family with no shares in the village company. So they hurried over to find Lin Zhongbua and Lin Nan. You two are from Linjia village? I didn't know that, Lin Zhongbua said with a smile. Yeah, when did you two become part of Linjia village? Just because your surname is Lin doesn't mean you belong to us, Lin Chonglian added. You didn't even come to help with the construction of the ancestral hall or the family tree. Well, why do you have to call yourselves from Linjia village? I clearly remember when we built the ancestral hall. You both said you had moved and were city people and had nothing to do with Linjia village anymore. Am I mistaken? Lin Zhongbua laughed. In the village, major events were typically presided over by Lin Zhongbua, and when they were building the ancestral hall, they had hoped the two brothers could contribute financially or with labor, but were met with rejection. No, we grew up in Linjia village. How can we not be from Linjia village? Everyone in the village is related. Our ancestors all came from the same lineage. How can we not be from Linjia village? Lin Chongrong shamelessly denied it. No, we wouldn't dare associate with you city people, let alone claim to be part of your family. Someone else chimed in. Exactly. Our Linjia village doesn't have people like you. When it was time to contribute, you claimed to be city people, but now that the village company is making money, you rush over to say you're from Linjia village. You really have thick skin. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but mock them. There was genuinely nothing good to say about these two brothers. If Lin Chongshi and Lin Chongdo were disliked, at least people still considered them part of Linjia village, all belonging to the same ancestral hall. But these two brothers were treated completely as outsiders. Say whatever you want. We are part of Linjia village, and we should have our share in the village company, Lin Chongrong said darkly. That's right, we should have our share in the village company. Our demands aren't high. We just want one each, Lin Chongwang added seriously. Hearing this, Lin Nan, Lin Zhongbua, and Lin Jia couldn't help but laugh. One, they actually dare to ask for one of the shares. This is hilarious. Haha, I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts, Lin Jia said, holding his belly. Haha, I'm dying of laughter too. Who do these guys think they are, coming here to demand share? Do they even know how much one of our village company's shares are worth? Lin Chongwang joined in the laughter. I'll give you two a word, Scram. What are you? You weren't around when it was time to contribute. Now that there's a benefit, you come with your mouths wide open, wanting to swallow it all, Lin Chonglian coldly scolded. Let me tell you, this share will either be given or not, or else I'll sue you. Hearing the ridicule, Lin Chongwang and Lin Chongrong's faces darkened, and Lin Chongrong even said he would sue everyone. Go ahead, hurry up and sue. What are you standing around here for? You two outsiders dare to say that? If you want to sue, just go ahead, Lin Zhongbua laughed. Lin Zhongbua, are you not planning to give us shares? Lin Chongwang said with a gloomy face. I know everyone has invested money in the village company, and we are willing to invest now, but those shares must be given to us, he insisted. Otherwise, we won't let this go. Let me make it clear to you too. You are no longer part of Linjia village and have no right to hold shares in the village company. If you want to sue, hurry up and do it. If you want to play any other tricks, go ahead. The hundreds of us in Linjia village are not to be bullied, Lin Zhongbua said firmly. Yes, get lost. Get out of Linjia village. Go. Everyone shouted rudely. You will definitely regret this. Lin Chongwang and Lin Chongrong glared, leaving angrily after throwing down those words. Chapter 35 Linjia Village is distributing 100 million yuan on the 9th day of the Lunar New Year. The ancestral hall of Linjia Village was bustling with people, lively and extraordinary, and the grain-drying field outside was also filled with villagers of all ages. Everyone's faces were filled with happy smiles, each one grinning from ear to ear. Linjia Village is going to distribute dividends. The news has bin confirmed, as Lin Nan personally announced it. This made everyone extremely happy. They were all very excited, privately calculating how much they would receive over and over again. The more they calculated, the more enticing it became, and the more they wanted to slap themselves for not investing a few more thousand yuan to buy more shares at the time. How much will your family get this time? How would I know how much we can get? It's definitely not as much as your family. You have more people and more shares, so you will definitely get more than us. What do you think our village company will distribute this time? If I remember correctly, our village company has made about 400 million yuan during this period, so they must distribute all of it. 400 million yuan? That is a lot of money. It's impossible to distribute it all at once. If they do, there will be no money left in the company S account. What will we do then? They can earn more later, continue to grow mushrooms, and make money. But mushrooms are seasonal. They only grow around the spring festival. After this time, we won't be able to grow them anymore. What should we do then? What else can we grow if we don't grow mushrooms? I don't know. We should definitely listen to Lin Nan. Whatever Lin Nan tells us to do, we will do. It won't be wrong. That is why I estimate they want to distribute all of it. They must keep some money for important matters. I feel like it's better to distribute all of it. Having it in hand feels more secure. What do you know? Once the money is distributed, it will be scattered, and then we won't be able to concentrate our efforts on big projects. In the grain drying field, the women of Xianxia village gathered in small groups, chatting enthusiastically. In previous years, by the 6th or 7th day of the Lunar New Year, most villagers would have gone south to work, leaving the village very quiet. However, this year, most people could stay in the village and work at the village company, earning money right at their doorstep. Inside the ancestral hall, the men of Linjia village were all listening attentively to Lin Nan as he spoke about the development plans for Qingyuan Mountain in Linjia village. During this period, our agritourism business in Linjia village has achieved great success, receiving over 20,000 tourists during the spring festival. However, many new problems have also arisen that we need to address, such as traffic congestion and parking difficulties. Currently, the cement road leading in and out of Linjia village is the lowest grade rural road, making it narrow for 2 cars to pass each other. And some tourists have even driven their cars into the fields. This has seriously affected the future development of Linjia village. If Qingyuan Mountain becomes a nationally renowned leisure and tourism resort, this road clearly cannot meet the future development needs. Additionally, we have no formal parking lot in Linjia village, and parking issues have consistently affected the tourist experience. We must definitely solve the parking problem in the future. There is also the issue of tourists leaving a lot of garbage while picking mushrooms on a mountain, which has not been cleaned up by anyone. If this accumulates over time, it will be very unsightly and severely affect the environment of Qingyuan Mountain. Another problem is that tourists find it difficult to use the restroom. We need to build more public restrooms, especially on the mountain. Moreover, we currently lack management experience for tourist attractions and are insufficient in many aspects, such as not having warning signs or protective railings in some cliff areas on the mountain. There are many problems, and we need to develop a long-term and reasonable plan. Additionally, if anyone notices any issues, they can bring them up, and we can discuss them together to improve our services and attract more tourists to Linjia village. We will hold a special meeting to discuss this matter, and we need to invest a lot of funds in basic construction to provide tourists with a better experience. Next, let us talk about the future development plans and direction for Qingyuan Mountain. As the mushroom season gradually ends, and with the end of the spring festival holiday, our village's mushroom production and the number of tourists are beginning to drop sharply. Our village cannot rely solely on one project to make money. We need to explore more projects while enhancing the scenery of Qingyuan Mountain. We aim to create a comprehensive tourist area that integrates leisure, entertainment, sightseeing, and tourism, so that customers can come to Qingyuan Mountain. They will not only experience unique agritourism projects, but also enjoy special tourist activities, see beautiful scenery, and even taste our local specialty foods. Lin Nan expressed some of the issues encountered during this period and began to outline the long-term development plan for Qingyuan Mountain. While speaking, Lin Nan looked at the villagers present. Most of them clearly did not take these issues seriously, and many felt that they were not really problems at all. Everyone was waiting for the dividend announcement, which was the most important concern at the moment. Upon reflection, it was indeed true that the people of Linjia village had been very busy during this time, working from dawn to dusk during the New Year period. They were picking mushrooms, receiving tourists, and handling various tasks, which was indeed exhausting. The reason everyone was so motivated and eager to work hard was for this moment of dividend distribution, waiting for the dividends. The money in hand felt the most rewarding and motivating. Now let's talk about the dividends. Everyone has worked very hard during this time. Our whole village has come together, working from dawn to dusk, and we are all tired. Moreover, our village has been filled with happy events, and many people need money for important matters. Therefore, it is necessary for us to distribute dividends so everyone can see real cash, which will give us more strength to work in the future. As soon as Lin Nan mentioned the dividends, everyone perked up, all looking at Lin Nan in unison, eagerly anticipating what he would say next. Currently, our company has about 420 million yuan in funds, and we have decided to distribute 100 million yuan. Lin Nan raised a finger and said to everyone. Instantly, the entire crowd in the ancestral hall widened their eyes and quickly took out their phones to start calculating. Chapter 36. Regretfully slapping oneself, Lin Chonghua and Lin Feng sat together, both quickly calculating on their phones. Our family has a total of 4 people, holding 213 of shares. We invested 30,000 yuan, which accounts for 0.6, so our total shareholding is 813. If the dividend is 100 million, That means we will receive 813,000 yuan. Lin Feng, can you check if I made a mistake? Lin Qianghua calculated it over and over again, then said to Lin Feng beside him, "It can't be wrong, that's the number." Lin Feng nodded and continued, "I told you to listen to Lin Nan. But you wouldn't. If we had invested 50,000 yuan back then, we could have received over 1 million this time." Yes. I should have listened to you back then. I was supposed to invest 50,000 yuan, but I ended up pulling back to 20,000. Now I regret it so much. Lin Qianghua nodded repeatedly. Beside them, Lin Qianfeng was also quickly calculating with his son Lin Dian. Our family can receive a dividend of 650,000 yuan this time. Considering our savings at home, it should be enough to get your big matter done. After calculating, Lin Qianfeng slapped himself hard and said, "I should have listened to you young people. If we had invested an extra 20,000 yuan, we could have received an additional 400,000 yuan. I just couldn't part with that 20,000. Dad, Lin Dian couldn't help but widen his eyes. It was the first time he had seen his father so regretful, so self-reproachful, that he slapped himself hard. At that moment, a loud sound of slapping echoed again, and everyone quickly turned to look. They saw Lin Chonglian fiercely slapping his own face, very hard. The sound was loud, and his face was turning red and swollen from the blows. "I regret it. Even if I had invested 10,000 yuan back then, it would have been better." While slapping himself, Lin Chonglian lamented. He had just calculated carefully. His family of 5 held only 265 of the shares. And because they didn't invest to buy shares, they had only this little shareholding. With a dividend of 100 million, their family could only receive a little over 260,000 yuan. Looking at the other families in the village, each household had at least 400,000 to 500,000, some even 700,000 to 800,000, which was several times more than his family, making him feel even more regretful. Lin Chonglian, there's no need to do this. People around quickly grabbed his hands, seeing that his face was swollen, indicating he had hit himself very hard. Dad, his son Lin, she also hurriedly pulled his hand. "I regret it. I regret it so much. After working hard all my life, saving every penny, I've always told myself to use money wisely. But when it was really time to use money, I couldn't even part with 10,000 yuan. If I had put in that extra 10,000, I could have received an additional 200,000 yuan. To save this 200,000, how much hardship and sweat would I have to endure?" Lin Chonglian cried out in regret, tears and snot flowing. "The opportunity was given to me, but unfortunately, I didn't seize it." "Chonglian, don't cry. We all regret it too. If we had invested a bit more money back then, we could have received a lot more now. But regretting is useless. From now on, we should work well with Lin Nan and believe that future dividends will only increase, and our lives will get better and better. We should be happy now." "Exactly. Don't cry. There's nothing to regret. We also regret not investing a bit more." Everyone quickly comforted him. In fact, once the numbers were out, everyone regretted not buying a bit more shares. In the corner, Lin Qianxia sat without a trace of a smile on his face. Lin Qianxia had just calculated carefully. His family had only 4 people with a minimum shareholding, totaling 213. This meant that this time, they could only receive 213,000 yuan in dividends. For someone who valued money above all else, and was so stingy that he could only win and not lose, this felt worse than death. Especially when he looked at the people around him, all smiling, talking about numbers in the hundreds of thousands, he couldn't help but pinch his thigh hard. The pain came, but he remained expressionless, his insides filled with regret. Why didn't I believe Lin Nan back then? If I had invested a few tens of thousands, this time I could have received an extra few 100,000, far more than I've saved in my entire life. I regret it. Lin Qianxia pinched his thigh hard. The deep pain was nothing compared to the regret he felt at that moment. Beside him, Lin Chongdo was also like Lin Chonglian, fiercely slapping himself, hitting harder and harder. And tears began to fall. He held back his cries, but his tears betrayed everything inside him. For him, money was more precious than life. It was precisely because he valued money so much that when he saw others receiving dividends of 400,000 to 500,000, 600,000 to 700,000, and then looked at his own 200,000, he truly regretted it. His insides were filled with regret as he slapped himself hard. But slapping himself was useless. There's no medicine for regret in the world. Lin Chongbo watched everyone's expressions closely, while silently calculating in his heart. Just Lin Nan alone owned 34 of the shares, which meant he could receive 34 million in dividends this time. Thinking of this number, Lin Chongbo couldn't help but tremble with excitement. That's 34 million. He had never seen so much money in his life. He had worked hard all his life and barely saved a little, but Lin Nan, in just about 10 days, not only made a fortune, but also helped the entire Xianxia village make a fortune. Well, Lin Nan is no longer a child. It's time for him to get married, so I can hold my grandson sooner. He looked at Lin Nan, suddenly feeling that Lin Nan had truly grown up. No longer the little child he used to chase around the village with a stick. The events happening in the ancestral hall naturally couldn't be hidden from the women of Xianxia village who were waiting outside. When Lin Nan announced that Xianxia village would distribute 100 million in dividends, someone quickly shouted at the threshing ground, 100 million! Dividends of 100 million! Many women, who were originally chatting and eating snacks, immediately became excited, and then quickly started calculating how much they could get. As soon as they calculated, smiles filled their faces. And they quickly began to inquire about how much others around them could receive, as their gossipy nature was impossible to change, especially for those who love to chat and gossip. At the same time, the news that Xianxia village would distribute 100 million in dividends spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the entire Feng town, and then rapidly spreading throughout the entire Xianxia County. Chapter 37. Xianxia village becomes famous. Breaking news. Breaking news. Our Feng town Xianxia village company is going to distribute dividends, a total of 100 million. It's unclear who shared the news about Xianxia village's 100 million dividend in a Feng town local group, but the entire group immediately erupted. Xianxia village? That Xianxia village? Is it the one at the foot of Qingyuan Mountain? Yes, it's the Xianxia village at the foot of Qingyuan Mountain. Their village company is going to distribute dividends. 100 million in total. I heard that the least any family can get is over 200,000, and some could even get several million. Is that true? It can't be true. How could there be such an impressive village in Feng Town? A village distributing 100 million? What do they do, mine for gold? I also think it's fake. Even if they sold the entire village, they wouldn't reach 100 million, right? Xianxia village? That well-known, poor village in our town. A bachelor village? At first, nobody believed the news. Everyone knew the situation of Xianxia village. It was famous for being a poor village and a bachelor village, known far and wide. But the news is true. My cousin's second uncle's third uncle's younger uncle's cousin is from Xianxia village. I just saw his social media post saying their village company is distributing 100 million in dividends. It's indeed true. My classmate is from Xianxia village and isn't going out to work this year. He is working directly in the village company now. I just asked, and his family is set to receive over 600,000 this time. My aunt's family is also in Xianxia village, and the news has been confirmed. They are indeed distributing 100 million, and I heard that their village company made 400 million during the New Year period, and they're only distributing 100 million now. I can't believe some people still don't know about Xianxia village. I don't know if you all have been playing mahjong every day during the New Year, but Xianxia village at Qingyuan Mountain is very popular now. There are people in their village who grow mushrooms, specifically the kind called luge mushrooms. During the New Year, mushrooms were everywhere around Qingyuan Mountain, and the whole village was busy picking and selling them. They sold mushrooms all over our Qianzhou. It's said they can earn over 30 million in a single day. They even set up a mushroom picking agri-entertainment business. On busy days, thousands of people come to pick mushrooms, and they collect hundreds of thousands in entrance fees in a day. I went to Xianxia village to pick mushrooms on the third day of the New Year, and it was indeed very crowded, a sea of people. I wonder how much money Xianxia village made. So is this news true? Of course it's true. Their village is making a fortune selling mushrooms during the New Year at 50 yuan per gene, and they produce hundreds of thousands of genes a day. Wow. So Xianxia village must have made a lot of money, right? Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, how could they distribute 100 million in dividends? Can they really grow luge mushrooms? It should be possible. Otherwise, how could Xianxia village have so many luge mushrooms for sale? They must have mastered some techniques. However, I've recently heard that their yield has decreased significantly, and once the season is over, they can't grow mushrooms anymore. In less than half a month, they have made enough money. Yes, in less than half a month, they earned 400 million. It's truly incredible. Xianxia village will be something else in the future. I heard that the person with the most shares in their village company is a college student named Lin Nan. He led the whole village to grow mushrooms and make big money. This time, he alone will get a dividend of 34 million. Is that true? A single person getting a dividend of 34 million? If you calculate it, he must become a billionaire, right? His wealth can definitely be counted as billions, especially since there are still 300 million in dividends left to distribute in their village. Lin Nan? That name sounds familiar. I think I often heard this name when I was in middle school. Not just think, I was his middle school classmate. I didn't expect him to be so impressive, becoming a billionaire so quickly. Is he the first billionaire in our Feng town? Most likely, though there are quite a few wealthy bosses in our town. There probably aren't any with assets over 1 billion. Is he the one doing live streaming? Qingyuan Mountain's Little Lin. That S is Douyin live streaming account. Yes, that S him. He S very young. I heard he S in his senior year of college. Still, it's impressive for a student to make money on his own and also help the whole village get rich. Xianxia village really is astonishing. They've gone from silence to being remarkable. Now they're soaring high. As the news spread, soon everyone in Feng Town knew about Xianxia village distributing 100 million in dividends. In an instant, all kinds of calls, messages, videos, etc. flew towards Xianxia village like snowflakes. The villagers of Xianxia village were overwhelmed with calls, unable to keep up with the video calls. Cousin, I heard your village is distributing dividends. Your family must have gotten a lot, right? We are getting dividends, but my family doesn't have much. How much is not much? Not much means not much. I've heard that the least in your village is supposed to be 200,000 to 300,000. How much can your family get? Not much. Really not much. You're being stingy. We are relatives after all. Is this a secret? Can we still be relatives? I really don't have much. The shares are too few. Only those with more shares get more. How much exactly? Not much. Maybe just several hundred thousand. Several hundred thousand is still several hundred thousand. 20,000 and 80,000 are both several hundred thousand. Just several hundred thousand. Not much. Really not much. You're not being reasonable. What's there to hide about this little bit? People in your village have already talked about it. Hurry up and tell me how much. Just under 700,000. Oh my gosh, 700,000, and you still say it's not much? You really can exaggerate. I heard your village company still has 300 million in the account. Calculating that, it should be several million. No, it's not much. Really not much. It's not even enough for the child to buy a house and get married. Cousin, I plan to start a business this year. Can you lend me 500,000? Huh? What? You want to work? Hey, the signal is bad. I'll hang up now. As soon as the call ended, another call came in, and it was a distant relative I hadn't contacted in years. After some small talk, the other party immediately asked about the dividends from Xianxia village. The people of Xianxia village were busy, unable to keep up with the endless calls and videos. The dividend money hadn't even arrived yet, and people were already coming to borrow money. One relative's child was about to get married. Another child needed to buy a house. And another said they were going to start a business. In an instant, the people of Xianxia village felt both happy and troubled. Chapter 38. Are you here to borrow money or to rob? That night in Xianxia village, after discussing the dividend matter, the next day, nearly every household in Xianxia village had relatives and friends visiting, and Lin Nan's family was no exception. Aren't you all working in Nanyue? Why are you back? Early in the morning, Lin Nan's 2 aunts, Lin Xianxia and Lin Changhong, each brought a box of peanut milk to visit Lin Nan's house. Lin Changhua was somewhat surprised to see his 2 younger sisters. One reason was that his 2 sisters rarely interacted with him and his 3 brothers, and there was hardly any contact during festivals, only during significant events. The reason was simple. Lin Nan's 2 aunts were relatively wealthy, having bought houses in the county, and their husbands had always looked down on Lin Changhua and his 3 brothers, considering them poor. Another reason was that they had gone to work in Nanyue around the 7th or 8th day of the Lunar New Year and generally wouldn't return unless there was something important. We just thought it had been a long time since we returned to Xianxia village, so we came to visit our family. Lin Xianxia and Lin Changhong said with 4 smiles. Next to Lin Xianxia stood her husband, Xie Qingbao, and their eldest son, Xianxia. Beside Lin Changhong were her husband, Liao Enkai, and their son, Liao Jinhao. Come in and sit down. I'll go call Lin Nan down. Let's have lunch at my place. I'll call Lin Changzong, Lin Changji, and Lin Changchun's families too. Lin Changhua looked at them, already guessing their intentions. They didn't come to visit during the new year, but as soon as the news of the dividends from Xianxia village came out, they showed up early the next day. It was obvious what they were after. He had no choice with his 2 sisters. After all, they were siblings, but he really disliked his 2 brothers-in-law, Xie Qingbao and Liao Enkai. Both were stingy and extremely classist, never looking at his 4 brothers with respect. Whenever his 4 brothers were in trouble and sought help from them, they had never lent a penny. As for his few nephews, they were not close to him either. They had only visited his home a handful of times growing up, and now as adults, they hadn't even called him uncle once when they met. Lin Changbua called Lin Nan to come down and keep them company for tea and conversation, while he went to call Lin Changzong, Lin Changji, and Lin Changchun to join them for lunch. In Lin Nan's living room, as he brewed tea, he smiled and chatted with them. Lin Nan, you've graduated from university, right? Xie Qingbao and Liao Inkai exchanged glances, and after a moment, Xie Qingbao asked some trivial questions. No, I'm still in my 4th year. I'll graduate in the first half of this year, but I don't need to go to school. I just need to prepare my thesis and wait for the defense. Lin Nan said with a smile. Graduating in the first half of this year, huh? Xie Qingbao nodded and then impatiently asked. I heard that Linjia village has set up a village company and made a lot of money, and this time the dividend is 100 million? Yes. Lin Nan nodded. I actually co-founded this company with everyone in the village. We're just in the initial stages. Why didn't you discuss this company with us relatives? You have a chance to make money and don't even think about bringing us along? Liao Inkai said, clearly displeased. Lin Nan glanced at Liao Inkai. This brother-in-law had never given him even a cent as a red envelope. When he was young, his aunt wanted to invite him to stay at their home, and this uncle would give his aunt meaningful looks to dissuade her. He remembered it all too well. Running a company has its risks. Who knows if it will make money? If there's another opportunity, I'll definitely let you know, Lin Nan explained tactfully. In truth, if he let them invest in the company, they would be just like Lin Changshi, stingy and unwilling to contribute. Upon hearing Lin Nan's words, Xie Qingbao and Liao Inkai exchanged looks, then signaled to Lin Changxiu and Lin Changhong. They could only smile at Lin Nan and say, Lin Nan, we heard that everyone in Linjia village has shares. Although we married out, we are still part of Linjia village, right? Can we also buy some shares? Yes. We heard that it's only 10,000 yuan for 2 of the shares. We're not asking for much. We just want to invest 5. As soon as they finished speaking, Lin Changbua entered with Lin Changzong, Lin Changji, and Lin Changchun. Hearing their words, their faces immediately turned sour. You really are greedy, wanting 5 just like that. Aren't you afraid of bursting? Lin Changji, who had the worst temper, spoke directly. Even though they were his own sisters, he didn't hold back. Besides, this company belongs to all the people of Linjia village. It's not just Lin Nan's. Matters concerning shares require a vote from all shareholders to decide. You've all married out. If we let you buy shares, how many people from Linjia village who have married out over the years will come back wanting shares? Lin Changbua also quickly shouted, urging him to say less to avoid hurting sibling feelings. Lin Changji pouted and lost interest in saying anything more, choosing instead to smoke. The more he looked at Xie Qingbao and Liao Inkai, the more displeased he felt. They hadn't come during festivals, yet they rushed back to Linjia village the moment the dividend news broke, and he found their faces disgusting. I'm going out to see if the village company is up to anything. He stood up, too lazy to look at them any longer, fearing he might lose his temper and scold them. Xie Qingbao and Liao Inkai's faces were grim, but they kept signaling to Lin Changxiu and Lin Changhong. I heard that Lin Nan alone has 34 of the shares. This time he could receive 34 million in dividends. Is that true? Lin Changhong quietly asked Lin Changbua, Lin Changzong, and the others as she looked at Lin Nan. That is indeed the case. Lin Changbua took a puff of his cigarette, thought for a moment, then nodded. Hearing Lin Changbua confirm it, Xie Qingbao, Liao Inkai, and the others immediately became excited, thinking about Lin Nan's shares and the 34 million in dividends. They could hardly sit still, as if it were their own money. Chapter 39. Are you here to borrow money or to rob? After a few people calmed down from their excitement, they looked at each other, and finally, it was Lin Nan's aunt, Lin Changxiu, and Lin Changhong who spoke up. Lin Nan, you have 34 of the shares on your own. You receive 34 million each time there is a dividend. Considering the undistributed dividends within the company, you are definitely a billionaire. We're happy for you. You know about my family situation. Your uncle and I have been working outside for many years and haven't made much money. We're getting older, and there won't be much security for us in our old age. Xianxia is getting married, and his fiancée wants to buy a house in a big city in Nanyue. Xianxia is still in college and spends a lot of money every year. Lin Changxiu smiled as she spoke about her family's difficulties. Lin Nan nodded slightly to show he was listening. Yes, my family is the same. Your uncle and I are getting older and can't earn much money anymore. Liao Jinhao and Liao Jinkuan haven't started families yet. They want to buy houses in the city and start businesses, but have no money. Lin Changhong immediately joined in complaining, as if their lives were unbearable. Upon hearing this, Lin Changbua, Lin Changzong, and Lin Changchu knew what they were going to say next, and their expressions turned sour. And if you have something to say, just say it. Lin Nan maintained a smile. Well, we are all relatives, family. Now that you have become wealthy, could you help your aunt? Could you give us some shares or lend us some money to secure our old age and help us get through this difficult time and handle the big matters at home? Lin Xianxia and Lin Changhong exchanged glances, and, after some mutual hesitation, it was Lin Xianxia who spoke again. Upon hearing her words, Lin Changhua was about to explode, but with a glance from Lin Nan, he immediately sat back down. In such matters, the bad guys couldn't be Lin Changhua and the others since they were siblings. Therefore, Lin Nan knew he had to refuse this himself. Yes, Lin Nan, we're your aunt's family. Now that you're wealthy, a billionaire, can't we benefit a little from that? Lin Changhong echoed. Lin Nan looked at his two aunts, and then at the two uncles and two cousins beside him. After thinking for a moment, he said, these shares are not cabbages that can just be given away. Even one of the shares is worth millions now. You can't just open your mouth and say a few nice words and expect to get them, right? Relatives are relatives, but interests are interests. There are countless relatives who have fallen out over interests. If I agree to give you shares today, then tomorrow when my uncles and aunts come, do I have to give them shares too? I've worked hard to build this company and earn this money. Why should I share it with others? Lin Nan's voice was not loud, but each word was clear and precise, expressing his refusal directly and decisively. The series of rhetorical questions made Xie Qingbao and Liao Yingcai's faces very unpleasant. You can't say it so harshly, right? Xie Qingbao said darkly. I haven't said anything harsher. After all, you should know whether what you're saying today is reasonable. Lin Nan looked at them, took a sip of tea, and continued. What do you mean by needing some security in old age? What does your security in old age have to do with me? What does it have to do with me if your cousins want to buy houses or start businesses? If you have money, go buy. If you have money, go do business. If you don't have money, don't buy, don't do business. You open your mouth for 5 of the shares. Do you think these shares are cabbages? 5 of the shares. How can you even ask for that? Xie Qingbao and Liao Yingcai suddenly turned dark-faced, not knowing what to say. After a long time, Liao Yingcai finally said slowly, after all, we are relatives. You become wealthy, and we are happy for you. We just want to benefit a little. Can you help us a bit? Your cousins want to get married, buy houses and cars, and start businesses. It's really difficult for them. If you want to give the shares, can you lend us 5 million to help us with these big matters? We'll pay you back slowly later. 5 million? Lin Nan didn't speak, but Lin Changzong immediately jumped up and said, 5 million? And you dare to say that? Do you know how much 5 million is? Back then, when your elder brother was in trouble and asked you to borrow 5,000, you wouldn't lend him a penny. Now you open your mouth for 5 million. Are you here to borrow money or to rob us? Lin Changhua's face also turned extremely ugly as he took a deep drag on a cigarette. He looked at his sister-in-law. Her appetite was really beyond ordinary. First asking for 5 of the shares, and now asking to borrow 5 million. Lin Changhua was sure that if this money were lent to them, they would never pay back a cent and would find ways to continue borrowing from Lin Nan. Fortunately, Lin Nan was very clear-headed and not someone who could be emotionally manipulated by family ties. Wasn't I also in trouble back then? Upon hearing this, Liao Yingcai awkwardly said, Lin Nan is different. He is now a billionaire. Each dividend is several tens of millions. 5 million is just small money for him. Like a hare, Xie Qingbao also chimed in. Yes, several million is small money for Lin Nan, just a drizzle for him, but for us, it could help with big matters. We are all relatives, close relatives, just borrowing a few million, not asking for tens of millions. Lin Nan smiled and said, a few million is not small money, and you don't actually lack money. If you were really poor and really needed to handle some big matters, I would definitely help out because of our family ties. But you're not here to borrow money. You are here to rob. I won't lend you a single cent. Hearing Lin Nan's firm response, Xie Qingbao and Liao Yingcai looked extremely ugly, and the two of them desperately signaled to Lin Changxiu and Lin Changhong. Lin Changxiu, looking at Lin Changhua with a difficult expression, said, Elder brother, are we still not siblings? Your family is full of billionaires, and you won't even lend us a bit of money. If outsiders find out, they'll think we don't have relatives at all. Hearing Lin Changxiu's words, Lin Changhua took a deep breath of smoke, then crushed the cigarette, and looked at her. Then don't do it. Chapter 40. The money was borrowed immediately upon arrival. Then don't do it. Lin Changhua looked firmly at his two younger sisters. Just looking at them was frustrating. They had no status at home and listened to their husbands for everything. Back when he struggled to build his house and needed to borrow a few thousand, they couldn't help him. Now, they had the nerve to ask for 5 of the shares and to borrow millions. Lending the money would be like throwing it away. and he wouldn't be able to ask for it back later without ruining their relationship. They even threatened to sever ties, rather than waiting for that moment. It was better to cut ties now. Lin Xianxia and Lin Changhong were momentarily stunned, staring at Lin Changhua, unsure of what to say. As the eldest in the family, Lin Changhua had always valued family ties and had taken care of his younger siblings since they were kids. He never expected to say such harsh words now. Oof. We're leaving. Once people have money, they change, looking down on us poor relatives. Xie Bao's expression darkened. His family had driven all night to return, and now they couldn't even borrow a few million. This made him very unhappy. The round-trip expenses seemed wasted. After saying that, he turned and walked out. Stop. Lin Changhua's face turned dark upon hearing this. He despised his brother-in-law's love for wealth. He had always looked down on Lin Changhua and his brothers, and now he had the audacity to accuse Lin Changhua of changing and looking down on them. It was truly ridiculous. He had seen through such people long ago, only enduring him for his sister's sake. Now that it concerned his beloved son's interests, he would no longer tolerate it. He directly took out the peanut milk they had brought and said, "Take this back." This made Xie Bao's face even darker. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. If he took it back, he would really be unable to maintain their relationship. They used to think this brother-in-law was nothing because he had no money or power, but now it was different. Their brother-in-law had become wealthy, and his status had changed. Eldest brother, Lin Changxiu, saw her husband's gloomy face and could only call out, "Let's finish our meal before going back." Lin Changhua looked at his sister. After all, she was his blood sister, and he couldn't completely sever ties. He finally relented and invited them to stay for lunch. "Let's finish our meal before going back." Lin Changxiu urged Xie Bao. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly returned to his seat. Liao Yingsai's family also wanted to leave, but ended up sitting back down, pulling out cigarettes and starting to smoke. Lin Nan didn't continue to accompany them. He made an excuse and went outside to explore Qingyuan Mountain, thinking about places that could be renovated and planning what to do next. Just as Lin Nan stepped out of the house and hadn't walked far, he heard someone crying loudly, surrounded by many villagers. What happened? Lin Nan curiously walked over to see a middle-aged woman rolling on the ground, her hair disheveled and clothes in disarray, crying out loud. "My life is so hard. How could I marry such a useless man as Lin Changshui? The dividend money from the village company hasn't even arrived yet, and he's lent it all to his rich relatives. Oh heavens, just strike me dead. There's no point in living in this world. I've followed Lin Changshui my whole life, working like a horse, and every time I manage to save a little money, it's quickly borrowed away by his relatives. Over the years, I've lent out more than 300,000, and not a penny has been returned. My son is already 32. Every time we negotiate, we can't come up with a bride price. Now, just when there seems to be hope, the dividends were announced, but the money hasn't arrived, and that bastard has promised this and that, lending out every last cent. Oh heavens, I can't live anymore. I'd rather die." Chen Xiaoying cried on the ground, deeply heartbroken, as if her heart had been thoroughly wounded. Her son, Lin Xing, clenched his fists, looking extremely angry. "Xiaoying, stop crying. Get up. What are you doing rolling around like that? Yes, no matter how tough it gets, we've made it this far. Why cry now?" Several women from the village stepped forward to persuade her, trying to help her up. "I can't live anymore. Anyone who marries a useless man like Lin Changshui will be driven to death. I've worked hard, saved money, and all my earnings have been borrowed away. When my son wants to marry, he turns to them for money, and not one is paid back. Now they come to borrow again, and he agrees to all of it. Oh heavens, my life is so hard." Chen Xiaoying cried, her tears and snot flowing freely. "Aunt Xiaoying, don't cry. Tell me what's going on." Lin Nan stepped forward and exchanged a glance with Lin Xing, who immediately understood and came over to help his mother up. Seeing Lin Nan, Chen Xiaoying stopped rolling on the ground and grabbed his hand, saying, "Lin Nan, you have to help me. That bastard Lin Changshui, our dividend money hasn't even arrived yet, and his phone hasn't stopped ringing since last night. His several sisters and cousins drove back overnight from Nanhua. They all came early in the morning, borrowing tens of thousands from each family, and now all the money is gone. I want a divorce and to separate my and my son Lin Xing's shares and dividends. I can't let him squander our last money." Lin Nan had already figured out the cause of the situation and quickly comforted her, saying, "Don't worry. The money is still in the company's account. It will arrive in a couple of days. As long as it's in your hands, there's no problem. I'll talk to the finance department to change your family's account to yours or Lin Xing's, so the money won't go through Lin Changshui." Hearing Lin Nan's words, Chen Xiaoying hurriedly wiped her tears and snot, saying, "Deposit the money into my son Lin Xing's account, not into that bastard Lin Changshui's hands. No amount of money is enough for his relatives to borrow, They all came like sharks, smelling blood, and each one is greedier than the last, asking to borrow hundreds of thousands. Oh heavens, what is wrong with Lin Xianxia? How could he agree to lend it out? I can't live with him anymore. Chapter 41. Lin Xianxia borrows money. One at Lin Xianxia's home in Linjia village. Lin Nan, Lin Jia, Lin Changbua, and Lin Sanyi were all invited by Qingyuan. Today, she was going to publicly separate from Lin Xianxia in front of the villagers, both young and old. The dividend money hadn't even arrived yet, and his sister and cousins were coming one after another to borrow money, asking for tens or even hundreds of thousands. His two sisters had rushed back from Nanyuan overnight, fearing that if they were late, they would miss their share. They hadn't even brought a can of oil during the holidays, but now they were asking to borrow hundreds of thousands. What a useless jerk Lin Xianxia was. He was like a pig, with no house built for his family. And his son Lin Xing was already 32 and still hadn't saved enough for a wedding dowry. Despite this, he still promised to lend money out. And all the dividend money was promised away without a cent left for themselves. Life was unbearable. I want a divorce from him. I want to separate from him. If he wants to lend money, he should use his own money, not ours. I worked hard all my life, like a donkey, not asking for good food or drink, but just hoping to make this small family better. Every time I saved a bit of money, he quickly lent it all out. It's been decades. No matter how you put it, he's useless, unwilling to buy himself nice clothes or eat a little better, giving all his money to those relatives of his. Chun Xiaoying cried continuously in front of everyone, becoming increasingly upset, and soon she was in tears. The crowd listened intently. Lin Xianxia wasn't a bad person. On the contrary, he was a good man. If someone was in trouble and needed help, he would generally do his best to assist. He was soft-hearted and nice guy. In the past, Chun Xiaoying had quarreled with him many times about his constant borrowing, but this time she was truly heartbroken. Lin Changbua looked at Lin Xianxia and then at Chun Xiaoying, feeling irritated and taking a few puffs of his cigarette. The situation was similar to his own family. His two sisters had also rushed back from Nanyuan to borrow money from Lin Nan. They claimed it was a loan, but in reality, it was a robbery disguised as family affection, asking for 5 of the shares, 5 million. If Lin Nan were Lin Xianxia, the tens of millions in dividends would likely be borrowed away before they even arrived. Lin Xianxia, have you lost your mind? You lend money out whenever you have a little. Have you ever gotten any of that money back? You can't even manage your own life. You have money but don't know to build a house or buy lynching a home to get married. Your sisters are all better off than you. And those cousins of yours, aren't they all richer than you? Lin Changbua scolded Lin Xianxia directly. Village chief, I can't help it. My second sister said she plans to buy another house in the city, and my third sister said she wants to buy a new car for her son. As the eldest brother, when they have difficulties and come to me, I can't just. Lin Xianxia hadn't finished speaking when Lin Sanyi, exasperated, interjected. Don't you have any brains? Both your sisters have houses and cars already, and now they want to buy houses and change cars. Do you even have a house or a car? Has Lin Xing's big life event been taken care of? Can't you see they're just making excuses to rob your money? It's unbelievable that you can't see that. Lin Xianxia wanted to say something, but at that moment, his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was his cousin Xianxia calling. Here comes another request for money. Chun Xiaoying, without needing to look, already knew and said, answer it. Answer it in front of everyone. Lin Xing, turn up the volume. Lin Xing, hearing this, took Lin Xianxia's phone, answered it, and put it on speaker. Cousin, I heard Linjia village has struck it rich, getting a dividend of 100 million. How much can your family get? As soon as the call connected, Xianxia asked directly. Only 650,000. Lin Xianxia looked at everyone, unsure of what to say, stammering a few times before honestly replying. The crowd couldn't help but shake their heads. He didn't even understand the principle of keeping wealth hidden and said it so honestly. 650,000. Cousin, you're rich now. I just happen to have a business opportunity that needs investment. I'm short of some money. Can you lend me 500,000? Xianxia exclaimed joyfully, immediately asking for 500,000. Look, everyone, this is his good relative. Asking for 500,000 right off the bat. Chun Xiaoying was so furious she was grinding her teeth, whispering to Lin Nan, Lin Changbua, and the others. Everyone's eyes widened slightly. This Xianxia really had the audacity to ask. The key was that this was likely a habit Lin Xianxia had developed over the years. All his relatives knew that Lin Xianxia's money was easy to borrow. I can't lend you. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Xianxia mustered the courage to say, Cousin, that's not being a good brother. We're relatives. You struck it rich. And I'm just in trouble. You won't help me? I'm just asking to borrow 500,000. And I heard your village's company still has several hundred million in dividends left to distribute. When the next dividends come, you'll have over 1 million, Xianxia said, immediately displeased. What about the 50,000 you borrowed from me before? When are you going to pay me back? Xianxia said quietly. You borrowed 50,000 from me over 10 years ago. When are you going to pay me back? Lin Nan seemed to find it hard to ask the other party to return the money. Cousin, your family has struck it rich. Are you still concerned about my 50,000? How about this? You lend me 500,000 for my business this time. And when I make a profit, I'll pay you back with interest. You know, in business, timing is everything. If you miss this opportunity, you'll just have to watch others get rich. This chance is very rare. If you lend me the money, I'll be very grateful. Xianxia made it clear he didn't intend to repay his debts and was still thinking about borrowing more money from Lin Nan. I can't lend it. I don't have a house or a car, and Lin Xing needs to buy a house and a car for his marriage. I have my own big matters to handle. Lin Nan looked at the crowd, then at his son, and refused again. Cousin, are we still relatives? You've struck it rich, and you can't lend me a bit of money without making excuses. Is it because your wife won't let you? Let me tell you, men should have a man's demeanor. Don't be so submissive and listen to women. Women have long hair and short knowledge. They don't understand anything at all. You have to lend me some. If 500,000 is too much, surely 400,000 will do. Xianxia continued to press, determined not to give up until he got what he wanted. Chapter 42. Lin Nan, borrowing money too. Unable to borrow, Lin Nan looked at everyone again and replied, Cousin, aren't we still relatives? You become wealthy, and borrowing some money from you feels like cutting flesh. I'm not refusing to pay you back. Can you lend me 300,000? You'll still have over 300,000 left, enough to demolish your house and build a new one. Xianxia continued, when your village company distributes dividends again, you can lend me some more to make up for it. Goodness, the people around were stunned. Is this borrowing money or asking someone to pay back a debt? It sounds like Lin Nan owes Xianxia money. Look at this, his relatives are like this. His sister is the same, immediately asking to borrow hundreds of thousands, and the next dividend is still an unknown time away, and they're already eyeing it. How can life go on like this? Xianxia was so angry that she was speechless. I can't borrow. My family has big things to deal with. Lin Nan's face looked grim as he glanced at Xianxia and then at everyone, refusing again. Cousin, you want to even lend me 300,000? Aren't you too stingy? Your family is doing well now, but you can't forget about us poor relatives. I'm not refusing to pay you back. I urgently need money for business. If you send it to me now, I can pay you back in a few months. How about 20,000? Just lend me 20,000, okay? Xianxia lowered the amount again. In fact, he already guessed that Lin Nan's money might have been lent to others. He only learned this news this morning. No money, not lending, Lin Nan said with a dark face, and after saying that, he hung up the phone. Just after he hung up, Xianxia called again. Lin Nan hung up again. He kept calling back, and when Lin Nan didn't answer, he started sending messages on WeChat, saying a lot, with the core message being, as relatives, you must lend me 100,000 or 20,000, otherwise, we can't be relatives anymore. Look at this. Today, everyone is here. If they weren't here, he would definitely agree to lend money. At least 70 to 80,000 would definitely have been lent out. The hundreds of thousands in dividends before they even arrived. He would have agreed to lend them all out. How can life go on like this? Xianxia cried. Lin Nan, you can't do this. You should know very well how your family is doing. Over the years, Xiaoying has suffered so much and worked so hard. You should know that too. Lin Xing is already 32. He should be starting a family. What will happen to him if you lend all the money out? Lin Sanny looked at Lin Nan as an elder and said, Xiaoying, don't stir up trouble about splitting the family. Lin Nan is not a bad person. He is just soft-hearted, easily swayed, and cares too much about face. I think this way. Let Xiaoying manage the family finances from now on. Lin Nan, you shouldn't manage the money anymore. If someone asks you to borrow money, just say you can't make the decision and let Xiaoying decide. Borrowing money from relatives like this, even if you have mountains of gold and silver, it won't be enough for them to borrow. They say it's a loan, but once it's lent out, it's like a meat bun thrown to a dog. What do you think about this? Lin San is an elder and has always been a respected old man in the village. I can manage the money. Xiaoying wiped her tears and nodded in agreement. Over the years, she had always wanted to manage the family finances, but Lin Nan was very strong-headed and, coupled with the things his relatives said behind his back, He never agreed to let Chun Xiaoying manage the money. I. Lin Changshui stammered, feeling that having a woman manage the finances was very embarrassing. But thinking about how his relatives were like leeches smelling blood, each desperately trying to borrow money from him, made his head ache. Just as Lin Nan said, these relatives had big appetites, each afraid of losing out, asking for hundreds of thousands right off the bat. Even if he had tens of millions or even a billion, it wouldn't be enough for them to borrow, and these matters troubled him greatly. Also, Chun Xiaoying was now also making a fuss about splitting the family, and looking at his 32-year-old son who still hadn't married. In the end, he solemnly nodded and said, "From now on, you can manage the family finances. I won't deal with money matters anymore. Anyone who wants to borrow money can come to you. You will be in charge of all financial matters." "All right, Lin Changshui, you said it. In the future, when your relatives gossip in front of you, don't say anything," Chun Xiaoying said very seriously upon hearing this. "It's what I said." Lin Changshui nodded, then went to the room, bringing out the family bank cards and passbooks to give to Chun Xiaoying. "All right, let us do it this way. Everyone, don't be like Lin Changshui. Now that it's not easy to earn some money and life is getting better, don't easily lend money to others." In this era, the word spoken when borrowing money sounds sweeter than anything else, but when it comes time to pay it back, don't be surprised. Many brothers have fallen out over borrowing money. Lending money is easy, getting it back is hard, and it might even ruin relationships with relatives and friends. Also, now that everyone has money, don't spend it recklessly or gamble. And don't believe in those so-called high-interest investments. Money should be used wisely. Buy a house if you need to, marry if you need to. Lin Nan, seeing that the matter was resolved, earnestly reminded everyone, "Grandpa San, we understand. I won't lend my money to anyone. Yes, don't worry. We're not like Lin Changshui, foolishly lending out all his hard-earned money, leaving nothing for his son to buy a car or marry. Grandpa San, don't worry. As soon as the money arrives, I'll save it immediately." Everyone quickly replied. Just as everyone was about to leave, Lin Changshui's phone rang again. Chun Xiaoying grabbed the phone and saw it was Lin Changshui's sister, Lin Changlian, calling. Chun Xiaoying directly answered and put it on speaker. "Brother, can you hurry up and get your village company to distribute the dividends? I'm waiting to use the money here. We've already found a house. We're just waiting to pay." Lin Changlian, "Our family's money is for Lin Xing to buy a house and marry. We can't lend it to you. If you have money, buy it. If you don't, then don't buy. Also, the 100,000 you borrowed from us must be returned quickly. Our family also needs to buy a house in the city." Chun Xiaoying was furious upon hearing this and directly shouted, then hung up. Chapter 43. Mayor Li's visit on Qingyuan Mountain. Lin Nan was overlooking the entire mountain while planning what to do next. He intended to plant several huangshan, welcoming pines on the highest peak, Qingyuan Peak, preferably on the southern cliff. As long as the trees were big and tall enough, they could be seen from the foot of the mountain. However, he wondered if using the huangshan welcoming pine for publicity would lead to copyright infringement claims. As Lin Nan gazed at the southern cliff of Qingyuan Peak, he quickly pondered in his mind. A mountain path definitely needed to be built for safety and to facilitate tourist climbing. The sides of the path could be made steeper with a mountain god system, replacing the soil with various rocks and planting flowers, grass, and trees that could be modified in different directions through the mountain god system. When tourists arrived, at least there would be some scenery to enjoy. Dajong Mountain and Mo Panshan were on either side of the village entrance. If they could be filled with rhododendrons, it would look beautiful from afar when tourists came. Just as Lin Nan was deep in thought, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was his father, Lin Zhonghua, calling. "Lin Nan, where are you? Come back quickly. Mayor Li from Fengtown has come to our village. I'm at Qingyuan Peak. I'll be back soon." After hanging up, Lin Nan quickly started descending the mountain. At this moment, in Lin Nan's home in Linjia village, Lin Zhonghua, Lin Jia, Lin Changzong, and others were hosting Mayor Li Zhongming. Li Zhongming, just over 30 years old, was young and already a mayor, showing promise in his career. He was quite invested in the development of Fengtown, as making achievements there could benefit his future career. When he learned that the village company in Linjia village was going to distribute 100 million in dividends, he initially didn't believe it. Having been in Fengtown for over a year, he was familiar with the situation there. Fengtown was a typical, ordinary township in Qinzhou. There were hardly any industries. While there were rare earth minerals, mining was prohibited, and even if it were allowed, it wasn't up to the locals, but specialized mining companies. The people in Fengtown were similar to those in other parts of Qinzhou, with young laborers mostly working outside, leaving behind mainly the elderly and very few children. In a place without industries, enterprises, or young laborers, It was hard to believe that a village suddenly claimed to have earned several hundred million during the new year and was distributing 100 million in dividends. After confirming it several times, he had no choice but to believe it and hurried to Linjia village to understand the situation in detail, hoping to replicate Linjia village's model throughout Feng Town. Ideally, he wanted to replicate the mushroom cultivation industry of Linjia village across the town, ultimately creating an industrial chain to drive economic development in Feng Town. So, Linjia village really created over 400 million in income from selling mushrooms during the Spring Festival. Li Jingming listened attentively as Lin Jie and Lin Zhonghua explained the development of the village company, confirming the matter once more. Yes, Lin Jie nodded. This news couldn't be hidden. It spread throughout Xianxia right after the village meeting. Some people just love to brag. Can this mushroom cultivation be promoted on a large scale in our town? Li Jingming was ecstatic after hearing this. He was aware of the mushrooms and had tasted them. They were indeed very delicious and not cheap. If Linjia village could prosper from mushroom cultivation, other villages could as well. If the entire town cultivated these mushrooms on a large scale, it could form a huge industry, benefiting everyone in the town. That's something we don't know. We still need to ask Lin Nan. Lin Jie and Lin Zhonghua exchanged glances. At this moment, Lin Nan had returned, and Lin Jie quickly stood up to introduce both parties. Welcome, Mayor Li, to Linjia village to guide our work. Lin Nan smiled and shook hands with Li Zhongming, carefully observing him. Li Zhongming was young, handsome, and wore a confident smile, with neatly combed hair and simple, unpretentious clothing, giving off a friendly vibe without any air of superiority. Likewise, Li Jingming was also carefully observing Lin Nan. He had already reviewed Lin Nan's information on the way and knew that Lin Nan was a senior biology major at a key university. I'm not here to guide. I'm here to learn from Linjia village. You've made an astonishing achievement quietly. This is something that all the villages in Feng Town should learn from, Li Jingming said with a smile. After some small talk, Li Jingming once again asked about the possibility of large-scale mushroom cultivation, which was his main concern. That's not possible. Lin Nan shook his head. The white-brown mushroom cultivation technology is quite limited. One limitation is the seasonality. As the season changes, the mushroom yield in Linjia village has also sharply declined, currently producing less than 50,000 gene per day. The second limitation is geographical. The conditions here on Qingyuan Mountain are more suitable for the growth of white-brown mushrooms. By appropriately utilizing my knowledge, we can make some profit from mushrooms. Other places don't have such geographical conditions, making replication impossible. Hearing Lin Nan's words, the crowd around them displayed expressions of disappointment. The people of Linjia village naturally hoped to sell mushrooms daily for big profits, but that was clearly unrealistic. Once the season passed, mushrooms would no longer grow, and Lin Nan's technology would be useless. The leaders from Feng Town were also disappointed, as they had hoped to promote Linjia village's case throughout the town, driving development and rise. What a pity. Li Zhongming sighed helplessly and then thought for a moment before saying, I just heard Manager Lin Jie say that you plan to develop Qingyuan Mountain into a comprehensive tourist area for leisure, entertainment, and sightseeing. Could you share your plans with us in detail? The town will definitely support the development of Linjia village's industry. Feel free to ask for any assistance or support you need. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan immediately smiled. He had been waiting for this invitation. Linjia village's development absolutely depended on strong support from the local region. Chapter 44. Not optimistic but still supportive at the entrance of Linjia village on Mopanchen Mountain. Lin Nan was explaining his plans in detail to Li Jingming while pointing at Qingyuan in front of him. This is Mopanchen, which forms a pass with the opposite Dipanchen, located right at the entrance of Linjia village. I plan to plant azaleas, cherry blossoms, crabapple flowers, and plum blossoms on these two mountains, ensuring that there are flowers blooming in all 4 seasons, so that visitors can see 2 mountains full of flowers at a glance. Behind Dipanchen, in the Trumpet Valley, I plan to plant various types of grapes, which will form a vineyard when the grapes grow. In Amati, go behind Mopanchen, I plan to plant mountain plums, creating a mountain plum garden where tourists can come and pick mountain plums in the future. The main peak of Qingyuan Peak, will be transformed into a scenic area, where various types of pine trees will be planted along with some large rocks. Li Zhongming listened attentively and looked at everything in front of him. He always felt that Lin Nan was somewhat boasting, overly idealistic. No matter how you looked at it, Qingyuan seemed quite ordinary. Such mountains are everywhere in Xianzhou. This Qingyuan is just a bit taller and larger. However, the mountains in Xianzhou are mostly soil mountains, with few rocky mountains like Huangshan or Zhangjiajie. making most mountains rather unremarkable and lacking any attractive features. As for Lin Nan's plans to fill the two mountains with various flowers, plant grapes, and mountain plums, he felt there was no future or highlight in it. Grapes are quite common and grown in many places, although Xianxia is also suitable for grape cultivation. Growing good grapes on such barren mountains is not an easy task. He also knew that mountain plums are a local type of wild fruit, ripening into bright red, sweet fruit. While they taste quite good, their yield is low, and the mountain plum trees have many thorns, which clearly makes them unsuitable for agricultural tourism. Li Jingming exchanged glances with director Wu Hailang beside him, both seeing disappointment in each other's eyes. Originally, they came to see if they could promote mushroom cultivation to drive the economic development of Fengtown. Now it seemed like a wasted trip. As for Lin Nan's plans for Qingyuan Mountain, aiming to turn it into a tourist area and amusement park, it now appeared somewhat fanciful and unrealistic. No matter how you looked at it, Qingyuan Mountain was an ordinary mountain without any distinctive features. Once the mushroom season was over, there would definitely be no tourists coming here. What would Linjia village rely on to maintain and develop? Relying on flowers, grapes, and raspberries clearly was unrealistic, and they did not have high hopes for the projects Lin Nan mentioned. However, despite their skepticism, support was still necessary. In this era, the greatest fear is to lie flat, and the most favored is to hustle, preferably with dreams in tow. Li Zhongming looked at Lin Nan and smiled, saying, "Lin Nan, your plans and ideas are indeed quite good. Our Qinzhou connects to Nanyue, and it only takes a few hours to drive from Yangcheng and Pengcheng, or with just 2 hours by high-speed train. Our Qinzhou is beautiful, with good mountains and clear waters, but we have never had any famous tourist attractions or amusement areas. If you can make Qingyuan Mountain successful, I believe it can also become a calling card for Qinzhou. The town and county will definitely provide strong support. What do you need us to do?" Li Jingming didn't actually have high expectations for Lin Nan's proposed projects, but for a place like Fengtown, having a plan and goal was better than having none. The Linjia Village Company account still had a massive fund of 300 million, and if it were distributed among the villagers, there would be no way to drive local economic development. But if they followed Lin Nan's various plans, that 300 million would be invested, which could drive the economic development of the entire town and even the whole county, translating into tangible political achievements for himself. If Lin Nan could really turn Qingyuan Mountain into a famous tourist area, that would be even more remarkable, with subsequent investments only increasing. If Qingyuan Mountain became famous, Fengtown would also become famous, and naturally, Xianxia would follow suit, becoming one of his brightest political achievements. We need to build a road. The current cement road leading to Linjia village is too narrow. During the spring festival, our village receives thousands of visitors daily, and a large number of vehicles come here. Due to the road's narrowness, there are traffic jams every day, affecting the visitor experience. We hope to widen this road and at least build a two-way 4-lane road. Lin Nan pointed to the cement road at the foot of the mountain and said, "Okay." Li Zhongming nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "This matter will be discussed in a town meeting and then reported to the county for a decision. Whether it can be approved ultimately depends on the county." In fact, he was confident that he could handle this matter, but he did not directly agree, as it required funding approval from higher authorities. Fengtown already had a national road passing by, only 10 miles from Linjia village. Calculating from this national road, tens of millions should be sufficient. Additionally, our village will need to carry out a series of transformations on the forest land, farmland, and mountainous areas in the entire Qingyuan Mountain area. This may involve cutting down some trees and possibly converting some farmland for planting fruits, flowers, and trees to create tourist projects, etc. This requires permission from the town. Lin Nan added after some thought. Linjia village would no longer cultivate land in the future and would basically not grow vegetables anymore. All the land was already considered village company assets, needing unified planning and arrangements. However, farmland is a red line that cannot be recklessly altered, and trees on the mountains cannot be indiscriminately cut down. All actions require approval. These are completely no problem. Li Zhongming directly agreed, as he could fully make decisions on such minor matters. "Thank you for your support, leader." Lin Nan expressed his gratitude with a smile. "Really not needed? Developing tourism projects is quite expensive. Your village company may have billions, but it's far from enough to actually get started. Do you need to consider bank loans or something?" Li Zhongming asked with a smile. "If we need bank loans, I will definitely look for you, Mayor Li." Lin Nan confidently replied. Normal people would certainly need a large investment to develop a tourist area. A few billion is indeed not enough. However, he had an advantage. Many things could be done more quickly and cheaply with external assistance, and the key was that the results would be much better. Chapter 45. The new project in Linjia Village. Outside the ancestral hall of Linjia Village, the old and young residents gathered together, moving their stools and sighing as they looked at the empty, drying field. There were no tourists at all. Just after the new year, they used to receive thousands of visitors a day. Indeed, at that time, every parking spot in the village was full, but now there isn't a single tourist. The mushrooms on the mountain are gone too. I spent most of the day looking for them and only found a dozen, which, combined with half a pound of garlic sprouts, could make a dish. What should we do now? We can't just sit around and eat up our resources every day, right? Exactly. If there's really nothing to do, I think we should go work and come back at the end of the year to collect mushrooms. Why are you in such a hurry? The money earned during the new year is more than you would make working for 10 years. It's only been a few days of rest, and you're already shouting about going to work. That's right. I heard from Lin Nan that we should all take a few days off first. He is planning the next project. Once the planning is done, we'll have something to do. In my opinion, we should just divide the remaining 300 million from the village company. Who knows if the new project will be profitable? It might even lose money. You only think about dividing money. I hear you talking about it every few days. Do you think you'll get rich from that little bit of money? Do you understand that slow and steady wins the race? As long as our village company can get started and various projects are launched, in the future, we can all sit at home and make big money. If we divide everything now, that little money one team make us rich, we'll still have to go out to work. Exactly. Now, a few 100,000 isn't worth much. It might not even be enough to buy a house in the city. While everyone was chatting idly, Lin Nan, Lin Jia, Lin Xianxia, and other management and key members of the village company walked over and headed straight into the ancestral hall. Meeting time. Meeting time. Everyone notify the members of each small group to come to the ancestral hall for a meeting. As someone shouted, the villagers of Linjia Village became excited. The old and young from every household quickly brought their stools and walked towards the ancestral hall. Soon, the ancestral hall of Linjia Village was filled with neatly seated people. Everyone quieted down. The development planning meeting of Linjia Village Qingyuan Mountain Tourism Company is now starting. As the chairman of the company, Lin Nan naturally spoke first. During the spring festival, with the collective efforts of everyone in Linjia Village, our Qingyuan Mountain Tourism Company achieved remarkable results. The revenue reached 430 million yuan, and we received over 20,000 rural tourism visitors, initially establishing our Qingyuan Mountain's reputation and laying the foundation for its future development into a tourist attraction. Now that the mushroom season is over, there are no tourists coming to experience rural tourism at Qingyuan Mountain. The purpose of this meeting is twofold. First, to summarize the previous experiences and lessons, and to improve and optimize the shortcomings, striving to make Qingyuan Mountain and Linjia Village better. Second, to discuss more standardized and scientific management of our village company, fully respecting individual opinions while making adjustments based on the company's development needs. The third purpose is to pool ideas, listen to everyone's opinions, and plan for the future development of Qingyuan Mountain. Lin Nan took out the prepared speech and began to detail the content of this meeting. First, let us discuss the first issue. During the spring festival, Linjia Village received over 20,000 rural tourism visitors, bringing considerable income to our village. However, this also exposed many problems, especially our severe lack of capacity to receive tourists. And none of us have relevant experience. For instance, our village lacks public restrooms. There are many dirty and chaotic places in the village. Garbage left by tourists on the mountain is not cleaned. Steep mountain paths have caused tourists to slip and get injured. And there are a series of parking difficulties for tourists, among other issues. These problems need to be corrected. And we must also consider the potential issues if our village's number of tourists exceeds 10,000 in the future, which requires us to think ahead and make the necessary arrangements. In this regard, the management of our village company unanimously agreed after discussion that it is necessary to introduce a professional tourism management team to Qingyuan Mountain for systematic and comprehensive planning, as well as systematic training for our villagers. This was suggested by Lin Jia, who had suffered losses in this area when he ran his business before. He never understood why big companies focus on training and planning until he experienced the benefits himself. To grow strong, this kind of investment is absolutely essential. Lin Nan also fully affirmed and supported this, ultimately deciding to introduce a professional tourism management team for systematic and comprehensive planning and training. The second issue is about the standardized management of the village company. Right now, we are essentially temporary employees of the village company. We come to work when there's something to do and calculate our wages, and when there's nothing to do, we stay idle at home. Continuing like this is definitely not feasible. Some people prefer to work outside rather than stay at home, while others have their own careers and jobs, and cannot always work in the village. Additionally, those working in the village are quite lax, lacking a sense of urgency and the feeling of being paid for their work. Therefore, our village company needs to develop and manage in a formal and standardized way. Those who want to work in the village company must sign a formal employment contract with the company, becoming official employees who must work as scheduled, while managing their personal affairs. If someone does not wish to work in the village company, they can choose not to participate in the company's affairs and can pursue their own work. Those who want to work can do so, and those who want to do business can start their businesses and then just wait for the dividends. Everyone listened carefully to what Lin Nan was saying, nodding as they listened. Recently, everyone felt a bit like they were playing house, which didn't feel right. Many things were also chaotic and confusing. Now, hearing Lin Nan's words, everyone understood. One issue is that everyone lacks experience and doesn't know how to proceed, and another is that the company lacks standardized management, giving people a sense of returning to the old days of communal eating from a big pot. Chapter 46. The new project in Xianxia Village to Lin Nan. How was the salary calculated for those working at the village company? Is there a social insurance and housing fund? Someone pondered and asked. Good question. Lin Nan smiled and nodded, saying, the village company will essentially be an independent business, but this business is a bit special because we are all its shareholders. It can hire people from our village to work, but it can also hire people from other villages. It will also implement strict company management and operational systems. The salary will definitely be based on the local income levels. Of course, if someone from our village is willing to work at the village company, the salary will be relatively higher and all 5 insurances and 1 housing fund will be provided. We encourage the young labor force from our village to come and work at the village company. Hearing Lin Nan say this, someone immediately shook their head and said, our local salary is very low, averaging only 2,000 to 3,000 a month. This salary barely covers food. Even if the village company offers some preferential treatment for our villagers, a slightly higher salary would only be around 3,000 to 4,000, which is too low. Can't the salary be set a bit higher? Yes, can't the salary be set a bit higher? After all, it's a village company. If the salary is higher, everyone would be happier. I wouldn't work for 2,000 or 3,000 a month. I'd rather go work outside. Not to mention 2,000 or 3,000. I'd rather work outside, even for 4,000 a month. Others also chimed in. That's how company operations work. Salary income is determined based on local levels. If the salary is set too high, it would be unfair for those villagers who do not want to work at the village company. The primary point of starting a company is to make money and to make profits for the shareholders, so it's impossible to set the salary too high. Even my salary as the chairman is determined based on local levels, probably around 10,000 or so. Additionally, as the company grows stronger, our village's manpower will not be enough. We will definitely need to hire more employees. If we set the salary too high, what will we do then? Lin Nan explained this in detail, and everyone understood. Ultimately, running a company is about making profits. It's not about running a charity. Even if the employees to be hired are villagers and shareholders, the salary level must align with market conditions, and most slightly higher. Earning 3,000 to 4,000 at home is better than working outside for 8,000 to 9,000. Don't just look at the cash being less. Expenses at home are also lower. You can save on rent, and living at home is spacious and comfortable. You can eat at home, spending very little a day, and the food is better than outside. Isn't that right? Working hard outside for a year, the actual money brought back is minimal, especially for these young people who spend lavishly. They earn outside and spend outside, bringing home nothing. Having 3,000 to 4,000 at home is enough. The main thing is working in our village company, not just earning a salary, but also making money for ourselves. The dividends will be real money. These young people don't know how to calculate. They only see the numbers. Compared to the young people who think the salary is low, the older ones find the salary acceptable. They can calculate the figures clearly. We will release detailed rules and regulations regarding this later. Next, we will talk about the third matter, which is the planning for Qingyuan Mountain in Xianxia Village this year. Lin Nan smiled and continued with the third matter. He took out a printed large map of Qingyuan Mountain, unfolded it, and said, please look, this is our map of Qingyuan Mountain. The main peak, Qingyuan Peak, is the highest mountain here and is also the area we want to focus on building and developing. This year, we plan to build a staircase from the foot of the mountain up to the top of Qingyuan Peak, while also adding some stones on both sides of the staircase for decoration and planting some beautiful pine trees to create a scenic spot. Next, regarding the 2 mountains at the entrance of our village, Mopan Mountain and Dapon Mountain. My plan is to plant various flowers and plants on these two mountains so that they can bloom all year round. From a distance, it will look like two mountains full of flowers, and when tourists come to Linjia village, they will first see these two flower-covered mountains. The trumpet ditch behind Dapon Mountain faces south and receives plenty of sunlight. My plan is to plant various grapes in the trumpet ditch, and when the grapes ripen, it will form an extremely beautiful and spectacular vineyard. The horseshoe ditch behind Mopin Mountain will be fully planted with mountain plums, and during the mountain plum season, we can open a farmhouse for picking mountain plums. At the same time, the rabbit pit next to the horseshoe ditch will be planted with new varieties of tea trees. When the tea bags and tea leaves are ready, tourists can also experience picking tea bags and tea leaves. This year, we want tea plant grains in the 100 acres of land next to the trumpet ditch. Instead, we will use it to raise loach, yellow eel, and field snails. When tourists come, they can also experience digging for loach, catching yellow eel, and picking field snails in the farmhouse. On the side of Nubiiku, we will cut down all the trees on the mountain and plant various wild fruits that only grow in rural mountains, such as August fruit, April fruit, also known as goat milk fruit, kiwi, lantern fruit, raspberry, and Xianxia. In the future, Nubiiku will be renamed Wild Fruit Ridge. Additionally, we will try to plant various fruit trees throughout Linjia village and Qingyuan Mountain, such as jujube, sour jujube, plum, bayberry, lychee, starfruit, peach, orange, persimmon, and cherry. We want visitors coming to Qingyuan Mountain to see various flowers and plants all year round, pick various fruits all year round, and enjoy various farmhouses all year round. Lin Nan narrated his plans while looking at the map of Qingyuan Mountain. Lin Nan's preliminary plan is to transform Qingyuan Mountain and Linjia village into a place that integrates various exotic flowers and plants, unique trees, and a variety of fruits, creating a bountiful village. No matter what season visitors come to Qingyuan Mountain, they will be able to see various flowers and plants and pick various fruits and wild fruits. After all, with the mountain god system in place, we don't have to worry about these flowers, plants, and fruit trees dying. It can also accelerate growth, allowing them to grow rapidly, bloom, and bear fruit in a very short time. Even more impressively, Lin Nan can also use the mountain god system to modify these flowers, plants, and trees, making the flowers more beautiful, the blooming periods longer, and the fruits larger, sweeter, and tastier. Such a powerful function must be utilized. Chapter 47, Can This Survive? The area around Mopanshan and Dapinshan in Linjia village is bustling with activity. The pine trees and bracken that once covered the mountains have been completely cleared, and the villagers are busy planting various flowers, grasses, and trees. Lin Changwa, do you think these cuttings will survive if we just plant them randomly like this? Lin Changfeng asked as he inserted branches of the rhododendron into the soil, chatting with Lin Changwa beside him. Ever since Lin Nan confirmed the development direction for Linjia village, the entire village has become exceptionally busy. Not only have they hired a professional construction team to build a staircase road from the foot of the mountain to the main peak, Qingyuan Peak, but they've also constructed a modern multi-level parking lot outside the village. Moreover, all the able-bodied villagers have essentially become employees of the village company, working like city employees, clocking in and out each day, and receiving monthly wages. The villagers' main task now is to plant various flowers, grasses, and trees throughout Qingyuan Mountain and Linjia village. Mopanshan and Dapinshan are the face of Qingyuan Mountain and the first places to start the work. They should survive. There are rhododendrons everywhere, and they don't require much care, so they should be easy to grow, Lin Changwa said as he stood up to take a short break. Looking at the transformed Mopanshan and the opposite Dapinshan, he noticed that the mountains had changed dramatically. The pine trees and bracken had disappeared, revealing the yellow earth and various flowers and trees that had just begun to be planted. The planting was quite random, with a wide variety of species, dozens of different types. The two of them were currently planting rhododendrons. The rhododendron, known scientifically as rhododendron, is a plant that grows widely in the southern regions. When it blooms, the entire mountain is covered in vibrant red, hence the name rhododendron. We have rhododendrons everywhere here, so they shouldn't be hard to grow. But can we really plant cherry trees, peach trees, plum trees, pear trees, osmanthus, hibiscus, camellias, and plum blossoms together on such a bare mountain? What if we spend all this money and they all die? I heard the village company spent millions just buying these flowers, trees, and various fruit trees. And this is just the first batch. As we continue to transform Qingyuan Mountain, we'll need to buy even more flowers and trees. Lin Changfeng, like others in the village, was also skeptical about whether Lin Nan's plan would work, given the vast number of different flowers and trees they were planting, potentially hundreds of types. Yeah, I also think it will be difficult to keep them alive. Even if they do survive, who knows when they will have the desired effect. Lin Nan chimed in. We can grow rhododendrons, osmanthus, peach trees, and plum trees here, but we need to choose the right spots. Some need more water. And this mountain is quite dry with poor yellow soil. They won't survive here. As for cherry trees, cherry blossoms, camellias, and the like, they really aren't suited for our area. Even if they can survive, they'll probably look wilted. Exactly, I also doubt they can thrive. Produce. The village company spent quite a bit on some kinds of pines like rowan pine, black pine, and red pine for planting on Qingyuan Peak. Those pines are expensive. I heard some can cost thousands or even tens of thousands each. Lin Nan claimed he had methods to not only keep various flowers and trees alive, but also to use technology to enhance them, allowing them to grow better, bloom more beautifully, and produce larger, tastier fruits. We shouldn't overthink these issues. We just need to trust that following Lin Nan will lead to big profits. True. During the new year, no one believed Lin Nan could grow mushrooms, yet he managed to cover Qingyuan Mountain with them, bringing great wealth to our village. Lin Nan is educated, skilled, and knowledgeable about technology. We know nothing and just need to follow his instructions. Yes, we just need to follow Lin Nan's lead and not worry about anything else. The three of them chatted while working. In the Maji Valley behind Mopanshan, Lin Nan, Xianxia, and Lin Chongbo were inspecting the mountain plums they had planted a couple of days ago. Maji Valley is a mountain ditch shaped like a horseshoe. In the past, it was cultivated for farming, but with the times changing, young people chose to work elsewhere. The fields in Maji Valley became overgrown with wild grass. Now, the villagers have cleared all the wild grass and neatly arranged the land into rows, planting cuttings of mountain plums. Mountain plums are a common wild fruit in the southern regions, also known as raspberries, high-foot waves, thorn gourds, and thorn strawberries. The fruit is small, only 1 to 2 centimeters in diameter, about the size of a pinky finger. The bright red mountain plums have a delicious taste. Ripe ones are sweet and tangy, making them a favorite wild fruit among rural children. Moreover, mountain plums are rich in citric acid, malic acid, vitamin C, and various other nutrients, comparable to the fruits sold in markets. In fact, this wild fruit is becoming increasingly rare. Even if you have money, you can't buy it. You have to go out and pick it yourself to taste it. Lin Nan, can we really succeed by planting randomly like this? Lin Jia asked anxiously. Like most villagers, he felt they were just planting wildly, spending millions on various flowers and trees. Don't worry, I have a unique technique, Lin Nan confidently replied. I guarantee that all these flowers and trees will not only survive, but grow very quickly. Lin Nan dug up a cutting of mountain plum. With the help of the mountain god system, it was growing remarkably well. In just 2 days, it had developed a robust root system. And Lin Nan had genetically modified these mountain plums through the mountain god system, believing that in 2 months, they would astonish everyone. Chapter 48. Amazing growth rate. After hearing Lin Nan's words, Lin Jia still felt uncertain. Although he hadn't read much, he was raised in the new era where a smartphone could access a wealth of useful information. Planting various flowers, plants, and fruit trees was not as simple as it seemed. Each had different requirements for their growth environment, soil, climate, and so on. It was questionable whether the Lin family's village could successfully cultivate them at all, and even if they did, it was unclear when they would yield results or bring profits to the village. The funds in the village company's account were rapidly depleting. The construction of steps on the highest peak, Qingyuan Peak, and the planting of ornamental pine trees had already cost several million. The modern multi-level parking lot outside Linjia village had also consumed tens of millions. Each expenditure left the account with less and less. And now there wasn't a single tourist in sight. The mushroom season had passed, meaning there was no income at all. This feeling of consuming the resources without generating any income was quite distressing. Lin Jia and the villagers were all anxious. Fortunately, the newly constructed road didn't require any funding from their village. The county and town had helped with the construction. Otherwise, the 3 billion in their account would not have lasted long. Lin Jia looked at the neatly arranged mountain plums in the Horn Valley, and honestly, he was not optimistic about them, nor about the newly planted tea trees near the rabbit pit. He didn't understand why they specifically chose to plant tea trees. While tea trees could produce tea oil, which had a decent price of several dozen yuan per pound, it was irrelevant to tourism. After all, tourists couldn't come to pick tea seeds for fun, could they? As for the vineyard in Horn Valley, they had planted over 100 varieties of grapes, many of which were probably not suitable for cultivation in Qianzhou and might be hard to grow. Even if they did survive, it was uncertain when they would bear fruit. The random planting of waxberries, jujubes, sour jujubes, kiwis, August fruit, plums, peaches, And so on Anubiaq and various places on Qingyuan Mountain also made it unclear when they would grow and yield benefits for the village. Sigh. It looks like Lin Nan needs to focus on studying mushroom cultivation, as that is where the money is. He felt no confidence in these flowers, plants, and fruit trees. Lin Jie was anxious, but Lin Nan was growing more and more confident. Through the mountain god system, he could clearly see the growth conditions of various plants and animals on Qingyuan Mountain. The new flowers, plants, and fruit trees were thriving. The system was powerful, indeed. The cuttings of the mountain plums had taken root in just 2 days, sprouting an abundance of roots. Moreover, the variety of mountain plums had been improved. The original branches had numerous backward hooks that could easily injure people. After being modified by the mountain god system, the backward hooks had almost completely regressed, making it much safer for tourists to pick mountain plums in the future without the risk of injury. It was truly exciting, and he was curious about what the new variety of mountain plum fruit would be like. Lin Nan examined the plants carefully, marveling at the system's strength. Lin Nan understood that various flowers, plants, and trees had their own growth conditions, climate, soil requirements, etc. Random planting would certainly lead to failure. Many novice gardeners went into debt because they lacked understanding. Agriculture, whether in animal husbandry or crop cultivation, required both skills and experience, especially if one wanted to make big profits by planting or raising new varieties. Sometimes, bad luck could lead to a bumper harvest, not translating into profits, as prices could fluctuate drastically from one year to the next, making it easy to lose money by following trends in planting and breeding. After checking the growth conditions of the newly planted flowers, plants, and trees, Lin Nan and Lin Jie arrived at the main peak, Qingyuan Peak. A construction company with extensive experience in scenic area projects was building the steps here. Due to the tight schedule of the village, the construction company had been working diligently, and the progress was fairly good. Of course, this was mainly because the village company had provided adequate funding. In this era, as long as the money was in place, speed was not a concern. By early April, the main steps should be nearly completed, which would not affect the village company's profits. Lin Nan was quite satisfied with the construction speed, quietly calculating the pace and planning for the profit-making strategies in April. Lin Nan, it's really strange. These pines are changing every day. When I came yesterday, this particular Chinese fir was about my height, and today it's grown several dozen centimeters taller. Lin Nan market, standing next to the Chinese fir, perplexed. He knew that the growth rate of Chinese fir was very slow, typically only growing about 3 centimeters a year, and it took at least 10 years to mature. Yet this particular fir, which had only been transplanted recently, seemed to be growing rapidly, almost like bamboo. Maybe it's because Qingyuan Mountain has exceptional conditions for its growth, he suggested. Look at these pines we bought. They're thriving here, so we don't have to worry about whether they survive. Lin Nan knew the truth. It was indeed the mountain god system working its magic. Through the system, he not only helped these flowers, plants, and trees quickly adapt to the environment, but also activated a growth acceleration mode while modifying them. Perhaps, Lin Jie mused, scratching his head, feeling that something was off but unable to pinpoint it, so he could only agree with Lin Nan. Maybe Qingyuan Mountain really is a treasure land. Whatever we plant thrives. Lin Jie thought rapidly. At that moment, his gaze suddenly fixed on a few pines on a mountain ahead, and he quickly walked up. He then took out his phone and searched for Huangshan welcoming pine, comparing the trees in front of him with the images on his phone. Lin Nan, look. Don't these pines look a bit like the welcoming pine from Huangshan? Chapter 49, not just beautiful, but also delicious. Lin Jie carefully compared the photos he found on his phone, unable to contain his excitement. The similarity was at least 90, and they were growing in the cracks of a cliff. If these pine trees could grow as large as the welcoming pine of Huangshan, they could become an important landmark for Qingyuan Mountain. Lin Jie examined them closely, nodding in approval, then thought for a moment and said, I don't remember there being these pine trees here before. They're growing from the cracks in the rocks, not ones we transplanted. Whatever, as long as they can increase the fame and beauty of Qingyuan Mountain, that's all that matters. Lin Nan smiled and said, these pine trees were also cultivated by Lin Nan using the system, and there were plenty of similar plants all over Qingyuan Mountain. These particular pine trees were not the common Masan pine found in the Qianzhou region, but a variety improved through the system, incorporating genes from Huangshan pine, North American giant pine, and Brazilian pine. The result is a tree that possesses the aesthetic beauty of Huangshan pine, looking more attractive, strong, and upright, thriving in adversity in the cracks, while also having some genes from the North American giant pine for faster and taller growth. The genes from the Brazilian pine allow it to produce large pine cones like those of the Brazilian pine. which could become a major selling point for Qingyuan Mountain in the future. Lin Nan knew that merely running agritourism would not be enough to elevate Qingyuan Mountain's status. To truly make it world-renowned, they needed to create some attractive scenery. Unique peaks, striking rocks, proud pines, and flowing waterfalls were essential. Only then could Qingyuan Mountain be transformed into a super tourist destination known worldwide. That's right, once the stone steps are fixed, along with the various pine trees and the scenery of Qingyuan Mountain, it should be quite nice. I've been to Huangshan and Taishan. It's just about seeing some mountains, rocks, and pine trees. If only Qingyuan Mountain could be a bit higher. The current elevation is still too low, only a few hundred meters. It would be great to have 1,000 or 2,000 meters. Lin Jia looked at the scenery before him and nodded. Yes, the elevation is indeed a bit low. Lin Nan nodded, thinking about whether the system would add such functions after future upgrades. If so, they would definitely need to raise the elevation of Qingyuan Mountain. These pine trees are quite nice, really nice. The more Lin Jia looked, the more he liked them. He glanced at the surrounding pine trees and felt that these were somewhat different from the ones he had seen in Qingyuan Mountain before. Pine trees were everywhere in Xianxia, and you could find some 100-year-old big pines in the back hills of any village. The pines in Xianxia were mostly Masan pines, which can grow even in barren land. But their shape isn't very beautiful compared to varieties like the rowan pine, red pine, or black pine. Of course, this is just from a human aesthetic viewpoint. In nature, Masan pine is the most adaptable species, while the others are far less successful. The pine trees on the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain felt different from ordinary Masan pines to Lin Jia. The variety seemed different, but he couldn't pinpoint how. As he wasn't an expert, he simply felt that these pines had a unique character, looked quite beautiful, and seemed to be thriving, lush, green leaves and graceful shapes. What kind of tree is this? Lin Jia continued walking up the mountain and was soon attracted by a ginkgo tree. This should be a ginkgo tree. Lin Nan recognized it immediately. Ginkgo trees are also very slow-growing, and their fan-shaped leaves are quite distinctive. I didn't expect there to be ginkgo trees on Qingyuan Mountain. And if I'm not mistaken, I've seen several along the way. Ginkgo trees are said to grow very slowly, Lin Jia said, looking at the ginkgo tree before him. Lin Nan smiled slightly. There were still quite a few trees like the ginkgo on Qingyuan Mountain. They had previously grown slowly and gone unnoticed, but with the mountain god system, Lin Nan accelerated their growth. It wouldn't be long before these trees could stand out. Common in Xianzhou, there were also maple and camphor trees, with some centuries-old large maple and camphor trees in the back hills of villages, and small maple and camphor trees in the wild. Lin Nan accelerated the growth of the small maples and camphors on Qingyuan Mountain, which could become attractions, especially the large trees growing on the rocks, which are the most eye-catching. There were also jujube trees, sour jujube trees, neem trees, yew, namu, and bayberry, all identified by the system on Qingyuan Mountain, but they were mostly still saplings, inconspicuous among the dense vegetation. Sometimes, even some precious trees were cut down for firewood. Lin Nan accelerated the growth of these trees, focusing on nutrient supply to make them grow quickly and stand out. Of course, the number of these trees was small. So Lin Nan also had the village company buy a variety of trees to plant throughout Qingyuan Mountain. With the system speeding up their growth, he believed that in the future, visitors to Qingyuan Mountain would not only see various scenic views, but also rare trees. And when the fruits ripened, tourists could also taste various rare wild fruits. For example, jujubes are quite rare in the market. They are hardly sold, and you can only occasionally find them at rural markets. Don't underestimate the appearance of jujubes. They taste really good and are a delicious wild fruit from many rural children's childhood memories. Lin Nan had many jujubes, bayberries, sour jujubes, date trees, peach trees, plum trees, August fruits, kiwis, etc., planted throughout Qingyuan Mountain. The goal was to ensure that visitors could not only enjoy the scenery and experience agritourism, but also taste some flavors from their childhood memories. After all, some flavors have nearly disappeared, and even if one has money, it's hard to buy them. Chapter 50. Incredible growth speed, great changes. Lin Zhonghua, Lin Zhongzong, and Lin Zhonghua were frowning as they looked at the various flowers, grasses, and trees on Mopen Mountain, which had been planted for just over a month. Day by day, they hadn't noticed any significant changes, but after a month, they were shocked by the growth speed of these plants. The reason was simple. They were growing too fast. Isn't this Yangmei tree growing too quickly? Lin Zhonghua said, I remember I personally planted this tree, and at that time it was just over 1 meter tall. Now it has already grown into a large tree, lush and green. I feel like it will bear fruit this year. Lin Zhonghua walked around the Yangmei tree. turning around in circles, feeling it was unbelievable how fast it was growing. Indeed, it was growing too quickly. Not only this Yangmei tree, but all the various flowers, grasses, and trees we planted were growing particularly fast. Look at these azaleas, he continued. When we planted them, they were just cuttings, and now they have thickened to the size of a thumb. They can be considered fully grown now, and they have produced a lot of branches, growing very well. Look, they have already developed flower buds and will bloom soon. Lin Zhongzong also approached a row of azaleas and examined them closely. He then pointed to a few cherry blossom trees nearby and said, "These cherry blossom trees are also growing very well. If someone didn't know better, they might think these cherry trees have been planted for over a decade. Each one has already taken shape. I estimate they will all bloom soon. I have also checked many of the trees around Qingyuan Mountain. The various pine trees planted on the main peak, Qingyuan Peak, are also growing very quickly. Some are already nearly 10 meters tall. We have also planted many jujube trees, which are growing well. I estimate that by the end of the year, our village will be able to eat jujubes. Our Qingyuan Mountain is indeed a treasure of feng shui. Whatever we plant grows well and fast. Now we can rest assured." The three of them carefully inspected while chatting. The entire Linjia village has been very busy for over a month. However, the village company has only had expenses but no income. Not a single tourist has come, which has made everyone in the village very anxious. Especially since everyone felt that these casually planted flowers, grasses, and trees wouldn't survive, and they didn't know when they would attract tourists to Linjia village. Now we can truly rest assured, Lin Zhongwa said. Recently, Lin Xianxia and Lin Zhongdo have been shouting that they can't continue, claiming Lin Nan is wasting money, demanding to distribute all the money. Lin Zhongwa couldn't help but shake his head at this. It wasn't just those two. He had heard many people discussing this matter. Some even secretly claimed that Lin Nan was planning to siphon off the village company's funds, spending lavishly, secretly taking who knows how many kickbacks, trying to transfer all the money that belonged to everyone into his own pocket. Hearing this made him furious. He really wanted to beat them up. It had only been a little over a month, and these people were already gossiping behind the scenes, not even considering who had brought them the profits. Lin Zhongzong was also very angry. I have heard about this matter as well. Many people have come to ask me about the village company's future plans, both openly and secretly. Lin Zhongbua's face darkened as he said, "Now our Linjia village is undergoing major renovations and constructions to make more money in the future. But some people are short-sighted. They get anxious after a month without any tourists or income. They really think that every day can be like during the new year, bringing in tens of millions daily. Money isn't that easy to make. Indeed, we are repairing roads, building parking lots, and making various improvements throughout the village. All this is to better develop Linjia village and enhance the reputation of Qingyuan Mountain. But some people just don't understand. Being short-sighted is one thing, but not having any common sense is another. They always like to believe the words of other clueless people." Lin Zhongwei said helplessly. "Some people even say it might take 10 or 8 years to succeed. Just look at these flowers, grasses, and trees in front of us. In another month, by April, Linjia village will be able to reopen and welcome tourists again. At that time, I'll have to find Lin Xianxia and Lin Zhongdo and slap their faces. No need for you to do that. By then, Lin Zhonglian and Lin Zhongzhu will surely deal with Lin Xianxia." Lin Zhonglian had already beaten him up more than once for his endless nonsense. Haha, he deserves it. Originally, Lin Zhonglian was ready to invest, but he insisted on pulling back, resulting in a much lower dividend last time. It's only natural to beat him. The three of them walked and chatted while strolling on Mopa Mountain. Indeed, Mopa Mountain had changed significantly. It used to be just an ordinary mountain in our Qianzhou area, covered with pine trees and bracken. Now it was different, with lush green grass and various thriving flowers and trees, which would surely be beautiful when they bloomed. Of course. Otherwise, how could we attract tourists to come to Qingyuan Mountain? By the way, where's Lin Nan? Oh, he is busy live streaming again, trying to promote our Qingyuan Mountain tourism projects to attract tourists. Lin Zhongwa thought for a moment and pointed to the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain, saying, "He's been live streaming near the main peak these past few days. There are a few pine trees here that look very similar to the welcoming pine of Huangshan. He wants to ride on the traffic from Huangshan's welcoming pine." Lin Nan is trying every means to promote our Qingyuan Mountain and bring big profits to our village, while some people are stirring up trouble behind the scenes. If Lin Nan hears these words, how hurtful would that be? Lin Zhongwa couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. His son Lin Feng was now Lin Nan's assistant, following him around every day, and knew very well what was going on. So at this moment, Lin Zhongzong signaled Lin Zhonghua and Lin Zhonghua to be quiet and pointed to a few people lounging under a nearby tree, enjoying the shade. Because the surrounding flowers and trees were growing quite well and lush, they hadn't noticed Lin Zhongzong and the others. The three of them quietly approached. In my opinion, Lin Nan is indeed wasting money. He will only stop when he has squandered all the money that belongs to our village. What is the use of planting these flowers and grasses? Lin Xianxia was comfortably lying on the grass, stirring up trouble again. Chapter 51. Those who want to withdraw their shares can come to me anytime. I also think planting these flowers and plants is useless. Who would spend money to come here to see these flowers and plants when they have nothing to do? Lin Changshi's companion, Lin Changdo, also chimed in. It's much better to grow mushrooms. Our village earns over 30 million a day. That is how money comes in quickly. Growing these flowers and plants is flashy, and who knows when we can break even. I heard that the village company has spent tens of millions on various expenses in the past month. Of course, buying these flowers, plants, trees, and also repairing roads and parking lots costs money. I heard that some pine trees planted on the main peak are very expensive, costing thousands to tens of thousands each. Buying hundreds of them, I don't even know what it's worth seeing. We have plenty of pine trees here. Why waste money on that? Lin Changjin also added. Exactly. These pine trees aren't worth much at all. I seriously suspect that Lin Nan is transferring the village company's money into his own pocket. Lin Changshi speaks without thinking, saying whatever comes to mind, not afraid that this will reach Lin Nan's ears. Lin Changshi, don't say such things carelessly. Lin Nan has the most shares in the company and is the richest. He wouldn't do such things. Lin Changjin quickly replied, yeah, without Lin Nan, how can we all get rich by growing mushrooms? He is the one who helps us all make money. He wouldn't do such things. Maybe he is still young and lacks experience, so he might be more easily deceived. It's just some pine trees. There are plenty on our mountain. Why spend money to buy them? Lin Changmu also chimed in, and now the village doesn't allow us to raise chickens or ducks. And even growing vegetables is not allowed. Honestly, this is a bit excessive. If we don't farm or grow vegetables, what will we eat? If we have to buy everything from the town, even mountains of gold and silver wouldn't be enough. Moreover, it's been over a month, and not a single tourist has come. The village company is only spending and not earning, which is really frustrating. Lin Nan gets tens of millions in dividends at once. He could eat well for a lifetime, so of course, he wouldn't care about this little amount. But we only get so little. If we're not allowed to farm or grow vegetables, we will really be left to suffer. Lin Changshi also remarked, in my opinion, our scenic area project definitely won't work. Not a single tourist has come, and the money is just pouring out. We should all propose to divide the money on the company's account. We can all take advantage of the early time to go south and work. Engaging in a scenic area is unrealistic. Once the money is spent, it's like throwing it into the water, not even making a sound. I heard Lin Nan wants to comprehensively renovate our company, fixing all the dirty and messy areas, and in the future, it will be very troublesome for us to even throw away garbage. That is definitely necessary. Upon hearing this, Lin Changjin quickly said, after all, we're going to develop a scenic area. It can't be dirty and messy. Besides, improving hygiene will make it look much more comfortable. I support this. Many people in our village still don't realize this. Some even carry urine to water the vegetables, which is definitely not good for tourists to see. Our village is quite dirty and smelly in many places. It needs to be improved, like the stinky ditches and the dry toilets. These all need to be changed. Lin Changshi curled his lips and said, is it still a countryside after all these changes? Can we live comfortably? I heard Lin Nan is also planning to standardize the houses in our village, not allowing us to build houses randomly, saying it's to avoid affecting the village's image and appearance. He is being too controlling. We haven't made much money. Yet there are all these expenses and requirements. We still have to learn about scenic area management and construction, which is giving us a headache. Lin Nan is educated, knowledgeable, cultured, and skilled. Listening to him won't be wrong. Lin Changjin thought for a moment and said, you should stop spreading these rumors everywhere. It's not good if people hear it. Lin Nan is working hard to help us all make money, and saying such things will only make people feel disheartened. Yes, it's better to say less about things that are not conducive to unity. Besides, it's only been a little over a month. Everyone should just wait a bit longer. Lin Changmu also added, enough already. You all have more shares and dividends, so of course, you're defending him. I only have a tiny share, and I don't make much money in a year. Lin Changshi said nonchalantly. Besides, what I'm saying is the truth. What is so great about these flowers and plants? Also, Lin Nan said he wants to do something like picking mountain plums and fruits. We want to spend money just to pick some fruits. It's clearly unrealistic, wishful thinking. Just wait and see. Once the money in the company's account is all spent, I'll see if you all regret it. There are over 300 million in the account. If we divide it all, each household would at least get hundreds of thousands, and you with more shares would get 1 or 2 million. Isn't it better to have that money in your own hands? Why would it be wasted in someone else's hands? While Lin Xianxia was speaking, didn't notice that Lin Changbua, Lin Changzong, and Lin Changbua were listening to him very clearly. Upon hearing this, Lin Changbua couldn't hold back any longer. He shouted directly, Lin Xianxia. After Lin Changbua shouted, Lin Xianxia, Lin Changdo, and the others were immediately startled, and upon seeing it was Lin Changbua, their faces turned pale. They knew that Lin Changbua must have heard them speaking ill of Lin Nan. Lin Xianxia. Our Lin Nan is working hard to find ways for the whole village to get rich, live streaming every day until his throat is dry and hoarse. And you? Not only are you not working hard, but you're also slacking off here, spreading rumors, saying that my Lin Nan is wasteful, taking kickbacks, transferring company assets, and even shouting about dividing all the company's money. Without Lin Nan's skills, could you earn this money? You are biting the hand that feeds you. When we asked you to invest, you refused stubbornly, saying it's better to spend money on food and drink. You claimed you didn't regret it. Now you're here with your sarcastic remarks. Let us go. We'll go back to the village and clarify everything in front of our Lin family's ancestors. And you said you want to divide the money, right? Our family will buy out your shares, and today you can take your money and withdraw from the village company. Lin Changbua was furious, dragging Lin Xianxia back towards the village. Chapter 52. Those who want to withdraw their shares can come to me anytime too on the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain. Qingyuan Peak. Lin Nan was live streaming. Everyone, take a look. Our welcoming pine on Qingyuan Mountain is really not trying to ride on the popularity of the welcoming pine in Huangshan. It is also definitely not something we planted artificially to make it look like Huangshan's welcoming pine. This pine tree grew out of the cracks in the rocks. And just look at its size. Can it be grown a year or two? While live streaming, Lin Nan interacted with the audience in the chat room. Without the gimmick of mushrooms, the number of viewers in the live stream was only a few hundred. Even spending money to buy traffic didn't retain many people. The few hundred viewers were still because Lin Nan was entertaining. No mushrooms means no visitors to Qingyuan Mountain? Come on, we have plenty of fun things here at Qingyuan Mountain, not just mushroom picking. Of course, we will also launch mushroom picking farm stays in the future. Right now, we have a lot of fun activities. For example, it's almost April and the rhododendrons on Qingyuan Mountain will bloom soon. At that time, everyone can come to enjoy the flowers. You can also come here to pick tea bags, tea leaves, and our mountain plums will also start to ripen in April. So you can come and pick them. If you like catching loaches, picking snails, or catching eels, you can also come here to Qingyuan Mountain. We have specifically set aside a lot of fields for tourists to catch loaches. This weekend, and during the holidays, it's really nice to bring your kids here to experience the fun of rural life. Of course, everyone can also come here to relax. Just look at the scenery behind me. This is the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain. Isn't this view great? It's definitely not inferior to those famous mountains. When will it reopen? Soon, very soon. By the end of March, we will have a reopening meeting. During this time, we have been renovating all over Qingyuan Mountain to make it more enjoyable for our customers, and we are almost done. By the end of the month, we will reopen. And at that time, everyone can click on the shopping cart below to purchase discounted group tickets. If you're not happy with your visit to Qingyuan Mountain, you can come directly to me, and I will treat you to a meal. Today's live stream ends here. In a few days, when the rhododendrons bloom, I will come back to live stream again. 88. Lin Nan turned off the live stream, feeling parched. After taking a few sips of tea that Lin Feng handed him, he finally felt his throat was much better. There were many more viewers when he was live streaming about mushroom picking. Casually, there would be over 10,000 people. Now, even spending money to buy traffic, there aren't too many people. Lin Feng walked over, helplessly saying, "Don't worry, when the rhododendrons bloom, and the tea bags, tea leaves, and mountain plums start to ripen, there will be more people. Let us go down the mountain," Lin Nan said confidently, with the system as a golden finger. If I can't make Qingyuan Mountain famous, then I might as well have lived in vain. Not to mention, during this time, thanks to the mountain god system, all the flowers, plants, and trees planted all over Qingyuan Mountain have been growing very quickly. Even if we can't turn it into a scenic area, we can make Qingyuan Mountain a super large orchard filled with various fruits, enough for the people of Xianxia village to eat and drink without worry. And it can also make Xianxia village famous, with various fruits available all year round, plus the ability to improve genetics to produce better fruits. That alone can make Qingyuan Mountain famous. Lin Nan and Lin Feng chatted while walking down the mountain. Just as they returned to the village, someone hurriedly came over to say, "Lin Nan, something happened. Your dad is arguing with Lin Xianxia over at the ancestral hall." What are they arguing about? As soon as Lin Nan heard this, he immediately walked toward the ancestral hall while asking, "Lin Xianxia was talking bad about you behind your back, saying you're wasteful, spending the village's money recklessly, and accusing you of taking kickbacks, transferring assets, and hollowing out the village company, and he said many unpleasant things, always shouting about wanting to split the company. When he said these bad things, your dad happened to hear it, and he was furious, dragging him to the ancestral hall to clarify the matter in front of the ancestors of Linjia village. That Lin Xianxia." After hearing the explanation, Lin Nan was furious and quickened his pace toward the ancestral hall. By this time, many villagers had already gathered at the Linjia village ancestral hall. Did I say something wrong? It's been over a month, and the village company hasn't earned a single penny. We've spent tens of millions. But now we see nothing. Just some flowers and plants. What can those do? Can we eat them? Why spend so much money building stairs and creating scenery? Just for some pine trees, yet it costs so much? Isn't this just wasting money? I think we should dissolve the village company, and everyone should take their share of the money, so it doesn't get spent like this. Lin Xianxia was dragged to the ancestral hall by Lin Zhonghua, feeling very unhappy, thinking he was losing face. Seeing the villagers of Linjia village, he loudly expressed the thoughts he had long wanted to say. "Lin Xianxia, are you just bored and stirring up trouble?" "Exactly, if you don't know anything. Don't come out and ramble, just your job." This money was earned by Lin Nan for all of us. I believe in Lin Nan. I also believe in Lin Nan. Without him, could we have made billions? Even if he spends it all. I have nothing to say because we've already divided hundreds of thousands. Lin Xianxia, if you think Lin Nan is wasting money, you can withdraw your shares. I will buy your shares at a premium. The villagers looked at Lin Xianxia, each smiling as they spoke. Most of them believed in Lin Nan because he had helped everyone earn money, and they believed that as long as they followed Lin Nan, they could earn even more money in the future. You all will regret it when the village company's money is all spent. Who wants to spend money to see flowers and plants, or some rocks and trees? What's there to see? Who would pay to come to Qingyuan Mountain? Seeing that everyone was talking about him, Lin Xianxia became even more displeased. At this moment, he saw Lin Nan approaching with a dark face and immediately shut his mouth, not daring to continue speaking. He dared to challenge Lin Zhonghua, but did not dare to meet Lin Nan's eyes. Lin Nan walked over and said to Lin Xianxia, "If anyone wants to withdraw their shares, they can come to me anytime. I will buy them at a premium." Chapter 53. The outburst of Lin Wen and Lin Wu. Lin Nan was really angry. This Lin Xianxia was just a troublemaker, always stirring up issues out of nowhere. He needed to be properly dealt with. Lin Xianxia was being stared at fiercely by Lin Nan, although they were of the same generation. He didn't dare to meet Lin Nan's eyes. "I'm not saying I want to withdraw my shares," Lin Xianxia said, pouting. "Weren't you just saying you wanted to distribute all the company's money? Now I'm offering to buy your shares at a premium. Isn't that what you want? Since you think the company has no future and are afraid I'll spend all the company's money, why don't you just withdraw now? Your shares are worth less than $1 million, and I'm offering $2 million to buy them." Lin Nan said seriously. $2 million? Lin Xianxia's eyes lit up at the mention of the amount. To be honest, he was really tempted and wanted to agree immediately. At that moment, Lin Wen and Lin Wu, Lin Xianxia's sons, walked over with smiles on their faces and said to Lin Nan, "Lin Nan, our dad is old and confused. He has always liked to talk nonsense. Don't take him seriously. He has no education and hasn't seen much of the world. He doesn't understand anything. So just treat what he says like nonsense and don't take it to heart." "That's right, Lin Nan. Don't mind him. He doesn't know anything and just rambles on. The people in the village all know this and wouldn't believe what he says. Everyone believes in you. Our family shares will definitely not be withdrawn. We all know how much you have contributed to our village's company. If it weren't for you, our village wouldn't be where it is today, and everyone wouldn't be able to earn big money at home." Lin Wen and Lin Wu's words made the villagers widen their eyes. These two brothers had been beaten and scolded by Lin Xianxia since they were young. Although they were over 30 now, they would still tremble at just a glance from Lin Xianxia. Today was a rare occasion. They actually dared to speak up against Lin Xianxia. "Have you two gone mad? How do you talk back to me? Do you believe I won't beat you both to death?" Lin Xianxia's anger flared up instantly. He had no real skills except for hitting his wife and children, and he was always causing trouble outside. Now, hearing his sons say he was talking nonsense and had no culture or experience, he was furious and raised his hand to hit Lin Wen and Lin Wu. Who would have thought that in the next moment, Lin would directly grab his hand and looked at Lin Xianxia with determination, saying, "Dad, we are already over 30. We are no longer children. You can't just hit or scold us whenever you want, and you don't even consider the occasion. Do you think about our feelings? Have you ever respected us? We also have our pride. Forget all that. Both of us are over 30 and still haven't married. One of us is poor, and the other is always beaten and scolded by you. Now that Lin Nan is helping the whole village to prosper, we have all benefited greatly. Just think about it. During the new year, several people in our village successfully found partners. Why? Isn't it because they see that our Lin family village is prospering and has the potential to get better, which makes them willing to marry in?" Lin when held onto Lin Xianxia's hand, his eyes red with emotion. "That's right. When we first invested in the company, you wouldn't even spare 10,000, and when the dividends came, you were jealous and claimed it was unfair, only to regret it later. Now you're going around causing trouble and ruining the village company, making it impossible for everyone to make money. Are you happy if we both end up single for life?" Lin Wu also shouted loudly. Today, the two brothers had completely exploded. They could no longer let Lin Xianxia destroy everything in their family. He had already ruined their first 30 years under his abuse, making them feel inferior, timid, and fearful, living on edge. Originally, both of them actually liked studying, but under such an environment and family, they couldn't focus on their studies. Whenever there was a fee for school, he would curse the school, curse the teachers, and curse them. So they lost interest in studying and dropped out before finishing middle school. After dropping out, they wanted to learn some skills. But Lin Xianxia thought that learning this was bad, and that learning that had no future, so he wouldn't agree. In the end, they wasted their youth, lacking both education and skills, and now, in their 30s, they didn't even have a decent job or a wife. Now, just as they finally saw a glimmer of hope for a better life, he was back to being a troublemaker, threatening to ruin their future hopes. They had completely had enough. "You two?" Lin Xianxia looked at his sons, struggling hard, only to realize that their strength was much greater than his. Looking at their height, he suddenly realized that his sons had grown taller and stronger than him. They were no longer the children who would let him hit and scold them. Everyone watching this scene was also wide-eyed. No one expected such a moment to happen. Originally, it was thought that Lin Xianxia would definitely sell his shares, as he had always been short-sighted, and 2 million was enough to tempt him. Who would have thought that his two sons would stand up to stop this and completely rebel against Lin Xianxia? "We are already over 30. We will make our own decisions about our future. If you want to sell shares, sell your own. Don't sell ours or Mom's. We may not have any skills, but we hope to work with Lin Nan and rely on the village company to grow strong and become wealthy. We don't want to be laughed at for being single all our lives," Lin Wen said firmly. Then he turned to Lin Nan and said, "Lin Nan, in the future, don't take what my dad says to heart. Just treat it like nonsense. The old and young men of Lin family village are the same. Whatever he says in the future, everyone should ignore it. Everyone must believe in Lin Nan. He will surely lead our Lin family village out of poverty and towards prosperity. Right? We must believe in Lin Nan. Believe that our Lin family village will get better, and we will all become prosperous." After the two brothers finished speaking, each grabbed one of Lin Xianxia's hands and began to lead him home. Lin Xianxia continued to struggle, but he was already old and had no way to resist his two sons. Chapter 54. Those who listened to Lin Xianxia regretted it. Lin Nan watched as Lin Xianxia was taken away by his brothers, Lin Wen and Lin Wu, and nodded slightly. These two brothers had truly grown up, knowing how to judge right from wrong based on their own thoughts and beliefs. If they had continued to live in Lin Xianxia's shadow, they could forget about marrying in this lifetime. Lin Xianxia was a petty, short-sighted miser who was afraid of spending money on anything. Whenever it came to spending money, he would jump up and complain loudly. Originally, Lin Wen and Lin Wu had a chance to marry, but Lin Xianxia was unwilling to spend money, always wanting to find a daughter-in-law without any cost. He kept saying that the bride price for local girls was too high, often exceeding 200,000, plus they had to buy gold and other items, and sometimes even a house and a car. He insisted that they go work outside and find girls from other places. Yet he was extremely harsh and stingy with them since childhood. How could two brothers, who were timid and unwilling to spend money, pursue girls from outside? If they continued like this, they would never marry in their lives. This time was a breakthrough. From now on, they would take charge of their own lives. And perhaps there was still hope. Lin Wen and Lin Wu finally seemed like they were on the right track. If they had continued to listen to Lin Xianxia, their lives would have been ruined. What good could come from listening to Lin Xianxia? Just look at this time when we were setting up the village company. Lin Xianxia and his family planned to invest, but after listening to Lin Xianxia, they now regretted it deeply. There was nothing good about listening to Lin Changshi. Lin Changran's son was set to get married, and everything was already arranged. Even the engagement banquet was about to take place. However, after discussing it with Lin Changshi, who stirred up trouble, he started saying that the bride price was too high, and since the girl's family only had 3 daughters and no sons, they might want their grandson to take the girl's surname in the future. Lin Changran, after hearing this nonsense, actually believed it and canceled the wedding, which has now become a laughing stock in the area, and even the matchmaker has disappeared. Indeed, Lin Changran's son hadn't returned home for 3 years. Talking about Lin Changshi could go on for 3 days and nights without end. Anyway, everyone should just ignore his nonsense. That's right. The villagers of Linjia village discussed some of Lin Changshi's past deeds as they watched him and his sons leave. And the conclusion they reached was to never listen to Lin Changshi. Lin Nan, don't take Lin Changshi's words to heart. We 1T believe is nonsense. You've worked hard to help our entire village become prosperous. Your voice has gone hoarse from all the live broadcasts, and we've seen it all. Yes, without you. We'd all be working jobs where we wouldn't even earn a penny of dividends after working hard for years. We all trust you. Whatever you say, we will do. That's right. If anyone speaks ill of you again, I'll beat them to death. Turning around, everyone began to speak to Lin Nan. Thank you all for your trust and support. Hearing everyone's words, Lin Nan felt much more at ease and smiled as he addressed the crowd. Although we've already clearly stated our village's plans during the meeting, I still need to reiterate it again. The next 2 months are our village's construction planning period. The county and town have built us a brand new, spacious road connecting to the national highway to facilitate visitor traffic. Our village is also undergoing major construction to make Linjia village and Qingyuan Mountain more beautiful. This is all to better promote Qingyuan Mountain and Linjia village for long-term development and benefits. We're implementing a unified plan for the village. No littering, no dumping wastewater, and no random vegetable planting. This is all for the sanitation of our village. When tourists come and see a clean Linjia village, they will naturally feel more comfortable. I hope everyone can understand and cooperate to do a good job. Our Linjia village is no longer what it used to be. From now on, this will be a scenic area and a recreational area. Cleanliness and hygiene are the most basic requirements. Once our village company starts making money, we will continue to plan and develop our village, striving to turn it into a garden village. This is also the reason why I temporarily do not allow everyone to build new houses, as we will later invite a professional company for unified planning and construction to beautify our village. Everyone nodded in understanding and support. Lin Nan, we understand. If we were to build on our own, it would end up in chaos, and we might even argue over little corners. Unified construction is good. It will look beautiful and organized. Exactly. I've been to some affluent rural areas, and their houses are beautifully built with excellent planning. Our village has always lacked unified planning. Lin Nan, we'll listen to whatever you say. We believe in you. Everyone spoke up. It's not that you all must listen to me. Rather, we should make decisions together, vote together, and sit down to discuss everything properly. For our village to develop, to become prosperous, and to be beautifully constructed, we need everyone to work together, unite, and strive together. Only when we are united and our efforts are focused in one direction can we truly become strong. Whether it's these small matters at hand or any major issues our Linjia village may face in the future, as long as we are united, nothing is insurmountable. Lin Nan smiled and said, next, the end of the month is approaching, and once March is over, it will be April. By then, the flowers and plants we've planted will begin to bloom, the roads and parking lots will be completed, and our village's infrastructure will be ready, allowing us to reopen to the public. There will be a steady stream of tourists coming, so everyone need not worry about not making money. What we need to do now is to think about what we still need to improve, where we need to make changes to better serve our visitors, leave them with a good impression, and make them want to come back, giving us a good evaluation for Qingyuan Mountain and Linjia village. We aim to build a long-lasting business and brand. In the future, Qingyuan Mountain will reach nationwide and even global recognition. We have much to learn, much to improve, and so many things to accomplish. Chapter 55, When a Mountain Flowers Bloom, guests come on Mopanshin, Lin Nan and Linjia were checking the growth of various flowers, grasses, and trees. The originally verdant world was now beginning to show signs of blooming flowers in various colors. Red, purple, and blue rhododendrons, white, red, and pale yellow cherry blossoms. Purple, red, white, and blue bougainvilleas, various roses, and white plum blossoms. A variety of fresh flowers adorned this green sea. Being amidst this beauty, every corner was picturesque, and a faint floral fragrance wafted in the fresh air, bringing the vibrant spirit of spring that filled one with life. It is estimated that in a day or two, these flowers will start to bloom continuously, and our Qingyuan Mountain can begin to open to the public again. Lin Nan nodded as he looked around, saying, I didn't expect that in just about 2 months, these newly planted flowers, grasses, and trees would look as if they had been planted for many years. These cherry trees, plum trees, waxberries, peach trees, and so on all seem as if they have been growing for several years. This shows that Qingyuan Mountain is a land of good fortune, blessed with extraordinary beauty. Lin Nan smiled and expressed his admiration for the power of the mountain god system. It truly is an incredible cheat, so powerful and completely illogical. Under the accelerated growth of the mountain god system, these newly planted flowers, grasses, and trees grew rapidly, changing every day like bamboo. Moreover, the mountain god system also optimized and genetically modified these plants. For instance, the rhododendrons planted on Mopanshan and Dapan Mountain originally belonged to just one variety, named for its red flowers. In fact, there are many varieties of rhododendrons, mainly classified into 5 categories, each producing flowers in various colors. They could be red, green, white, purple, blue, and more, with significant differences in flower shape, size, and density. Now, after the transformation by the mountain god system, although only one variety of rhododendron was planted on Dapan Mountain and Mopanshan, the modifications and optimizations have resulted in more than a dozen varieties, producing flowers in various colors and shapes. Additionally, there are numerous fruit trees planted throughout Qingyuan Mountain. For plums alone, dozens of varieties have been planted, and with the genetic optimization and modification by the mountain god system, there will be even more varieties, yielding different types and flavors of plums. This is the fundamental reason for Lin Nan's confidence. Ordinary flowers, grasses, and trees naturally do not attract much attention, but as long as there are enough varieties, with flowers blooming in different types throughout the year, and the opportunity to see various trees, taste different fruits, and pick them personally while enjoying the scenery, it becomes much more interesting. After future system upgrades, more fun and engaging projects can be developed, and more attractions can be created. Compared to traditional amusement areas and scenic spots, Qingyuan Mountain aims to integrate all these elements, allowing visitors to enjoy the scenery, relax, experience farm stays, and engage in various tourist activities. How is our preparation work going? Lin Nan quickly changed the topic, not wanting to delve deeper into the matter. The stone steps leading to the main peak were completed yesterday, and now they were constructing steps and pavilions for other peaks, which would not affect the opening of the main peak. The parking garage was also completed and ready for use. The sanitation improvements in the entire village were basically done. The sewage ditches have been renovated, and all the vegetable gardens have been stopped and replaced with various flowers, grasses, and trees. Information related to the Qingyuan Mountain scenic area, including ticket sales, have been launched on major online platforms, allowing visitors to purchase tickets directly online or at the entrance of the scenic area. Lin Jie reported in detail to Lin Nan. The daily affairs in the company were discussed and handled by him along with Lin Chonghua, Lin Chongzong, and Lin Chonghua. Lin Nan did not concern himself with these matters. He was responsible for the overall direction and control of the company. There's one important thing we might have forgotten, but we need to address it now. Lin Nan listened carefully and then said, What is it? Lin Jie asked eagerly. It's the registration of our brand and trademark. Our Qingyuan Mountain currently has no reputation, so the brand and trademark are not significant. However, once Qingyuan Mountain becomes very famous in the future, the brand and trademark will be different. At that time, there will surely be people trying to register the Qingyuan Mountain trademark and brand. If they only want some money, we could just buy it back. What worries me is that some people might use our Qingyuan Mountain's reputation to sell counterfeit goods, which could negatively impact us. Therefore, we need to expedite the registration of our brand and trademark. Lin Nan said very seriously. Yes, we indeed need to take precautions. It is necessary to register the trademark and brand in advance. Lin Jie nodded in agreement after hearing this. I will arrange for someone to handle this and strive to register the trademark and brand as soon as possible. Not just the trademark and brand. It would be best to find a specialized company to handle this business. Professional matters should be left to professionals, which not only increases efficiency, but also ensures a more comprehensive approach. We shouldn't limit ourselves to just the tourism sector. We can expand into various categories. This way, when we gain fame, others won't be able to use the Qingyuan Mountain brand and name. Lin Nan thought for a moment and reminded, Yes, we shouldn't overlook this. Got it. Lin Jie nodded seriously, taking note of it. Just as the two were discussing the preparations for welcoming visitors, Two large buses drove toward Linjiakan along the newly built spacious road at the village entrance. As they approached Linjiakan, the driver honked the horn, and the sound echoed through the mountains, instantly capturing the attention of Lin Nan and Lin Jia. "Looks like tourists," Lin Jia exclaimed, suddenly overjoyed. Linjiakan hadn't opened yet, but unexpectedly, tourists had already come to Qingyuan Mountain to visit, and there were even two buses full of people. "Let's go take a look," Lin Nan said, suddenly energized. During this time, he had been live streaming to promote Qingyuan Mountain every day, and many people had privately messaged Lin Nan asking about Qingyuan Mountain, wanting to come and visit. He never expected that someone would actually come. Chapter 56. The stingy boss Liang Tao, in his 40s, is a small boss running a small company with fewer than 100 employees. The company's performance last year was quite good, and the employees had been clamoring for the company to organize an outing to relax and unwind. Given Liang Tao's stingy personality, he would normally never agree to such a request. After all, for competent capitalists, the only role of employees is to provide surplus labor value. He firmly believes that money should not be spent where it can be saved. Every penny counts. His company was built on his frugality and thriftiness. However, last year's excellent performance allowed Liang Tao to earn significantly more than in previous years, and the employees expressed a strong desire to go out. So he gritted his teeth and agreed to the request. That said, he still planned to save money wherever possible. They couldn't go too far because that would require accommodation, which would increase costs, so he decided to find a place within Qianzhou for a day trip, going and returning on the same day. While searching for places in Qianzhou, he initially thought about going to some free spots for hiking, but realized that would be too stingy, as they're going out to have fun and would need to spend some money. Just then, while scrolling through videos, he came across Lin Nan's live stream and learned about Qingyuan Mountain. The ticket price of 88 yuan per person seemed quite cheap. After carefully watching Lin Nan's live stream and some videos, he felt that Qingyuan Mountain would satisfy everyone. The scenery looked nice, and there were opportunities for some agri-tainment. So as long as everyone had a good time, it would be simple, easy, and cheerful. Liang Tao thought about saving money while letting everyone have a bit of fun to unwind. However, his employees were all greatly disappointed and quietly complained in their small group about their boss's stinginess. They thought their boss would finally be generous this time. Not that they needed to go to an expensive place, but surely a trip to the ancient city of Xianxia or the picturesque landscape of Guilin would have been acceptable. They underestimated his stinginess, ending up with a day trip to an unheard of Qingyuan Mountain within Qianzhou. Enough complaining. I've been at the company for 3 years, and it's only because of last year's significant increase in performance that the boss agreed to this outing. In the past, not to mention going out, we barely had a few company dinners in a year. The boss is notoriously stingy. Even using too much paper in the office can get you scolded. Just going out once is already quite something. I've never seen a boss this stingy, unwilling to spare any budget. A trip to Qingyuan Mountain can be done for just 10,000 yuan, covering round-trip transportation and entrance fees. Just so you know, the boss's budget is 10,000 yuan. So don't expect company lunches or dinners. That's why I notified everyone to bring their own food. Girant is indeed Girant. Truly lives up to his reputation. Let's not complain. In Qianzhou, there aren't many bosses who can pay salaries on time, especially since our company is a private small business. Many such small companies can't even pay salaries anymore, so being able to go out is already a win. Mainly, I think if we're going out, we should at least make it worthwhile. I don't want to end up with hardly any photos to post on social media. Exactly, the boss is stingy, a real miser. This Qingyuan Mountain has no fame at all. We'll probably just hike a bit, which is like going out for a spring outing. I just checked. The ticket price for Qingyuan Mountain isn't cheap, 88 yuan per person. My boss is at least spending a little. 88? What in Qianzhou is worth spending 88 yuan on? Yeah, we might as well consider it a spring outing. I kind of regret coming. I could have just stayed home and relaxed. You think it's that easy? If we didn't come out, we'd have to work overtime at the company. Otherwise, how would I, a homebody, ever get out? Zhao Qian looked at the complaints about the boss in the group and couldn't help but smile wryly. She didn't have high expectations for the trip to Qingyuan Mountain, considering it purely a spring outing to hike and unwind. As the bus approached Qingyuan Mountain, Zhao Qian looked out the window and felt quite disappointed. The mountains along the road were unremarkable and quite common in Qianzhou. Checking the navigation on her phone, she saw they were very close to Qingyuan Mountain. Just one more turn to go. As she stared out the window in a daze, the bus turned the final corner and Qingyuan Mountain came into view. Wow! A gasp echoed through the bus, instantly waking up the drowsy passengers, who turned to see the source of the excitement. Everyone look ahead. Look at those two mountains. They're beautiful. It was Ma Tingting, pointing towards the direction of Qingyuan Mountain and Linjia village. Hearing this, everyone turned to look. In the distance stood a large mountain, with stone steps clearly visible, stretching from the foot of the mountain to the summit, which was partially shrouded in mist, making it appear ethereal. At the foot of the mountain was a quiet, peaceful, beautiful little village, with houses painted in various colors, giving it an otherworldly feel. On either side of the village entrance stood two mountains, blooming with flowers that stood out like cranes among chickens, capturing everyone's attention. And it even seemed possible to catch a faint whiff of fresh, floral fragrance from afar. Wow, this is great. Just these two mountains are worth it. Qingyuan Mountain looked quite promising. The two mountains were beautiful, covered in many flowers of various kinds. This is Qingyuan Mountain, and it seems really nice, quite impressive. As they drew closer to Qingyuan Mountain, the sight became clearer, with various flowers blooming, even though it looked like the flowers had just begun to blossom. When the bus arrived at the parking building outside Linjia village, a faint floral scent wafted in with the gentle breeze, refreshing everyone and sweeping away their earlier drowsiness. Smells so good. Everyone got off the bus, inhaling the fragrant wind filled with the scent of flowers. And as they looked at the mountains on either side, blooming with various flowers, they completely forgot about the complaints they had just made about their stingy boss. Chapter 57. The 88 ticket is worth it. What a beautiful flower. Zhao Qian and a few female colleagues were strolling on Mopen Mountain. And every time they saw a beautiful flower, they couldn't help but take a few photos. I had always thought that rhododendron only came in red, but to my surprise, this one had 5 different colors blooming: red, blue, pink, purple, and white. Moreover, the shape of these flowers was also different from the usual rhododendron, truly rare. Zhao Qian carefully observed the flowers and initially thought they were different varieties, but upon closer inspection, she realized they were all from the same plant, blooming in 5 different colors. We weren't even in season yet. These flowers had just started to bloom. I estimated that if we came back in 10 days or half a month, it would be even more beautiful. Look at this. The mountains are filled with all kinds of flowers, grass, and trees, a variety of blooms. This is rhododendron. Those are cherry blossoms. Over here are plum trees. Next to them are peach blossoms, and there are also roses and camellias. The variety is simply overwhelming, and these flowers don't seem ordinary. Their species differ from the common ones, and the colors are incredibly rich. Besides Zhao Qian, Ma Tingting could recognize quite a few flower varieties and introduce them in detail, as if she were recounting treasured memories. This place is impressive. It can successfully grow so many varieties of flowers. Also, looking at the surrounding trees that haven't bloomed yet, there are many types, suggesting that one could come here to enjoy flowers throughout the year. I don't know much about flowers, but I feel that the plants here seem to be thriving. The lawn is lush green, and the flowers and plants are vibrant and healthy. Just looking around provides a beautiful view. I can't hold back. I have to take more photos and post them on social media. Zhao Qian kept taking selfies with her phone, feeling unsatisfied and continuously taking pictures with her colleagues. Then came the photo sharing. I didn't expect there to be such a treasure in our Qianzhou. The flowers here are truly beautiful. After quickly posting on social media, Zhao Qian, Ma Tingting, and the others continued to explore Mopen Mountain, growing fonder of the place with each step, being truly immersed in the environment. No matter which direction you look, the scenery is stunning, with various flowers, vibrant plants, and trees. And the fresh air, carrying a faint floral fragrance that relaxes both body and mind. Everyone said I was a miser, but you don't understand the principle of spending little money for great enjoyment. The 88 ticket to come here is fantastic. The scenery here is just as good as those famous tourist spots. As the boss, Liang Tao was also appreciatively enjoying the scenery before him, secretly feeling pleased. He certainly knew what his employees thought of him, and some even directly called him a miser, but he didn't take it to heart. Whether he was a miser or not didn't matter. What mattered was that he had money and could achieve great things with little spending. Just like today, he felt that spending 88 on a ticket to visit Qingyuan Mountain was very worthwhile. The flowers and trees covering the mountains were worth spending money to see. However, for someone who practiced frugality, just looking at these flowers and plants still felt like a loss. His eyes scanned the surroundings until they lit up slightly, locking onto the mountain plums in the back of Mopen Mountain. Are these mountain plums? Growing up in the countryside, Liang Tao recognized them at a glance. And memories of his childhood flooded back when he and his friends would go searching for mountain plums to eat as soon as the season arrived. This common wild fruit in rural areas is undoubtedly one of the most cherished memories of countless rural children as childhoods. Don't be fooled by the small size of the mountain plums. They taste incredibly delicious, sweet and sour, fragrant, and sweet, making one's mouth water. There's such a large area of mountain plums here. They must be specially cultivated. It seems some are already turning red. Spotting the red fruits, he hurried towards the Ma Ti Go area, reminiscing about the flavors of his childhood, his mouth watering. Soon, he descended from Open Mountain to Ma Ti Go and looked up to see rows of neatly planted mountain plum trees. These mountain plum trees were somewhat different from the typical wild ones. Ordinary mountain plum trees have relatively slender branches, often with many thorns, requiring special care when picking. Otherwise, one could easily get hurt by the thorns. The mountain plums before him were different. Their branches were robust, especially at the base, where the trunk's diameter was about 4 to 5 centimeters, with thick branches extending from a sturdy trunk. Upon closer inspection, these branches had no thorns, were very smooth, and were lush and vibrant. Looking even closer, he saw clusters of fruits hanging from the branches. These fruits were quite large, nearly double the size of ordinary mountain plums. The unripe ones were still green and couldn't be eaten, tasting bitter and very hard. The ripe mountain plums, however, were a bright red, like rubies, sweet and soft, and incredibly delicious. Hey, these mountain plums seem to be quite special. Liang Tao carefully examined the mountain plums before him. It wasn't the season yet. The vast majority were still unripe and green, with only a few beginning to turn red, but they weren't fully ripe either. It was certain that these mountain plums were artificially cultivated. Since they were cultivated, they might have been treated with pesticides, and he would have to ask before picking them. Just then, he noticed a few villagers from Xianxia village pruning branches nearby and quickly inquired, "Our mountain plums are definitely special. Qingyuan Mountain is rich in natural beauty. Whatever we plant thrives, and we also cultivate various new varieties. These mountain plums are all new varieties. Don't worry, they haven't been treated with pesticides. As long as they're red, they're edible." The villager smiled, and after saying that, picked a red mountain plum to eat, nodding and saying, "Delicious. Really delicious. They're big and tasty. Qingyuan Mountain is indeed extraordinary. These mountain plums have changed. Not just the mountain plums. All kinds of flowers and plants have transformed. The tea leaves from the tea trees over by the rabbit pit taste quite good too. Yeah, let us go take a look later and pick some to take home for the kids." Liang Tao listened carefully and quickly searched for ripe mountain plums. Soon, he spotted a ripe red mountain plum. He gently picked it, examined it closely, and then tasted it. Soon, a refreshing sweetness filled his mouth, causing him to squint his eyes and exclaim, "Delicious. Really delicious." Chapter 58. The ticket to 88 is worth it too. Delicious. Really delicious. It feels even better than the wild mountain plums I had when I was a child. Liang Tao savored the flavor of the mountain plum. This mountain plum was not only much larger than the ordinary ones, but its taste was also quite good, with a fragrant sweetness filling his taste buds, evoking the best childhood memories. After finishing one, he kept searching and quickly found another ripe red mountain plum, hurried over, picked it, and without careful inspection, bit into it directly. So delicious, much better than the fruits bought from market. This is the taste, this is the taste. Liang Tao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At his age, there aren't many things that can elicit such praise from him. He continued to look for red mountain plums in the orchard, relishing this rare delicacy. However, it was still not the right season, and the number of ripe mountain plums was scarce. After searching around, he didn't find many. He estimated that in a few days, these mountain plums would ripen in large quantities, and he must come back again to indulge. Liang Tao felt a bit unfinished and decided to return in a few days to taste more of these mountain plums. If this kind of mountain plum were sold, people would certainly fight to buy it for dozens of dollars a pound. He didn't expect that someone could successfully cultivate mountain plums artificially, and it seemed they had also improved the variety, making them larger and tastier. Moreover, there were no thorns on the branches of these mountain plums, and the yield looked quite good. If they were to be planted on a large scale, it should be quite profitable. As a businessman, after careful consideration, he felt that growing these mountain plums should be very promising. Just tasting these mountain plums made the $88 ticket worth it. Time flew by, and childhood seemed like it was 30 years ago. Looking at the mountain plum orchard, Liang Tao was lost in thought, recalling his childhood days of tending cattle while searching for wild fruits. For that era of scarcity, mountain plums were undoubtedly one of the most beautiful memories of rural children. Is that a tea tree over there? Are those tea leaves or tea bags growing on it? At that moment, Liang Tao quickly focused on the oil tea trees in the distance, noticing patches of white among the lush greenery. This reminded him of a kind of wild fruit he had eaten in his childhood: tea leaves and tea bags. Tea leaves are fleshy, tender leaves that grow on oil tea trees, available in red and white varieties, with a shiny, thin, transparent membrane on the back. When mature, they fall off. If they haven't fallen off, they taste very astringent, but after falling, they are sweet. This is a disease of oil tea known as oil tea bud disease, also called oil tea cake disease or leaf swelling disease, caused by a fungus called Mycosphorella fijiensis. If it infects the flower buds, it leads to pathological swelling of the ovary, forming tea bubbles. If it infects the leaf buds, it causes new leaves to swell and become tea leaves. Tea leaves and tea bags are crunchy, sweet, juicy, and rich in nutrients, containing various amino acids essential for the human body. They're also one of the favorite wild fruits of rural children. Liang Tao quickly arrived at the rabbit pit, where rows of tea trees were also planted, and these tea trees were lush and growing quite well. His gaze swept over the oil tea trees, quickly locking onto a patch of white. He hurried over and picked the white tea leaf. It really is a tea leaf. This tea leaf is quite large, almost the size of my palm. Heavy and very thick. What a good find. Liang Tao peeled off the nearly fallen red, transparent membrane from the tea leaf, then picked a piece and tasted it. Soon, a familiar, delicious flavor filled his taste buds. The crunchy, sweet, and juicy tea leaf was lightly chewed, and memories of childhood flooded back to him, while the sweetness made him involuntarily squint his eyes in pleasure. So delicious, really delicious, crunchy, sweet, and juicy. After finishing one piece, he was satisfied and quickly picked another one. Soon, several pieces of tea leaves were eaten clean. This tea leaf was even better than the ones from his childhood. It was larger and thicker, crunchier, sweeter, and tasted wonderful. Liang Tao couldn't help but comment, then continued to search in the tea grove. Before long, his eyes lit up as he spotted a massive tea bag. My goodness, such a big tea bag. He rushed over, picked the tea bag from the tree, and examined it in shock. Usually, a tea bag is about the size of a peach, but the one in front of him was as big as a small watermelon. This tea bag probably weighed nearly 2 pounds, really impressive. He gently weighed it in his hand, roughly estimating its weight, and was amazed by the huge difference. He had eaten many tea bags in his childhood, but he had never seen one this large before. He carefully peeled off the red, transparent membrane on top and took a big bite. Instantly, a familiar crunchiness and sweetness flooded his taste buds, making him unable to resist devouring it. He finished the 2-pound tea bag in just a few bites. What a delight, what a delight. It had been so long since he had eaten a tea bag. This was definitely the best tea bag he had ever had in his life. The fruits in the shops couldn't compare to it by a long shot. This wild fruit is so much better. After eating, he couldn't help but praise it. Let's look for more and take a few back to eat. He kept searching and soon found another tea leaf and a large tea bag, feeling completely satisfied. This $88 ticket is truly worth it. I must come again next time. Not only are there beautiful sceneries, but also delicious wild fruits. Qingyuan Mountain is indeed a beautiful treasure. It's a great place, truly a treasure trove. Even Liang Tao, who is usually stingy, felt that today this $88 ticket was a bargain. Now the employees in the company can't say I'm stingy anymore. A place like this is much more comfortable than those popular tourist spots. This money is well spent. Liang Tao felt delighted in his heart and looked towards the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain, deciding to go check it out. The scenery seemed good, and he could also hike to exercise. With that thought, he walked towards the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain, looking around as he went. The more he looked, the more amazed he became. Chapter 59 ticket to Qingyuan Mountain is a great value. 3 Qingyuan Mountain is truly amazing. The flowers, grass, and trees here are all growing exceptionally well. That tree over there, if I'm not mistaken, should be a jujube tree, perfectly grown. I estimate there will be jujubes to eat in the autumn and winter. This one must be a sour jujube tree, right? Liang Tao looked at a sour jujube tree not far away, examined it carefully, and ultimately confirmed that it indeed was a sour jujube tree. Sour jujubes can only be eaten in the autumn when the skin turns yellow, but they are quite sour, and the seeds are too large to eat much. As a child, he had to eat them because there weren't many fruits available. Liang Tao continued walking and looking around. Jujubes, sour jujubes, bayberries, August fruit, kiwis, chestnuts, jujube trees, peach trees, plums, persimmons. Coming from a rural background, he was quite familiar with these and could recognize most of them. Observing these thriving trees, which were abundant and everywhere, he imagined that during the respective seasons, Qingyuan Mountain would always have an endless supply of various fruits. What great place! Truly a wonderful place. I didn't expect so many varieties could be grown here. Those few trees must be ginkgos, right? Such trees are quite rare. As Liang Tao walked toward the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain, he admired the scenery along the way. Upon reaching the main peak, he quickly noticed that the trees here seemed a bit different. Are these Chinese firs? Over there are red pines? Looking at the pine trees, they seem to have grown here on Qingyuan Mountain for many years, robust and strong, stubbornly sprouting from the crevices of the rocks. The shapes of the pine trees varied. Some stood tall and strong. Some had unique shapes, and some stood on steep cliffs. Quite impressive. It's remarkable that Xianxia Scenic Area could plant such a variety of pine trees here, and they're growing so well. That is not easy. There must be dozens of species of pines here, including Chinese fir, black pine, red pine, yellow pine, white pine, five-needle pine, and red pine. Many varieties of pine trees are hard to grow even with careful attention from professional gardeners. Yet here they thrive between the rocks, growing so tall. It's truly a miracle. This trip is worth it. The 88 yuan ticket is really a great deal. Liang Tao carefully counted the various pine trees and couldn't help but take out his camera to keep photographing the unique pine trees. Why go to popular tourist spots where tickets are expensive and there's nothing much to see? Just crowds of people. It's much more comfortable here at Qingyuan Mountain, with beautiful scenery, delicious wild fruits, and lovely flowers and plants. The scenery at the main peak here is just as good as those popular tourist spots. The key is that the ticket is really cheap, and it's close by with convenient round trips. What great place. I will definitely come back again. Liang Tao felt delighted, once again proud of spending a little money to achieve something great. As he neared the summit, his attention was immediately drawn to the welcoming pine of Qingyuan Mountain. Wow, you can play like this too. This looks too much like the welcoming pine of Huangshan. Liang Tao had visited Huangshan and seen the welcoming pine up close. He took out his phone to search, and then compared the pine tree in front of him with Huangshan's welcoming pine. Amazing. They managed to create an almost identical welcoming pine. I really admire the people at this scenic area. They even managed to replicate the welcoming pine, and even the surrounding positions are quite similar to Huangshan's welcoming pine. I must take a few selfies. After comparing, Liang Tao couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the Qingyuan scenic area. He was thoroughly impressed. He then took out his phone and began to take selfies with his back to Qingyuan's welcoming pine. After finishing, he couldn't resist posting on his social media, sharing about this treasure of a place called Qingyuan Mountain, with beautiful flowers and plants, and both mountains filled with all sorts of flowers, the air fragrant with floral scents. There are also delicious wild fruits, especially the mountain plums and tea packets, which taste really good and are filled with childhood memories. The scenery here is beautiful. This pine tree is right at Qingyuan Mountain. If you didn't know, you think I went to Huangshan. Everyone can come and have fun. The 88 yuan ticket is a great value. Liang Tao attached all the photos he took along the way. Just after he posted, he immediately received many likes and comments. Where's Qingyuan Mountain? I'm just looking to relax. It's in our Xian County, Feng Town, just an hour's drive away, really nice. It's a new scenic area, not crowded like other tourist spots. Bring me some mountain plums and tea packets. I've never seen such big mountain plums and tea packets. Sorry, I've already eaten them. They're not in season yet, but they're really delicious. Next time we can come together specifically to pick mountain plums and tea packets. Mountain plums are tasty, but these mountain plums are too big, right? They are big, 2 to 3 times larger than ordinary mountain plums, and the taste is exceptionally good, definitely better than other fruits. Are you sure this is a tea packet? It looks like a longevity peach. This is indeed a tea packet. Not only does it look good, but it also tastes great. You must have gone to Huangshan. This is definitely Huangshan's welcoming pine. No, I'm at our Qingyuan Mountain here. If you don't believe me, you can come take a look. There are dozens of species of pine trees here. Boss, I want to call you a penny pincher anymore. Qingyuan Mountain is indeed fun. And the 88 yuan ticket is really not expensive. I'm not a penny pincher. I just like to spend a little money to achieve big things. The scenery is nice. With all kinds of flowers, it looks pretty good. It's really nice here. Many types of flowers and plants are planted. It's still not the season yet. Probably in another 10 days to half a month, it will look even better. The whole mountain will be filled with various blooming flowers. I know Qingyuan Mountain. I even came to pick mushrooms during the new year. I didn't expect such a big change in just a few months. It seems I need to visit during Qingming Festival. You can come. It's quite fun, with good scenery, fresh air, and various wild fruits to eat. Liang Tao quickly replied to the comments on his social media, then came to the top of the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain, looking out over the surrounding mountains, feeling a sense of having a panoramic view of all the mountains. What a pity, the height of the main peak is not enough. It would be perfect if it could be a few hundred meters higher. Liang Tao looked around and said with slight regret that Qingyuan Mountain still isn't high enough. Chapter 60. Qingyuan Mountain becomes popular in Xianzhou while the frugal Liang Tao was admiring the beautiful scenery of the main peak. Zhao Qian and Ma Tingting were busy taking videos and photos. Zhao Qian, in addition to working at her company to earn money, is also a video blogger who shares snippets of her daily life. She posts videos about cooking, making delicious food, traveling to different places, and taking care of small animals at home. Although she is not a very famous video blogger, having only a few 100,000 followers on Douyin, her monthly income from it is quite limited, but she has been persistent in making videos. Hello everyone, I am Zhao Qian. Today, our company organized an outing. I didn't have high hopes because our boss is notoriously stingy. The company didn't go to any famous tourist spots, but chose to visit Qingyuan Mountain, which is nearby in Xianzhou. Initially, I knew very little about Qingyuan Mountain and had the impression that our scenic spots in Xianzhou did not include it, so I didn't have any expectations. However, once I arrived at Qingyuan Mountain, I realized I was wrong, very wrong. This place is absolutely a treasure worth visiting. Look behind me. This mountain is filled with all kinds of flowers and plants, and the faint fragrance of flowers is refreshing. There are beautiful flowers everywhere, of various types and colors. There are over a dozen types of rhododendrons here, each plant blooming with multiple colors of flowers. If you want to see cherry blossoms, you don't need to go to Bagua Mountain. You can come here instead. Look at these cherry blossoms. Aren't they beautiful? Now I'm at the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain. You can see these pine trees behind me. Each one has its own unique features, especially this one. Don't you think it looks very similar to the welcoming pine of Huangshan? Qingyuan Mountain gives me a very good overall impression. I've asked the locals, and I found out that there are also wild fruit mountain plums, tea leaves, and waxberries that can be picked here, as well as experiences like catching loaches and snails, making it very suitable for family outings. I would rate it 5 stars. It's definitely a place worth visiting. Zhao Qian produced a nearly 1-hour-long video, providing a comprehensive introduction to every detail of Qingyuan Mountain from various angles and perspectives. After completing it, she promptly uploaded it online. Of course, it wasn't just Zhao Qian. Everyone in the company had a very positive review of Qingyuan Mountain, taking many photos and posting videos in their social media circles. Some focused on the flowers, plants, and trees of Daping Mountain and Mopanshan, while others strongly recommended the mountain plums from Madagu and the tea leaves from Tujiking. Some even highlighted the uniquely shaped pine trees at the main peak, especially the welcoming pine of Qingyuan Mountain, which looks almost identical to the welcoming pine of Huangshan, creating a sense of confusion. As everyone continued to post on social media and share videos on Douyin before they returned to Qianzhou, Qingyuan Mountain quickly became popular in the area. I want to go. Where's this? Is there a location tag? Can someone send me the location? Such a treasure must be seen. I didn't expect that Qianzhou has such beautiful places. These flowers look extraordinary, with many varieties and colors. And I see some very rare species. Indeed, they are quite rare. The rhododendrons in Qianzhou mainly consist of azaleas, which are very common. But other types of rhododendrons are quite rare, especially the ones in various colors. These cherry blossoms are also special. Ordinary cherry blossoms only come in white and pink. But I see several different types in your video, with flowers of various colors. Moreover, I carefully watched your video, and there seem to be hundreds of cherry blossom trees throughout Qingyuan Mountain. Did you notice those pine trees on the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain? They are quite extraordinary. The pine trees in our Qianzhou area are mostly Masan pine and Huangshan pine, which are common and found everywhere. However, after carefully watching your video, I noticed that Qingyuan Mountain has a variety of pine trees, including Yuan pine, red pine, black pine, white pine, and many more, over a dozen varieties. The key is that these pine trees are thriving, looking like they've been growing for many years, and many even sprout from the crevices of rocks. I also noticed these pine trees, but I couldn't identify the species. I just think they look quite beautiful. Just the welcoming pine alone should be worth a visit. After all, Huangshan is a bit far, while Qingyuan Mountain is very close, and the 88 yuan ticket is not expensive. I just saw a friend post saying that the mountain plums picked here are particularly delicious and quite large. I've decided to take my kids there this weekend to enjoy some childhood flavors. Speaking of mountain plums, I'm salivating. It's almost time to eat them. I also plan to go take a look. Not only mountain plums, but my friend Liang also picked up a super large tea bag and a lot of tea leaves at Qingyuan Mountain. He said the taste is quite good and worth trying. I carefully looked at my friend's videos and photos. Qingyuan Mountain is impressive. With dozens of varieties of fruits planted, many of which are rare wild fruits like mountain plums, sour jujubes, Chinese jujubes, waxberries, kiwis, and more. I went to Qingyuan Mountain to pick mushrooms on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. I didn't expect that after a few months. It has transformed into a scenic area. I plan to take my kids there this weekend for some fresh air. My friends strongly recommended it to me, saying it's nearby, convenient, and really nice, very cost-effective. I plan to take the whole family to have some fun. I'm sharing this. I didn't expect Qianzhou has such a treasure. We must check it out once. Qianzhou is originally a place of exceptional talent and beautiful scenery, but we have always been relatively poor, lacking planning and development, which is why it hasn't gained fame. Many of our scenic spots are actually quite nice. Not to mention, I heard there's a farm experience here for catching loaches, and I must take my child to enjoy the fun of catching loaches like I did when I was a kid. Otherwise, he just knows how to play on his phone all day long. What is the point of that? Chapter 61 Fun at Qingyuan Mountain 1 Dad. Tomorrow is the weekend. Take me out to play, okay? In Qinzhou City, on Friday, Lubin returned home after work, and his precious daughter Lu Yu immediately started asking to go out for the weekend. Dad, I want to go mushroom picking again. It was so much fun last time. His son Lu Jian also chimed in excitedly. During the spring festival, Lubin took them to Qingyuan Mountain to pick mushrooms, and the two kids were overjoyed, boasting to their classmates every day at school. However, there are no mushrooms in this season. Lubin smiled and said, "Let me see where we can take you to play this weekend." Yay! The two kids cheered excitedly upon hearing they could go out on the weekend. Lubin took out his phone and saw that there were messages about Qingyuan Mountain in their group chat. After carefully watching the related videos and photos, he thought taking the kids to Qingyuan Mountain for a visit was a good choice. He did not expect that Qingyuan Mountain had new attractions this time. Flowers and plants might not be very appealing to kids, but they would definitely love picking mountain plums, tea bags, and tea leaves. When I was young, we would go looking for mountain plums right after school. These mountain plums at Qingyuan Mountain seem a bit different. The fruits look so big, and these tea bags and tea leaves also seem quite large. Lubin examined the photos and thought, just picking wild fruits might not be enough to expend the kids' abundant energy. There are also activities for catching loaches, catching yellow frogs, and collecting snails. Yubin Laokit. This sounds great. We'll take them to Qingyuan Mountain to catch loaches this weekend. He made his decision instantly. Growing up in the countryside, he loved catching loaches as a child. Many people think catching loaches is dirty, but he disagreed. While the dirt may look unclean, it's easily washed off. And countryside kids who play in the fields grow up strong. How about we go to Qingyuan Mountain this weekend? Lubin smiled as he discussed it with his wife and kids. It's the same place we went mushroom picking last time. Now it's filled with all kinds of flowers and trees. We can enjoy the flowers, pick wild fruits, and also catch loaches. Catching loaches? Dad, I want to catch loaches. I want to catch loaches too. The two kids exclaimed excitedly. They often heard Lubin talk about catching loaches in the fields when he was young, and they had been asking him to take them to catch loaches for a long time. Lubin had thought they were too young before, but now that they were around 8 or 9 years old, he felt they were ready to go. Furthermore, due to the heavy use of pesticides and fertilizers in rural areas nowadays, there are fewer places where loaches can be caught. I've heard about Qingyuan Mountain too. I heard it's beautifully developed, and the flowers are stunning. It's perfect for a weekend outing to relax and enjoy nature. Lubin's wife, Chun Qingqing, also smiled in support. The two kids were particularly excited about catching loaches the next day and were so happy that they went to bed early. The next morning, while Lubin was still sound asleep, Lu Yu and Lu Jian came over to wake him up. Dad, wake up. We're going to catch loaches today. Yes, hurry up. We're going to catch loaches. The two kids bounced on Lubin and Chun Qingqing's bed, their excitement palpable. They had been eager to catch loaches for so long, and today they finally had a chance. Lubin and Chun Qingqing could only smile helplessly and get out of bed. The family quickly had breakfast and drove towards Qingyuan Mountain. It only took about an hour to get there from Qinzhou City. They were pleasantly surprised to find new, wider roads, meaning they wouldn't have to worry about traffic jams. As they neared Qingyuan Mountain, Lubin felt relieved seeing the newly constructed road. He had been most worried about traffic jams since they had been stuck for over an hour during their last visit in the spring festival. Driving along the new, spacious road lined with various fruit trees in full bloom, the faint fragrance of flowers wafted through the air. There are so many people, Chun Qingqing noted with a smile as she looked at the steady stream of vehicles on the road. Qingyuan Mountain has become quite famous. Nowadays, everyone on social media and in various groups was talking about Qingyuan Mountain, and it attracted a large crowd on weekends. Thank goodness they built this new, spacious road. If we were on the old road, we would probably be stuck in traffic, Lubin agreed with a smile. As they turned a corner, Qingyuan Mountain came into view. The two most appealing peaks, Dapan Mountain and Mopanshan, were covered in a variety of blooming flowers, and the floral scent intensified with the gentle mountain breeze, invigorating everyone. "It smells so good," Chen Qingqing exclaimed as she took a deep breath, admiring the two mountains ahead, which looked like a sea of flowers from afar, with colors blending beautifully. "It seems even more beautiful than what we saw online." "Yes, it looks even more stunning, with more flowers blooming than I expected. It must be the peak blooming season now. Mom, what a beautiful mountain. It's all flowers. I want to catch loaches. These flowers and plants are boring." "Ha!" The family laughed joyfully as they quickly arrived at the outskirts of Linjia village. "I was worried about parking, but I didn't expect such a huge parking garage to be built." Lubin noted, "The service is much better than during the spring festival." He parked the car in the garage, which was several stories high and filled with many vehicles. It seemed that many families were visiting Qingyuan Mountain. There was a long line at the entrance, but fortunately, the process was quick since most people had booked tickets online in advance. "This is definitely much better than last time. They even built stone steps up the mountain." The Liu family first headed to Mopanshan. "Wow, it's really beautiful." From a distance, it didn't feel that impressive, but once they were among the flowers, they realized how many beautiful blossoms there were. Various flowers of all colors were blooming vibrantly, creating a lively atmosphere. Every spot was perfect for taking pictures. Chapter 62 Fun at Qingyuan Mountain. Mopan Mountain was bustling with activity. There were simply too many people visiting Qingyuan Mountain on the weekend. Everywhere, people were taking photos and videos among the flowers. Lubin's family was no exception, constantly searching for beautiful spots to take pictures. "This blue flower is so pretty. Let's take a picture here. This cluster of flowers is really interesting. It has 5 different colors. It's beautiful. The cherry blossoms are stunning. I didn't expect there to be blue cherry blossoms. They are incredibly breathtaking. I didn't realize the plum blossoms could be so beautiful." The air was filled with various exclamations of wonder on Mopan Mountain. Flowers and plants were nothing unusual, but what was remarkable was that Mopan Mountain, Dabanshan, and even throughout Qingyuan Mountain were filled with various types of flowers. Even the same type of flower came in different colors and shapes. The overall impression was that Qingyuan Mountain was a sea of exotic flowers, with beautiful scenery everywhere you looked. People were immersed in a sea of flowers, and the air was filled with delightful floral scents. "Dad, can we go catch loaches?" "Yeah, these flowers are boring. I want to catch loaches." However, for children, flowers and plants hold little interest. No matter how beautiful the flowers are, they can't compete with a small toy. Lubin's son and daughter were clamoring to go catch loaches. "I'll take them to catch loaches. You can take your time taking pictures," Lubin said to his wife. "Chen Qingqing, go ahead. In the bag are their clothes. If they get dirty, remember to change their clothes and pants," Chen Qingqing said while taking photos. She loved the flowers and plants so much that she found it hard to move, continuously snapping pictures. "Later, there are wild plums to pick here. Go pick some for us to eat." "Got it," Lubin replied as he watched his wife immersed in enjoying the scenery, leading his daughter and son toward Happy Valley, a designated area for catching loaches, yellow eels, and collecting snails, following the roadside signs. Happy Valley was a newly named area in Qingyuan Mountain. It used to be called 100 Acres because it had over 100 acres of farmland. However, this name was evidently not suitable for the park's prestige, so it was changed to Happy Valley. Happy Valley was located in a valley between 2 mountains, which made it relatively cool. The source of the valley was a small stream left by the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain. The stream started at a higher elevation and gradually became flatter and wider downstream. This land had been cultivated by the ancestors of Linjia village for generations and had already formed an extremely fertile area. Because of the fertile land and the mountain spring water nourishing it, Happy Valley was particularly rich in loaches, yellow eels, and snails. During the plum rain season, loaches and small fish would swim upstream along the stream. And this was also the happiest time for the children of Linjia village. Wearing raincoats, barefoot, and with small nets, they could catch plenty of loaches and small fish in the little ditches. In summer, the snails here were large and plentiful, and it was easy to collect a big bucket. In winter, after the rice was harvested and the fields dried up, children would come in groups to dig for loaches. Often, they would find a loach in a small hole, and sometimes even a yellow eel. Lubin brought Lu Yu and Lu Jian to Happy Valley. A new management office had been built here, which could also be used for changing clothes. If they got dirty, they could wash up here, providing attentive service. The valley was divided into small sections, each about 10 square meters in size. At this moment, adults were happily helping their children catch loaches in each little section. "Loach, Loach! Dad, help me. Help me, there's a loach under my feet. Ah, this loach is so big, I can't catch it. I got it. Ha! Big loach, I caught you. Ah, there's a snake. That's not a snake. It's a yellow eel. I am scared. What's scary about a yellow eel? In the fields, there were constant sounds of laughter and joy as adults helped children catch loaches, enjoying themselves immensely. There seemed to be a lot of loaches here. Lubin casually glanced around. Although the little sections weren't large, there were indeed quite a few loaches inside. Looking at the buckets people were carrying, they were filled with loaches. There weren't many people catching loaches, but there were plenty of spectators, all smiling and cheering for the children in the fields, or anxiously watching from the shore. Lubin went to the management office to get a small bucket and 2 small nets, and he learned that they could only play in one small section. If they wanted to take the loaches they caught home, they would be charged at market price. If they didn't, they could simply release them back into the fields. Playing was free, but a deposit was required for the bucket and nets. They could get their deposit back upon returning the items. Dad, hurry up! I can't wait to catch loaches. Lu Yu and Lu Jian were already impatient, quickly taking off their shoes and socks, rolling up their pants and sleeves, and rushing toward the fields. They randomly chose a small section and eagerly jumped into the field. The water in the field was ice cold and came from the mountain spring, with lots of green, floating algae on the surface. The edges of the fields were planted with reed shoots that provided shade and habitat for the loaches and yellow eels. Ah, something's here. As soon as Lu Yu stepped into the field, her foot landed on a loach, which made her scream and quickly retreat to the shore. Dad, that thing is slippery, moving around under my feet. That's a loach. Weren't you going to catch loaches? Are you scared now? Lubin laughed as he slowly walked down, looked at the water in the field, and used the small bucket to scoop out some water. As the water level decreased, they could clearly see some small fish and loaches swimming around. Dad, there's a loach, and some small fish. Lu Yu and Lu Jian exclaimed happily, carefully re-entering the field and starting to play joyfully. The children, lacking experience, couldn't catch the loaches, but they were enjoying the feeling of the chase. It slipped away again. This loach is so naughty. It escapes every time. Dad, help me catch it. Chapter 63. Catching loaches and eating wild fruits. Dad has loaches. He has loaches. What a big loach. Ugh, it splashed mud all over my face. Bad loach, smelly loach. Ha, I finally caught you, bad loach. You've eaten too much. In a small field, Lubin was having a great time playing with Lu Yu and Lu Jian. The 2 kids had never caught loaches before and were initially a bit scared, especially when the loaches were wriggling in their hands and feet, causing them to scream in fright. But soon, they began to enjoy the thrilling challenge of outsmarting the loaches, having a blast, covered in mud from head to toe, excitedly shouting when they caught one. Hi, you caught such a big loach, it's so fat. There are really a lot of loaches here, and they're all quite big. Lubin was also enjoying himself. It had been a long time since he played so happily like when he was a child. He noticed that the loaches in Qingyuan Mountain were all quite large, plump and strong, somewhat like farmed loaches, but more lively, energetic, and harder to catch. When they flicked their tails in the water, they often splashed mud all over him. Even for him, as an adult, catching a loach with just 2 hands was not easy. He had to drain some water to make it easier to catch them. Haha, this is so much fun. A snake. At that moment, Lu Yu screamed and quickly backed away in fear. Lubin looked over and said, That's not a snake. It's a big eel. What a big eel. It must weigh about a pound. Lubin hurried to catch the big eel. It had been years since he last caught an eel, and after several attempts, the slippery creature managed to escape each time. Finally, he caught the big eel with both hands, but even then, it was still very slippery, requiring him to constantly switch hands to control it. Wow, Dad is amazing. Dad is so impressive. This big eel is really cunning. It looks fierce. Dad, let us take it home as a pet. Lu Yu and Lu Jian shouted excitedly when they saw their dad catch the big eel. Their shouts attracted a dozen or so onlookers. Wow, what a big eel. It must weigh about a pound. A full pound. Such a large wild eel is quite rare. Indeed, when I was a child, there were plenty of eels. Back then, I would use hooks to catch them, and I could catch dozens of pounds in a day. Now, eels are scarce, and big ones like this are even rarer. Catching eels was so much fun, but now that they are fewer, I really liked catching eels when I was young. I could spend the whole day doing it. Qingyuan Mountain is truly a treasure. These loaches are big and fat, and this eel is practically a gem. Just over there, someone caught a big soft-shelled turtle, probably weighing 4 to 5 pounds. There are many people catching loaches, and even more watching the fun. Many onlookers, hearing that they could catch for free, got excited, and some people in their 40s or 50s rolled up their pants and sleeves to join in the fun. As for the kids, they all clamored to join in, and though their parents worried about them getting dirty, they couldn't resist their enthusiasm and ended up joining in to catch loaches too. Over there, that big loach ran behind you. You need to bring your hands together to trap the loach in the middle. Oh no, what a big loach. Don't let it get away. Eel, such a big eel, quick, catch it. Don't be scared, it's not a snake. Use the net. Catch it with the mud, then it can't escape. The people on the shore watched others fumbling and felt anxious, while some elderly folks watched their grandchildren clumsily catch loaches and offered guidance. The entire area was filled with laughter and joy, the sounds of children's laughter and shouts echoing in the mountains. Phew, it seems like we caught all the loaches in this field. There are so many. We must have caught several pounds from this small field, plus this big eel. Lubin had a great time with the kids, playing for a full 2 hours and nearly catching all the loaches and eels in the field. Dad, can we take all these loaches home to keep? Lu Jian kept fiddling with the loaches in the bucket, having had much more fun today than watching TV or playing on his phone at home. Dad, I want to take the big General home. Lu Yu was also focused on the big eel, which she named General. Let us just play for now. If we take them home, then others won't be able to play later. Lubin looked at the loaches, thought for a moment, and said, "It seems you two caught a lot of loaches, huh?" At this moment, Xianxia walked over, also having a great time, enjoying the flowers and picking mountain plums and tea leaves. Come try these mountain plums. They are really delicious. Unfortunately, each person is limited to picking 5. Xianxia took out 3 mountain plums. Wow, these mountain plums are huge, 2 to 3 times the size of regular ones. Lubin's eyes widened in surprise. As a child, he naturally ate plenty of mountain plums, but these look different, big, beautiful, and ruby red. Not only are they big, but they taste great too. Xianxia offered the mountain plums to the 3 of them. Lu Jian took a gentle bite, and a burst of sweetness filled his mouth, making him squint his eyes in delight. So good, really delicious. These mountain plums are even better than the ones I had when I was a kid. So tasty. Mom, I want more. These fruits are really delicious. I want more too. Lu Yu and Lu Jian both exclaimed happily after tasting them. All gone. Each person can only pick 5, and I ate 2, so there are 3 left for you too. Xianxia shrugged with a smile, and then took out a bunch of tea leaves, saying, "Haha, I have this too, and it tastes really good. Each person can only pick 1 bunch. I ate 1 piece, and the rest is for you too." Lu Yu and Lu Jian each took a piece and nodded as they ate. So good. I've never had this before. This is tea leaf, and the rest also a round tea bag. Let's go pick wild fruits. Lubin left a few big loaches and the big eel, pouring the rest of the loaches back into the field, eagerly heading off to pick wild fruits. Chapter 64. Qingyuan Mountain Level 3. Lin Nan inspected various areas of Qingyuan Mountain. As the news spread, more and more people in Qianzhou learned about Qingyuan Mountain. Moreover, many visitors who had previously come to Qingyuan Mountain praised it highly. By the time the weekend arrived, Qingyuan Mountain was crowded with people. Today, it even set a record with over 10,000 visitors, keeping everyone in Linjia village busy. Even the village's elderly and children got involved. The elderly were responsible for picking up trash scattered by tourists to keep Qingyuan Mountain clean. The village's children were stationed at various spots, advising tourists not to pick or trample flowers and to follow the rules. The effect of these children persuading visitors was quite good, even more effective than adults, as few could withstand a lecture from a child. Fortunately, renovations have been made to the entire Qingyuan Mountain area over the past 2 months. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accommodate over 10,000 visitors in a single day. With so many people, there were numerous aspects to consider, particularly safety. In this era, anything could happen, but safety incidents were absolutely unacceptable. Lin Nan continuously checked various areas, with a particular focus on safety. With so many people, safety had to be prioritized. When constructing the steps leading to the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain, Lin Nan had specially considered safety, installing railings along the edges and using the mountain god system to place large rocks nearby to prevent accidents. Just as Lin Nan was inspecting various places on Qingyuan Mountain, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding! The level of Qingyuan Mountain has been upgraded to level 3. The system upgraded. Lin Nan was pleasantly surprised and quickly summoned the mountain god system in his mind. Qingyuan Mountain. Level 3 height. 324 meters range. 5 kilometers in radius plant species. Ginkgo, plum, peach tree, banyan tree, nanmu, jujube, sour jujube, etc. Animal species: yellow muntjac, owl monkey, civet, pangolin, giant salamander, wild boar, wild rabbit, wild chicken. Products: polygonatum, ganoderma, mountain plum, golden cherry, August fruit, white palm mushroom. Number of known people: 6. 9 million. Number of visitors: 50. 000 lottery chances. One-time fame. 2 stars evaluation. A small reputation. Known within 100 miles. System functions. Can extensively change and control the precipitation, temperature, terrain, and topography of the Qingyuan Mountain area. Can control and influence the growth of plants and animals in the Qingyuan Mountain area. Can improve the plant species in the Qingyuan Mountain area and significantly accelerate their growth. Can control underground water veins and fire veins. Lin Nan's mind conjured up a topographical map of Qingyuan Mountain. Compared to before, this map clearly displayed the underground water and fire veins of Qingyuan Mountain. Initially, Lin Nan was puzzled about what the water and fire veins were, but upon looking closely, he understood. The so-called water veins refer to the direction of underground water in Qingyuan Mountain, similar to how human veins function. For instance, the cool spring water at the foot of some mountains is a type of underground water vein, though these veins are usually smaller. Engineering teams that specialize in drilling for water can often find large water veins, thus obtaining abundant water resources. As for fire veins, they are not the underground magma from fantasy novels, but refer to the hot magma found underground. Anywhere on Earth, if one drills deep enough, they will eventually encounter hot magma. In some places, the magma is closer to the surface and can easily erupt, forming volcanoes and hot springs. In areas where tectonic plates collide, the crust is weaker, making it easier for magma to surface, leading to numerous volcanoes and hot spring belts. Conversely, in places with thick crusts, magma is less likely to emerge, making it difficult to form volcanoes or hot springs. Lin Nan carefully observed the water and fire veins beneath Qingyuan Mountain. The water veins were quite extensive, resembling a massive network with varying thicknesses. The thicker sections were clearly large water veins, while the thinner sections were small water veins. The entire water vein system connected with the external water veins of Qingyuan Mountain, forming a colossal network. The fire veins, on the other hand, were located deeper underground, with their size increasing the deeper one goes. I need to think carefully about how to utilize these water and fire veins. Besides enjoying flowers, trees, and picking wild fruits, the only other attraction at Qingyuan Mountain's main peak is the scenery, which mainly consists of pine trees and not much else. If I could control the water veins, I could create a waterfall at the main peak. The water from this waterfall could be used for rafting, which would be perfect as summer is approaching. Rafting would be quite enjoyable. As for the fire veins, I can't just create a volcano, right? If I really did that, the Qingyuan Mountain scenic area would have to close down, which wouldn't be useful at all. Wait, I can control both the water and fire veins. I could use the fire veins to heat the water veins and create hot springs. Setting up hot springs is also a possibility. Lin Nan stroked his chin. Deep in thought, having both water and fire makes things easier. Plus, I can control the water veins. So creating a large waterfall and a long rafting stream is entirely feasible. The waterfall would be a scenic spot, enhancing the appeal of Qingyuan Mountain. Rafting would be an amusement project to increase its playability, attracting adventurous tourists to experience exciting activities. Furthermore, a hot spring project could be established. There have been no reports of hot springs in the entire Xianxia area. If the hot springs are well done, they could attract visitors from Nanyuan during winter. At that time, I could also set up a resort hotel, combining hot springs, rafting, and other attractions. It would definitely work. With these thoughts, Lin Nan formed a plan in his mind. A new lottery function has been added? Quickly, Lin Nan noticed the newly added lottery feature. Interesting. Now there's a lottery. I wonder what I could win. Looking at the lottery function in the system, there were no hints or details about potential prizes, purely a blind box type. System. I want to draw. Lin Nan silently thought. You have one lottery chance. Would you like to use it? A prompt immediately appeared in his mind. Yes. Lin Nan replied silently. Soon, a lottery wheel appeared in his mind, and as it spun, the blind box opened quickly. Congratulations. You have won the Bagua Maze Forest. Chapter 65. The Bagua Maze Forest. The Bagua Maze Forest? Lin Nan looked at the prize he had drawn, momentarily stunned, then carefully read its related introduction. Bagua Maze Forest. A maze designed using Taoist Bagua and the principles of Yin and Yang combined with the natural ways of all things. It is very difficult for ordinary people to find their way out without guidance, and they can become completely lost going around in circles inside. Setup method. You can directly choose an area, and the mountain god system will automatically generate the Bagua Maze Forest based on that area. Interesting. I was just worried that there weren't many fun activities at Qingyuan Mountain. After reading the introduction, Lin Nan couldn't help but smile. To be honest, there are really too few activities at Qingyuan Mountain right now. There's only picking mountain plums, tea leaves, and catching loaches. Picking mountain plums and tea leaves is fine, but not everyone is willing to go into the fields to catch loaches. Qingyuan Mountain lacks an interesting project that can make everyone have fun. The Bagua Maze Forest just happens to fill this gap. The area required for the Bagua Maze Forest is surprisingly large, actually requiring hundreds of thousands of square meters. It makes sense. If the area isn't big enough, people could quickly find their way out, and an appropriate size can increase the difficulty and playability. Where would be a good place to set it up? Lin Nan quickly pondered about the entire Qingyuan Mountain area. Yeju Ridge, Widow Peak, and Ghost Cry Ridge are not suitable. They're a bit far from the village, and tourists would need to walk a long way. It should be set up at Bamboo Mountain. It's not far from the village, and the area of Bamboo Mountain is also large enough to meet the requirements. Soon, Lin Nan locked onto Bamboo Mountain. Bamboo Mountain is a relatively flat area, named by the villagers of Xianxia village because the entire mountain is covered with mozo bamboo and wild small bamboo. Currently, there is no one at Bamboo Mountain. Through the mountain god system, Lin Nan could clearly grasp the situation of Qingyuan Mountain and knew that there was no one on this side of Bamboo Mountain. Setup. With a thought, Lin Nan directly arranged the Bagua Maze Forest he had drawn at Bamboo Mountain. As soon as Lin Nan's command was given, the mountain god system quickly began to set up the Bagua Maze Forest at Bamboo Mountain. At Bamboo Mountain, wisps of white mist rapidly rose, enveloping the entire Bamboo Mountain. From the outside, it seemed like there was just some water vapor and smoke, without any significant feeling. However, massive changes were already occurring inside Bamboo Mountain. The peak in the middle of Bamboo Mountain quickly became lower and then slowly disappeared, flattening the entire Bamboo Mountain. At the same time, an invisible force was rapidly moving the bamboo on Bamboo Mountain, arranging them according to the principles of the 5 elements, Bagua and Yin Yang Taiji, forming paths that looked very similar and were difficult to distinguish. Between these paths, there were many forks. In some areas, a large number of bamboos grew rapidly, forming dense barriers that obscured the view ahead and blocking key positions. Eventually, the entire Bamboo Mountain was quickly transformed into a Bagua Maze Forest, always shrouded in a light mist, giving people a mysterious and eerie feeling. When Lin Nan arrived at Bamboo Mountain, the entire Bagua Maze Forest was already set up. Wow, it already felt a bit eerie even before entering, and this was still during the day. If someone entered this Bagua Maze Forest at night, wouldn't they'd be scared half to death? The system is truly powerful. In just a short while, it had completed the setup. From the outside, it didn't seem to have changed much compared to before. He wondered what it would be like inside. Lin Nan lifted his leg and walked in. At first, he didn't feel anything, but once he entered the Bagua Maze Forest, Lin Nan felt as if the world had changed. Looking at the road ahead, there were several forks that appeared directly, and when he looked back at the path he had come from, it was blocked by a row of small bamboos. If he didn't know that this was the exit, it would be very easy to miss it and continue wandering inside. Interesting. Lin Nan lifted his leg and walked deeper, casually choosing a fork to start exploring. As he walked, he carefully observed everything around him. It seemed like there was nothing special about the forest, but as Lin Nan walked, he became confused, feeling like he had been walking for a long time, and it seemed like he had returned to where he started. However, when he tried to find the exit again, no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find it. Lin Nan, not believing in evil, kept walking around, searching for the exit. But no matter how he searched, he couldn't find the exit, feeling that everywhere he went seemed familiar, as if he had walked through this place before. This is really strange. Lin Nan carefully searched everywhere, then looked up at the sun, wanting to use it to determine direction. However, the faint mist that always enveloped the Bagua Maze Forest obstructed his view, making it difficult to see the sun clearly, appearing hazy and unhelpful for navigation. I don't believe it. I can't find my way out. Lin Nan was suddenly invigorated. It's just a small Bagua Maze Forest. It's not very big. As long as I'm careful enough, I'm sure I can find a way out. However, Lin Nan continued to wander for more than an hour inside, and still couldn't find the exit. Phew. It seems I can only use high technology now. Lin Nan felt a bit tired, took a breath, took out his phone, found the compass app, and prepared to use it to guide himself out. Then, to Lin Nan's surprise, the compass was spinning wildly, losing its functionality. What the heck? The system is impressive. It can even make the compass ineffective. The magnetic field in this Bagua Maze Forest has changed, making the compass useless here. Lin Nan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the mountain god system. This system is awesome. Products from the system are definitely top-notch. It even considered the magnetic field. What about the navigation app? Can I use it to navigate out? Lin Nan opened the navigation app, wanting to use it to guide him out, but it was also ineffective in this deep mountain forest. Forget it. I can only use the system to deal with the system. There's no choice. Lin Nan could only open the map of Qingyuan Mountain in his mind. Following the guidance of the system map, Lin Nan finally returned to the entrance where he first entered the maze. Phew! At the exit, Lin Nan looked at the scenery outside and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He finally made it out. This Bagua Maze forest is indeed impressive. Chapter 66. The Fiery Mountain Plum, the Bagua Maze forest, is quite fun, to the point where one can play for several hours without wanting to leave. When Lin Nan looked back at the Bagua Maze forest after exiting, he didn't feel that it was anything special. However, the experience inside was still fresh in his memory. It felt like two different worlds. Outside, the sun was shining, and the spring breeze was gentle, perfect for enjoying the flowers in March. Inside the Bagua Maze forest, however, it felt dark and eerie, shrouded in mist that obstructed vision, giving a sense of being trapped in a cage. Interesting indeed, the system's creations are impressive, but if visitors can't find their way out later, they might end up crying inside. It would be wise to set up some monitoring equipment and speakers inside. If some visitors truly get lost, they need guidance, or else some might panic. Lin Nan quickly thought through how to make the best use of the Bagua Maze forest. He continued to explore various parts of Qingyuan Mountain. The entire Qingyuan Mountain was bustling with tourists. Flowers were blooming everywhere, especially at Dapen Mountain and Mopanshan, which had turned into a sea of blossoms, with a variety of flowers blooming in this season: rhododendrons, cherry blossoms, plum blossoms, peach blossoms, bougainvillea, roses, camellias, and more, totaling over a dozen species. With the system's modifications, each species could produce dozens of different flowers, bathing the entire Qingyuan Mountain in floral beauty. Lin Nan listened carefully to the tourist conversations. Everyone was highly praising the flowers and trees. Some knowledgeable visitors lingered, immersed in the beauty, exclaiming in wonder. Others, who understood plants, busily admired the rare trees of Qingyuan Mountain, such as ginkgo, nanmu, and various pines. As Lin Nan walked, he arrived at Matigo. There were also many tourists here, all queuing up to pick mountain plums. Due to the overwhelming number of visitors, a rule was established that each person could only pick 5 mountain plums to taste. If someone wanted more, they could buy them at a nearby stall. These mountain plums are delicious. I've never tasted such tasty mountain plums before, big and flavorful. It's a pity that each person can only pick 5. The scenic area has no choice. With so many visitors, if everyone picked and ate freely, others wouldn't get to taste these delicious mountain plums. Just a taste is enough. How much is it? I checked, it's 66 yuan per pound. Quite expensive, but they taste really good. Where is it? At the small house at the foot of the mountain. They sell not only mountain plums, but also tea leaves and tea bags. Tea leaves and tea bags are 30 yuan per pound, which is also quite pricey, especially since one tea bag can weigh 1 or 2 pounds. I'll buy some to take home. Such delicious mountain plums are probably only found here. 66 yuan isn't too expensive. Hearing the discussions, Lin Nan smiled. The mountain plums grown at Matigo are not ordinary varieties. They have been improved by the mountain god system, making them not only larger, but also tastier and more nutritious. Truly top-tier fruit. Are these mountain plums really that delicious? Yes, they are truly delicious. This is my 3rd time queuing. The internet says not to eat these mountain plums. How much of what is said online can we trust? Do we not know whether mountain plums are edible? Exactly. When we were kids, we searched everywhere for mountain plums to eat during the season. Don't believe those online claims. My grandson ate a few and insisted on more. So here I am queuing again. 5 plums per person is just too little. Forget it. I'm too lazy to queue. I'll just buy some nearby. Just a pound to taste one tea costs much. Some people, seeing the long line, decided they were too lazy to wait and went directly to the wild fruit sales point to buy. Lin Nan followed along. The wild fruit sales point also had a long line. Even at 30 yuan per pound, the mountain plums couldn't deter people's love for them. I want 10 boxes of mountain plums, 10 boxes of tea leaves, and tea bags. Lin Nan reached the front and immediately heard someone asking for 10 boxes of mountain plums and 10 boxes of tea leaves and tea bags. Sorry, we have a purchase limit. Each person can buy a maximum of 2 boxes of mountain plums and 2 boxes of tea leaves and tea bags at a time. The person in charge of selling the wild fruits was Lin Nan's cousin, Lin Fong, along with a few villagers. all busy and sweating profusely due to the overwhelming popularity of the wild fruits. Only 2 boxes at a time? That is too little. The tourist frowned upon hearing this. Having just tasted the mountain plums and being deeply attracted, wanted to buy some to take home. There's nothing we can do. Our wild fruit yield is limited, so we can't allow unrestricted purchases. To let more people taste the wild fruit's deliciousness, we have to impose limits, Lin Fong replied with a smile. A line explaining the limits clearly hung nearby. But the taste of the mountain plums, tea leaves, and tea bags is indeed exceptional. After tasting, everyone wanted more. Among the tourists, there were certainly wealthy individuals who would buy 10 boxes at once. If purchases were unrestricted, many tourists would end up unable to buy any. All right, I'll take 2 boxes of mountain plums and 2 boxes of tea leaves and tea bags. After hearing the explanation, the tourist could only helplessly say, okay. Lin Fong quickly took out 2 boxes of mountain plums, 1 box of tea leaves, and 1 box of tea bags, all weighing 1 pound each. A total of 192. Please confirm. Soon, a little speaker nearby announced that 192 yuan had been received. As soon as the tourist received the mountain plums, he couldn't wait to open a box. Several children rushed over, and within moments, the box was emptied. Before long, 1 box of mountain plums had been completely devoured by a few kids. Delicious. So good. I want more. Me too. The tea leaves are also delicious. I didn't expect such tasty wild fruit. Dad, hurry up and queue again. Let us buy a few more boxes. You guys better leave me a few. I've only eaten 1 from the 2 boxes of mountain plums. Forget it. I'll go queue again to buy 2 more boxes. The 2 boxes of mountain plums and 2 boxes of tea leaves and tea bags were quickly consumed, and the tourist could only go back to queue again. Looking at the long line, he could only lament that even with money, it was hard to spend. Chapter 67. The village company is raking in money in the evening. As the last batch of tourists left, Qingyuan Mountain and Xianxia village became quiet. The villagers finished their work, and each took a large bowl, filling it first with a layer of rice, then dividing it into sections to add some dishes on top. They then gathered at the threshing ground in front of the village ancestral hall with their bowls. This has almost become an important daily activity for the villagers of Xianxia. After all, most villagers in the village are not working outside and are employed by the village company. During the day, everyone is busy at their respective posts, and only after work do they have time to gather and chat. It's just like the old days in the 70s and 80s when no one went out to work and everyone gathered to eat together. Today, there are really a lot of people. Indeed, the convenience store has sold out of water and urgently brought in 2 more trucks. How much did the convenience store make today? This much. 10,000. What 10,000? It's 100,000. To be precise, it's 150,000. My goodness, this tiny convenience store made 150,000 in one day. Yes, the business is really good. It's just a bottle of water, 3 yuan a bottle, earning 2 yuan per bottle. And those grilled sausages are 5 yuan each, making 3 yuan per sausage. This is still with Lin Nan insisting we stock good quality goods. Otherwise, we could earn even more. These people really have too much money to spend. They have to go out to play, and they're willing to pay for a ticket that costs dozens of yuan. They could just bring water from home, but they insist on buying it outside, paying 3 yuan for a bottle of water without batting an eye. You're right. Those who go out to have fun are not short of money. Who cares about a few yuan? I just think it's too expensive. Bringing water from home isn't a hassle. Why say little water? You don't know that our mountain plums are 66 yuan a pound. Just a small box is a pound, and everyone fights to get them. Guess how much we sold in a day? How much? How much? Upon hearing this, the people around immediately gathered curiously. This much. The other person raised a finger. 100,000. It's 1 million. Today, our village sold over 1 million just for mountain plums and tea leaves. Wow, if I had known mountain plums sold so well. We should have planted more. 66 yuan a pound, and people are actually willing to buy it. When the older folks heard this, they couldn't help but gasp. For them, spending 66 yuan on mountain plums is truly extravagant. They wouldn't spend that kind of money even if they were dying. Exactly. No matter how delicious mountain plums are, they're still just mountain plums, not gold. 66 yuan a pound, and the tea leaves and tea bags are also 31 yuan a pound, and people still buy them. With that money, wouldn't it be better to buy a few pounds of meat? Several elderly people echoed. 66 yuan a pound isn't expensive. Cherries are 80 to 100 yuan a pound, and people buy them. Our mountain plums are not ordinary. They are large, beautiful, delicious, and nutritious. You haven't seen the tourists lining up to pick mountain plums at Madagu. Exactly, many tourists want to buy 10 boxes at once. We still have to limit purchases, Otherwise, our mountain plums would have sold out long ago. There's still many wealthy people, and our mountains are truly worth that price. Natural wild fruits, bright red, good-looking, tasty, and nutritious. This price isn't expensive. Young people think differently. They all say it's not expensive and find it reasonable. I just can't understand. It's just some mountain plums and tea leaves, and they can sell for big money. What's so rare about these things in our rural area? Some older folks shook their heads upon hearing this. So, the times have changed. It's understandable that we older folks can't make money. We should listen more to the young people. Following Lin Nan is the right choice for all of us. Yes, we should listen more to the young people. This world belongs to them, and we can just follow their lead. Eating mountain plums at 66 yuan a pound truly feels like ascending to immortality. The elderly kept shaking their heads, feeling that the world has gone a bit crazy, that mountain plums can sell for money, and for 66 yuan a pound at that. The key is that the yield of mountain plums in Madagu is still very high. Every morning, villagers go out to pick some mountain plums early to facilitate sales. The peak season has just begun, and we can produce over 10,000 pounds of mountain plums in a day. It's estimated that, after a few days, when it reaches peak season, we can produce several tens of thousands of pounds of mountain plums a day. The yield of tea leaves and tea bags is even greater. Ordinary oil tea trees rarely produce tea leaves and tea bags. But the oil tea trees in Qingyuan Mountain seem to be specially planted for producing tea leaves and tea bags. Each tree is full of them, with branches bending down. The yield of both wild fruits is quite large, and they taste great, making them very popular. Especially the mountain plums. They are delicious and visually appealing, bright red and loved by many. Many people lined up several times just to buy a few boxes to take home as gifts. So, how much money did our village company earn today in total? I guess at least 2 million. It must be more than 2 million. We had over 10,000 tourists today. Just selling tickets alone should be over 1 million. Making a few million in a day feels a bit underwhelming. Selling mushrooms is more profitable, over 30 million a day. In just over 10 days, our village has earned over 400 million. That is obvious. Selling mushrooms is definitely profitable. However, it's seasonal and not every day. If we were to sell mushrooms every day, what would our village do with the scenic area? Exactly. Developing the scenic area is the long-term business. It's about steady income. Our Qingyuan Mountain is vast. We can slowly develop it. Once it becomes more famous and fun, we could see tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of tourists daily, and our village would really prosper. Making a few million a day would be good enough. We've only just started. We still have many places to develop. Some tourists have complained that we don't have a restaurant. We can open a restaurant later, and also a hotel to provide accommodation for tourists. From what Lin Nan suggests, we will also develop more projects, more fun, delicious, and beautiful things, and then promote Qingyuan Mountain to the whole world, attracting tourists from all over the globe. Everyone could just follow Lin Nan with peace of mind. Chapter 68. What the heck is an earthquake? The villagers of Xianxia village were all smiles. For the past 2 months, the village company had not seen any income, and many were worried, sick, fearing that the village company would go bankrupt if things continued like this. Now, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Qingyuan Mountain was bustling again. Even on regular days, there were thousands of tourists visiting, and during holidays, tens of thousands came to enjoy the flowers and have fun. As Qingyuan Mountain's fame spread throughout the Qianzhou region, more and more people came to visit. The village company's earnings were rising along with this influx. With the village company finally making money, everyone felt more at ease, and even Lin Xianxia, who usually loved to chatter, had been quiet lately. Of course, everyone was ignoring him now. They no longer chatted with Lin Xianxia, except for Lin Chongdo, who still got along with him, while even his 2 sons had started to go against him. The villagers happily discussed how much the village company made in a day. Meanwhile, Lin Nan was pondering how to reasonably bring out the water veins and also how to plan the entire Qingyuan Mountain. Comfortably lying on the sofa, Lin Nan concentrated and opened the mountain god system, which revealed a topographic map of Qingyuan Mountain in his mind. The mountain god system had upgraded to level 3, enhancing his ability to control water veins and fire veins. This inspired Lin Nan to think of new projects. One was a rafting project, which was currently very popular and thrilling, loved by young people. Many places charged quite a bit for rafting tickets, yet adventurous tourists still flocked to experience it. Since he could harness the water veins, Lin Nan naturally planned to develop this big rafting project. The other project was a hot spring facility. Hot springs are often associated with health and relaxation, and are quite popular, especially in winter when many couples go to soak in hot springs to relax. However, the investment for a hot spring project is substantial, building a holiday hotel is a must, and the whole project could easily require several hundred million. This needed to be handled by a professional company, as many aspects needed consideration. Additionally, he needed to discuss this matter with Mayor Li properly. He decided to start with the rafting project. Lin Nan quickly brainstormed while examining the map of Qingyuan Mountain and began to plan carefully. The main water vein would definitely emerge from the main peak, Qingyuan Peak, gushing out from a 100-meter cliff on the southern side. This would not only create a 100-meter-high waterfall, enhancing the scenic offerings of Qingyuan Mountain, but the water could also be used for rafting. The water would flow southward from the main peak, winding back north, covering nearly 10 miles in total. He planned to alter the terrain along the route to make the rafting experience gentler and safer. Otherwise, it could lead to accidents. Most people enjoy rafting for the experience rather than extreme thrills, as overly thrilling rapids can be unsafe and deter many potential participants. With these thoughts, Lin Nan began searching for famous rafting projects from various places. By drawing inspiration from these enjoyable rafting projects, he quickly mapped out a rafting route for Qingyuan Mountain. The initial segment would have a greater drop to increase speed for excitement. The middle section would be winding with many curves to enhance the experience. The final segment would be relatively gentle, allowing tourists to take photos and reminisce. Lin Nan continuously browsed through various rafting projects, reading visitor reviews to gather insights on the pros and cons of each project to create the rafting project for Qingyuan Mountain. Planning complete, it began to take shape. By the time Lin Nan finished planning the rafting project, it was already 2 a.m. With a thought, the power of the mountain god system manifested. Boom! Lin Nan felt terrifying rumbling sounds outside, as if the mountain was collapsing or something was breaking free in a raging torrent. At the same time, he felt the ground shaking and everything in the room was moving. Oh no, there's an earthquake. Lin Nan was instantly terrified, shouting to wake his parents before running outside. The commotion was too great. Not only did Lin Nan hear the loud noise from Qingyuan Mountain and feel the earthquake, but the villagers of Linjia village also sensed the tremors and heard the booming sounds from Qingyuan Mountain. Suddenly, the village's usual tranquility was shattered, and lights in every household turned on. Many young people rushed out without even putting on clothes, grabbing blankets or towels to cover themselves. There's an earthquake. Everyone, come out. Lin Chonghua, as the village chief, was shouting through a megaphone to the entire village. What is happening? An earthquake. There was just an earthquake. An earthquake? I didn't feel anything. I felt it. It was an earthquake, but it didn't seem too strong. However, I heard the booming sound from Qingyuan Mountain, as if something significant was happening. Me too. I heard it clearly. Listen, it seems there's still a sound like water. It really does sound like water splashing against rocks. What on earth is going on? The villagers gathered in the threshing yard, discussing among themselves. Is anyone willing to go up the mountain with me to take a look? Seeing the villagers had come out and the shaking had stopped, Lin Chonghua secretly breathed a sigh of relief and shouted to everyone. I will. I'll go take a look too. Me too. Soon, some brave villagers raised their hands, and Lin Nan naturally took the lead, flashlight in hand, heading up the mountain. It seemed necessary to lay electrical wiring throughout Qingyuan Mountain so that electricity would be convenient when needed and to install lights in various places for tourists to enjoy at night. Lin Nan walked up the mountain with his flashlight, contemplating how to electrify the entire Qingyuan Mountain and install lights. Being without electricity was too inconvenient, and it would be a loss if they couldn't accommodate tourists at night. The group quickly arrived at the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain, where they could hear the sound of water from a distance. Chapter 69. The 100-meter waterfall. The sound of rushing water was very clear, and from a distance, one could feel a cold mist approaching. What's going on? Where did this water come from on the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain? Everyone listened to the sound and felt the humidity, all looking puzzled. Luckily, we built stairs, making it easier to climb the mountain. If it were in the past, I would dare come up at night. That's right, we still need to install electric lights so that we can take walks up here at night. Are you just bored and have nothing to do? Wanting to go for a walk at this late hour? Of course, I'm not that idle. But there are tourists who are. You don't know that many tourists specifically climb Mount Tai at night just to see the sunrise. They really have too much time on their hands. As everyone chatted, they reached the halfway point of the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain. At this position, the sound of water was even louder and clearer, and the cold, humid air was heavier. It seemed to be coming from the cliff ahead. Ligne listenet karapuli. Then pointed to a spot on the cliff. Upon hearing this, everyone shone their flashlights in that direction, and only then could they see a bit more clearly. They saw a crack in the cliff of the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain, from which a large volume of water was gushing out continuously, like a small river. The crashing water cascaded down the cliff, forming a waterfall that was over 100 meters high. Wow, it's actually a waterfall. This main peak of Qingyuan Mountain has suddenly developed a waterfall. What the heck? How did a waterfall suddenly appear out of nowhere? Everyone was dumbfounded looking at the waterfall in front of them. Could it have been caused by the recent earthquake? Lin Feng pondered and said, "An earthquake creating a waterfall? How is that possible?" His father, Lin Xianxia, quickly dismissed the idea. Nothing is impossible. Some lakes have had giant holes appear in the middle due to earthquakes, draining the entire lake dry. Some rivers have changed course because of earthquakes, and some mountains have collapsed. Even the land plates, mountains, and volcanoes on our Earth are all related to earthquakes. After an earthquake, some places can be completely unrecognizable. Roads, mountains, rivers, all undergo tremendous changes. Lin Nan chuckled and said, secretly admiring the system. The system is indeed impressive, even cleverly using an earthquake as a cover-up. Such situations do happen. I've heard that in some places, after a major earthquake, even the locals can't find their bearings. Lin Jia added, but it seems we hit the jackpot. We were already planning to develop tourist attractions on Qingyuan Mountain, and we were worried about not having good spots. Now, with a waterfall created by the earthquake, it's like a huge favor done for us, giving us a new attraction. Just this waterfall alone is enough to draw many people to visit Qingyuan Mountain. Exactly. We struck it rich. Qingyuan Mountain now has a waterfall, which will attract even more tourists in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianxia couldn't help but slap his forehead. It's true. Why is Lushan famous? Isn't it because of a waterfall? Li Bai even wrote a poem about it. Our waterfall looks like it won't be much worse than Lushan's. We can't see it clearly right now, but tomorrow during the day, we'll be able to get a good look at it, and we can promote this waterfall well. Yes, we must promote it well. An earthquake caused a waterfall to appear. This is definitely a big news story. Now, Qingyuan Mountain's fame will grow even larger. Everyone laughed while watching. They had originally worried that the earthquake would damage everything that had just been built on Qingyuan Mountain, but unexpectedly, a waterfall appeared instead. After watching for a while, they found the humidity brought by the waterfall was too heavy. It was spring now, and after staying a while longer, they felt cold and began to head down the mountain, planning to come back early tomorrow to take a closer look. The news spreads so fast. Look, it's already on the news. Just as everyone returned to the village from the mountain, someone opened the news and immediately saw a local news report. Lin Nan also opened his phone to check. According to data detected by the earthquake monitoring station, a 3.2 magnitude earthquake occurred in the Qianzhou area, with the epicenter located in Feng Town, Xianxia County. The tremors were weak, and no casualties have been reported so far. Truly, this is the information age. News comes out so quickly. However, tomorrow the news about the waterfall created by the earthquake at Qingyuan Mountain will probably spread nationwide, even globally. After reading it, Lin Nan couldn't help but smile. It seems to be a good thing for Qingyuan Mountain, as it can significantly increase its visibility. I should take the initiative to contact someone to report this matter. They can get first-hand news materials, and if they can also report on Qingyuan Mountain, it would save countless advertising costs. With that thought, Lin Nan quickly flipped through his contacts, and a beautiful figure immediately appeared in his mind. It was a stunning senior who had shown him around the school when he first enrolled in college. Her name was Xianxia. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a melodious voice like a lark, and she was a senior majoring in broadcasting and hosting arts, 1 year ahead of him. Lin Nan had once wanted to pursue her in school, but being a poor farmer's son, he felt a bit inferior and never found the courage. However, he had always kept an eye on her updates. After graduation, she became a reporter at a provincial TV station. It was already late at night. I should message her, and she should contact me when she sees it in the morning. Lin Nan checked the time. It was already past 2 in the morning. He quickly edited a message on WeChat and sent it to her. To his surprise, as soon as he sent the message, she replied instantly. Senior, it's already 2 in the morning. Are you still awake? I'm still up, revising a manuscript. You're about to graduate, right? Yes. I'll graduate in the first half of this year. What are your plans? Are you going to continue to graduate school, or will take the civil service exam? Senior, do you have any suggestions? That depends on what kind of life you want to live, Junior. If you want a more comfortable life, go for graduate school, and then take the civil service exam afterward. Of course, you could also take the civil service exam first, and then go for graduate school. Nowadays, all industries value education. Chapter 70. Spread across the nation, sister. It's already very late, so I won't disturb you. I'll shoot a video early tomorrow morning and send it to you. To Lin Nan's surprise, their conversation lasted until 4 o'clock. It was indeed time to sleep. Remember to take more pictures of the beautiful scenery at Qingyuan Mountain. I'll add them in to help promote you guys. Okay, thank you, sister. You've really helped me a lot. I don't even know how to thank you. If you have time, you must come to visit us at Qingyuan Mountain so I can show you some hospitality. After hearing you, I really want to visit Qingyuan Mountain and treat you to a good meal. Welcome, welcome. No matter when you come, I will warmly welcome you. After Lin Nan finished chatting with Xianxia, he felt a wave of drowsiness hit him as he checked the time. How strange. I didn't feel tired at all while chatting, but now that we're done, I suddenly feel very sleepy. Lin Nan shook his head and fell into a deep sleep. However, just a few hours later, the alarm clock rang, and Lin Nan hurriedly got up to run to the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain. The news that a waterfall had appeared on the main peak due to an earthquake last night had already spread throughout the village. As a result, early in the morning, the villagers of Linjia village started heading up the mountain one by one. By the time Lin Nan arrived at the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain, a large number of villagers had already gathered, all marveling at the newly appeared waterfall on the cliff. Wow, a major waterfall appeared because of an earthquake. This waterfall is beautiful. The water volume is large, and it has a drop of over 100 meters. Not just a waterfall. Look, a brand new stream has formed below the waterfall, winding and twisting, and the terrain along the way has changed drastically. Last night's earthquake was really strange. Who cares? Anyway, it's a good thing for us at Qingyuan Mountain. With this waterfall, we can attract more tourists. Exactly. Who would have thought that an earthquake would create such a big waterfall? This humidity is quite heavy. It would be really refreshing to come here in summer. The large water volume of the waterfall naturally produced a lot of water vapor, enveloping the entire Qingyuan Mountain in a mist. While everyone discussed and continuously shared videos and photos of the event, soon the entire Feng town knew about it. Photos and videos of the Qingyuan Mountain waterfall appeared in everyone's social media feeds and group chats. The news spread rapidly throughout the entire Xianxia and Qianzhou regions. Local news, a 3.2 magnitude earthquake occurred in Feng town, Xianxia at midnight last night, and surprisingly, a 100-meter waterfall appeared on the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain. The local news was also quick. Within just a few minutes, people in Qianzhou received the news, including those working outside the region. Suddenly, discussions about this event erupted in various local groups in Qianzhou. Many people thought it was fake, but with videos and pictures, it was hard not to believe. Lin Nan quickly shot a large number of videos and photos, capturing the beauty of the entire Qingyuan Mountain area, and then packaged and sent them all to Xianxia. Xianxia also got up early in video called Lin Nan. After confirming that a big waterfall had indeed appeared due to the earthquake, she quickly began editing the news based on the materials Lin Nan provided. Before long, the morning news broadcast aired the story about the new waterfall at Qingyuan Mountain caused by the earthquake. This news was enough to make headlines. Not only was there an earthquake, but also a newly formed waterfall, and the current scenery at Qingyuan Mountain was indeed quite beautiful. The newly appeared waterfall, with its large water volume and significant drop, looked stunning, making it quite normal for it to be on the news. As the television station reported this news, various news websites, TV stations, and radio stations quickly began to cover the story as well. In this information age, the speed of news dissemination is incredibly fast. Suddenly, people all over the country knew about this news. They learned that in Feng town, Xianxia, due to an earthquake last night, a beautiful waterfall had appeared, and it was quite magnificent. Feng town in Xianxia is famous now. The news about the waterfall created by the earthquake at Qingyuan Mountain has spread nationwide. I just saw it. It's on the TV. Even the early morning news from the central station reported it. I want to faint. Is this true or false? Of course it's true. My uncle's cousin's brother's uncle is in Linjia village. They were all scared to death during the earthquake last night and didn't expect a big waterfall to appear. I'm planning to visit Qingyuan Mountain today just to check out this waterfall. I never thought our Xianxia would make it to the big news for this reason. It's quite amusing. That's fine. It's not bad news. The reports on TV show that Qingyuan Mountain is really beautiful. I plan to go see it this weekend. I just went to Qingyuan Mountain last weekend, and it really is a beautiful place. There are so many flowers and plants, and the mountain plums are delicious. I've eaten Qingyuan Mountain's mountain plums. They taste incredible, better than any fruit I've ever had. Also, the tea leaves and tea bags from Qingyuan Mountain are quite tasty, thick and large. I really like the flowers and plants at Qingyuan Mountain. They say there are hundreds of flower species planted here, and the mountains are like seas of flowers. As the news spread, the locals in Qianzhou naturally started discussing Qingyuan Mountain. Originally, it was a weekday, so the number of tourists at Qingyuan Mountain was much less than on weekends, But with the news spreading, there were even more visitors today than on weekends. Visitors continuously arrived from various places in Xianxia, eager to see the waterfall created by the earthquake and to check if Qingyuan Mountain was as beautiful and fun as everyone said. The area around the big waterfall really needed some good modifications. It would be better if there were viewing spots to see the waterfall from different angles. Additionally, there should be an observation area at the foot of the mountain. Maybe plant a few big pine trees on both sides of the waterfall. Pine trees might not look that good. How about some ginkgo trees and some rare fruit trees, fruit vines, and interesting stones for decoration? Lin Nan looked at the big waterfall before him, his mind racing with ideas on how to decorate the area. It couldn't just be about looking at the waterfall. Chapter 71. Surge in popularity. Another lottery since Lin Nan went to bed very late last night and got up early in the morning. By noon, he couldn't take it anymore. After having lunch, he fell into a deep sleep. He slept for several hours and only woke up in the evening. Habitually, he opened the mountain god system quietly, as usual. Qingyuan Mountain. Level 3 height. 324 meters range. 5 kilometers in diameter plant species. Ginkgo, plum, peach tree, banyan, nanmu, jujube, sour jujube, etc. Animal species. Yellow muntjac, owl monkey, civet pangolin, giant salamander, wild boar, wild rabbit, wild chicken. Resources. Huangjing, lingji, mountain plum, gold cherry, August fruit. White palm mushroom. Number of people aware, 52. 23 million number of visitors, 50,000 lottery chances. One-time popularity level, 3 stars evaluation, somewhat famous. Known across the land. System functions. Can broadly change and control precipitation, temperature, terrain, and topography in the Qingyuan Mountain area. Can control and influence the growth of plants and animals in the Qingyuan Mountain area. Can improve plant varieties in the Qingyuan Mountain area and significantly accelerate their growth. Can control underground water veins and fire veins. Although the level of Qingyuan Mountain is still level 3, its popularity has reached 3 stars, and the evaluation has changed to being somewhat famous, known across the land. The number of people who know about Qingyuan Mountain has skyrocketed from several million to over 52 million. The system unexpectedly rewarded another lottery chance. Lin Nan quickly noticed that the number of lottery chances had changed from 0 back to 1. Haha, this is a big win. Without spending a penny, he managed to get nationwide TV stations and news websites to help promote Qingyuan Mountain, resulting in over 52 million people knowing its name. As long as more people come to Qingyuan Mountain for tourism, he believes the mountain's level can continue to rise. After reading this, Lin Nan couldn't help but smile. The previous news headline was much more effective than his own advertising. If he'd spent money on advertising, even tens of millions might not have produced such an effect. Unfortunately, the system hasn't upgraded and doesn't have new features. Having a lottery is still pretty good. Lin Nan silently commanded in his mind. Lottery. Soon, a lottery wheel appeared in his mind, just like the last time. As the wheel spun, it gradually came to a stop. Congratulations on winning the Super Rock bee breeding technology. Lin Nan looked at the reward he had drawn, slightly stunned. He had originally hoped to draw a practical reward like the Bagua Mysterious Forest, but instead, he got something called Super Rock bee breeding technology. What is this? Is raising bees worthy of a system product? With a thought, Lin Nan quickly began to check this Super Rock bee breeding technology. After carefully reviewing it, he finally understood. This technology is not as simple as it seems. There are over 20,000 different species of bees in the world, distributed all over the globe. From tree-dwelling bees in tropical rainforests to those in polar glaciers, and from high mountain peaks to deep valleys, they can be found almost everywhere. The rock bee is particularly famous among the various bee species. They only build nests in the high cliffs of the Himalayas, making them very rare, and they produce a large quantity of honey. The third and most important reason is that the honey produced by rock bees is considered the best quality honey in the world. The Super Rock bee breeding technology awarded by the system is even more impressive. It can be used to build larger hives, produce more honey, and enhance the quality of the honey. Moreover, since Qingyuan Mountain is a scenic area, it can also add a viewing spot. And the system has modified these super rock bees so that they have no stingers and won't sting people, ensuring the safety of visitors. A large group of rock peaks established on a cliff can definitely become an attraction, and the large quantity of honey produced can also become a significant source of income for the scenic area. That is acceptable, Lin Nan thought after viewing it. Qingyuan Mountain has various flowers blooming all year round, so raising bees is indeed quite suitable. However, ordinary bees don't hold much significance for Qingyuan Mountain. At most, they would just increase income a little. But having a viewing spot filled with rock bee hives would be a different story. Where should this super rock peak group be set up? Lin Nan visualized the topographical map of Qingyuan Mountain in his mind. The northern side of the main peak has climbing steps, while the southern side has cliffs over 100 meters high, which will be suitable for setting up the super rock peaks. However, there's a waterfall now, and the moisture is too heavy for the super rock peaks. Got it. Let us place it at Eagle Ridge. Lin Nan quickly pinpointed the location of Eagle Ridge. Eagle Ridge is the second highest peak of Qingyuan Mountain, only a few meters shorter than the main peak, and it has steep cliffs on 3 sides over 200 meters high. The only side that isn't a cliff is also very difficult to climb, hence the name Eagle Ridge, implying that only flying eagles can easily soar to it, while it's not easy for humans to reach. Lin Nan visualized the entire topography of Eagle Ridge in his mind. It is the most suitable place to set up the super rock peaks. The cliff needs to protrude some areas to create a sheltered space. Otherwise, if it's just a bare cliff, the hives will be blown away by the wind. Fortunately, I have the Mountain God system, which allows me to easily control the terrain of the entire Qingyuan Mountain area. With a thought, Lin Nan began to control the cliffs of Eagle Ridge, gradually protruding some areas to form a roof-like space for placing the super rock peaks. Place the super rock peaks. Soon, as Lin Nan's command was given, the system's miraculous power descended upon Eagle Ridge of Qingyuan Mountain. Several super rock beehives silently appeared on the cliffs of Eagle Ridge. These hives were small, only the size of 2 palms, and above them were super rock bees slightly larger than a horsefly. As soon as these rock bees appeared, they immediately began to work diligently, quickly flying towards the entire Qingyuan Mountain. This breeding technology is great. It's all system operated. No need for hard work to raise them. This is wonderful. I can just wait to enjoy the honey. Chapter 72. The fruits of Qingyuan Mountain are exceptional with news reports. The fame of Qingyuan Mountain has greatly increased, and the number of visitors has risen significantly, especially among the locals from Xianxia. This is the Liu family's 3rd visit to Qingyuan Mountain, and this time they invited their friends Liao Hui and Huyang's families to join them. Liao Hui and Huyang's families had also come to Qingyuan Mountain to pick mushrooms earlier this year. After Liu Bin returned from his last trip, he shared his experiences about Qingyuan Mountain with them, and with the recent news coverage about a large waterfall that emerged due to an earthquake, the 3 families decided to visit Qingyuan Mountain together for the weekend. Wow, the changes in Qingyuan Mountain are incredible. I remember when I came here at the beginning of the year, both mountains were covered with pine trees and ferns, but now everything has changed, and the area is filled with flowers and plants of all kinds. Liao Hui, looking at the vibrant and fragrant Qingyuan Mountain, was momentarily stunned, as he clearly remembered how it used to look during his previous visit. Indeed, I recall that it was quite ordinary back then, just a typical rural area in our Qianzhou region without anything special. Now it has completely transformed. Even Linjia village is clean and tidy, with the ditches repaired and the water clear. And about Qingyuan Mountain, when I came earlier this year, I felt like something was missing. Now I realize that it lacked the mist that is characteristic of major mountains. Just look at Qingyuan Mountain now, with mist swirling, clouds drifting, and a refreshing breeze blowing away the fog to reveal the true face of Lushan. This is exactly right. Huyong couldn't help but nod in agreement while looking at the beautiful scenery. I heard that a new large waterfall has appeared on the main peak, Qingyuan Peak, which has added moisture to the entire Qingyuan Mountain area. Previously, one could see the main peak clearly from afar, but that is not the case now. It is shrouded in clouds and mist, appearing mysterious. Liu Bin, leading the way, said, "What is fun about Qingyuan Mountain is catching loaches. The kids love it. My 2 children have been clamoring to come and catch loaches again. Plus, the wild fruits here are particularly delicious, like mountain plums. They taste absolutely amazing. I heard that loquats, lychees, and bayberries are now available for picking, and they taste quite good too. A few days ago, my colleague visited Qingyuan Mountain and brought back several boxes of loquats, lychees, and bayberries. They were truly delicious, some of the best loquats, bayberries, and lychees I've ever had. The loquats are large, with thick flesh and sweet juice, while the bayberries are also big with a sweet and sour flavor that is refreshing. The sourness is unique, not the kind that makes your teeth ache, but the kind that makes your mouth water. I've never tasted bayberries this good. The lychees, too, are remarkable. I don't know how they grow them here, but they have lychees without seeds. They're large, sweet, and fragrant. Freshly picked lychees taste amazing. I must take some home to enjoy." Hearing this, Hu Yong and Liao Hui's families looked at each other with disbelief. "Really? You're exaggerating. Loquats, lychees, and bayberries. Come on. You don't believe me? Let's go buy some fruits. We can eat while exploring Qingyuan Mountain." Liu Bin led them directly to the Qingyuan Mountain fruit specialty store, where there was already a long line. Looking at the prices displayed, Lu Bin, Hu Yong, and Liao Hui couldn't help but click their tongues in surprise. It was truly expensive. 41 yuan for a pound of loquats, 51 for a pound of bayberries, and 61 for a pound of lychees. These prices are really not cheap. After waiting in line for more than 10 minutes, the three finally managed to buy some locally grown fruits from Qingyuan Mountain. The people here really know how to do business. They even understand branding and trademarks. Look, the boxes are all labeled Qingyuan Mountain Premium Fruits. I wonder if they're as delicious as you say. Hu Yong opened the lychee box and looked at the 8 lychees inside, unable to help but exclaim, "These lychees are really big. 8 lychees weigh a pound, much larger than ordinary lychees. Wow, just from their appearance, these lychees look great. They are big, with beautiful colors, and even the cut leaves are a vibrant green." Saying this, he peeled open a lychee shell and took a gentle bite. Instantly, a wave of sweet and fragrant lychee flavor filled his mouth, making him exclaim, "Delicious. These lychees are really good, and there's not even a single lychee seed. You guys should try this. The taste is truly exceptional. I originally thought the price was high, but now I feel it's quite reasonable, even cheap." After saying this, he finished off the remaining lychees, thoroughly enjoying the extreme freshness and sweetness. The others, hearing this, quickly joined in to taste as well. Soon, everyone was giving thumbs up. "Delicious. These lychees are fantastic. I've never had lychees this good. The flavor is amazing. And this bayberry, you all should taste it. It's super delicious. And it looks different too. Yes, it really is good. This loquat is also tasty, much better than the ones from premium fruit stores." What a treat. Before they knew it, they had finished all the fruits they had just bought, but everyone was still craving more, especially the kids from the 3 families, who were clamoring for more. Liu Bin, Liao Hui, and Hu Yong had no choice but to continue queuing to buy a few more boxes. Enjoying the delicious fruits while taking in the scenery of Qingyuan Mountain, they arrived at the Qingyuan Mountain Plum Garden, where they queued again to purchase mountain plums. The moment the mountain plums entered their mouths, they all exclaimed in praise, especially Liao Hui and Hu Yong's families, who were tasting this delicious fruit for the first time. So good. The taste of these mountain plums is truly exceptional. I've never had fruit this delicious before. It's a pity that each person can only buy 2 boxes. It's just too little, not enough to satisfy. We need to hurry and queue up. Everyone should buy 2 boxes. I want to bring some mountain plums back to eat. Yes, I want to bring some mountain plums back too. They are really delicious. I want to take back some of the other fruits as well. They're all so good. And once you eat them, you want more. Having just bought the mountain plums, they quickly finished them off. But everyone still felt unsatisfied and continued to queue up to buy more. Chapter 73. High-end boutique fruits. The fruits from Qingyuan Mountain are truly exceptional. They are so delicious. Moreover, it seems that these varieties are not known in the market. Every visitor who comes to Qingyuan Mountain can't help but praise its fruits. Yu Jianhao, as a fruit merchant, is currently savoring several types of fruits produced here in Qingyuan Mountain. Whether it's the very rare mountain plum or the more common lychee, loquat, and yangmei, he tastes each fruit carefully. He has to admit that the fruits from Qingyuan Mountain are definitely top-notch. The mountain plums are large, beautifully colored, and most importantly, they have a sweet and refreshing taste without the cloying sweetness of ordinary fruits, accompanied by a fragrance of nature. It's certain that these are pure natural fruits that have never been treated with pesticides or chemical fertilizers. As Yu Jianhao tastes the mountain plums, he carefully observes the mountain plum orchard in front of him. It can be cultivated on a large scale, with considerable yield, and can mature in batches. Although they are seasonal fruits, if planted on a large scale, they could supply a small quantity to the high-end market. The locals lack knowledge, and such fruits are surprisingly sold for only 66 yuan per pound. If they were transported to high-end fruit stores in first-tier cities, selling for several hundred yuan per pound would be completely feasible. Pure natural wild fruits of this size and quality, with exquisite packaging. I would dare to sell a few for 666 yuan. Selling for just 66 yuan per pound here is a bit of a waste for such premium fruits. Yu Jianhao operates several high-end boutique fruit chain stores in Pengcheng and is well aware of the high-end fruit market situation. He originally came to Qingyuan Mountain to relax and travel, but unexpectedly encountered such premium fruits, prompting him to carefully investigate the scale and situation of the fruits in Qingyuan Mountain. He meticulously observes various parts of Qingyuan Mountain and discovers that a wide variety of fruits are cultivated everywhere. The seasonal lychee, loquat, yangmei, and mountain plum are just a small part of the many fruits grown here. He identifies over 100 types of fruits, ranging from ordinary plums, peaches, and jujubes to the currently rare large-scale cultivated mountain plums, wild hawthorn, sour jujube, wild kiwi, and wild August fruits, among others. These fruits are spread throughout Qingyuan Mountain. Just a few steps can reveal a type of fruit. The entire Qingyuan Mountain resembles a massive orchard filled with various fruit trees and vines. His gaze is fixed on a lychee tree where he can see staff from the scenic area picking lychees. He can confirm that the lychees he purchased are indeed produced here, not transported from elsewhere. This lychee tree is very tall and growing exceptionally well, with its emerald green leaves exuding vitality. The yield of lychees on the tree is quite high, with the branches weighed down by the fruits. The staff are not randomly picking the lychees, but are only harvesting those that are fully ripe, leaving the still green ones untouched. What variety is this lychee? It has no seeds at all, only flesh, and the taste is unforgettable. The key is that these lychees seem to ripen in batches, rather than all at once. He closely observes the lychee tree and pays attention to the fruits in the entire Qingyuan Mountain area. He wonders how they are cultivated. The entire Qingyuan Mountain is filled with various fruit trees and vines, producing different fruits throughout the year. If the quality of the varieties can match that of the current lychees, mountain plums and yangmei, it's hard to imagine how much fruit Qingyuan Mountain could sell in a year if they could reach a cooperation agreement. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitates and decisively leaves Qingyuan Mountain for Linjia Village. After some inquiries, he finds the general manager of the Qingyuan Mountain Tourism Company, Lin Jie. Manager Lin, I am Yu Jianhao, the owner of the Shanling Garden Boutique fruit chain store in Pengcheng. Here is my business card. In Lin Jie's office, Yu Jianhao introduces himself with a smile. Hello, Mr. Yu. Please take a seat. Lin Jie takes the business card with both hands, carefully examining Yu Jianhao and quickly pondering the purpose of his visit. Manager Lin, I'm also from Qinzhou. I happened to return home for Qingming Festival and heard that Qingyuan Mountain is a great place to visit. So I specifically came to check it out. It truly lives up to its reputation. It's very impressive. The entire Qingyuan Mountain area is filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, with beautiful scenery and countless rare and exotic plants. The Qingyuan Mountain waterfall is also very shocking, with a drop of over 100 meters and a massive water flow, even more spectacular than the Lushan waterfall. I really didn't expect there to be such a beautiful place in our Qianzhou. The two sip tea and engage in casual conversation. Haha, Mr. Yu is too kind. There are many beautiful places in our Qianzhou. They have just lacked development and are not well known. In fact, many areas in Qianzhou have stunning scenery. Lin Jie replies with a smile, not rushing to ask about the other S intentions. Indeed, our Qianzhou has always lacked development, and many good things have not been promoted or publicized. Just like the fruits you grow here in Qingyuan Mountain, mountain plums, lychees, yangmei, and loquats are all excellent fruits and can definitely be considered top tier. I specialize in high-end boutique fruit stores and have a good understanding of various premium fruits. I believe the fruits from Qingyuan Mountain can definitely enter the high-end boutique fruit market. So, I was wondering if there is an opportunity for us to cooperate to promote the good things from Qingyuan Mountain, allowing more people to learn about it and taste the exquisite flavors of our Qianzhou. Yu Jianhao circles back to the main topic after a while. Are you saying that the fruits from Qingyuan Mountain can enter the high-end boutique fruit market? Lin Jie immediately perked up upon hearing this. He began to think quickly. This year, the fruit yield from Qingyuan Mountain is actually quite low because there aren't many fruit trees and vines planted yet. However, the quality of the fruits produced is quite good, and they sell well, often being in short supply, necessitating purchase limits to barely meet demand. The entire Qingyuan Mountain area is actually very large, with many mountains yet to be developed, which can be used to plant more fruits, greatly increasing the revenue of the Qingyuan Mountain scenic area. Collaborating with the person in front of him seems to be a good choice, as it can expand sales channels and enhance the reputation of Qingyuan Mountain. Chapter 74, Achieving Cooperation. Qingyuan Mountain fruits enter the high-end market of Pengcheng in the Bagua Maze forest of Qingyuan Mountain. Surveillance cameras and small broadcasting speakers are to be installed at intervals throughout the forest. Otherwise, tourists may become truly frustrated if they cannot find their way out. We can guide tourists out of the Bagua Maze forest through the surveillance and broadcasting speakers. Lin Nan is currently overseeing the installation of surveillance cameras and broadcasting speakers in the Bagua Maze forest with a professional monitoring equipment installation company. Lin, your Bagua Maze forest is really something. When I came here, I didn't believe that there could be a maze where one can't find a way out. It wasn't until I wandered around for 2 hours that I realized it was true. Impressive, really impressive. Xiao Jilin from Eagle Eye Defense Company exclaimed. It's just some tricks to mislead, Lin Nan replied with a smile. If someone knows what they're doing, it's not difficult to find a way out. Just make sure the cameras and speakers are as discreet as possible. Understood, you can rest assured. We are a professional defense company, Xianxia quickly replied. This project is a big one, as the Bagua Maze forest covers a large area and requires a significant number of cameras and speakers to be installed. This is just the beginning, according to Lin Nan, after the development of the entire Qingyuan Mountain. A large number of surveillance cameras will need to be installed throughout Qingyuan Mountain to ensure timely control of the situation and quick responses to emergencies. Such a large scenic area represents a super big deal. If they can secure this contract, the company won't have to worry about its performance for the next 2 years. Business is tough these days, and competition among defense companies is quite fierce. Hence, the service must be top-notch. Okay, Lin Nan nodded, and at that moment his phone rang. Uncle Lin, Lin Nan, come to the company office. There is something to discuss. All right. After hanging up, Lin Nan greeted Xianxia and returned to the village, heading to the village company office building. The so-called office building is actually a rented house from a villager. Lin Nan plans to build a proper office building for the village company during the next major expansion of Qingyuan Mountain. Lin Nan, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Yu Jianhao from the Xianxia Garden Premium Fruit Chain Store in Pengcheng. Mr. Yu, this is our Qingyuan Mountain Tourism Company's President Lin Nan. Hello, President Lin. Hello, Mr. Yu. Under Lin Jia's introduction, everyone began chatting while enjoying tea. By the way, Mr. Yu, how many premium fruit chain stores do you have in Pengcheng? How are the sales, and where are they located? Lin Nan asked, having learned that the other party was here to discuss the sales of Qingyuan Mountain fruits. He thought carefully and wanted to clarify the details. There are a total of 9 premium fruit chain stores in Pengcheng, all located in the most prosperous and core areas, surrounded by high-end office buildings or upscale residential communities. You can find them on the map. The locations are quite good. The rent for any of my stores is tens of thousands per month, which is not an exaggeration. That is what I've been paying in recent months. Additionally, I plan to open a few more chain stores in Pengcheng. President Lin, here are videos and photos of my various stores. My chain stores only sell high-end premium fruits, most of which are imported from all over the world. Once Yu Jianhao heard this, he understood that the other party was inquiring about his capabilities, checking whether his fruit chain stores were qualified to sell Qingyuan Mountain fruits. So he elaborated on the situation of his 9 premium fruit chain stores to fully showcase his strength. Yu Jianhao knew that Lin Nan and Lin Jia were just starting out and hadn't seriously developed Qingyuan Mountain fruits yet. Once they began to take this matter seriously, given the strength of the Qingyuan Mountain scenic area, they could easily establish dedicated stores in first-tier cities to sell Qingyuan Mountain fruits. The quality of Qingyuan Mountain fruits could definitely carve out a niche in the high-end premium fruit market. Although Lin Nan appeared young, he had managed to develop such a large scenic area for his Linjia village in a short time and was continuously gaining popularity, indicating he was no ordinary person. He was certainly looking for capable partners. After Lin Nan and Lin Jia listened carefully to Yu Jianhao's detailed introduction, they pondered for a moment. Lin Nan felt that using Yu Jianhao's fruit stores to enhance the reputation of Qingyuan Mountain was a good choice and could also increase Qingyuan Mountain's revenue. Pengcheng is not far from Qianzhou. It takes about 2 hours by high-speed train and a few hours by car. If they could attract tourists from Pengcheng to Qingyuan Mountain, that would be quite beneficial. Mr. Yu, how much quantity do you need daily? What would the cooperation model look like? Lin Nan thought for a moment and asked for more details about the cooperation. President Lin, here's my idea. Since the fruits from Qingyuan Mountain are seasonal and vary each season, I plan to set up a special area in my fruit store called the Qingyuan Mountain Premium Fruit Sales Area, specifically for selling your fruits. We can adjust the quantity based on market demand. As for the model, I prefer to buy at your scenic area as selling price directly. But we can also consider profit sharing. The main thing is that both sides can make money. Yu Jianhao's proposal excited Lin Nan and Lin Jia. This was very useful for enhancing the reputation of Qingyuan Mountain and beneficial for positioning Qingyuan Mountain's products in the high-end premium market. After discussing for another 2 hours, Lin Nan, Lin Jia, and Yu Jianhao thoroughly talked through various details and ultimately reached a cooperation agreement. President Lin, a pleasant cooperation. Mr. Yu, a pleasant cooperation. Since both parties were directly negotiating, the efficiency was high. After the discussions, they immediately printed the contract, and after both parties signed it, the cooperation was officially established. Early the next morning, the first truck of Qingyuan Mountain's premium fruits set off early from Qingyuan Mountain and, after several hours, arrived in Pengcheng, entering the Xianxia Garden Premium Fruit Store. Chapter 75. Instant Fame and Popularity. The boutique fruit store Xianxia Garden in Pengcheng. Just 40 years old. Fan Honglin arrived at Xianxia Garden at 10 o'clock as usual to select fresh fruit. She lives in a nearby high-end community. Although there is a housekeeper at home and many tasks can be entrusted to her, she does not work and has little to do every day, so her favorite pastime is shopping. She particularly enjoys eating fruit and pays great attention to health, maintaining high standards for fruit quality, and has always been a loyal customer of Xianxia Garden. Before she even reached the entrance of Xianxia Garden, the staff at the door greeted her with warm smiles and quickly opened the door for her. "Welcome to Xianxia Garden." Fan Honglin nodded slightly. As soon as she entered, the salesperson Lin enthusiastically approached her as a guide. "Good morning, Xianxia." Fan Honglin is a regular customer at the store, a super VIP client, spending hundreds of thousands annually just on fruit purchases. "Do you have any new products to recommend today?" Fan Honglin scanned the store and naturally noticed an area labeled Specialty Fruits from Qingyuan Mountain Scenic Area, accompanied by a picture of the Qingyuan Mountain waterfall. She immediately became interested and hurried over. "Funya, these are our newly arrived top-quality fruits from Xianxia Garden, specialty fruits from the famous scenic area of Qingyuan Mountain." Lin quickly began to enthusiastically introduce the fruits. At the same time, she put on gloves and excitedly peeled a lychee for Fan Honglin, taking out a few mountain plums. "Fanjia, please try these lychees and mountain plums from Qingyuan Mountain." Fan Honglin looked at the lychee, but showed no intention of tasting it. At her age, although she enjoyed fruits, she was particularly wary of the sugar content. Lychees are high in sugar, so she didn't dare eat them. Her gaze was fixed on the mountain plums, which reminded her of her father picking mountain plums for her when she was a child. "Are these mountain plums large?" "Yes. These are specialty mountain plums from the Qingyuan Mountain Scenic Area, unique in the world. They are not found elsewhere. They grow in the Qingyuan Mountain Scenic Area, without pesticides or chemical fertilizers, making them absolutely natural wild fruits. They're not only delicious, but also very nutritious," and Lin quickly introduced with a smile. "Really? Let me give it a try." Fan Honglin skeptically placed one mountain plum in her mouth. In an instant, a clear, unique sweetness filled her taste buds, and childhood memories surged back, reminding her of her father. He worked tirelessly throughout his life to raise her and her siblings, doing everything he could to support their education. Just when they finally grew up and succeeded, it was time to repay him with filial piety, but he fell ill and left them too soon. Thinking of her father picking mountain plums for her siblings when they were young brought tears to her eyes. Delicious indeed. Unable to resist, she ate 2 more mountain plums in succession. The taste was truly good, with just the right sweetness, not too cloying, and it had a slight tang, looking very appealing as well. "Please try this lychee. It's also a seedless lychee from the Qingyuan Mountain area." Lin saw this and also recommended the lychee with a smile. Fan Honglin nodded and took a gentle taste, immediately feeling comfortable and slightly squinting her eyes. Upon closer inspection, this lychee indeed had no seed at all. This lychee is good, even better than the Xianxia hanging green lychee. The fragrance is particularly strong, and the sweetness is just right. After tasting, Fan Honglin gave it a very high evaluation. The most expensive lychee is the Xianxia hanging green, which can cost 200 to 300 yuan per pound, even for ordinary grafted varieties, and high-end supermarkets usually sell it for over 1,000 yuan per pound, with historical prices reaching hundreds of thousands for a single piece. Her remark that the Qingyuan Mountain lychee is even better than the Xianxia hanging green is a significant compliment. "I'll take 10 boxes of each, mountain plums and lychees." Fan Honglin glanced at the prices. Mountain plums were marked at 999 yuan per pound, and lychees at 888 yuan per pound, but she didn't blink and directly ordered 10 boxes of each. She planned to send some to her siblings so they could also taste the mountain plums and relive childhood flavors. "Okay," and Lin quickly nodded. "These are the bayberries from Qingyuan Mountain. They taste quite good as well." She promptly signaled to a nearby staff member and continued to promote the bayberries. "Forget the bayberries. They make my teeth ache." Fan Honglin shook her head slightly. "Fanjia, the bayberries from Qingyuan Mountain are different from ordinary bayberries. You'll know once you try." Lin introduced with a smile. "Really? Given the previous cases of mountain plums and lychees, I choose to believe you." Fan Honglin cautiously tasted a bayberry. The bayberry melted in her mouth, and a sweet and sour flavor flooded her taste buds. This sourness was not the kind that made her teeth ache, but rather a mouth-watering tang, with a moderate sweetness that balanced the sourness, making it irresistible. Delicious. Fan Honglin's taste buds were awakened, and after eating 2 more bayberries, she said, "I'll take 10 boxes of these bayberries too." Okay. And Lin quickly nodded, feeling envious of Fan Hong Lin's life. Fruits costing hundreds of yuan per pound, and she didn't even blink when buying tens of thousands of yuan worth in one go. When would she be able to live such a life? Xianxia Garden was doing quite well with many customers. Besides those who came directly to the store to purchase, there were also many delivery orders from nearby office buildings and high-end communities, with people calling or sending messages. Once Xianxia Garden received the orders, they delivered directly to the customers' doors. The high-quality fruits from Qingyuan Mountain were selling exceptionally well, and by noon, all the Qingyuan Mountain fruits in various chain stores had been sold out. Especially those customers who personally came to Xianxia Garden to select fruits and tasted the Qingyuan Mountain fruits all gave extremely high praise and were very willing to buy. Seeing the sales of Qingyuan Mountain fruits, Yu Jianhao felt relieved. The fruits from Qingyuan Mountain were even more popular than he had anticipated, and he held an urgent inspection report in his hand, clearly showing that all varieties of Qingyuan Mountain fruits had no pesticide residues and were high in various nutrients. The mountain plums contained dozens of beneficial nutrients for the human body, top-notch quality. Chapter 76: The concept of Qingyuan Mountain Holiday Hotel in the ancestral hall of Linjia Village. The men and women of Linjia Village gathered again after a busy day to hold a meeting. Outside the ancestral hall, the women and children of Linjia Village were clustered together in small groups, all smiling and chatting happily. Everyone was quite satisfied with their current lives. They no longer had to wander to other places for work. They could work in companies right at their doorstep, earning a decent wage. And the village company even provided them with 5 insurances and 1 fund. Of course, more importantly, working in the village company essentially meant working for themselves, as the company would distribute profits to everyone when it made money. At the beginning of the year, each household received at least 200,000 yuan, which was far better than working outside. Recently, Qingyuan Mountain's popularity has surged, with more and more tourists, and the village company's profits have also improved, making everyone's smiles even brighter. In my opinion, we should plant fruit trees all over Qingyuan Mountain. Fruits that sell for dozens of yuan per pound are bought without a second thought and are sold out every day. If we planted fruits all over Qingyuan Mountain, who knows how much money we could make in a year? Exactly. The fruits from Qingyuan Mountain are really delicious, and the yield is high. It seems that growing fruits is more profitable than engaging in tourism. What do you know? Without developing tourism, who would come to Qingyuan Mountain to buy fruits? If growing fruits were profitable, everyone would be doing it, right? We should just focus on doing our work honestly and not think about things that don't concern us. How much money do you think our company has now? At least 4 or 5 billion, right? I heard from the finance department yesterday that the company's account has 5 billion. Throughout April, Qingyuan Mountain hosted hundreds of thousands of tourists, especially after the earthquake when a great waterfall appeared, greatly increasing our fame. Tourists from all over the country are coming to visit us. With ticket sales and fruit sales, the money in the company's account is growing rapidly. Wow, has it exceeded 5 billion? Are we going to distribute dividends again? Yes, we definitely will distribute dividends. Otherwise, why hold a meeting? You know what? Normally, dividends are distributed at the end of the year. But this meeting is said to be about Lin Nan planning to invest heavily in building the Qingyuan Mountain Holiday Hotel. Many tourists have complained that there are no places to eat or rest when they come to Qingyuan Mountain, so this hotel project must be put on the agenda. Otherwise, it will severely hinder the development of Qingyuan Mountain. Can this holiday hotel work? Will there be people staying there? Yeah. The investment in this holiday hotel will definitely not be small. If no one comes to stay, wouldn't that mean the investment goes down the drain? I think things are fine as they are now. We're making money and sharing it, which is great. There's no need to keep stirring things up. You guys are short-sighted. You think about dividends as soon as we make some money, then just put it in the bank to earn interest. The interest in the bank is only 2 a year, but the money invested in the village company will earn much more than that. Mainly, we are worried that this investment will lose money. In the ancestral hall, the heads of every household in Linjia Village held a plan in their hands while carefully listening to Lin Nan's speech on stage. Currently, our village company's funds exceed 5 billion. Qingyuan Mountain is entering a period of rapid development, and we must continue to improve our services and enhance quality to provide all-around service for tourists. Previously, most of the tourists who came here were locals from Qianzhou, and it was completely feasible for them to come and go on the same day if they had a car. Now, tourists coming to Qingyuan Mountain are no longer limited to locals, but come from all over the country. For them, there are no restaurants or hotels nearby, making it extremely inconvenient, and even transportation is not very convenient. If this continues, it will be extremely detrimental to the development of Qingyuan Mountain. Therefore, today's shareholders meeting is also to discuss the follow-up construction and development projects for Qingyuan Mountain. One of the most important projects is to build the Qingyuan Mountain Holiday Hotel. I plan to locate the Qingyuan Mountain Holiday Hotel in the southern part of Qingyuan Mountain, directly opposite Linjia Village, which is in the north. The reason for choosing the southern part is that there's a large amount of available land, and the construction of the hotel will not affect the current tourism in Qingyuan Mountain. Additionally, building the holiday hotel here will allow guests to directly view the 100-meter waterfall on the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain. Lin Nan elaborated on the concept of the Qingyuan Mountain Holiday Hotel. In fact, there is one thing Lin Nan did not mention. In the future, a hot spring hotel will also be built in the southern area of Qingyuan Mountain, which will use underground thermal veins to heat the water into a natural hot spring. The entire project plans to invest 400 million yuan and take about 8 months to complete, ready for use by the end of the year. As Lin Nan finished speaking, everyone generally understood the situation of the holiday hotel. In simple terms, it is a large investment, tight timeline, and high importance. If Qingyuan Mountain wants to grow stronger, this holiday hotel must be built. Rather than waiting for others to build hotels and take away Qingyuan Mountain's tourists, it is better for Qingyuan Mountain to build the hotel itself and earn that money. Without a hotel, Qingyuan Mountain will inevitably struggle to grow and cannot accommodate tourists from all over the world. After all, it is a hassle for tourists who have come to Qingyuan Mountain to play once. They can come during the day, but have to leave at night. And the key issue is that there are no places for accommodation or dining around Qingyuan Mountain. Tourists have to go to Xianxia or Qianzhou, which is extremely inconvenient. Does anyone have questions about the project to build the Qingyuan Mountain Holiday Hotel? If there are no questions, we will move into the voting phase. Linjia looked at everyone and asked. Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads. For the men and women of Linjia Village, they did not really understand these matters and only needed to follow Lin Nan and listen to him. Soon, the proposal to build the Qingyuan Mountain Holiday Hotel was approved by the shareholders' meeting. Next, let's talk about the construction of the new Linjia Village. I plan to replan and rebuild Linjia Village while building the Linjia Village Holiday Hotel, demolishing all the current houses and constructing a new Linjia Village that meets the scenic area requirements based on the terrain and topography. Just as Lin Nan was about to continue discussing the second matter, there was suddenly a commotion outside in the drying field. Someone rushed in and said, "Not good. Lin Chongwang and Lin Chongrong have come with many thugs to cause us trouble." Chapter 77 Scarface. What? Lin Chongwang and Lin Chongrong, those two rebellious kids, actually dared to bring ruffians to cause trouble in our Lin family village. They are looking for death. Lin Zhongbo was furious and shouted, "All the men and boys in Lin family village, grab your weapons." With the village chief's roar, everyone immediately stood up, looking around. Those with sticks grabbed them. Those with benches took them. And those without anything rushed out of the ancestral hall to grab shoulder poles, hose, and the like from the village. The 5 brothers Lin Zhongbua, Lin Zhongzong, Lin Zhongji, Lin Zhongchuan, and Lin Xianxia led the charge, exuding a murderous aura. Lin family village was poor in the past, but had always been united. Poor or not, if anyone dared to bully Lin family village, there was nothing to discuss, just one word: fight. This was especially true for the older generation, like Lin Zhongbua, Lin Zhonghua, and Lin Zhongfeng. In their youth, fights over land and water between villages were common, and village-level brawls were no joke. The previous generation, including Lin Sanyi and Lin Liuye, had it even worse. For their generation, if you were honest and meek, you would be bullied to death. It was all about who was tougher and less afraid of death. Now, hearing that ruffians were coming to cause trouble in Lin family village, the village's elderly men were even more excited than the younger ones. One old man with graying hair and almost no teeth dared to pick up a butcher's knife. The sight left the young people in the village stunned. My goodness, Grandpa San is too fierce. How come he seems angrier than us young folks? You don't understand. Your Grandpa San was a notorious tough guy in his youth, never afraid of anyone in fights. It was only when times got better and people started following rules and laws that he gradually changed. Now, these ruffians dared to provoke Lin family village. They were looking for death. Yes, let's kill them. How dare they mess with Lin family village without even finding out what kind of place it used to be? Hundreds of men from Lin family village were filled with murderous intent. On the other side, dozens of cars had stopped at the entrance of Lin family village. People were getting out of each car, bare-necked, tattooed, holding sticks, machetes, and looking ferocious, flaunting a tough demeanor. A strong man in his 40s stepped out of a luxury car, dressed sharply in a suit and tie, wearing a Rolex and smiling. If it weren't for the long, unsightly scar on the left side of his face, which looked like a centipede, one might mistake him for a successful businessman. Scarface. This is Lin family village. the recently popular tourist spot, Qingyuan Mountain. Lin Chongguang and Lin Chongrong acted like lapdogs, following Scarface and helping him find his way while smiling and introducing him. Is it true that this Qingyuan Mountain tourist area can make hundreds of millions a month? Scarface, whose real name was Liao Weibin, had been brave and fierce since childhood. As he grew up, he continued to do illicit things, gathering a group of ruffians to commit crimes all over Xianxia County. He wanted a piece of every profitable business. From sand and gravel in the river, rare earth mining on the mountain, the town slaughterhouse, chain supermarkets, internet cafes in the county, to hidden gambling houses and construction projects. In short, he wanted a hand in anything that made money. Otherwise, he would make it impossible for others to do business, as he had over 100 little brothers to support. Over time, he became a local tyrant in Xianxia County. Lin Chongguang and Lin Chongrong had dealt with him before while doing construction, so they were somewhat acquainted. After being humiliated by the people of Lin family village last time, the two brothers held a grudge and were plotting revenge while trying to get a slice of Lin family village's cake. They spent months figuring out the situation in Lin family village and learned that it was indeed very profitable. Not only did they attract a large number of tourists to Qingyuan Mountain daily, but they also collected over 1 million in ticket sales alone, not to mention selling local specialties. Lin family village was truly raking in money. Such a huge cake and profit made them drool, so they sought out Scarface. Scarface. It's absolutely true. Not just our county, the whole Qinzhou knows about Qingyuan Mountain now. Many tourists come here every day, and the fruits here sell for dozens of bucks a pound. Their village company makes billions a month. Lin Chongrong quickly nodded. All right, as long as there's money to be made, you brothers will get your share. Scarface nodded in satisfaction, carefully observing Lin family village. To be honest, the construction looked decent and gave the appearance of being well organized. Scarface, everyone is here. At that moment, one of his underlings walked over and said, let's go. Enter the village. Scarface nodded. Truth be told, he didn't take the people of Lin family village seriously. Having been in the underworld since he was a teenager and now over 40, he thought villagers were the easiest to bully. Just as his words fell, he saw a large group of people from Lin family village emerging. Leading the way were a dozen elderly men, all with white hair, walking slowly, some even supported by younger people. Yet their imposing presence was quite fierce, each holding either a butcher's knife, a chopping knife, or a large fork used for cow dung. Behind them were Lin Zhongbua, Lin Zhongzong, and others in their 40s, equally fierce, holding sticks, hoes, spears, shoulder poles, iron rods, and so on. Following them were Lin Jia, Lin Shi, Lin Wen, Lin Dian, and other sturdy men in their 30s, also armed with sticks and spears. As for Lin Nan, he was squeezed at the back, told he was a college student and not to stand in the way. Helpless, Lin Nan could only clutch a handful of pebbles and follow behind. All the strong men from Lin family village had come out. Even the usual troublemakers, Lin Zhongshi and Lin Zhongdo, said nothing, each holding a sharpened bamboo stick, walking with fierce expressions. Seeing this scene, Scarface's numerous underlings couldn't help but feel a little intimidated, instinctively taking a step back. Chapter 78. You guys at Qingyuan Mountain. I, Scarface, have taken a liking to it. Don't mention Scarface's little brothers. Even Scarface himself was taken aback. The people of Xianxia village seemed different from ordinary villagers. However, he has been around a martial world for many years, having fought countless times, and he has seen all sorts of situations. He quickly regained his composure and led the way forward. I am Scarface. Let your village leader come out and talk. After saying this, he snapped his fingers, and immediately a little brother took out an exquisite cigar box, found a cigar, and lit it for him with an elegant lighter. He took several deep puffs and then pretentiously exhaled, looking like a big shot. I am the village chief of Linjia village. What do you want from our village? Lin Zhongwu stepped forward and said sternly, What do I want? Of course, I'm here to invest. I heard your tourism in Linjia village is doing well, and I, Scarface, have taken a liking to Qingyuan Mountain and want to invest in your village's company. Scarface glanced at Lin Zhongbua, an ordinary farmer, but he saw no hint of fear on him. He casually mentioned the investment. Sorry, our village company does not need investment. Hurry up and get lost. Lin Zhongbua said bluntly. You old fool, are you looking for death? How dare you speak to Scarface like that? One of Scarface's little brothers stepped forward, swinging a machete and speaking fiercely. But before he could finish his words, Lin Zhongbua swung a stick and struck him directly on the head. The speed was so fast that the other party didn't even have time to react, and with great force, the stick broke, sending him crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his face. Seeing this scene, Scarface's eyes slightly narrowed, and his little brothers began to tremble in fear. The people of Linjia village are too ruthless. They act immediately, and looking at these old men at the front, they might really dare to stab someone to death if a fight breaks out. After all, they're all of a certain age, nearing the end of their lives. If they accidentally get kicked, they could die, and then they would be burdened with a life debt. Not fighting is also risky. The other side has weapons, and they're all tough guys who don't talk much. Thinking about getting stabbed is not worth it. After all, Scarface is the one who eats meat and drinks soup, while his little brothers are just trying to get by. Scarface looked at the little brother who had fallen. His face darkened, and he said coldly, "You Linjia village are clearly looking to go against me. Scarface? Scarface, right? Get lost quickly. Otherwise, you'll regret it today." Lin Zhongbua coldly replied, "Who do you think is looking for trouble?" Scarface was furious. "I brought over 100 brothers today, and while I may be outnumbered, believe me, I can call over 1,000 more with a single phone call. If you don't give us some shares, I'll make sure my brothers come to Linjia village to cause trouble every day. Let us see if your tourist attractions can still operate." Scarface threatened the people of Linjia village. "I don't give a damn how many little brothers you have. We only care about you," Lin Zhongbua said with a cold smile. "Whoever dares to come to Linjia village to cause trouble, obstructing our prosperity, we will kill them. Get lost if you don't want to die," Lin Zhongbua said, looking at Scarface. "Lin Zhongbua, don't be ungrateful. Scarface is the most powerful person in our county. He wants to invest in your village company. That is looking highly upon you." Lin Changrong stepped forward. "Lin Changrong, you treacherous dog, bringing outsiders to bully our Linjia village. Get lost, or we'll break your legs." Lin Chanfeng pointed at Lin Changrong. "You guys don't cry later. Don't think you're powerful just because you have numbers. Our Scarface has people in both the black and white worlds. Dealing with you Linjia village is a matter of minutes," Lin Changrong said, trying to sound fierce but clearly intimidated. "Exactly, Scarface has plenty of people. Investing in your Linjia village is also showing respect. Don't be ungrateful. As long as you Linjia village give up half of your shares in the future, Linjia village will be under Scarface's protection. Nobody will dare to touch you." One of Scarface's little brothers chimed in, directly demanding half of the shares. "Half of the shares? Ha, you're dreaming." Lin Zhongbua immediately laughed upon hearing this. This Scarface indeed lived up to his reputation, being very greedy, wanting to meddle in every business with an enormous appetite. "Is there really no room for negotiation?" Scarface said grimly, throwing away his cigar and stepping on hard. "Get lost," Lin Zhongbua said with a cold face. Scarface's expression darkened. He looked at the villagers of Linjia village, realizing they outnumbered him significantly. He brought too few people this time. "All right, you all better be careful. Don't be too careless when walking. Be careful not to get hit by a car when you go out. In this territory of Xianxia, no one has ever dared to disrespect me, Scarface." The county magistrate nods to me. "You're looking for death. I'll play with you slowly. I want to kill you." Scarface made a fierce threat, intimidating everyone. "We're leaving." After finishing his harsh words, he prepared to leave. "Stop." At that moment, Lin San spoke up. Hearing Lin San's words, Scarface immediately smiled, thinking that the other party was scared by him. He slowly turned around and said with a smile, "Ha, what is wrong? Regretting it now? If you regret it, just give up half the shares, and we can all work together to get rich. You'll be good, I'll be good, everyone will be good." Lin Sanny looked at Scarface with a cold gaze and asked with a sneer, "You just threatened the people of Linjia village, didn't you? I hope I didn't hear wrong." "Yes, old man. You heard correctly. I was just threatening the people of your Linjia village. If you don't agree to my demands, everyone in Linjia village, whether adult or child, better watch out. There are many cars now." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Sanny swung the butcher's knife in his hand, and a flash of blade light struck directly at Scarface. Chapter 79. Beaten until crying for help. When Scar saw the flash of the knife, he reacted quickly and tried to dodge, but it was still too late. Master Lin's pig-killing knife struck directly on his right arm. He immediately let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, then shouted with bloodshot eyes, "Kill them! Go!" Seeing that Master Lin had made his move, Lin Changbua also waved his hand, swinging the stick in his hand towards Scar's head. The villagers from Lin family village were naturally unwilling to back down, wielding their sticks, spears, iron rods, and more, directly attacking Scar's little brothers who were charging in. Those armed with spears, long guns, and long bamboo poles continuously thrust towards Scar's little brothers rushing in from behind. The people from Lin family village were too fierce. Fierce to the point that Scar's little brothers didn't even have time to save their big brother, and could only watch helplessly as their big brothers, Lin Chongwang, Lin Chongrong, and a few loyal little brothers were surrounded by the villagers of Lin family village. Meanwhile, the other little brothers were blocked by the villagers wielding long spears, long guns, and long bamboo poles. Although they looked fierce when it came to fighting for their lives, they were all smart enough to put on a show, taking advantage of the weak. But today, they were facing the ferocity of Lin family village. Each one seemed to be fearless, not afraid of death, displaying a posture as if they were ready to fight to the death, and with the villagers outnumbering them and being more united. The result was that aside from a few loyal little brothers staying close to Scar, the rest of the little brothers were all blocked outside, not daring to step forward, and could only watch as their big brother continued to scream in agony. No one could see what was happening clearly, as they were surrounded by the villagers of Lin family village. They could only see the villagers in the center of the encirclement relentlessly attacking, especially those old-timers in the village, each one fiercer than the last. Despite their old age, they swung their sticks and iron rods wildly at Scar, Lin Changwang, Lin Changrong, and the others, all of whom were knocked to the ground, continuously emitting cries of pain and wailing. Damn, the people from Lin family village are too fierce. Run, run. We've kicked a steel plate this time. Should we go save Brother Scar? Save? You go. Save my ass. We're just here to make up the numbers and have a barbecue. Why risk our lives? Kid, be smart. We're out here to mix in society, not to fight to the death. Life is only one. Once it's gone, there's nothing left. If the big brother is gone, we could just find a new one. Exactly. Scar's assets are worth over 100 million. What do you have? Why risk your life? Let us go, let us go. If the people from Lin family village get bloodthirsty, we don't want to be caught in the mess. Scar's followers were dumbfounded, then began to flee in a frenzy. Those who seemed fierce just a moment ago now ran away quickly and efficiently. One by one, vehicles sped away, and in the blink of an eye, only a dozen loyal little brothers of Scar remained, looking at each other, then at the villagers of Lin family village, and finally listening to the cries of Scar and the others, all hesitating and indecisive. Not leaving, huh? Surround them. Lin Chambwa saw this and waved his hand. Instantly, the villagers of Lin family village with their long spears, long sticks, and long bamboo poles surrounded the dozen or so people completely. Clang! The surrounded dozen looked at the long spears, sticks, and bamboo poles in front of them, then at the fierce villagers around them. And someone was so scared that they dropped their weapon, quickly saying, We just came to make up the numbers. Yes, we just came to make up the numbers. We surrender. Seeing this, the others immediately dropped their weapons and hurriedly spoke up. Tie them all up. Lin Changbua waved his hand, and immediately the villagers took out ropes to tie up the dozen people securely, binding them to the roadside telephone poles. Stop. Don't hit anymore. You'll kill them. At this moment, with Master Lin's shout, everyone stopped, looking at Scar, Lin Changwang, Lin Changrong, and others on the ground. All of them were bloodied and battered. The worst off were Scar, Lin Changwang, and Lin Changrong. Scar's hands and feet were missing. While Lin Changwang and Lin Changrong had been beaten to a pulp, their hands and feet broken. Call the police and an ambulance. You young people go back. Leave the rest to us old-timers. Master Lin calmly looked at the people on the ground and said to the 7 or 8 elderly men beside him, who all nodded in agreement. Someone had to step up and take responsibility for this. After all, it was about completely incapacitating these few people. The young people in the village were definitely not suitable for this. These old-timers were the most appropriate. Lin Chambwa nodded and quickly made a phone call. Master Lin and Elder Lin Lu walked towards the dozen or so tied-up little brothers of Scar, pulling out a small bamboo whip made from bamboo roots, and began to whip the little brothers mercilessly. You bunch of little thugs dare to cause trouble in our Lin family village. Today, if we don't teach you a lesson, do you really think our Lin family village is easy to bully? I'll beat you to death, you little punks. You bastards who have mothers, but no fathers to teach you, doing nothing good, only causing trouble in the village. Today, I'll beat you to death for your parents. Master Lin shouted while whipping. This bamboo whip made from bamboo roots was very thick, and each lash tore the skin and flesh. The dozen or so thugs immediately cried out for their mothers, struggling and begging for mercy. This kind of pain where skin was torn and flesh was exposed was the most terrifying, and yet they were all just flesh wounds, not even classified as minor injuries. While Master Lin whipped these little thugs, Elder Lin Lu and the other elderly men, all around 70 or 80 years old, were also unwilling to back down, some wielding bamboo sticks, others pulling out belts, continuously attacking these dozen little thugs. Stop. We know we were wrong. Grandpa, don't hit anymore. We know we were wrong. We want T dare to come to Lin family village again. We know we were wrong. Don't hit anymore. The dozen little thugs continuously screamed in agony and begged for mercy, while the old and young from Lin family village had already put away their things early, all with smiles on their faces, watching the show. Before long, the sound of police sirens could be heard in the distance. Upon hearing this sound, these little thugs seemed to see a lifeline and began to cry. Chapter 80. The villagers all agree it's good with the sound of sirens. More than a dozen police cars quickly arrived at Xianxia village, along with several ambulances. Help! Help! The local bullies immediately saw their saviors and began to cry out. They had never anticipated the arrival of the officers as much as they did today. It was like a mouse seeing a cat and being terrified in the past. But now they felt a sense of familiarity, as if they had seen a lifeline. What happened? Young Whiting got out of the car and stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. He took a closer look at the bloodied figures lying on the ground, including Scarface, Lin Changwang, and Lin Changrong. Scarface? Melto. He recognized the person lying on the ground, and his eyebrows shot up in surprise. Quick, save them. He waved his hand, praying in his heart that no one would die. Otherwise, the situation would really escalate. Then he turned to look at the dozen or so small-time thugs tied to the telephone pole, all beaten and bloody. They seemed to have only suffered minor injuries. Nothing serious. Scarface, Scarface. This time you've kicked a metal plate. Why did you provoke Xianxia village? This village has a notorious reputation for fighting, especially since everyone in the village has a stake in the Qingyuan Mountain tourism company. It's not just a single person you can bully, but they deserved it. Having harmed the village, bullied men and women, and taken advantage of their neighbors, they would seize any opportunity for profit, resorting to any means necessary. This was retribution. Yang Wei Ting si gid inwardly. He certainly knew Scarface and his gang. The dozen or so small-time thugs were led by Scarface, and now they had been thoroughly beaten by the villagers of Xianxia. They probably wouldn't dare come back to Xianxia village again. Lin Changbua, what exactly happened? Yang Whiting looked at the villagers, his gaze locking onto Lin Changbua, the village chief. Old Yang, here's the thing, Lin Changbua said, as they both knew each other. Today, we were supposed to hold a shareholders meeting in Xianxia village. But Scarface, along with Lin Changwang and Lin Changrong, brought over 100 thugs armed with knives and sticks to our village to cause trouble. Scarface demanded that we transfer half of the village company's shares to him. Otherwise, he would make our village unrestful. Our villages Lin Sanyi and Lin Liuya couldn't stand it, so they fought back, and that's how things ended up like this. Look, these are the weapons that these thugs brought. Young Whiting glanced at Lin Changbua, then at the elderly Lin Sanyi and Lin Liuya, all with expressions that said they didn't believe a word. How could these elderly men handle thugs who fought every day? Little Yang, it was me who did it. Just arrest me. Lin Sanyi voluntarily stepped forward, raising his hands. Yang Whiting couldn't help but rub his head, feeling a headache coming on. You old man. If I take you back, it's fine as long as nothing happens inside. Everyone, come back with me to record statements. After a moment of thought, he waved his hand, preparing to take all the villagers back for statements. But upon closer inspection, there were at least hundreds of people present, with elderly men and women and infants in arms. As for those who had actually fought, the young and strong seemed to have disappeared, leaving behind only those who had provided cover but hadn't really fought. Lin Changfeng, Lin Changhua, Lin Changzong, and Lin Changji had all gone home for supper. Go. Everyone line up and get on the bus to the town. When Lin Changhua heard this, he quickly instructed everyone to line up. The first in line were all elderly men and women or women holding children. This made Yang Whiting and his colleagues' heads spin. Forget it. You come with us. He exchanged glances with his colleagues and pointed to 7 or 8 young men from Xianxia village to take with them. Soon, Yang Whiting and his team left, locking all the vehicles in the parking lot and cleaning up the blood on the ground. After everyone returned home, they started to boast and brag, especially warning against showing off in the group to avoid leaving evidence that could cause trouble. As long as we feel good about it, we could just brag a bit later. Seeing that Yang Whiting had left, Lin Jia quickly instructed the villagers to get busy. The vehicles that Scarface, Lin Changwang, and Lin Changrong drove were still parked on the roadside, so they were directly taken to the far corner of the parking lot and locked up, with the blood on the ground washed away as if nothing had happened. That felt great. I hit him with a stick. You only hit him once? I hit him several times, specifically targeting Lin Changwang and Lin Changrong. Those 2 scoundrels brought outsiders to bully us villagers. They really asked for it. They used to think they were something special and look down on us, but now that our village is thriving, they want shares. When we refused, they dared to bring thugs to cause trouble, demanding half our shares. They deserved to be beaten. Exactly. This Scarface didn't even check the history of our village's fights. He only bullies the honest folks and takes advantage of numbers. He meets Linjia village, and that's his misfortune. He deserves to regret this for a lifetime. Regret? By the time he regrets it, it will be too late. He'll be a useless person, needing others to feed him. He has bullied many and offended many. He'll have a hard time in the future. Today was satisfying. Come on, let's go drink. We must drink. Come to my house. I just happen to have some mountain snails I've been raising. And this good stuff. Let's go. Let's celebrate properly. Will we get in trouble for this? What trouble? First, we fought against Scarface and his thugs. Do you believe the villagers won't cheer for us? Second, we surrounded them tightly. Who can tell who struck first? Besides, we have Lin Nan and Lin Liuya backing us. Everyone can eat and drink as usual. But Lin Nan and Lin Liuya are in their 70s and 80s. You silly. It's precisely because they're elderly that it's most appropriate. Should we young men stand up instead? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 81. The villagers all praise that the events in Linjia village couldn't be kept secret. That very night, news spread throughout Xianxia County, and everyone in the local groups was frantically sharing the story. Folks, something big has happened. Just now, Scarface brought over 100 people to Qingyuan Mountain's Linjia village, and the villagers beat them up so badly that they couldn't even recognize their parents. Is that true? Who is Scarface? You don't know Scarface? He is the notorious thug in our county. What do they go to Linjia village for? Isn't it obvious? They're envious of Linjia village having Qingyuan Mountain, a treasure trove. They want to rob it like they did before. Exactly. They've taken over all the profitable businesses. It's not just businesses. He wants to stick his nose into anything that makes money. Now it seems he has done for. He has done for, and there is evidence. The villagers of Linjia village were ruthless. They took off his limbs, and now he'll spend his life in a wheelchair, needing someone to feed him. Wow, that is brutal. The people of Linjia village are fierce. It's true. In this day and age, to dare to do such a thing, they must not fear the consequences. We ordinary people fear the consequences, which is why we get bullied and keep quiet. Exactly. I think what the villagers of Linjia did was great. Scarface is a bad guy, always doing evil. He runs a slaughterhouse where the pork is priced a whole yuan higher per gene than others. Those butchers who don't go to the slaughterhouse just beat people up. My uncle is a butcher and has been beaten by him. The villagers of Xianxia did a great job. In regarding highway land acquisition, he forced us to sell our land cheaply to him. If we didn't sell, he'd come to our homes with 100 thugs to beat us up. Now he wants to rob Linjia village's businesses, but this time he hit a wall. Nice. Linjia village did a great job. Let me show you a picture. Everyone, look how awesome the people of Linjia village are. The whole village united and tied up Scarface's underlings to a power pole, then whipped them with bamboo sticks and belts until they cried out and bled. Wow, that's intense. Impressive. The people of Linjia village are really powerful. I never noticed it before. People used to say the villagers of Linjia were poor, with many bachelors, but I didn't expect them to have such courage. You don't know, the villagers of Linjia were particularly fierce in fights back then. Those thugs have encountered tough opponents this time. They were beaten so badly. They're bloody and bruised. That was some serious punishment. Not harsh enough. If you're not tough, you'll get bullied. The people of Linjia village are united and ruthless, so they won to be bullied. Otherwise, Scarface would have succeeded in his robbery again. The village company in Linjia village is very profitable, and many are envious. This time it was Scarface. Who knows what kind of monsters will come next? So the villagers must be tough and ruthless to keep those envious spirits at bay. The key is that the villagers of Linjia are united. How could they not be? Every household has shares, and the company is very profitable. If they don't unite, their wealth will be taken away, and they'll fight for it. If they don't fight back, the villagers of Linjia will lose everything. There is nothing to say about dealing with these thugs. All I can say is the villagers did a great job. The villagers of Linjia have rid us of a scourge. It seems Scarface won't be able to bully anyone anymore. Bullying? He'll probably struggle to take care of himself in the future. I happened to be at the hospital and heard the doctors discussing this. He has even lost control of his bowels. That is ruthless. Bad people get their comeuppance. Is there anyone from Linjia village who can come out and give more details? Are you stupid? Or are the villagers of Linjia village stupid for discussing this in a group? Exactly. But my cousin is from Linjia village. I just called to ask. They said it was thanks to the old men in the village, each one fiercer than the last, who made those thugs cry out. The old men from Linjia village? Am I hearing this right? Yes, the old men from Linjia village beat those thugs until they cried out, and they're all in their 70s and 80s. Who would believe that? Those old men could beat up those thugs? Are you foolish? It's clear that the villagers of Linjia let some 70 or 80-year-olds handle the situation. Do you really believe those old men can beat up those young thugs? Wow, the people of Linjia village have no shame, letting those elderly men take the heat. You don't understand anything. You're still young. What the villagers of Linjia did is the smartest and most correct choice. Shouldn't they let the young people handle it instead of the old men? Now I get it. What Linjia village did is indeed reasonable. Brilliant. They're already in their 70s and 80s. They're not afraid of going in. Going in? What are they going to go in for? At most, they'll be locked up for a few days and then released. Do you believe that? I believe it. I absolutely believe it. If something happened to those old men in there, it would be on the news. So, is this matter just going to be forgotten? It can't just be forgotten. What do you want it to be? The villagers of Linjia village beat people up like this. Are they just going to let it slide and pay for something? You thick-headed fool, you deserve to be bullied. Those guys came to your home, and you're still thinking about these things. Plus, they're not united, which is why ordinary people get bullied. Pay for what? What money do those 70 or 80-year-old farmers have? Listening to you all, I can only say the villagers of Linjia did a great job. Scarface and his gang hit a wall. The key is they suffered a huge loss and have no way to retaliate. Just surviving is good enough. If the villagers of Xianxia weren't afraid of things getting out of hand, do you think Scarface would still be alive? Living like this is worse than being dead. So the villagers of Xianxia did a great job. This was handled so well, I admire it. It really was impressive. Well done. It's satisfying. Will we all be able to eat cheaper meat in the future? Linjia village is not to be trifled with. They're tough and don't say much. Chapter 82 Bidding for Qingyuan Mountain Holiday Hotel in the southern part of Qingyuan Mountain. Lin Nan and Linjia were explaining the Qingyuan Mountain Holiday Hotel project in detail to the county and town leaders, as well as the heads of dozens of companies participating in the bidding. Our Qingyuan Mountain Holiday Hotel project plans a total investment of 400 million yuan to build a 5-star holiday hotel in the southern area of Qingyuan Mountain. The entire holiday hotel will be designed according to the mountainous terrain of the southern Qingyuan Mountain, integrating the hotel, dining, tourism, leisure, and vacation into one. We plan to complete the entire project in 8 months, and it should be ready for use by the end of the year. Shanyuan, Li Zhengming, Peng Jianya, Su Qi, and others listened carefully. For Qingyuan and Li Zhengming, this major project of the Qingyuan Mountain Holiday Hotel is absolutely worthy of high attention. It has been a long time since a place like Xianxia has seen an investment of several hundred million in a major project, especially a holiday hotel, which, if operated well, could continue to thrive. Qingyuan Mountain is definitely a business card for Xianxia, and it could even be said to be a business card for the entire Qianzhou. Therefore, when they learned that Lin Nan had applied to build the Qingyuan Mountain Holiday Hotel, the county couldn't sit still and hurried over to listen carefully to the planning for Qingyuan Mountain. Qinyuan listened attentively, nodding as he absorbed the information. Although Qingyuan Mountain is located in a remote area, the environment is indeed quite nice, with birds singing and flowers blooming everywhere. The excellent fruits from Qingyuan Mountain have also become quite famous, reportedly sold in high-end fruit stores in Pengcheng. As Qingyuan Mountain slowly develops, it might become a well-known tourist destination in the future. Moreover, Lin Nan is surprisingly bold, willing to invest 400 million to build a 5-star hotel. Wow, they must have money. This is just a village with a little over 100 households and a few hundred people. The environment is indeed good. However, Qingyuan Mountain is mainly for flower viewing and fruit picking, which might attract local tourists from Qianzhou for a day trip, but to attract tourists from all over the country, it might still be a challenge. This 400 million investment in the Qingyuan Mountain Holiday Hotel project might end up being a total loss. Qinyuan quickly pondered in his heart. To be honest, he wasn't optimistic about this project. When Li Zhengming approached him for road approval, he wasn't very optimistic about Lin Nan developing the Qingyuan Mountain scenic area, but he and Li Zhengming shared similar thoughts. Although he wasn't optimistic, he still needed to support it. Lin Nan having money and willing to invest to boost local GDP is something they naturally welcome. If Qingyuan Mountain really becomes popular across the country and attracts a large number of tourists, it could drive the development of the local tourism industry and GDP. It could be a significant achievement in their resumes, potentially making their future careers smoother. For Peng Jianya, Su Qi, and others who followed along, their concern was the investment scale and bidding model of this project. Friends in the industry know that times are tough. Too many companies are facing severe project shortages. There are often dozens or even hundreds of companies competing for a single project, making competition extremely fierce. Sometimes, after finally winning a bid and completing the work, the payment is hard to collect and profits are minimal. Many times, they even end up losing money on the deal. There's no choice. The era of grand infrastructure projects has basically passed, and various projects have significantly decreased. Coupled with the lack of funds, it has become increasingly difficult to undertake projects. Upon learning that Lin Nan planned to invest $400 million to construct the Qingyuan Mountain Holiday Hotel, everyone rushed in like sharks, smelling blood. Even state-owned enterprises with China in their names came to compete for contracts, and everyone treated each other like enemies. However, in engineering, whether one can win bids, make money after winning, and collect payments all depends on individual capability. Therefore, even with intense competition, everyone is still confident. Listening carefully to Lin Nan explain the entire planning and requirements for the Qingyuan Mountain Holiday Hotel, his team had already conducted surveys of the surrounding terrain to quickly produce a detailed proposal. With only 8 months to complete the hotel and its decoration, the timeline is indeed tight. But in this era, as long as the funds are in place, it's possible to finish in 6 months or even less. Xianxia quickly thought to himself. He had already sent someone to investigate the detailed situation of Lin Nan. The investigation revealed surprising information. A small village company had a significant amount of money, reportedly sitting on 500 million yuan in cash that they didn't know how to spend. Moreover, Qingyuan Mountain is gaining some fame, attracting quite a few tourists daily, making Lin Nan a cash cow. In simple terms, they're not short of money. This kind of project is absolutely what people in the engineering field love the most. In addition to the Qingyuan Mountain Holiday Hotel, Lin Nan also plans to demolish everything for a unified redevelopment. The first phase will involve constructing 300 villas that align with the Qingyuan Mountain scenic area, and this project will also be included in the bidding process. Our requirement is that all bidding companies must submit a detailed design proposal that considers the terrain, viewpoints, and characteristics of the southern Qingyuan Mountain area. And the villa project must align with the planning and development of the Qingyuan Mountain tourist area. We will choose to cooperate with the company whose design proposal satisfies us and whose total investment scale falls within our planned budget. As soon as Lin Nan finished speaking, the eyes of many interested bidding companies lit up. Oh my God! Finally, it's not just about competing on price. In the past, engineering projects were usually pre-designed. This time, Lin Nan didn't bother to hire a design company. Instead, they bundled everything together. Whoever designs better and aligns more with the characteristics of the Qingyuan Mountain scenic area will get the project. The investment is fixed, and everyone will compete on design and service. Everyone quickly signaled to their subordinates to contact professional design companies to work overtime and create excellent designs. This project has great potential, and if done well, it could definitely yield significant profits. Chapter 83. One shouldn't be too honest. The village head, Lin Nan, and Lin Lu have returned. As Lin Nan and Lin Jia just arrived back at Linjia village, they heard an excited shout from a villager. They're finally back. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan let out a heavy sigh of relief. A few days ago, Scarface brought people to Qingyuan Mountain to cause trouble, but was beaten up by the villagers of Linjia village. Even Lin Chongguang and Lin Chongrong, who led them, had their arms and legs broken. Scarface's dozen or so underlings were also badly injured by the villagers. Lin Shangbo, Lin Sanye, Lin Liuye, and others had been locked up for days, and Lin Nan was very anxious, constantly worrying about their safety. After all, Lin Nan had never experienced such a thing growing up, and with the current society, even a slap could cost tens of thousands in damages. The villagers of Linjia village had crippled Scarface and beaten his underlings badly, and had broken Lin Chongguang and Lin Chongrong's limbs. If this situation were to be pursued, they might really end up in serious trouble. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, they had returned. We ate well, slept well, but just had nothing to do all day long. ISNT that, right? At my age, if I couldn't eat or sleep well in there, they would have good days ahead, making me braised pork every day. Third grandfather, is that true? Did they really give you braised pork? Of course it's true. That young whiting even calls me uncle. How could they not take good care of this old bone of mine? Third grandfather. Now, the whole county knows about our Linjia village. Everyone says we did a great job. How could it not be great? I heard Scarface one T be able to take care of himself in the future. Who told him to bully our Linjia village? He didn't even consider where Linjia village is. He just opened his mouth to demand half the shares. It's really something. Have those thugs come back to trouble our village again? No. How do they come back? If they do, we'll skin them alive. As Lin Nan arrived at the drying ground, he heard the hearty laughter of Lin Sanye, Lin Luyi, Lin Chongbua, and others, surrounded by many villagers asking questions. Dad, third grandfather. Lin Nan hurried over and, seeing his father Lin Chongbua was fine, felt relieved. Our village's business hasn't been affected, Has it? Lin Chambua quickly asked. No, there are even more tourists than before. Lin Nan replied quickly. That's great. Lin Chambua nodded, also feeling relieved. He was worried that the tourism at Qingyuan Mountain would be affected. How will this matter be handled in the future? Lin Nan thought for a moment and asked. To be honest, Lin Nan was quite worried about the follow-up, especially about the impact on the tourism industry in Qingyuan. How to handle it? Of course, we'll face whatever comes. If they want to sue, we'll fight them in court. If they continue to cause trouble at Qingyuan Mountain, we'll continue to deal with them. Lin Chambua said without hesitation. Lin Nan, you're still young and have experienced little. Just remember one thing. A kind horse gets ridden, and a good person gets bullied. As long as we in Xianxia village are united. There's nothing we can't handle. If it were someone else, they would definitely be bullied terribly by Scarface. The business they worked hard to build would be ruined or handed over. For such scoundrels, just deal with them ruthlessly. Don't have any psychological burden. They deserve it. Well said, Lin Nan. From now on, you'll be the leader of the younger generation in our village. To achieve great things, you need guts. And you must be ruthless, but you also need brains and tactics. Lin Sanyi, listening from the side, also nodded seriously and said, just like this incident. Why do we old bones have to go to the front? Isn't it because we are nearing the end of our lives? If we lose, we old bones might get killed, and Scarface and his crew lose. If we win, we old bones take the hit, and Scarface and his crew still lose. Either way, it's a win for Xianxia village. But if you young people step up, it's a different story. It's a loss for Xianxia village either way. I understand. Third grandfather. Lin Nan nodded seriously in response. Lin Sanyi nodded, then smiled and said, actually, we old bones just have a few more years of life and have seen more. When we were young, it was common for villages to fight each other. When I was young, I slaughtered pigs. You don't know how chaotic the market was. If you're too honest, you won't even have a place to stand. Some thugs would dare to walk away with your leg right in front of you. People should never be too honest, nor should they be afraid of trouble. Sometimes, the more you fear trouble, the more trouble you'll have. When I was young, those thugs truly acted recklessly, specifically targeting honest people to bully. Our Wei family village had a short and honest guy. He was small and always honest, and everyone dared to bully him. There was a thug called Scar Dog who would come to his stall every few days to take pork for free. At first, he only cut a few tails without paying, but later, when he realized he could bully him easily, he just took it directly, grabbing several pounds at a time. The honest guy would say a few words, and Scar Dog even hit him. Once, Scar Dog directly picked up a big pig leg and tried to walk away. This honest guy finally couldn't take it anymore and chased after Scar Dog with a slaughter knife. He ended up chopping off one of Scar Dog's legs and one of his hands. What happened? He ended up in prison for several years, wasting his prime youth. If he had just confronted Scar Dog from the beginning, or taken the knife and stabbed him, Scar Dog wouldn't have dared to push his luck, and there wouldn't have been any of the later troubles. So, we people from Xianxia village shouldn't fear trouble. But we also shouldn't learn from Scar Dog and go looking for it. Lin Sanyi had told this story before, and everyone had heard it countless times. But this time, everyone listened intently and nodded in agreement. Is that person from our town missing a hand and a foot, Scar Dog? Someone asked after thinking for a moment. Yes, that person is Scar Dog. He deserves it. He only targeted honest people to bully, and in the end, he angered an honest person and became disabled for life. Chapter 84. The internet celebrity live streams at Qingyuan Mountain Travel Sauce is a well-known travel blogger who specializes in exploring off-the-beaten-path destinations with good views and little fame. Boasting over 10 million followers across the internet, he is famous for uncovering lesser-known yet enjoyable spots and creating guides to help his followers avoid tourist traps. His humorous and engaging commentary, along with his excellent interaction with fans during live streams, has earned him a high reputation online. Hello everyone, I am your familiar Travel Sauce. Can you guess where we're going today? As usual, Travel Sauce is driving his RV while live streaming. His girlfriend, Jiang Lingling, is responsible for filming and editing the videos. Jiang Lingling also loves to travel, and the two share a deep bond, turning their travels into a career and a lifestyle. Look at the scenery around me and take a guess at the area I am in now. Fans who guess correctly will receive rewards. As Travel Sauce finishes speaking, the live stream chat becomes lively. There are over 5,000 fans in the stream, many of whom are skilled analysts. The pine trees on a mountain outside are likely the common southern species, plus there are a lot of bracken and fir trees, suggesting that this area is south of the Yangtze River. Analyzing the surrounding mountains, it appears to be a hilly region in southern China, which includes Hunan, Jiangxi, and Fujian. I just took a close look, and most of the vehicles passing by have license plates from Qianzhou, so it can be confirmed that we are in Qianzhou. However, determining the exact location within Qianzhou isn't easy. I know where it is because I just visited this place a couple of days ago. It's Feng Town in Xianxia County, Qianzhou. Travel Sauce is going to Qingyuan Mountain for sightseeing. Qingyuan Mountain? Is it famous? Is it fun? Is this the Qingyuan Mountain that had a big waterfall formed by an earthquake last time? I just checked online for information about Qingyuan Mountain, and it seems quite nice. Qingyuan Mountain is filled with various blooming flowers, making it a great spot for flower viewing. Additionally, the fruits here are top-notch, especially the mountain plums, lychees, and bayberries. You definitely shouldn't miss them. In the scenic area, they only cost a few dozen yuan per jean, but in the premium fruit shops in Pengcheng, they go for hundreds of yuan per jean. Yes, I also strongly recommend trying the fruits from Qingyuan Mountain. I guarantee you will want more. Unfortunately, they're not sold outside, so you can only taste them by visiting Qingyuan Mountain, and there are usually purchase limits. The scenery at Qingyuan Mountain is also quite beautiful, with various lovely flowers in different colors and shapes, with hundreds of species. One of the highlights of Qingyuan Mountain is its pine trees, with dozens of varieties, including one that looks almost identical to the welcoming pine in Huangshan. The large waterfall at Qingyuan Mountain is also stunning, with a drop of over 100 meters and a massive water flow, creating loud sounds and a thick mist that can be felt from afar. You guessed it right. I am indeed going to Qingyuan Mountain in Qianzhou. Last time, a fan recommended this place to me, saying it was quite nice. Although it's not very famous yet, the scenery is indeed good, and they specifically recommended that I try the fruits produced here. Today, I will check out Qingyuan Mountain for all of you and scout the area. As usual, let us start with the rating system. You can rate Qingyuan Mountain through my video. While live streaming, Travel Sauce is also driving. As his RV turns a corner, he can already see Qingyuan Mountain from a distance. Qingyuan Mountain is shrouded in a light mist, with the clouds and mountain winds gathering and dispersing, like a veil covering the mountain's beauty, appearing vague and ethereal. At the foot of Qingyuan Mountain, the two hills, Dabin Mountain and Mopanshan, are filled with various flowers and plants, creating a colorful scene when viewed from afar. There it is, Qingyuan Mountain. It looks quite nice from a distance. It smells so good. The fragrance of the flowers is delightful. To be honest, I have visited many flower-filled places, but in many cases, the flower scents are not pleasant, and some are even nauseating. However, the fragrance of the flowers at Qingyuan Mountain is completely different. It is refreshing and well-balanced, with various floral scents blending perfectly together. Just by inhaling the floral fragrance wafting from Qingyuan Mountain, Travel Sauce is filled with anticipation for this trip. It seemed like a pretty good place. However, Qingyuan Mountain appears a bit low. It's not very majestic. It really is quite small. It's probably only about 300 meters high, which is a bit low. The flowers seem to be as abundant as I found online, blooming profusely, with the two hills looking colorful from a distance. I have been to Qingyuan Mountain, and the floral scent is indeed pleasant, and the air is quite good. It makes me want to go. I just checked, and there are no hotels or restaurants around Qingyuan Mountain. If we go, we will only be able to stay in Xianxia and have to go to Feng Town for meals, which is a bit inconvenient. I also checked, and it is indeed inconvenient, especially for us who are coming from afar without a place to stay. Qingyuan Mountain is really just for seeing flowers, picking wild fruits, and viewing waterfalls. There isn't much else to do. Oh, you can also catch loaches, but I don't like that. It gets too messy. I just found out that a new project has opened near Qingyuan Mountain called the Bagua Maze Forest. It is said to be designed using the concepts of the 5 elements and Bagua, and once you enter this bamboo forest, it's very difficult to get out. I heard that no one has managed to walk out of the Bagua Maze Forest on their own so far. Is that true? I have only seen this Bagua Maze Forest on TV, and I don't believe that anyone could truly get lost in there. It's just a maze, with enough time. Anyone can find their way out. I don't know if it's true or not, but that is what the promotion says. Can you experience this Bagua Maze Forest? Broadcaster? It sounds interesting, this Bagua Maze Forest, making it seem mysterious. But in the end, it might just be a bamboo forest. Chapter 85, The Inescapable Gossip Maze Forest 1. On Qingyuan Mountain. For my current feelings, Qingyuan Mountain is indeed worth visiting. Just enjoying the flowers and plants here is worth it. As everyone has just seen, there are hundreds of different kinds of flowers. And even the same flower has various species and colors. The whole Qingyuan Mountain is like a sea of flowers. Here, you can smell the refreshing fragrance of flowers, which is very pleasant. Additionally, the waterfall and pine trees at the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain are remarkable. Especially, there are dozens of varieties of pine trees here, and it's fascinating how they are planted. Many actually grow in the crevices of cliffs and rocks. Each pine tree can be considered a scenic spot in itself. And these various pine trees are everywhere. If this were in places like Huangshan or Taishan, it would probably be famous worldwide by now. Moreover, the large waterfall at Qingyuan Mountain is truly worth seeing. It's very impressive and spectacular. The drop is over 100 meters, and the water volume is substantial, which is something that the Lushan waterfall cannot compare to. I've been to Lushan several times, and I've only seen the scene described in Li-Bai's poetry once. That time was during the rainy season in Lushan. After heavy rain, the entire Lushan was full of water, completely enveloped in clouds and mist, with a waterfall cascading down vertically, flowing straight down 3,000 feet. Only that time did I feel the essence of the Lushan waterfall, as described in the poem. Because the water volume was large enough, combined with Lushan being shrouded in clouds and mist, giving a feeling of water coming down from the sky. Traveling Sauce was live streaming while exploring Qingyuan Mountain, and when arriving at the main peak waterfall, she enthusiastically explained everything. But today, I must seriously recommend the Qingyuan Mountain waterfall to everyone. You don't need to wait for the rainy season to come here, because the water volume is sufficient. Even if you come to Qingyuan Mountain at other times, you can still see the spectacular scene of the waterfall flows straight down 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way has fallen from the heavens, described in Li-Bai's poetry. While explaining, Traveling Sauce pointed the camera at the main peak waterfall of Qingyuan Mountain. Everyone can listen to this sound, the roar brought by the tremendous drop. Additionally, there's the mist that comes with the mountain breeze. My angle might not be great. Being too close, it's better to look from farther away for a better feeling. But everyone can see that this waterfall is absolutely stunning and magnificent. To be honest, the 88 yuan ticket is really not expensive. Just this waterfall is worth it. As Traveling Sauce explained and pointed the camera at the Qingyuan Mountain waterfall, the live chat became lively with discussions. I've also been to Lushan, and to be honest, I was quite disappointed. The Lushan waterfall is nothing like what Li-Bai described. I've been there. The water flow is very small, and perhaps as you said, it's best to go during the rainy season to see a waterfall like the Milky Way. I am a local native of Lushan. To be honest, we can only see the spectacular Lushan waterfall during the rainy season. This Qingyuan Mountain waterfall seems really magnificent. I've watched in the live stream from Lin Nan and Qingyuan Mountain, and it was indeed very spectacular, especially when filmed with a drone. It was truly breathtaking. I suggest everyone search for Qingyuan Mountain Xiaolin. It has videos of it, very impressive. I heard that this waterfall was formed during an earthquake in the Qingyuan Mountain area. There used to be no waterfall here. Is that true? Can an earthquake create a waterfall? This is true. Experts have investigated Qingyuan Mountain and said that there are water veins beneath it, and the earthquake created an opening, resulting in this large waterfall. That is quite amazing. I should find a time to see it. It seems worth it. I also plan to check it out. Fans in the live chat continue to discuss. At this moment, the scene shifted, and Traveling Sauce appeared on camera, holding several boxes of locally produced fruits from Qingyuan Mountain, saying, after introducing the scenery of Qingyuan Mountain, I must strongly recommend the fruits of Qingyuan Mountain to everyone. First, I want to clarify that I am not receiving any advertising fees. The Qingyuan Mountain Scenic Area did not pay me to promote it. I am purely recommending it because I genuinely think the fruits here are delicious. First, let us talk about the mountain plums from Qingyuan Mountain. Many people may not know what mountain plums are. They are a type of wild fruit found only in rural southern areas, available only in April and May each year. Ordinary mountain plums are very small, about the size of a pinky finger, but the mountain plums from Qingyuan Mountain are quite large, and their taste is exceptionally good. I guarantee that once you try it, you will never forget its deliciousness. If you come here, you must buy 2 boxes. It's 66 yuan per pound, which I think is not expensive at all, and there's a limit on purchases. Each person can only buy 2 boxes at a time. Next, I want to recommend the lychees from Qingyuan Mountain. The lychees here are also very special. They have no seeds at all. You can see that there are none. It's all flesh. Moreover, their taste is very fresh and sweet, not overly sweet, but clear and sweet. I can guarantee that they are absolutely the best lychees, bar none. Even the expensive Zhengqing guagui cannot compare. Additionally, I strongly recommend the bayberries from Qingyuan Mountain. Usually, bayberries are the kind that make your teeth sour, and many people are hesitant to eat them because of that. But the bayberries here are not that kind of sour. Instead, they have a very appetizing sourness, balanced by their sweetness, making them sweet and sour, very appetizing and delicious. As Traveling Sauce continued her live stream, a wave of skepticism arose in the chat. Is it really that delicious? You're not getting paid for advertising, are you? I don't believe it. What kind of fruit haven tea I tried? Exactly. I don't believe it either, unless you send me a box to try. I've eaten Qingyuan Mountain's fruits. They're indeed expensive, but truly delicious. You should give them a try. Qingyuan Mountain's fruits are rarely sold outside, only available in the scenic area. Can we stop talking about fruits? We can see them, but can't eat them, and there's no link to buy them. I'll give a negative review. Exactly. I strongly request to help fans check out that gossip maze forest. Traveling Sauce clearly noticed the fans' requests. Let's not talk about fruits anymore. I just suggest that everyone must try them when they come. Now, I will experience the gossip maze forest of Qingyuan Mountain on behalf of everyone. Let us see if it really is as advertised. Impossible to escape. Chapter 86. The inescapable Bagua Maze 2. Outside the Bagua Maze of Qingyuan Mountain, a long line has formed, with hundreds of tourists waiting to experience the maze. I arrived at the Bagua Maze, and it seems this attraction is quite popular, as many people are queuing here. The travel influencer is live streaming at the entrance of the maze while observing the Bagua Maze in front of her. The maze doesn't look particularly special. It's just an ordinary bamboo forest, right? The travel influencer looks at the Bagua Maze before her, not feeling that there is anything extraordinary about it. I see that this Bagua Maze isn't anything special. It's just a regular bamboo forest. The introduction claims it's mystical, discussing yin and yang and the 5 elements, saying that if people enter without understanding these concepts, they won't be able to find their way out. Nowadays, everyone likes to exaggerate. If you don't boast a bit, how can you attract tourists? In reality, it's just a bamboo forest that probably has many paths inside. And then they claim it's about the 5 elements and boast that no one can get out. It's similar to a haunted house. It looks scary, but it's really not that bad. I still find haunted houses a bit frightening, but this so-called Bagua Maze seems to treat tourists like fools. With so many tourists going in, everyone can hold hands and walk out together. Indeed, I see this Bagua Maze as a scam. There's nothing to do in Qingyuan Mountain, so they created this Bagua Maze to increase its appeal and popularity. The travel influencer wants to tear down this ridiculous Bagua Maze sign. There's no place in this world that you can't get out of, except for deserts and such. The live stream is bustling with activity. As the travel influencer arrives at the Bagua Maze, the entire chat room starts buzzing with discussion. Almost all the fans don't believe that such a thing as a Bagua Maze exists in the world. After all, this concept only exists in martial arts novels. There's no way a maze that you can't escape from can exist in reality. The line for the Bagua Maze moves quickly, allowing 50 people in at a time, and after just a few minutes, it's the travel influencer's turn. She enters the maze, live streaming as she goes. Upon stepping into the maze, she immediately feels something is different. It seems as if the world inside the maze is isolated from the outside. The maze feels a bit eerie. Once inside, I notice that the entire maze is shrouded in a faint mist, making it impossible to see outside at all. Because of the mist, visibility inside the maze is quite low. I can only see clearly for about 10 meters, and anything beyond that looks hazy. Walking through the maze. The travel influencer continues to live stream. The people who entered with her quickly disperse into groups at various paths, and within just a few minutes, only she and her wife, Xianxia, are left. I'm a bit scared. We entered with so many people, and now they're all gone. As I walk around, it seems like every place looks the same. Xianxia looks around fearfully. The more she looks, the more scared she becomes. Because of the mist, I can't see far, and everything nearby looks similar, various sizes of bamboo. Don't be afraid. There are thousands of fans in the chat room, keeping us company. The travel influencer feels bolder. She is not scared at all, but rather intrigued. Outside, I thought this Bagua Maze must be a scam, nothing special. But now I'm energized. I can confidently say this Bagua Maze has something to it. It's quite interesting. Look around me. From any direction, everything looks similar, with many different paths. Even though it's sunny outside, once inside, it's hard to tell east from west or north from south. Interesting. I'll give myself 30 minutes. I'm going to find my way out in 30 minutes. The travel influencer continues to live stream while searching for a way out of the maze. She is very confident, believing she can find the way out in 30 minutes. However, 30 minutes quickly pass, and she still hasn't found the exit. In fact, as she walks, it feels like she is walking the same path over and over again. Oh no, I feel like I've returned to the starting point. 30 minutes have passed, and I feel like I'm back at the beginning. Everyone, help me see if that is the case. The travel influencer points the camera around and wipes the sweat from her forehead. She is starting to feel a bit scared. This Bagua Maze is quite interesting, with countless paths. It's like a labyrinth, and getting out is indeed not an easy task. Moreover, the scale of the maze seems considerable. In 30 minutes, the influencer has only encountered 2 groups of people. I also don't know how Qingyuan Mountain managed to do this. They actually used the mist, which greatly obstructs visibility, making it even harder to find the exit. After observing for 30 minutes, I can tell this maze does have some interesting aspects. Next time I have a holiday, I'll come and try it out. This maze employs a lot of techniques and methods. It should be quite fun, but finding the way out should be relatively simple. For example, you can keep choosing to go left or right at the forks, and that way you can easily walk out of the maze. Yes, this maze is different from a labyrinth. A labyrinth has a logic to it, while this maze has all paths leading forward. When faced with a fork, you can simply choose to go left or right to easily find your way out. If all else fails, you can make special marks in some places to know where you've been. You can also take out your phone and use the compass app to navigate your way out. I think I can use the compass. As long as I follow its directions, I'll be out in no time. The fans in the live stream are also coming up with ideas and suggestions for the travel influencer, and the number of viewers in the stream is gradually increasing. Chapter 87. The Unescapable Bagua Maze Forest 3 inside the Bagua Maze Forest of Qingyuan Mountain. It's over. It's been 2 hours, and I still can't find my way out. This Bagua Maze Forest is truly eerie. I followed the method everyone mentioned, turning left whenever I encountered a fork, but I still can't find the exit. I feel like I've returned to where I started. Traveling Sauce and his girlfriend, Jiang Lingling's legs are sore from walking, so they randomly found a spot to sit down. It's just too exhausting. Initially, I thought this Bagua Maze Forest was just a joke, but now I'm convinced. It's real. I want to get out, to be honest. It's quite scary in here. Even in broad daylight, it gives off a chilling feeling. The thick fog envelopes everything, making it hard to see far. And sounds don't carry well. I want to go home. I want my mom. Traveling Sauce, while resting, chatted with fans in the live stream. I don't believe there's really a maze. It must be a setup. Yes, I also don't believe in any maze. It's probably just a bigger forest. If you walk around more, you might find a way out. If not, use the compass on your phone or just follow Yi. No maze can outsmart modern technology. It's just the streamer-esque trick. Look, there are already 20,000 people in the live stream, and the slogan has changed into maze, can't get out. I don't think it's a trick. It's real. This Bagua Maze Forest indeed has something to it. If normal people walk with their eyes closed on flat ground, they will eventually walk in a big circle. This maze uses fog, bamboo, and other elements to obscure sight and sound, combined with numerous forks, making it difficult to find an exit. Hearing you say this, I suddenly find this Bagua Maze Forest interesting. I must find time to give it a try. It sounds really intriguing. In situations where one can't discern direction, it's easy to get lost in deserts, forests, or grasslands, eventually leading to walking in a large circle. The Bagua Maze Forest of Qingyuan Mountain uses bamboo, mist, and other elements to obscure vision and hearing, achieving this effect in a small area, along with cleverly designed forks that make it feel like a maze, truly making it hard to get out. I can't believe someone actually created this maze. I definitely have to try it out. Streamer, use high technology. Use the Yi. With the Yi, I refuse to believe I can't get out. The Yi, it will surely lead you out. Traveling Sauce looked at the comments in the live stream and smiled, saying, I was originally going to rely on my own skills to get out, but now it seems a bit difficult. It's already 4 p.m. If I don't get out soon, I'll have to spend the night here. So, I have no choice but to call on to Yi for help. Traveling Sauce took out his phone and opened the Yi navigation app. I refuse to believe that with the Yi navigation, I can't get out. According to Yi, I'm actually not far from the exit. I'm already in the outer area of the Bagua Maze Forest. Let us go. With navigation, Traveling Sauce walked confidently, saying, I'll definitely get out in less than 10 minutes. Streamer, don't be too confident too soon. I think this maze still has some tricks. Waiting to see the streamer get slapped in the face. It's not that simple. When you walk along the edge, you'll find that there's no road ahead because it's blocked by dense bamboo. Streamer, it's almost dark. Why not just stay in and do a night live stream? I'll send you a big rocket. That's bad. If the streamer doesn't get out before dark, he'll probably be crying inside. Please, streamer, do a night live stream in the maze. I'll send a big sports car. Please, streamer, do a night live stream in the maze. Brothers, don't mess with me. Don't say night, even during the day in this maze. I feel it's eerie and terrifying. If I encounter someone in here, I'll be scared to death. Live streaming in this maze at night? I'd be scared to death. Traveling Sauce followed the Yi's navigation while live streaming. I'm really anxious. I really want to get out. I'm truly convinced. I don't know who designed this maze, but it's really impressive. I suggest everyone come and try it out. Remember to bring a small stool. and pack plenty of food and drinks in case you can't find your way out. As Traveling Sauce walked, he reached a dense bamboo wall formed by tightly packed bamboo. Brothers, according to the ES navigation, we can get out of the maze ahead. But can everyone help me see how to get out? The bamboo is too dense. There is no way to get through. Traveling Sauce aimed the camera at the tightly packed bamboo wall. The bamboo grew extremely densely, clustered together, forming a wall. Not only can't we get through, but our view of the outside is completely blocked. We can't see anything outside at all. What should we do? Should we chop down the bamboo? But I didn't bring any tools. Oh no, I can't get out. Traveling Sauce was on the verge of breaking down. He thought he could rely on the ES navigation to get out, but who knew he would be blocked by a wall of bamboo at the edge. See, I told you this method wouldn't work. The streamer is about to break down. He has been walking for over 2 hours and still can't get out. This maze is interesting, very interesting. Are you breaking down? I said it wouldn't be that simple. Streamer, you can just keep walking along this bamboo wall. You will definitely find an exit. That won't work. This bamboo wall is actually meticulously designed. It connects with other walls in the maze, and if you follow it, you'll slowly find yourself back in the middle of the maze again. It only needs to change its curve slightly to mislead you. The streamer is going to spend the night in the maze. This is getting interesting. Stuck in the maze, can't get out. What to do? Waiting online. Chapter 88. The mysterious forest is on fire. Many streamers come to battle. I'm losing it. I came in just fine, and now I can't get out. I want to go out. Traveler Sauce is about to break down, watching the time reach 5 in the afternoon. As the sun begins to set, the mysterious forest grows darker and more eerie. The streamers can't get out now. This is getting interesting. This mysterious forest is impressive. It really does trap people. I must experience it myself. Oh no, the streamer has to spend the night inside. Serve you right for acting tough. Now you know how it feels. It's truly strange that such a place exists where you can't get out. I've watched your stream for hours. It can't be fake. This mysterious forest really has something to it. Don't be afraid, streamer. I'll give you a sports car as a tip if you stream tonight in the mysterious forest. The fans of Traveler Sauce in the live chat burst into laughter. This mysterious forest really does trap people. I'm losing it. I'm exhausted, hungry, and thirsty. I've finished all my water, and my feet are numb. The sky is already starting to darken. If I can't get out soon, I'll really have to spend the night here. Traveler Sauce has lost all desire to stream. She doesn't know what to do anymore. If it really comes to it, I might have to call for help. I don't want to spend the night here. Traveler Sauce helplessly complains. I clearly memorized the way I came in, but I just can't find it. As for the way out, I have no idea where it is. What a ridiculous, mysterious forest. It's really playing for keeps. Just as Traveler Sauce keeps complaining about Qingyuan Mountain's gossip mysterious forest, a voice comes over the loudspeaker. You two, hurry up and come out. It's about to get dark, and we are about to finish work. Traveler Sauce and her girlfriend, Jiang Lingling, jump in fright. Who is it? Can you not scare people like that? Traveler Sauce looks around for the source of the voice. I'm from the management office of Qingyuan Mountain's mysterious forest. I've seen on the surveillance that you two haven't come out yet. Now, follow my instructions and come out quickly. It's about to get dark, and we are about to finish work. The voice comes over the loudspeaker again, and Traveler Sauce and her girlfriend feel as if they have found a lifeline. They search carefully and finally locate the loudspeaker installed on a bamboo. The streamer is saved. The streamer can finally get out. I'm really curious about where the exit is and how to get out. Streamer, don't walk too fast. Let us see clearly. In the live chat, tens of thousands of fans are also very curious about how to get out of this mysterious forest. You need to keep walking straight. At the first fork, turn right. Following the loudspeaker's directions, Traveler Sauce hurriedly moves, eager to leave the mysterious forest. Every place she reaches triggers a small broadcast that guides her slowly out of the mysterious forest. Do you see the bamboo wall ahead? Walk over. There's a 3-way fork, and you can exit through the right fork. Following the broadcast instructions, Traveler Sauce arrives at the fork and chooses to continue along the rightmost path. As she walks, she slowly realizes that the surroundings seem to change. It becomes brighter ahead, and she can hear many voices outside, seemingly excitedly discussing this thrilling gossip mysterious forest. When she reaches the exit, she feels as if the whole world has transformed, as if she has stepped into another realm. Her vision expands, the light brightens, and the surroundings are filled with various sounds. I'm out. I finally made it. Traveler Sauce exclaims with excitement, feeling as if the outside air is fresher and that she has escaped from a cage. Looking back at the path she came from, she sees it shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see inside or hear any sounds, giving a chilling feeling. Congratulations to the streamer for surviving the mysterious forest. Congratulations to the streamer for getting out of the mysterious forest. Haha. After a few hours, the stream has finally ended, and although it was guided by the management office, she made it out. I think we should let those famous influencers try this mysterious forest and see if anyone can get out on their own. I think it's a good idea, especially for those who act tough, like that what real guy. Let him give it a shot. Let S flood his comment section. In a live chat, fans see that Traveler Sauce has finally made it out, and they start suggesting that well-known influencers comment and challenge the mysterious forest. Brothers, am convinced. This mysterious forest is really impressive. Even with guidance, I still felt like I couldn't get out at the end. Only when I truly emerged did I realize this was the way out. The design is simply brilliant. I'm convinced, I really am. After exiting the mysterious forest, Traveler Sauce continuously exclaims to the camera, "Everyone should try it. I think very few people can get out of this mysterious forest on their own, unless they are extremely lucky or use high technology. Otherwise, it's really too difficult to escape. I give Qingyuan Mountain's mysterious forest project a perfect score, absolutely worth experiencing. It's much more interesting than those old-fashioned roller coasters or swinging pendulums." Alright, today's stream ends here. I really need to rest well, and then have a good meal. I'm logging off. 88. As Traveler Sauce ends the stream, tens of thousands of fans in the chat take action. Those with time and leisure decisively choose to come to Qingyuan Mountain to experience the mysterious forest themselves, to see if it's really as mysterious as it seems. Some fans flood the comment sections of major influencers, hoping these internet celebrities will challenge Qingyuan Mountain's mysterious forest, especially the well-known influencers known for challenges. Like what Real, Blue Star Street Drifters, and Tough Guy are bombarded with comment from fans. With the fans' messages and strong demands, quite a few influencers indeed decide to come to Qingyuan Mountain to experience this gossip mysterious forest. Chapter 89. The mysterious bamboo forest is on fire. Many streamers challenge it. Hello everyone. I am Brother Zue. I am Brother Xianxia. Outside the mysterious bamboo forest at Qingyuan Mountain, two well-known internet celebrities, Brother Van Playing is Just Real, have come to the mysterious bamboo forest together. A few days ago, many fans asking us to challenge the mysterious bamboo forest of Qingyuan Mountain. They said that Traveling Sauce was severely taught a lesson when they came to the mysterious bamboo forest a few days ago and was convinced. Who are we? We are all about pampering our fans. Whatever challenge our fans suggest, we will take it on. So here we are. Brother Zue said to the camera, "It's just a small bamboo forest. What's so mysterious about it? I can get out in no time. Do you believe me?" Brother Xianxia also confidently spoke to the camera. "Brother Xianxia, today we're going to challenge each other to see who can get out of the mysterious bamboo forest first." "Sure, Brother Zue, I bet a bag of spicy strips that you definitely can't beat me. I'll find the exit in 30 minutes. No, I don't even need 30 minutes. I can find it in 15 minutes. I'll do it in 10 minutes. Brother Zue and Brother Xianxia were competing on who could take less time, and many tourists nearby couldn't help but laugh, their smiles as uncontainable as AKs. Both of them simultaneously opened their live streams, and the viewer count quickly soared, with fans from both sides discussing the matter. "I bet a bag of spicy strips that Brother Zue will lose. He is always just talk, nothing but talk. I think Brother Xianxia will win because he is the fastest, known in the community as the Happy Boy, but I want to say the abbreviation. Last time, Traveling Sauce was almost in tears in the mysterious bamboo forest. It really has something to it. I think Brother Zue and Brother Xianxia will end up crying for help to get out. I also watched Traveling Sauce's last live stream, and the mysterious bamboo forest is indeed challenging. It's really hard to get out. Even if someone takes you through it once, it's still very difficult to come out again. I just went to the mysterious bamboo forest yesterday, and honestly, without help, you really can't get out. My arms and legs were sore, and I still couldn't find the exit. It felt like another world inside, waiting to see Brother Zue and Brother Xianxia eat their words. I'm curious what excuse Brother Zue will come up with this time. Last time he lost, he said he hadn't eaten enough, so he was too hungry to win. I remember the time before that he said he hadn't tied his shoelaces properly, so he lost. Brother Zue never loses. Yes, I'll talk. Brother Xianxia is different. He plays it real. If he loses, he loses. They want to get out. I built a map of the mysterious bamboo forest using a computer and calculated that the probability of a normal player getting out is only 1 in 10,000. I'm planning to go to Qingyuan Mountain this weekend to experience it myself. The atmosphere in their live streams is lively. Brother Zue and Brother Xianxia quickly enter the mysterious bamboo forest. Brother Zue, why do I feel like it's different as soon as we come in? It feels much colder in here. It does feel like we've entered another world. This mysterious bamboo forest looks interesting. Brother Zue, there's a fork in the road. Let us split up here and see who can get out first. I'll take the left path. Then I'll take the right path. Brother Zue and Brother Xianxia immediately parted ways at the fork and began searching for the exit in the mysterious bamboo forest. Half an hour quickly passed. Brothers, I admit this mysterious bamboo forest is something else. Half an hour has gone by, and I still haven't found the exit. Brother Zue said while searching for the exit and live streaming. When the half-hour mark hit, Brother Zue helplessly said, "Everyone can come here to experience the mysterious bamboo forest. It does have something to it, but not too much, really not much. I can probably get out in another half hour because I've already figured out the pattern here. When I encounter a fork, as long as I keep choosing to go right or left, I can definitely get out of this mysterious bamboo forest. Just give me another half hour, and I will definitely get out." Listening to Brother Zue, fans in the live stream started leaving comments. Brother Zue, stop talking tough. Even if you had a day, you wouldn't get out. Traveling Sauce and Brother Xianxia already used that method. Brother Xianxia has been walking in circles in there for 20 minutes. Brother Zue, I believe in you. After all, you're all talk. Maybe you can bite through the columns in front of you and walk out. Brother Zue, I think you're a real man for being able to persist for half an hour. Huh, the commenter above is hilarious. If you can get out in half an hour, I'll send you 10 big rockets. Of course, if you really get out, just forget I said that. This mysterious bamboo forest is interesting. Neither Brother Zue nor Brother Xianxia has gotten out yet. Could it be intentional? It's just a small bamboo forest. Is it really that hard to get out? Another commenter said, Brother Zue, if you think it's easy, you can take on the challenge. Quite a few fans are challenging it now, and supposedly no one has managed to get out on their own yet. I want to take on the challenge too. Is there any expert who can make a strategy? Brother Zue's live stream is bustling, with the number of viewers skyrocketing to 50,000. The mysterious bamboo forest has been incredibly popular lately and is well known across the internet. On the other side, Brother Xianxia is also live streaming. I'm so tired. I've been walking for half an hour, and I have no clue. I still haven't gotten out. My goodness, this mysterious bamboo forest really has something to it. Brother Xianxia said, while interacting with fans during the live stream. Brother Zue hasn't gotten out yet? Haha, then I'm relieved. I'm definitely faster than Brother Zue. I have an idea. I'll make some marks in this mysterious bamboo forest, so next time I can go in another direction. After saying that, Brother Xianxia took out a small knife and made a mark on a column. This time I'm taking the left path. If I see this mark next time, I'll take the right path. I refuse to believe I can't get out. It's just a small bamboo forest. I can handle it in no time. After making the mark, Brother Xianxia confidently said. At that moment, his live stream also had tens of thousands of viewers and was rapidly increasing, as the topic of Qingyuan Mountain was trending on the internet, leading to a surge in live stream viewers. Chapter 90. The Internet Goes Wild. Tourist numbers surge inside the mysterious forest. Brother Zue and Brother Zhun kept trying various methods to find their way out. An hour had passed in the blink of an eye. I must admit, this mysterious forest is indeed quite impressive. Not just a little, but truly impressive. Brother Zue took a deep breath and said, "It's been almost 2 hours, and I still haven't found my way out. My legs are sore and my back hurts. This mysterious forest is really something. Is anyone keeping an eye on Brother Zhun? How's he doing? He hasn't found a way out either. That makes me feel better." Just as Brother Zue finished speaking, Brother Zhun's voice came from not far away. Brother Zue, Brother Zhun, you haven't found a way out either? No, you haven't either. The two met in mysterious forest and couldn't help but burst into laughter. This mysterious forest is something else. It really is impressive. After walking around, they ultimately ended up back where they started. I'm telling you, I made marks in many places, but no matter which way I went, I ended up back where I started. You made marks? Yes, I did. And you still can't find a way out? Why don't you try making marks too, and see if you can find a way out? I think we really need to use some unconventional methods, or we might never get out. Do you have any good suggestions? I think we could use a compass on our phones, or from Grandpa. That might violate the rules a bit. How about we try again, and if we can't get out in another 2 hours, we'll resort to high tech. Sure. Do you have any food? I'm getting too tired to walk and need to replenish my energy. How could I possibly bring food? I was just playing for real. I thought it was just a bamboo forest and I could get out in half an hour, so I didn't bring any water. I didn't bring any either. Let us hold on for 2 more hours, and if it really doesn't work, we'll have to resort to high tech. Brother Zue and Brother Zhun sat together chatting. After almost 2 hours of walking, they were truly exhausted. Using high tech wouldn't help. I watched the live stream of Traveler Jiang, who used Grandpa and still couldn't get out. Everyone should just take their time. In the end, Brother Zue and Brother Zhen will have to ask for help honestly. I heard the compass is completely useless in the mysterious forest. It spins wildly. It really spins wildly. The magnetic field in the mysterious forest seems different. I've tested it myself. Grandpa doesn't work either because there are many bamboo groves, and the bamboo walls block the way. You can only walk in the direction they set. Yes, Grandpa is completely useless. Traveler Jiang has tried it, and you simply can't get out. Poor Brother Zue and Brother Zhen, without water or food, they have to endure for another 2 hours. Huh, this mysterious forest is interesting. Is anyone interested in teaming up to explore? I believe if we have enough people, say 10,000, holding hands, I refuse to believe we can't find the exit. That method is a bit foolish. Normally, a few dozen people should be enough to find the exit. You underestimate this mysterious forest. I've simulated it with a computer. There are many forks, countless of them. It's not just about having more people. You need a strategy. I don't believe it. Is anyone interested in joining? As long as we have enough people, I refuse to believe we can't get out. Count me in. I happen to have nothing to do lately. I'll join the fun. It looks quite enjoyable. I'll go too. I want to see if it's really impossible to get out of this mysterious forest. The 2S live stream was lively, and many fans were excited, with many shouting to form groups to challenge the mysterious forest. Meanwhile, inside the mysterious forest, Brother Zue and Brother Zhen went their separate ways again, continuing their search for the exit. An hour later, brothers, I think I'm back at the starting point again. Everyone, look at this. These are the coordinates and marks I made at the very beginning. Brother Zhen arrived at a fork and immediately saw the marks and coordinates made on the bamboo beside him, causing him to burst out laughing. This mysterious forest is truly impressive. It's just too impressive. Walking around, I ended up back at the starting point without even realizing it. I think I can't get out by myself, so I have to pull out my high-tech. Brother Zhen took out his phone and found the compass function. Using a compass shouldn't be too much, and I don't know if Brother Zhe has used Grandpa. If he did, I'd definitely laugh at him if he managed to get out. Brother Zhen grinned mischievously at the camera, but the next second he was dumbfounded, because he discovered the compass was spinning continuously and was completely unusable. What the heck? What's going on? Is my phone broken, or is this compass useless? Brother Zhen was completely stunned. Brother Zhen, don't rely on the compass. It's useless in here. Yes, the compass is useless, and Grandpa is useless too. Brother Zue, you can forget about getting out now. You should compete to see who can last longer. Brother Zue is no longer stubborn. He gives in because he realizes using Grandpa 1T help him get out. Haha, this mysterious forest is so much fun. I'm planning to go explore it. I'm going to bring some professional tools to measure it well. I refuse to believe I can't get out. You upstairs are not playing fair. The scenic area created this for everyone to enjoy, and you actually want to use high-tech to crush it, which loses its original meaning and charm. Exactly. It's all fun and games. If you get too serious, it loses its meaning. If you really want to take it seriously, there is no such thing as a mysterious forest. It's all about feeling and being able to walk out with your own eyes that is truly impressive. Yes, don't rely on tools. Using your own skills to get out is what is really impressive. The live stream was bustling, with the number of viewers surpassing 100,000. And Brother Zue's stream also exceeded 100,000. Fans are discussing how to get out of the mysterious forest relying solely on their eyes and instincts without high-tech means. Time slowly passed. Brother Zue and Brother Zhen entered the mysterious forest at 9 a.m. and didn't find their way out until 5 p.m., ultimately relying on the guidance of the scenic area management to exit. Because of this, the fame of the mysterious forest skyrocketed, and it was dubbed the mysterious forest you can never escape from by the entire internet. Chapter 91. A surge in tourists. Hotels in Xianxia are fully booked. The Qingyuan Mountain scenic area in Qianzhou has restored the legendary Bagua Maze forest, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to find their way out. A remarkable phenomenon. The Qingyuan Mountain scenic area has recreated the maze from martial arts novels, and tourists can spend an entire day inside without exiting. Recently, well-known internet celebrities The Toughest and The Real Guy took on the challenge of the internet project Bagua Maze Forest and were unable to find their way out all day. The restoration of the Bagua Maze forest from martial arts novels has attracted a large number of influencers to experience it. To accommodate the influx of tourists to Qingyuan Mountain, Qinzhou Cultural Tourism decided to open a direct bus service from Qinzhou Airport and Qinzhou High-Speed Railway Station to Qingyuan Mountain, with departures every 10 minutes. With numerous influencers coming to Qingyuan Mountain to experience the maze, the Bagua Maze Forest has become a well-known tourist attraction. The influence of these internet celebrities is very evident. especially since the maze is a novel project, arguably the first of its kind online. It has attracted tourists from all over the country to experience the maze that you can never escape from. Originally, Qingyuan Mountain would receive only a few thousand visitors on a normal day, with weekends and holidays peaking around 20,000 to 30,000, which was already the limit. The remoteness of Qingyuan Mountain made transportation inconvenient, and accommodation and dining options were limited, which greatly restricted the reception capacity for tourists and made many reluctant to visit. However, as the fame of the maze grew, the number of visitors to Qingyuan Mountain skyrocketed. Even on regular days, visitor numbers reached 20,000 to 30,000, and on weekends and holidays, the numbers doubled. These visitors are different from before. Previously, most tourists to Qingyuan Mountain were locals from Xianxia, while now the majority are from across the country. Many of them arrive by high-speed train or plane, with few driving themselves, so they need accommodation, meals, and transportation in Xianxia. This has brought a huge influx of customers to hotels, restaurants, and transport services in Xianxia. At the exit of Xianxia High-Speed Railway Station, taxi drivers are constantly calling out, Qingyuan Mountain, just 80 per person. We're heading straight to Qingyuan Mountain via the highway, only 40 minutes away. We need 2 more passengers to go. With the recent surge of tourists heading to Qingyuan Mountain, taxi drivers have started to operate this specialized route, picking up tourists from the high-speed railway station or airport and taking them to Qingyuan Mountain for 80 per person. Generally, a car can accommodate 4 passengers, and larger vehicles can carry 6, earning around 480 yuan per trip. Taking the highway from Qianzhou to Xianxia and then to Qingyuan Mountain takes about 40 minutes one way. After dropping off tourists at Qingyuan Mountain, they can return to Qianzhou without going back empty. A round trip takes about 2 hours, and drivers can easily earn 500 yuan after expenses. With so many tourists now, making 3 or 4 trips a day is quite manageable, allowing drivers to earn nearly 2,000 yuan without issue. Some diligent drivers are now focusing solely on this route, working both day and night to seize the opportunity to make money. Simultaneously, at the only 5-star hotel in Xianxia, the Blue Sky Hotel, I'm so sorry. Our hotel is fully booked. No standard rooms left? None at all. Do you know if there are any other hotels in Xianxia with available rooms? As far as I know, most hotels in Xianxia are fully booked. That's terrible. We forgot to book a hotel before coming and now have no idea where to stay. You could try asking some inns or hostels. They should still have rooms. Inns and hostels don't seem reliable. The front desk of the Blue Sky Hotel watched the departing guests and quickly updated their website to indicate that all hotel rooms were full. To avoid being inundated with inquiries from more tourists, they never expected Qingyuan Mountain to become so popular. Now, every day the hotel is fully booked, and nearly all hotels and inns in the county are at capacity. This is truly astounding. Just as she was contemplating this, another wave of tourists arrived, making her head spin. The rooms were full, yet guests kept coming in waves. In a restaurant in Xianxia, the atmosphere was bustling with no empty seats. All the patrons were tourists from across the country, each having spent a full day at Qingyuan Mountain, exhausted and hungry. The restaurant owner was busy and couldn't stop smiling. Since the Bagua Maze forest became famous, the number of tourists to Xianxia has surged significantly. The influx of tourists has brought a lot of attention and traffic to the local area, providing a boon to restaurant owners. Previously, most diners were locals, and competition was based on hard skills. Only those who cooked well and had numerous connections could thrive in such a small place. The food had to match local tastes, be generous in portions, and be relatively affordable. Now, with the arrival of out-of-town tourists, the tastes have shifted. They prefer less spicy food and demand more Cantonese and Sichuan cuisine, raising the bar for quality. However, these tourists are generally well off and order signature dishes without needing personal connections to draw them in. As business booms in various restaurants, new establishments are springing up everywhere in Xianxia. Many people who previously operated restaurants in other regions have returned home to start businesses, having heard about the influx of tourists in the booming restaurant industry. After all, if one can make money in their hometown, why would they wander elsewhere? The entire Xianxia area has become lively with the daily influx of tens of thousands of tourists, and everyone has realized there are plenty of business opportunities surrounding tourism, stimulating related industries. Chapter 92: Planning the Tourist Service Area outside Linjia Village. Lin Nan watched as waves of tourists kept arriving, and he felt troubled. When there were no tourists, he worried that there were too few and the scenic area could not develop. Now, with tens of thousands of tourists coming every day, Lin Nan was worried again. These tourists came from all over the country, primarily attracted to the mysterious forest of Qingyuan Mountain. Tourists travel from afar not only to have fun, but also to find accommodations and meals. These supporting services must keep up, otherwise the experience for tourists will be poor. This is currently a significant flaw in the Qingyuan Mountain scenic area. There are not only no hotels for accommodation, but even restaurants for meals are absent. Tourists arrive and have nowhere to eat or stay. They have to go to the county town for hotels, and the nearest place to eat is in Feng Town, which requires transportation. This causes a lot of inconvenience for tourists, and many have suggested improvements to the Qingyuan Mountain scenic area. This can't continue. We can't let tourists come and have nowhere to eat. We must think of a way to solve this problem. Lin Nan looked at the incoming waves of tourists and said to Lin Jie beside him, "It is indeed a problem. Many tourists have reported this to us. Many plan to spend a day here, but because we have no restaurants, they can only buy some bread from the supermarket or eat instant noodles for lunch. They came out to have fun and try our local specialties, but in the end, they didn't spend any money and only ate instant noodles." Lin Jie nodded seriously and said, "Our ratings on tourism websites have been affected. Many tourists say we want to make money. They originally planned to spend thousands, but after calculating, they realized they hardly spent anything. I think we can find a place nearby to build a tourist service area, specifically to open restaurants and offer various foods to solve the dining problem for tourists. We may not be able to solve the accommodation issue immediately, but the dining problem is relatively easy to address. We can find a piece of land, work overtime on construction and decoration, and we should be able to get it done in about 10 days, Lin Nan suggested. I think we can build it at the Reed Flat area. As long as the money is in place, we can get it up and running quickly. Moreover, this project will not be in vain for the village. We can rent out the stores once built, which can also be a revenue project for the village company." Lin Changwa nodded and pointed to a nearby area overgrown with reeds. The Reed Flat got its name because it's overgrown, covering an area of about 10,000 square meters. This type of southern reed has a very developed root system, grows rapidly, and is not picky about soil. It grows in dense clumps, making it difficult to eradicate, which is why the Reed Flat has always been a wasteland. "I estimate that an investment of 10 to 20 million should be enough to build it," Lin Nan continued. "I'm just worried about the stability of tourists to Qingyuan Mountain. Although there are tens of thousands of tourists coming daily now, once the hype is over, if there aren't that many tourists, we might not be able to rent it out after we build it." Lin Changwa took a puff of his cigarette, feeling that this matter was not very stable. "It's fine. Spending 10 to 20 million to build it should be good. We definitely want to lose money. The number of tourists to Qingyuan Mountain will only increase, and upgrades will be needed sooner or later. Just like our Qingyuan Mountain Grand Hotel. I estimate that one hotel alone will not meet the demand. We will need to build more hotels in the future." Lin Nan said confidently, "This is just the beginning. With the upgrade of the Mountain God system, there will be more and more fun and interesting attractions at Qingyuan Mountain, and the number of tourists will continue to grow. There is still much to be done at Qingyuan Mountain, and all services must keep up. Investing 10 to 20 million to build a tourist service area is a small investment. We want to lose money. The main goal is to provide services for our tourists. Making money is not our primary purpose." Lin Jian nodded in agreement. "We are indeed too remote. There are many inconveniences for tourists from outside. We need to gradually improve our services and facilities. The project for the Qingyuan Mountain Grand Hotel has also been confirmed and will start soon. By the end of the year, when the hotel is operational, it will greatly alleviate our current predicament. We've already invested billions in the Qingyuan Mountain Grand Hotel, so we're not worried about this little bit." Lin Changwa nodded in agreement. "Also, we currently have a lot of tourists at Qingyuan Mountain, and many vehicles are picking up and dropping off tourists here in Linjia Village. While this provides convenience for tourists, these taxis and private transport vehicles park haphazardly, pick up passengers randomly, and neglect hygiene. If this continues, it will also affect our scenic area. I think we should build a designated area for drop-off and pick-up to regulate these taxis and private vehicles, to avoid affecting the entry and exit of other vehicles, and to ensure tourist safety," Lin Nan said, looking at the numerous taxis and private vehicles vying for tourists. "Yes, I have the same thought," Lin Jie replied. "I've heard that many taxis and private cars overcharge customers. Some people even charge hundreds of dollars from Qingyuan Mountain to the Qianzhou high-speed railway station, and some even raise the price midway. Many tourists are overcharged, but dare not complain since they are not familiar with the area. However, this ultimately damages the reputation of Qingyuan Mountain and the entire Qianzhou region." Lin Jie nodded. "This issue cannot be solved solely by our Qingyuan Mountain scenic area. I have already contacted Chen Yuan from the county to report this problem. He said he would relay it to the city of Qianzhou. And there will soon be a special crackdown to severely address the issues of unlicensed taxis and overcharging, to provide tourists with a better experience and to maintain our reputation in Qianzhou. In today's era, information spreads quickly. Any negative events can be known nationwide in no time. Once reputation is damaged, it is difficult to restore it later. After listening, Lin Nan nodded and thought for a moment, saying, "We should build a dedicated drop-off and pick-up area, while also posting notices to remind tourists to pay attention to safety and to guide them on fair prices. Doing what we can to provide services for tourists." Chapter 93 focus on supporting Qianzhou's unique cuisine. The actions in Linjiakan were very swift. Due to the special nature of the scenic area, which is aimed at tourists, it couldn't afford to drag on and affect the services and scenery of the area. That day, Lin Jie and Lin Zhongbua contacted the construction team, and by that night, several engineering vehicles arrived at the thatched lawn to work overnight. By the next day, the thatched lawn had been cleaned up, and the removed soil and weeds were transported away overnight to avoid impacting visitors' experience at Qingyuan Mountain. The construction began in earnest the next day, and within just a few days, a building of 2 stories had risen from the ground and entered the exterior decoration phase. The exterior decoration of these buildings was entirely in Chinese style to reflect some elements of our local ancient architecture. After all, we are in a scenic area, and every aspect must be considered. Lin Nan and Lin Jie arrived at the specialty food area, where Lin Nan carefully examined the newly constructed area. Although it had just been built, the layout was quite orderly, generally divided into several rows of shops, varying in size to meet different business needs. "I have considered this," Lin Jie nodded and said. "The rooftops of these buildings will be decorated with Chinese glazed tiles, and we will hire muralists to paint the walls. Additionally, the exterior decoration will adopt the style of ancient architecture. We will have unified requirements for the shop signs and similar elements. We also need to pay attention to the cooking fumes and spend a little more to install a centralized purification system. We have many flowers and plants at Qingyuan Mountain, and we cannot let the cooking fumes affect the fragrance of our flowers. Many tourists are attracted by the fragrance of our flowers even before they reach Qingyuan Mountain, which is very important." Lin Nan nodded and thought for a moment before reminding, "All right, I'll remember that." Upon hearing this, Lin Jie also nodded seriously and took out his notebook to jot it down. "Have we sent out advertisements for renting shops in our Qingyuan Mountain Scenic Area's food zone?" Lin Nan asked while slowly wandering around the food area. With the current influx of tourists to Qingyuan Mountain, even on ordinary days, there are tens of thousands of visitors. And during holidays, the number of tourists increases even more. The issue of accommodation and dining for tourists remains a complaint, as they have to go to the county or Qianzhou for lodging and to the town or county for meals, which brings great inconvenience. This is also why Lin Nan has been working overtime, day and night, to build this food area, to quickly put it into use and solve the dining problem for tourists. We have already advertised throughout our entire county and Qianzhou. Currently, many people have come to inquire and are interested in opening shops here. But now I am thinking about how to manage this food area better to provide tourists with a better experience. It's not just about solving the dining issue. We should also let tourists taste our Qianzhou's unique cuisine and provide them with a novel experience," Lin Jie replied. Since becoming the general manager, he has been continuously learning, especially about the management of scenic spots and amusement parks, reading a lot of books on the subject. We can learn from the management experiences of other scenic spots. I have been looking into and researching the management methods of various local scenic areas in recent days. The primary focus of our food area is to provide service to customers. We do not aim to make a profit. The rent should not be set too high, and we should implement differentiated pricing. At the same time, we should restrict competing products for the food vendors. Only one vendor can offer a specific dish, while a few restaurants can have a looser restriction allowing 2 to 3 vendors. Additionally, we should prioritize supporting our local specialty foods, such as Qinzhou fish cakes, meatballs, 3-flavor noodles, Huanyuan rice cakes, moon cakes, and fried pocket cakes. These are all local delicacies that tourists can try upon visiting. For those making these specialties, we can provide some support, such as reducing the rent a bit, as a contribution from our scenic area to promote Qianzhou's cuisine. Many scenic areas focus solely on profit, with exorbitantly high rents, making it impossible for vendors to be patient and create local cuisine. As a result, it becomes very difficult to taste local food in these scenic areas, and visitors often end up eating common, low-quality items. Many places have food streets and food festivals that offer overpriced and unappetizing food, gradually leading to a lack of interest in food streets and festivals. Lin Nan expressed his thoughts. The scenic area does not expect the food zone to generate profit. The main goal is to serve tourists while promoting Qinzhou's local specialty cuisine, allowing visitors to savor local flavors. Our core philosophy is still to serve tourists. It's okay for our rent to be a bit cheaper, and we will strictly limit the prices of these shops. We absolutely cannot allow price gouging that happens in other scenic areas. Some scenic spots sell simple boiled noodles or rice noodles for dozens of yuan, which is blatant exploitation. Additionally, the rent for shops in scenic areas is often too high. Without this approach, they would incur losses. Our situation is different. We are not relying on this for profit. Our primary focus is to serve tourists. As Lin Nan spoke, Lin Jie quickly took notes beside him. I've got it. After finishing, Lin Jie nodded seriously. Some scenic areas indeed lack management, leading to various chaotic situations that create extremely poor experiences for tourists. In this day and age, once a bad reputation is established, the negative news spreads quickly, causing serious repercussions. Many places that once had booming tourism have seen a decline in visitors due to poor management, ultimately resulting in wasted investments. Lin Jie also expressed his feelings. We are in this for the long haul and need to build a strong brand. Every aspect indeed needs careful consideration. With the recent completion of the waiting area, we have implemented unified and effective management of taxis and unscrupulous vehicles, which has garnered praise from tourists. Without effective management, many people are short-sighted, only caring about immediate profits, and end up damaging the reputation of our scenic area, tarnishing the image of Qinzhou people. Chapter 94. Xianxia's choice. In a corner of the vegetable market street in Fengjin Town, Xianxia runs a specialty snack stall. This snack, called Eel-spearfishing mooncake, is a delicacy made from rice flour mixed with peanuts, beans, or sweet potato paste, then deep-fried. It is unique to the Qinzhou region, as it is made using a small, round iron ladle, giving it a moon-like appearance, hence the name Eel-spearfishing. The Eel-spearfishing is thin, very crispy, and fresh, making it a favorite among the local residents of Qinzhou. In various towns in the Qinzhou region, on market days, many people flock to these stalls selling Eel-spearfishing to order some, often accompanied by a bowl of locally brewed rice wine. Enjoying rice wine while savoring Eel-spearfishing and chatting is something many local elderly people consider a must-do on market days. Young people returning to their hometowns also make sure to buy some Eel-spearfishing to snack on. It is a distinctive snack loved by both children and the elderly. Xianxia's Eel-spearfishing is particularly special. She has made some innovations, offering several varieties. There are those with beans, peanuts, sweet potato paste, and even some with tiny river shrimp. Each type of Eel-spearfishing is golden, beautiful, and delicious. Additionally, she is skilled at brewing wine, and her homemade rice wine is well known throughout Fengjin. Therefore, her stall has always had decent business, with many elderly customers frequenting it. However, being just a small stall in a small town, the customers are mostly elderly people with limited spending power, and since they're not daily markets, she has never made much money. It can only be said that she earns a little to supplement her household income in this rural area. 1 bowl of rice wine. 5 Eel-spearfishing, one of each kind. All right, and add another bowl of rice wine. Mr. Li, if you have another bowl, you won't be able to go back. You know how strong this wine is. Haha, a bowl of hot water is fine, right? Sure, hot water is free to drink. How much is it? 3 Eel-spearfishing for 3 yuan, and a bowl of rice wine for 2 yuan, a total of 5 yuan. As usual on market days, Xianxia became busy again. Sanxio, have you heard? Our Linjia village near Qingyuan Mountain has built a food area, specializing in our Qinzhou's local delicacies, and they are currently renting it out. I think you should rent a shop there and sell Eel-spearfishing and rice wine. Many of the customers are regulars. Hu Jinliang is a regular customer of her stall. He used to be a middle school teacher and, after retiring, has been quite interested in local affairs. Knowing that Xianxia's stall doesn't earn much, he brought up the food area rental at Qingyuan Mountain. Teacher Hu, can this really work? Will local people eat this, and will tourists from other places? Xianxia smiled and replied, knowing about this but not wanting to go. You won't know until you try. Our Qinzhou Eel-spearfishing is definitely presentable. Besides, your rice wine is also a unique offering, with just the right sweetness, rich aroma, and it's clean and pure. Honestly, it's just lacking promotion. Otherwise, it could become a brand. Hu Jinliang said with a smile. You have a way with words. Teacher Hu, my ordinary stuff has you praising it to the skies. It's just that people are supporting my business, but those tourists might not recognize it. Moreover, I've heard that rent in many tourist areas is shockingly high, often over $1 million a year. How can I afford that? Not to mention $1 million. I can't even afford several thousand a month. Furthermore, who knows if Qingyuan Mountain will remain popular? What if there are customers today, but none tomorrow? It would be a wasted effort. Xianxia shook her head with a smile. Qingyuan Mountain is already quite famous. Many tourists go there every day. This has benefited all the hotels and restaurants in Fengzhen. And those running restaurants are doing exceptionally well. Everyone in Fengzhen knows this. I have a few students from Linjia village. I've asked them, and they said the rent for shops there 1 TB high. Moreover, they reportedly want to support our local specialties to serve tourists, allowing them to taste some of our Qianzhou's unique snacks. They even have restrictions. Only one shop can sell each type of food, and others can't sell the same. As for worries about tourists, there is no need to be concerned. I've been to Qingyuan Mountain, and it's indeed quite well done. They've spent billions building large hotels in Linjia village. They are confident and believe that the number of tourists will only increase. Hu Jinliang analyzed it for Xianxia in detail. You see, this Yuanyangba, you sell it for 1 yuan each year. But you could sell it for 1.5 yuan at Qingyuan Mountain. The extra can offset the rent. Our market only has it on the 17th of each month, but Qingyuan Mountain is different. As long as you run it well, there will be tourists year-round. And you can have business every day. If business is good, you can also have your son and daughter-in-law come back to help, saving them from working away from home. After hearing Hu Jinliang's words, Xianxia began to ponder. If it were someone else telling her this, she might not have listened. But Hu Jinliang is a middle school teacher, considered knowledgeable and cultured in this rural area, and is always respected. Teacher Hu, can this really work? Xianxia still hesitated. Just try it and you'll know. If you wait too long and someone else takes this opportunity, you'll miss out. This opportunity has come. Be bold and give it a try, and it will also promote our Qianzhou's local cuisine. Try it, 1 tea costs much. Hu Jinliang said with a smile. Okay, I'll listen to you and give it a try. Making money is not easy now. When there's an opportunity, it should be tried. Xianxia thought for a long time, gritted her teeth, and said, exactly. Let us see how it goes. If it gains a reputation, we can register a brand later. Then we can specifically produce this Yuanyangba or brew rice wine to sell. You know Laoganma, right? She made it big selling chili sauce. And now her products are sold all over the world. Hu Jinliang said with a smile. Chapter 95. A gathering of unique delicacies in Qianzhou-san. Do you think this plan will work? That evening, Xianxia called her son and daughter-in-law, who were working away from home, to discuss the idea of selling mooncakes and rice wine in the food area of Qingyuan Mountain Scenic Area. I don't think it will work. First, we need to see if the number of visitors to Qingyuan Mountain remains stable. If there are no tourists, it will all be in vain. Second, although we locals like our mooncakes and rice wine, it's uncertain if visitors from outside will accept them. Additionally, the rental fees for stalls in the scenic area are likely to be very high. Many scenic spots charge hundreds of thousands for a stall each year, and some extremely expensive ones can even charge hundreds of thousands a month. Xianxia, 11e Xianxia, was not optimistic about her selling mooncakes and rice wine at Qingyuan Mountain. However, Mr. Hu thought it was a good opportunity, and I also think we should give it a try. I inquired today and heard that the first 3 months are a trial period with no rent. If everything goes well after 3 months and we meet their management requirements, we can sign a formal contract then. I want to give it a shot. Xianxia said after some contemplation. Go ahead and try it. After all, there's no rent for the first 3 months. Upon hearing that the first 3 months were rent-free, Chun Xiaoxing stopped opposing the idea. With her son's support, Xianxia and her husband Qin Weiping went to Linjia village the next morning. They first carefully toured the shops and facilities in the food area. The shops were quite nice, varying in size. Larger ones could be used for restaurants, while smaller ones could cater to special delicacies and small businesses. There were quite a few medium to small-size shops suitable for Xianxia to sell mooncakes and rice wine. The scenic area had even standardized the interior and exterior renovations, so they only needed to add some equipment to start their business. The shops were quite appealing, and there were also many visitors at Qingyuan Mountain, with tens of thousands of tourists daily, making the place very lively. Even before the food area opened, there were already groups of tourists coming to inquire about food. The shops were good, and with so many visitors, there should be some business. However, the management of the scenic area was too strict, with numerous regulations. They had to pay attention to hygiene, limit prices, and undergo health checks and certifications, with regular spot checks as well. I feel it's too troublesome. Forget it, Chun Yueping said, holding the extensive regulations for the scenic area as food section. Since we're here, let's give it a try. Our son has been married for several years, and other people's children have already bought houses and cars. While we're still young and have the chance, we should earn more money to help these young people, Xianxia thought, although she found it troublesome. She believed the business should be decent. Although there were many rules, they were meant for proper management to sustain the business long term. In fact, She found it quite good because she was a clean person and cleanliness was essential in the food business. If unclean people were seen making food, it could really make customers feel nauseous. Xianxia's stall was well known in town. People loved to eat there. And a major reason was that she kept her small stall clean, which everyone noticed. At home, she also maintained cleanliness. And everyone knew she was a person who valued hygiene, so they trusted the food she made. All right, if you want to try, then go ahead. But it's quite troublesome, Chen Yueping remarked, feeling that the various requirements were excessive and that the business would not be easy to run. However, since Xianxia insisted on doing it, he could only support her. After all, she was right. Their son had been married for years and still didn't own a home. And during the new year, being questioned by relatives and friends made them feel inferior. Xianxia arrived at the management office of the food area. What kind of food do you plan to sell? Lin Nan, Lin Nan's cousin who managed the food area and had some relevant experience from her previous work, asked. I'm Xianxia, and I sell mooncakes and rice wine at the market next to Fengtown. I want to sell mooncakes and rice wine here. Is that possible? Xianxia replied. Oh, it's you. No wonder you look a bit familiar. Your mooncakes and rice wine are delicious. I loved them when I was a child. Lin Nan said, recognizing her after a closer look. That's right. If you like them, you should come every day, Xianxia smiled and said. She had been selling her mooncakes for many years, and almost everyone in Fengtown had tasted them and bought her rice wine. No one here has said they want to sell this yet. You are the first, and since your mooncakes and rice wine are tasty, it will definitely be fine. Plus, you are from Fengtown, so we will prioritize supporting our fellow townspeople. If you have your eye on a shop, just let me know, and I'll reserve it for you, Lin Nan smiled. Lin Nan had already advised her about this. Linjia village relied on Qingyuan Mountain to prosper, and if there was an opportunity, they should help their fellow villagers get rich together. Supporting their own townspeople was also a principle. That's great. I have my eye on shop A08. Can you help me reserve it? Xianxia quickly said. A08? That shop is currently available, so I'll reserve it for you. Here, SA draft agreement. Take a look. We'll waive the rent for the first 3 months for your trial operation, and after 3 months, we'll begin charging rent, Lin Nan explained. Shop A08 is about 60 square meters, with a monthly rent of around 3,000 yuan, plus a management fee and cost for waste gas, wastewater, and garbage disposal, which will be another 200 yuan a month. If everything looks good, just sign here. If you think the business is viable, we'll sign a formal contract later. If you decide not to continue at the end of 3 months, you only need to pay a small management fee and the waste disposal charges. Lin Nan took out a temporary contract and explained it in detail. All right, no problem. Xianxia and Chen Yueping carefully reviewed it a few times, confirmed there were no issues, and signed their names and fingerprints. Get ready over there. Our food area will officially open in 5 days. You need to get a health check and obtain a health certificate. This is the most important thing. Without it, we cannot allow you to operate. Okay. Chapter 96. Special Food Gathering in Xianzhou 2, Qingyuan Mountain Food Zone. The new businesses entering the food zone are bustling with preparations for their official opening tomorrow. Xianxia's Sanqiu mooncake has also hung its sign, and inside the shop, Xianxia and Chen Yueping are busy cleaning and tidying up, getting ready for the grand opening. They're unsure if the business will take off. They have invested several thousand yuan, and they hope it won't go to waste. While busy with cleaning, Chen Yueping keeps mumbling. He is a typical rural person who fears spending money on big ventures. Spending a few thousand yuan to open a small shop makes him feel pained, and he constantly worries about whether there will be customers or if they will incur losses, making him hesitant in his actions. It's just a few thousand yuan. In this day and age, it's hardly enough to accomplish anything significant. Fortunately, the Qingyuan Mountain scenic area has provided favorable policies. The food zone has been uniformly renovated, so these businesses don't need to do any renovations themselves, plus their SA 3-month rent waiver. To be honest, only Qingyuan Mountain has such good policies. In other places, it's impossible. Rent is exorbitant, and if you want to open a small shop in a scenic area, you need at least several 100,000 yuan. It's ridiculous to fret over a few thousand yuan. Stop whining. You've been mumbling for days, Xianxia said impatiently, glancing at Chen Yueping. As the shop was almost ready, she stepped out to stroll around the food zone. Meatballs, 3-cup chicken, lotus blood duck, lei cha, steamed rice cakes, beef soup. Qianzhou local cuisine, classic Qianzhou restaurants, Qianzhou specialty dishes. It truly represents the diverse culinary offerings from all over Qianzhou, including Hongdu clay pot soup, Hongdu rice noodles, and Hongdu local restaurants. After wandering around the food zone, Xianxia found it to be bustling with activity, showcasing various representative dishes from Qianzhou and even the entire Laobiao province. along with many local restaurants. The main goal is to allow tourists to Qingyuan Mountain to taste the most authentic and delicious local Qianzhou cuisine. Surprisingly, many well-known dishes from across the country, like snacks from certain counties or noodles from certain provinces, are absent here. It's not that no one wants to open shops selling those, but the Qingyuan Mountain scenic area doesn't allow them. People can eat those near their homes without needing to come to the scenic area. The establishment of this specialty food zone is mainly to serve tourists while promoting the local culinary specialties of Qianzhou. Honestly, it does seem quite impressive. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Back in the shop, Chen Yueping started nagging again as soon as Xianxia returned. Xianxia, how much material should we prepare for tomorrow? Selling mooncakes here, if business is good, we want to be able to keep up. If it's bad, we'll just be anxious. I don't know if our regular customers will come. Will outsiders drink our rice wine? He lacked confidence and constantly worried about losing his investment. Xianxia was most annoyed by this aspect. Without any decisiveness, he would never accomplish anything significant in his life. Prepare more materials. Let's get up early tomorrow and be ready, she said. I've already told our regular customers, and many said they would come to Qingyuan Mountain. After all, it's lively here now, and they want to join in the fun. Rice wine isn't just for locals. Many people from other places drink it. As long as our wine is good, I believe someone will like it. Business will gradually pick up. Nobody becomes fat overnight, Xianxia said, shaking her head. After saying that, she continued to busy herself, carefully inspecting the shop for areas that needed improvement and other details. I think we shouldn't prepare too much. If we can't sell it, it will spoil, especially with the hot weather now. I don't know why Qingyuan Mountain scenic area installed centralized air conditioning. It consumes so much electricity. They could just vent the cooking fumes outside, but instead, they set up a centralized purification system, charging us extra every month. Getting health certificates cost us a pretty penny. We've been doing this for decades and are healthy. Such redundancy. Chen Yueping kept nagging, then went outside to check on the tourist situation at Qingyuan Mountain. Those taxi drivers seem to be making a lot of money. Should we call our son back to drive taxi? He works outside and earns little, spends money extravagantly. By the end of the year, the two of U.S. Haven Tea saved a penny. If he comes back to drive a taxi, at least he can live at home and eat here, saving a huge expense. I wonder how much money Linjia village at Qingyuan Mountain makes in a day with tens of thousands of tourists. I heard their fruit sell for dozens of yuan a pound. Linjia village is truly rich. After coming back from outside, Chen Yueping kept nagging, which annoyed Xianxia. At this moment, it wasn't just Chen Yueping worrying about business. Master Lu Yun from the Qianzhou local restaurant was also feeling anxious. Unlike Xianxia, who had invested only a few thousand yuan, he had poured over 200,000 yuan into his business. His shop was large, with 2 floors, the first for dining and the second for private rooms, especially hiring people to work overtime to finish the renovations. Although he was confident that Qingyuan Mountain attracted a large number of tourists, and that as long as there were visitors, business would be fine, he still had doubts about whether this hefty investment would pay off. He only knew how to make local Qianzhou dishes, which were praised by locals. But he wasn't sure if tourists would like them. This was his biggest insecurity. The key issue was that the Qingyuan Mountain scenic area had restrictions stating that if they focused on local Qianzhou cuisine, they could only serve that and not other cuisines, emphasizing a single specialty. He didn't know if tourists would come to try his Qianzhou dishes. If the business didn't take off, his investment of over 200,000 yuan would be a complete loss. Master Lu was just as uncertain as the others, waiting anxiously for tomorrow's opening. Chapter 97. Business booms. Too busy to handle it, the next day marked the official opening of the Qingyuan Mountain Food Zone. Xianxia and Chen Yueping had already woken up at 3 in the morning to start preparing. The rice paste needed for the mooncake must be freshly ground that day, and the sweet potato paste also needs to be freshly made. The small river shrimp used must be lively and fresh. Only with the freshest ingredients can they make delicious mooncakes. In addition to mooncakes, Xianxia also has a skill for brewing wine. Her rice wine is quite famous in the surrounding towns of Fengzhou, and she brews a new vat of rice wine every day. Considering that the sales at the Qingyuan Mountain scenic area might be larger, she decided to brew 2 vats of rice wine daily for now. If sales are not ideal later, she would revert to 1 vat. These tasks needed to be prepared early. After getting all the materials ready, Xianxia and Chen Yueping transported everything to their shop in the Qingyuan Mountain Food Zone using a tricycle. By this time, the sky had already brightened. When they arrived at the food zone, all the shops had already started bustling about. Today was the first day of business. and whether they could achieve a good start was crucial for everyone's investment to break even and whether they could make money from the store in the future. Since everyone was among the first batch to do business here, no one knew if business would actually thrive. Phew! After a busy morning, Xianxia finally had a moment to eat breakfast and catch her breath. Xianxia, 1 bowl of rice wine and 5 mooncakes, please. Just as she was finishing her breakfast, Lin Nan from Linjia village walked over. He used to enjoy visiting Xianxia's stall at the market to drink rice wine and eat mooncakes, often skipping breakfast just to enjoy a bowl of rice wine and some mooncakes at the market. Yesterday, he saw that Xianxia had opened a shop in the food zone, so he came early today. Okay. Upon hearing this, Xianxia quickly got busy. Lin Nan, please enjoy the rice wine first. The mooncakes will be ready shortly. Qingyuan brought over a bowl of rice wine and said with a smile. The bowl for the rice wine was a large, coarse bowl commonly used by villagers for meals, holding exactly 1 pound of rice wine. Great! Freshly made mooncakes taste the best. They're crispy and fragrant. I have nothing much to do anyway. Lin Nan nodded with a smile, then took a long sip of rice wine, comfortably squinting his eyes as he said, Our Fengjing's rice wine is the best. He praised. You can say that it's well known throughout the area. Your rice wine has a wonderful aroma, and it's sweet without being cloying, just right. It's much better than those white wines. A few days ago, I had some that cost thousands a bottle, but I just couldn't get used to it. It's not as good as your rice wine. Lin Nan's words made Qingyuan and Xianxia very happy, their faces beaming with smiles. Even though it was not the first time they had heard praises for their rice wine. Lin Nan, I heard that last time Scar faced trouble in your Linjia village, and you led the charge against him? With no customers around, Qingyuan sat down to chat with Lin Nan. If Linjia village is famous for anything, aside from Qingyuan Mountain, it's because recently the villagers dealt with Scar and his gang, making them cry for mercy. That was a bunch of little thugs who didn't know what kind of place Linjia village is. I'm old now and don't have much fire left in me. If I were 20 years younger, I would have directly chopped those bastards to death. Lin Nan spoke casually, as if it were nothing. Lin Xianxia, the mooncakes are ready. Just like before. I'll give you one of each kind since you're my first customer of the new shop. I'll even throw an extra one. Soon, Xianxia brought over the freshly made mooncakes. Thank you. Lin Nan leisurely ate the mooncakes while sipping his wine and continued chatting with Qingyuan about the previous incident. Sanyi, did Scar and his gang provoke your Linjia village? That bastard came with over 100 people to our Linjia village, demanding half the shares of our village company. Isn't that clearly robbery? How could we let him off? He really had the guts to ask for half the shares of the company right off the bat. Of course, he has been running rampant in our Xianxia County for too long. He used to be in the sand business, stone mining, and rare earth mining. He wanted a hand in everything, otherwise he would stir up trouble and even beat people. His family used to be incredibly poor, and he quickly got rich using these methods. This is basically organized crime. He'll end up in prison sooner or later. We don't care about that. Once he provoked us, we just went after him. I'm old now. If I die, it doesn't matter. If I go in, it's just like going to retire there. Sanyi, they didn't make it difficult for you when you went in, did they? No, they treated us well, serving us good food and drinks. They'll let me out in a couple of days. The director is afraid we old bones will die in there. Ha! Lin Nan chatted with Qingyuan, sipping his little wine and munching on the crispy mooncakes. 1 bowl of rice wine and 5 mooncakes. While chatting, several people suddenly entered the shop. Sanyi, you've already started drinking. Of course, I knew yesterday that they were opening a shop here, so I got up early. In the past, I had to go to town for rice wine and mooncakes. Now I can get it right in our village, much more convenient. Exactly. The food zone has all kinds of shops. It's much easier to eat. My son, daughter-in-law, and grandson went to eat meatballs and rice. So I came over to drink and eat mooncakes. Their rice wine is still the best. It's rich and fragrant, but you can't drink too much. If I drink another bowl, I'll feel dizzy and might just topple over with a breeze. Ha! The newcomers were all from Linjia village. Now almost everyone from Linjia village works at the village company. With the food zone open, many people have stopped making breakfast and come directly to eat meatballs, rice noodles, drink beef soup, or clay pot soup, which is convenient and saves effort. Xianxia's little shop quickly filled up with people, and she and Qingyuan wore smiles on their faces as they worked hard. As time passed, Qingyuan Mountain welcomed a new day of visitors. Waves of tourists kept arriving, making the entire Qingyuan Mountain bustling and lively. At the same time, many hungry tourists flocked to the food zone. Are there any book friends who enjoy drinking rice wine? Chapter 98. Business is booming. Too busy. Tu He Ching, who is over 50 years old, comes from Ludi. Originally, He came to Qianzhou to visit his son-in-law's house to see his precious daughter and newly born grandson. Feeling bored, his son-in-law, Shun Fei, who is very filial, brought him to Qingyuan Mountain to have some fun. In fact, He Qing did not care much about where to go or what to do. He was more interested in tasting local delicacies. Upon arriving at Qingyuan Mountain, he immediately spotted the food area outside Linjia village and walked straight over, eager to see if there was anything to his taste. "Dad, didn't you have enough for breakfast?" His son-in-law Shun Fei asked with a smile as he followed behind. "Honestly, I'm not used to your southern breakfast. Back home, we drink early wine in the morning and eat noodles. You southerners don't even have early wine to drink, and the money spent on the wine you bought was wasted. It really doesn't taste good. After trying your buns and noodles a few times, I just can't get used to it. Especially those meatballs. I can't stand them either." He Qing shook his head and said, with his hand behind his back, he looked around the food area, shaking his head as he surveyed the offerings. In his hometown, there is a tradition of drinking early wine, and he had been doing it for decades. Without a drink in the morning, he felt sluggish. Unfortunately, there is no such custom in Qianzhou, and fearing his daughter would scold him for drinking, he had a decent breakfast since he arrived. Ysnt, their noodle shop run by a northerner here. He Qing continued to shake his head. The portions here in the south are small, and the prices are high. In the north, no one would eat this. A bun back home could be equivalent to 3 or 4 of yours. I need to eat 4 or 5 to feel full, while I would need to eat over 10 baskets of your small dumplings. "Dad, I can't finish even one of your buns," Shun Fei chuckled. "So you need to eat more. Look at you, you're as skinny as a monkey." He Qing chatted with Shun Fei as they walked, but suddenly he stopped, his nose twitching slightly. What a fragrant wine. He looked toward the shop Xianxia mooncake nearby, where the sign said they sold home-brewed rice wine. "Let us go try the rice wine you southerners make." "Dad, Yuan doesn't tea let you drink. She says you get drunk easily," Shun Fei said helplessly as he followed behind. It wasn't tea that he was stingy with money. It was just that his father-in-law couldn't enjoy himself without at least a pound of white wine. "Can your southern rice wine really get me drunk? I usually drink a pound of white wine at a meal. That is just a warm-up for me," He Qing said, already feeling the urge to drink upon smelling the wine. Arriving at Xianxia's small shop, he asked, "Boss, what do you serve here?" Qingyuan, recognizing his accent as not being from the area, smiled and said, "We sell local specialties, mooncake, and home-brewed rice wine. Generally, it's rice wine paired with mooncake." "All right, give me 3 pounds of rice wine first, and then some of those mooncakes to go with it." Once inside the shop, the aroma of the wine became even stronger, making his mouth water. He noticed several people around his age were chatting and drinking together. He smiled at his son-in-law Shun Fei and said, "See, it's still us older folks who know how to enjoy life. Drinking early wine feels great." Yes, but Dad, our southern rice wine, although it's not as strong as white wine, please don't overdo it. This rice wine can knock you out if the wind blows." Shun Fei repeatedly nodded, reminding him, "I've drunk all kinds of wine. It's just a bit of rice wine. Most of it is just water." He Qing dismissed the warning. Soon, Qingyuan brought over 3 bowls, filling them to the brim with rice wine. "Our bowls hold a pound. A full bowl is a pound. This bowl is a bit too small. Our northern bowls are much bigger, especially for noodles. This one is too small to eat noodles properly. Let me try your southern rice wine." He Qing gently lifted one bowl and gulped it down in big swigs, finishing a pound of wine in one go. "Wow, refreshing. I didn't expect your southern rice wine to have such a unique flavor. While it's not as strong as white wine or the strong liquor from my hometown, it's sweet, clear, fragrant, and has a lasting aftertaste. Good wine, good wine. This is quality wine made from grains," he praised repeatedly. After that, he picked up a piece of mooncake and started eating. This little thing is quite good, crispy, and fragrant. It really pairs well with the wine." He then raised another bowl of rice wine and gulped it down again. "Refreshing. I have to say, your southern rice wine is indeed enjoyable. This gulping down a bowl at a time is much better than drinking strong liquor." Feeling satisfied, he thought, this wine should be sipped slowly. If you drink too fast, you'll get drunk. A nearby elder noticed him downing a bowl at once and quickly reminded him, "Brother, I'm not bragging, but I'm from northern Ludi. I usually drink a pound of white wine to rinse my mouth. If I really let loose, I can drink 2 to 3 pounds easily. This rice wine from the south is nothing compared to that. Although it's not high in alcohol content, downing a pound in one go is quite satisfying." He Qing replied with a smile. "Our rice wine may seem easy to drink, but it packs a punch. Once the effect kicks in, you'll be out cold with just a breeze." The elder laughed. "It's fine. This little wine isn't a big deal." He Qing waved his hand dismissively. He took another mooncake, examining it closely. It was crispy, fragrant, and truly delicious. Then, he downed another bowl of rice wine in one go. So satisfying. Boss, bring me 3 more bowls. Dad, I think we've had enough. If you drink more, you'll definitely get drunk, Xianxia hurriedly said, knowing well the strength and effects of this rice wine, which was sweet and smooth, but had a significant after effect. Once the buzz hit, it could knock you out easily. Where are we? It's just a few pounds of rice wine. I want to get drunk. Boss, bring me 3 more pounds. And let us get some more of that snack. Qing was unbothered. Today's rice wine was indeed quite enjoyable. Drinking it pound by pound was definitely more satisfying than drinking white wine. He was determined to have a good drink today. Chapter 99 Business Booms. Too busy to handle at 3, what a thrill. This rice wine is really enjoyable. This snack is also great, crispy and fragrant, perfect for drinking. Qing drank 6 bowls of rice wine and exclaimed it was delightful. The feeling of drinking from a big bowl is much more satisfying than sipping from a small cup. The key is that this rice wine goes down smoothly and comfortably. Another 3 bowls. After finishing, Qing still wanted more. Brother, it's not that I'm not selling you wine, but you really can't drink anymore. Our wine has a strong after effect, and I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy your trip to Qingyuan Mountain later. Once the effect kicks in, you'll just fall asleep. Qingyuan quickly added, Dad, you really can't drink anymore. If Yuan knows, she will definitely make me kneel on a washboard, his son-in-law Xianxia also hurriedly said. Xianxia, you're a grown man. Don't be so afraid of your wife. It's just a bit of wine. What's the big deal? All right, 6 jean of wine is enough for now. How much do I owe you, boss? Qing patted his belly, feeling it was about time. 6 jean of rice wine at 10 yuan per jean, and 10 moon cakes at 2 yuan each, totaling 80 yuan. Qingyuan quickly replied. Dad, I'll pay. Xianxia said, pulling out his phone to pay. I didn't expect the prices here in the scenic area to be quite reasonable. Last time I went to a certain scenic area, a bowl of instant noodles cost me 20 yuan, and a plate of boiled noodles with just some scallions was 30 yuan. That barely filled a gap between my teeth. But here, good wine is only 10 yuan per jean, and the snacks are also affordable. Qing, satisfied, walked out of the small shop, discussing the local prices as he walked. Once outside, he looked up at Qingyuan Mountain, and a gust of wind blew through the mist, making him feel dizzy and ready to collapse. The after effect of this wine is really strong, he muttered just before he fell. Xianxia had been paying attention to him and quickly supported him, guiding him to a nearby chair. Now we can head home. Xianxia shook his head helplessly and hurried to get the car, helping his father-in-law into the vehicle to head back home. They were just a small episode in this bustling food district. Meanwhile, the entire food area had become extraordinarily lively. Tourists from all over were forming large crowds, searching for their favorite local delicacies from Qianzhou. These Qianzhou meatballs are delicious, fresh, fragrant, and chewy. I didn't expect that these meatballs are made only with lean meat and potato starch, yet they taste so good, especially with these condiments. Boss, another serving. Qianzhou's beef soup is unique too. It's quite good. I think Qianzhou's rice noodles are nice, just don't put too many chili peppers. These locals can really handle spicy food. They eat raw chili peppers. I find these moon cakes tasty, crispy, fragrant, and quite cheap. Indeed, the prices in the Qingyuan Mountain scenic area are really reasonable. Things aren't expensive. I've traveled to many scenic spots, and it's rare to find such low prices. The key is that all these items are local specialties of Qianzhou, which is great. Many are also specialties of the local province, and I think that's wonderful. Exactly. Many scenic areas don't offer local specialties at all. They just sell common stuff that's often tasteless and outrageously expensive. When we go out to play, besides enjoying the scenery, tasting local delicacies is one of our travel goals. Right, I want to say that too. Many scenic areas only sell instant noodles and boiled noodles, and they taste terrible, making people not want to travel anymore. Tourists continue to enjoy Qianzhou's local specialties while commenting on them. Because the food in the area was reasonably priced and tasty, and particularly featured local specialties, customers were pleased, leading to a booming business. Boss, give me 5 more of these mooncakes. Boss, I want 10. Boss, 2 more bowls of rice wine. This rice wine is really enjoyable. Xianxia's mooncake shop was incredibly busy, and both Xianxia and Qingyuan were working tirelessly, feeling a bit flustered. The business was so good, customers kept coming in, and they couldn't keep up with the demand for mooncakes. The rice wine that had been brewed in advance was sold out before noon, and there was no wine left to sell. By close to noon, all the mooncakes were sold out, and all the prepared ingredients were gone. Phew, I'm exhausted. Finally, I could take a breather. Xianxia and Qingyuan sat down to rest. How much did we sell? Xianxia asked. taking a sip of water and looking at Qingyuan, who was checking the accounts on her phone. This much. Qingyuan smiled and held up 2 fingers. 2,000? Xianxia felt a rush of energy, his fatigue disappearing instantly. Actually, it's 350 yuan. Wow, this business is great. It's so much better than before. In the past, selling a few hundred yuan in a day was considered good. Today, we've sold 300 yuan in just half a day. If we had more materials, we could keep selling. Qingyuan calculated carefully and said, if we could sell for an entire day, I estimate we could easily hit 4,000 yuan. Wow. If we had this kind of business every day, we would really make money. After calculating, Qingyuan couldn't stop smiling, overwhelmed with happiness. Now you know how to make money. I wonder who always complains and fears losing a few thousand yuan. You've been like this your whole life. Too stingy to spend money on big projects. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be able to build a house in town. Xianxia looked at her speechlessly, wondering how he ever fell for her. Right, my dear wife is right. I must have been blessed in my past life to marry you. Qingyuan quickly smiled back. He was too lazy to argue with Xianxia about it. After resting a bit, he stood up and said, I'll head back to town and prepare more materials for making mooncakes. There will be even more tourists in the afternoon. We can't just sit here doing nothing. Yes, hurry up. There will be even more tourists in the afternoon. Let us check if we have enough wine and brew some more rice wine. Xianxia nodded quickly and got up to help Qingyuan get busy again. Please help by giving a 5-star review. The data for this book is really poor. Thank you for your support. It motivates me to write. Chapter 100. The food zone receives high praise. The Qianzhou local cuisine restaurant in the Qingyuan Mountain food zone is packed with visitors from all over, savoring local delicacies while chatting about today's events at Qingyuan Mountain. I came here specifically for the Bagua Bamboo Forest. Before coming, I didn't believe there was really such a place, but once inside, we spent the entire day without finding our way out, and my stomach was growling. Indeed, there is something to this amazing forest. No one could find their way out alone. Tomorrow, I'm going to challenge this Bagua Bamboo Forest again. I refuse to believe I can't find a way out. Brother Chong, let it go. We've walked all day. My feet are sore and I can't walk anymore. I've been hungry all day. I'm not going tomorrow. I'm not going either. I've realized how formidable this Bagua Bamboo Forest is. You really can't get out. Come on, let us drink. I didn't expect Qianzhou cuisine to be quite delicious. It's flavorful and aromatic, though a bit too spicy. Although Qianzhou cuisine isn't one of the 8 major cuisines, I think it's still quite good, especially after being hungry all day. It really goes well with rice. It's definitely delicious, especially this 3-cup chicken. The aroma of the wine mixed with the sweetness of the chicken is fantastic. The lotus blood duck and stir-fried bacon with amaranth are also good. In the back kitchen, Chef Liu Yun is busy and full of energy. The business here is much better than expected. There hasn't even a break for lunch or dinner. Customers keep coming in waves. A truckload of beer that just arrived yesterday was sold out today, and they had to call for a delivery in the evening. Finally, I could take a break. After a busy afternoon, Chef Liu is about to rest after finishing the last dish. Dad, another table of customers just arrived. Stir-fried bacon with amaranth, lotus blood duck, 3-cup chicken, stir-fried yellow beef, braised pig's feet with yellow soybeans, rice noodle fish. Just as he takes a sip of tea, his daughter Lu Liqin walks in with a menu. Oh, I just had a moment to breathe. Chef Liu shakes his head and quickly gets back to work. When he used to run a restaurant in Qianzhou City, he often worried about having no customers. But now he feels the rush of customers coming in like tide. One word, tired. After finishing this table's dishes, a new order comes in, some extra dishes, and Chef Liu has to keep busy again. In Xianxia's Moonlight Bar small shop, Xianxia and Qingyuan finally have a moment to catch their breath. It's not that there are no customers. It's just that all the ingredients have been used up. They sold out during lunch and prepared some additional ingredients in the afternoon, and, just as expected, more tourists came in the afternoon. With more visitors, their business boomed, and even the Moonlight Bar they sell ran out of stock. I'm exhausted. Xianxia takes a sip of water, feeling the fatigue of the day. Today we made 210 yuan. Qingyuan looks at the numbers on her phone, grinning from ear to ear. Making 4,000 yuan in a day. After various expenses, we should still earn around 3,000. Calculating it, if this business keeps going, we could make nearly 100,000 a month, and earning $1 million a year is possible. We weren't prepared enough. If we had prepared more and cooked some Moonlight Bars in advance, I think we could have made 5,000 or 6,000 without a problem. Many customers left when they saw they had to queue. Tomorrow, we need to prepare more in advance so customers don't have to wait and can take their food to go. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, yes, We were indeed unprepared. We didn't expect so many customers here, continuously flowing in. The whole food zone is bustling. Look at Chef Lou's local cuisine restaurant across the street. It hasn't stopped all day, and even now, customers keep coming in. He is really making a fortune. Qingyuan said, glancing at the still bustling Qianzhou local cuisine restaurant. Stop envying others. Let's clean up a bit, rest early, and prepare more ingredients tomorrow. Xianxia gets up, ready to get busy. Should we call Xiaoxing and his wife back? We can't handle this alone, and you're too tired. It would be good for them to come back and slowly learn your skills. Qingyuan looks at her weary husband and thinks for a moment. Weren't you saying this business has no future? Yesterday, you were worried that your investment would go down the drain, and now you want to call her son back? Xianxia replies, feeling speechless. It's because the business is good. We can't keep up, so of course, we should call the young ones back. They only earn around 10,000 a month out there. If they come back, we might earn 10,000 in a day. Let us see how it goes. If it lasts a few months, we'll call them back. If we bring them back now, and the business isn't stable, they might lose their jobs. All right, let us wait and see. It's not guaranteed we'll have such good business every day. The couple discusses while busy cleaning. The Qingyuan Mountain Scenic Area Food Zone. Bustling all day, gradually quiets down as night falls. In each shop in the food zone, the owners are busy tallying up today's revenue, each smiling widely. The first day's sales exceeded everyone's expectations. Just a quick calculation shows that this business is definitely profitable. The number of tourists at Qingyuan Mountain is astonishing. And this is the only place with food nearby, making it hard not to do well. Many are contemplating whether to call their families to come help. The result of good business is that they are extremely tired and don't even have time to catch their breath. The shop owners in the food zone are all smiles. The tourists visiting Qingyuan Mountain are also very happy. Not only do they enjoy the activities, but they also enjoy the food. The fruits of Qingyuan Mountain are delicious, and the various Qianzhou delicacies in the food zone have left tourists satisfied. On major travel websites, video sites, and the official website of the Qingyuan Mountain Scenic Area, visitors are leaving messages, and the praise is overwhelming. Chapter 101. Level up again. Opening folded space, Qingyuan Mountain is absolutely worth a visit. The ticket price is even less than 3 digits. The scenery at Qingyuan Mountain is very beautiful, filled with various flowers and plants in a riot of colors. The bizarre pine trees and strange rocks at the main peak of Qingyuan Mountain, as well as the great waterfall, are truly spectacular. The various rare and unique pine trees are definitely worth seeing. When you visit the waterfall, remember to bring an umbrella because the water flow is really strong, and when the mountain wind blows, it feels like it's raining heavily. The Bagua Maze forest at Qingyuan Mountain is also definitely worth a visit. Trust me, remember to bring plenty of food and water when you go in, as it's nearly impossible for most people to find their way out alone. A few of my friends and I walked around in there for a whole day without finding an exit. The food area at the foot of Qingyuan Mountain is also worth exploring. It features specialties from Qianzhou and the entire Laobiao province, all of which are quite good and reasonably priced, without the typical tourist exploitation. Overall, I give the Qingyuan Mountain area an 8-star rating. The only inconvenience is that there are no hotels nearby, making accommodation difficult. I just finished my trip to Qingyuan Mountain today, and it was indeed enjoyable. The fruits from Qingyuan Mountain are incredibly delicious, although they're quite pricey, but once you try them, you'll feel they're worth it. I do not recommend playing in the maze forest because you really might not be able to find your way out and will just keep going around in circles. I walked all day today and ended up with blisters on my feet, still not managing to exit. Especially for stubborn people, I really suggest not going there. My friend, not believing me, went back the next day and spent another whole day inside. I rate Qingyuan Mountain 9 stars. It's worth a visit. The ticket is cheap, only 88 yuan, but I heard the price is going to increase because a large rafting project is under construction in the area, which will raise the ticket price by several dozen yuan. I plan to visit Qingyuan Mountain again during the summer vacation. It's really fun, and the food in the scenic area has a distinct Qianzhou local flavor, unlike the expensive and unappetizing offerings at other scenic spots. I give Qingyuan Mountain 8 stars. The scenery is top-notch, and the maze forest is quite good, though there are too few attractions. However, considering the 88 yuan ticket price, the scenic area seems quite conscientious. The food in the scenic area is quite good. I recommend the mooncake, which is crispy, crunchy, and fragrant, and their rice wine is really delicious. Don't miss it if you love fine wine. Lin Nan looked at the travel website, chuckling at the comments on the videos. His efforts have finally paid off. The Qingyuan Mountain Scenic Area has received unanimous recognition from visitors. More and more tourists are coming, and its fame is growing. The mountain god system has been upgraded to level 4. At this moment, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Lin Nan focused his thoughts and quickly opened the mountain god system. Qingyuan Mountain, level 4 height, 324 meters, can be increased to 1,000 meters, range, a radius of 5 kilometers, can open folded space. Greatly increasing the range of Qingyuan Mountain, plant species, ginkgo, plum, peach, banyan, camphor, jujube, sour jujube, etc. Animal species, yellow deer, owl monkey, civet cat, pangolin, giant salamander. Wild boar, wild rabbit, wild chicken. Products, polygonatum, ganoderma, mountain plum, gold cherry, August fruit, white palm mushroom. Number of known people, 72. 23 million number of visitors, 120,000 lottery draws available. One-time fame rating, 4 stars evaluation, somewhat famous, known across rivers and lakes. System functions, can greatly change and control precipitation, temperature, terrain, and topography in the Qingyuan Mountain area. Can control and influence the growth of plants and animals in the Qingyuan Mountain area. Can improve plant species in the Qingyuan Mountain area and significantly accelerate plant growth. Can control underground water veins and fire veins. Fluent in animal language, can communicate with birds and beasts. Lin Nan carefully examined the upgraded mountain god system. First, the height of Qingyuan Mountain has increased to allow for an elevation of up to 1,000 meters. This is something Lin Nan has always wanted. The current height of over 300 meters feels too short and does not qualify as a famous mountain. If it could be raised to 1,000 meters, that would be different. As the saying goes, standing high allows for a broader view, and the scenery would be different. Besides, if Qingyuan Mountain becomes taller, it won't just be a simple linear increase. The overall size would also increase. The second aspect is the range. Originally, Qingyuan Mountain had a relatively small range of only 5 kilometers in radius. After the system upgraded to level 4, it unexpectedly unlocked folded space, allowing for a significant expansion of Qingyuan Mountain's range. Folded space? Lin Nan focused his thoughts and carefully examined the information about this folded space. Folded space is similar to what is described in traditional Taoism and Buddhism as a shumi mustard seed or cave heaven. Once the folded space is opened from the outside, Qingyuan Mountain appears to have a similar range to before, without any significant change. However, the internal space of Qingyuan Mountain can expand infinitely, extending into a larger area and range. It resembles the celestial caves in fantasy novels. A mountain that seems small from the outside can actually contain a vast space, creating a world of its own. So that is how it is. I was worried that Qingyuan Mountain was too small and would have no room for development in the future. After opening the folded space, not only can Qingyuan Mountain grow larger, but can also add more fun and beautiful scenes, providing tourists with a richer experience. Yes, Lin Nan couldn't help but nod. Many tourists have reported that Qingyuan Mountain feels a bit small and that there aren't enough activities or attractions. After opening the folded space, is there still a worry about not having fun or beautiful projects? There is also another lottery draw available. I'll do that later to see what good things I can get. The system function has added a proficiency in animal language, allowing communication with birds and beasts. Lin Nan focused his thoughts and immediately activated this system function, quickly understanding how this ability works. All things in the world, including insects, fish, birds, and beasts, have their own languages. Proficiency in animal language allows communication with these creatures, understanding what they are thinking, whether they are sick or healthy, and so on. It seems to have no significant use. Does it mean I can raise some animals here at Qingyuan Mountain and train them to attract tourists? Lin Nan pondered the potential uses of this new ability. For now, I'll set it aside and go for a walk to see how this ability actually works. Generally, animals should not possess much intelligence. I guess it just means I can understand what they're trying to convey. First, I'll use this lottery draw. I hope to get something good. With a thought, Lin Nan started the lottery draw. Chapter 102, Cloudtop Golden Mountain in Lin Nan's mind. A lottery wheel was spinning rapidly and soon began to slow down. Ding! Congratulations, the host has drawn Cloudtop Golden Mountain. You can directly transform a mountain peak into Cloudtop Golden Mountain, or you can directly place Cloudtop Golden Mountain on Qingyuan Mountain. Cloudtop Golden Mountain? With a thought, Lin Nan immediately began to examine it closely. The so-called Cloudtop Golden Mountain does not refer to an actual mountain of gold, but rather, at sunrise and sunset, sunlight reflects a golden glow, making it look like a mountain of gold from a distance. This phenomenon can be seen in several places. For example, the golden summit of Wudong Mountain, Anime Mountain, comes from this effect. Under the shine of the setting or rising sun, the mountain tops appear golden and are enveloped in golden light. Additionally, on the Tibetan plateau, there is a famous mountain called Namjagbarwa Peak, which also appears golden under the sunlight at sunrise and sunset, resembling a mountain of gold. The cloud-top golden mountain is a combination of the best features of various golden mountains in the mountain god system. It is not only more dazzling and clearer, but also shines brilliantly in golden light whenever there is sunlight, regardless of the time or direction from which it is viewed. Moreover, to enhance the effect, there are abundant white clouds at the base, making it look like a mountain of gold in the clouds, akin to a golden palace in the Buddhist paradise of the West. Wow, impressive. Just this cloud-top golden mountain should allow for a ticket price increase of at least 20 yuan. Lin Nan stroked his chin and said, "It has never been easy to see a golden mountain. Visiting Wudong Mountain or Himei Mountain to see the golden summit requires getting up early and timing it right to catch the golden light, which is quite rare. As for wanting to see Namjagbarwa Peak, that is even more difficult due to altitude sickness and inconvenient transportation. Now, as long as you come to Qingyuan Mountain, you have a chance to see the shimmering golden light no matter when you visit. And its cloud-top golden mountain, which looks like a mountain of gold in the clouds from a distance, dreamlike yet so real, like a mirage. Indeed, it's time for us at Qingyuan Mountain to raise the ticket price. 88 yuan is a bit too cheap." Lin Nan thought quickly. It just so happens that this time we can also raise the altitude of Qingyuan Mountain to 1 kilometer, so tourists won't keep saying it's too low and can easily climb it. Raising it to 1 kilometer will allow visitors to take their time climbing. I just wonder what kind of commotion this will cause. Let's do it at night. Lin Nan patiently waited. Soon the day passed. After a lively day, Qingyuan Mountain gradually quieted down as the tourists left. At 1 a.m., Lin Nan silently summoned the mountain god system, opened the folding space, and directly formed the cloud-top golden mountain, raised Qingyuan Mountain's height to 1 kilometer. With a thought from Lin Nan, the system immediately began to work. Boom! Lin Nan felt the ground shake, and a huge noise came from Qingyuan Mountain, as if something extraordinarily massive had emerged, making him feel like an ant on a giant creature. The once sleeping giant suddenly stirred, and it felt as if the entire world was moving. An earthquake! An earthquake! Although he knew the system wouldn't damage anything in Xianxia village, Lin Nan instinctively rushed outside in a panic. While running, he shouted loudly. Instantly, the entire Xianxia village was stirred, with lights coming on in every household, and after feeling the earthquake, everyone hurriedly ran outside. Another earthquake! The earthquake! Everyone come out! What is happening? Another earthquake! The villagers of Xianxia village quickly gathered at the grain-drying field. What happened? Another earthquake? I don't know. It seems like there is some commotion on the back mountain. I feel the same. It seems like something very large is breaking through the ground. Should we go check the back mountain? Let us not. It's too scary at night. I've said before that we should have fenced off all the necessary areas of Qingyuan Mountain early on and installed lights and surveillance cameras everywhere, so we could know what was happening on the mountain from our homes. The villagers kept discussing. Having gone through it once, everyone was no longer too scared. The commotion was loud, but it came quickly and left quickly. Soon, Qingyuan Mountain seemed to return to quiet. Let us go back. Everyone go back to rest. There are many visitors every day, and we are all very tired, so let us rest early. Seeing that there was no more commotion, Lin Nan called the villagers back to rest. Everyone is indeed very busy every day. There's so much work to do in the Qingyuan Mountain scenic area that it feels like the whole village is working in a village company. And everyone is very busy and tired. Lin Nan and Xianxia were discussing hiring more employees to lighten everyone's workload. Xianxia village quickly quieted down again. Back home, Lin Nan silently opened the mountain god system to check. First, the range of Qingyuan Mountain had expanded. The folding space was opened, and the original 5-kilometer radius was slowly expanding, with an additional cloud-top golden mountain. Secondly, the overall altitude of Qingyuan Mountain was continuously rising. The system was not raising the height to 1,000 meters all at once, but was slowly increasing it, raising it by about 10 meters each day, which would take several dozen days to complete the height increase of Qingyuan Mountain. So that is how it is. I thought that if the height of Qingyuan Mountain was raised to 1,000 meters all at once, it would cause a huge upheaval. Even with the system's power, it would probably create a massive commotion. This gradual, invisible increase in the height of Qingyuan Mountain would create such a big stir, and it would allow people familiar with it to gradually accept the changes, making it less abrupt. Even a folding space was expanded slowly, not all at once, but gradually enlarging to expand the range and space of Qingyuan Mountain. As for this cloud-top golden mountain, it was generated directly by the system here at Qingyuan Mountain. After looking through the mountain god system, Lin Nan roughly understood the situation. Time to sleep early. I'll go see this cloud-top golden mountain tomorrow. Chapter 103. Golden Mountain in the clouds. Too early the next morning, Lin Xianxia got up. Lin Nan, wake up. Let us go into the mountains and take a look. As the village chief, Lin Xianxia was always a bit worried, concerned that last night's earthquake might have caused damage to Qingyuan Mountain. The construction of Qingyuan Mountain had never stopped, with the village company investing over 100 million in it. He feared that a single earthquake could wash away all the hard-earned investments. Additionally, the last earthquake had created a large waterfall. If this earthquake caused the waterfall to collapse, Qingyuan Mountain would suffer a huge loss. The large waterfall was currently one of the main attractions of Qingyuan Mountain. There was also the Bagua Maze forest. If it was damaged by the earthquake, it might not be playable in the future. He was also worried that the ongoing construction of the Qingyuan Mountain rafting project would be affected by changes in the terrain due to the earthquake. The investment in that project was massive, and any alteration in the landscape would render the investment useless. The Qingyuan Mountain scenic area was also preparing to officially open the rafting project during the summer vacation. All right, Lin Nan, who had been called awake, quickly got up as well. He wanted to see how magnificent this golden mountain in the clouds really was. Just as they stepped out the door, they heard someone shouting loudly, "Everyone, wake up! Come and see! It seems like there's a new golden mountain on the back mountain of Qingyuan." Hearing this voice, the entire Lin family village was stirred. Everyone got up and came out. It was indeed a golden mountain, shimmering with golden light. A golden mountain in the clouds. It looked like a spiritual mountain. The villagers stared wide-eyed at the direction of the back mountain of Qingyuan, gazing at the magnificent golden mountain above the clouds, shining brightly. The mountain was so dazzling and clear, as if it were a real golden mountain. From afar, it resembled a Buddhist paradise or the golden palace where the Jade Emperor resided. Is this a mirage? Lin Feng looked at the sparkling golden mountain. Since the lower half was blocked by other mountains, he could only see the golden mountain above the clouds, and naturally thought of a mirage. It might really be a mirage, but it didn't seem like it. It was just a mountain behind Qingyuan, but there had never been such a mountain before. Yeah, we've never seen such a golden mountain before. Do you think it could really be a golden mountain? Come on, where would there be a golden mountain? It's just sunlight reflecting off of it, making it look golden. If you go closer, it's just an ordinary mountain. That's not scientific. Generally, only snow-capped mountains reflect light to create the phenomenon of a golden mountain. Who cares about science? As long as it looks good, that's fine. After all, we are developing a scenic area in Qingyuan. Exactly. As long as it can bring tourists to Qingyuan and make us money, then it's a real golden mountain. Is anyone going into the mountains to take a look? Yes. Let us go. I'll go too. I'll go as well. It's been a long time since I've really explored the mountains. With Lin Xianxia's call, dozens of villagers were ready to head into the mountains together. Qingyuan Mountain wasn't small, but it wasn't too big either. The farther they got from Lin family village, the fewer villagers there were. Decades ago, Qingyuan Mountain was known to be terrifying. Wolves, bears, and even rumored tigers were said to roam there, so people often needed to go in groups for safety, or they might get taken away by wolves or tigers. The village elders loved to tell the younger children stories about the past, like how wolves would scratch cows while sneaking up to eat them, or how, during the Qing dynasty, dozens or hundreds of tigers surrounded the village. They even recounted strange and bizarre tales of creatures that would lure people to eat frogs and grasshoppers, scaring the children so much that they wouldn't dare to go into the depths of Qingyuan Mountain alone. In short, the traditional wisdom of Lin family village was that it was safer to enter the mountains in groups. Lin Nan followed everyone into the mountains. They should have repaired this road in advance. Anyway, it will need to be done sooner or later, and doing it early will facilitate the development of various areas in Qingyuan Mountain. As he walked, Lin Nan pondered. The areas currently developed were still very few. Only some mountain tops near Lin family village had been developed, while the farther mountains remained untouched. Places like Wild Boar Ridge, Widow Peak, and Ghost Cry Ridge had not yet been developed because they were too far from Lin family village. As they walked, they soon arrived at Eagle Ridge, which was too far from Lin family village. Look, were those dark patches on the cliffs of Eagle Ridge. Lin Xianxia looked up at the steep cliffs and immediately spotted the large beehives at the base. They look like beehives, right? They do resemble beehives. But aren't they a bit too big? Yeah, these beehives are enormous, and there are so many of them. They could produce thousands of pounds of honey. But wait, our local bees don't usually build nests on cliffs. They usually nest in tree holes, rock crevices, or underground. I've never seen them build nests directly on a cliff before. Everyone looked up at the gigantic beehives on the cliffs, all stunned. This large-scale, expansive cluster of rock peaks was something they had never seen before. This is a bit like what I've seen in documentaries about the Himalayas with cliffside rock peaks. I've seen it in a documentary. It looks very similar. Why do we have rock peaks here? Some young people, looking at the beehives at the base of the cliffs, immediately thought of what they had seen in documentaries. Who cares what kind of bees they are, as long as they can produce honey for us? Qingyuan Mountain has so many flowers and plants. We could definitely raise a lot of bees here. I think we could develop this into a tourist attraction and sell honey as well. I think that is a good idea. Such a huge cluster of beehives is indeed spectacular. The crowd continued to discuss, noting that such a large-scale rock peak beehive was extremely rare, even larger than what they had seen in TV documentaries. This system-produced super rock peak is really impressive. Not only does it have strong reproductive capabilities, but its honey collection is also remarkable. In just about a month, it has already formed such a large-scale beehive cluster. It's time to harvest the honey. Lin Feng quickly thought about the massive beehive cluster. Those who see it will have good fortune.